So you're pursuing your PhD right now?
Pursuing my license. I'm a PhD.
All right. Are your parents together?
No.
And then birth control.
Ooh, yo. We got Grinch in the bill. What's good, Grinch?
Grinch is here. What's good with you, man?
Shit, not much, man. How life been treating you, man? First, I gotta ask you, how's you and your lady doing? Everything good? How's that been going?
Shit, everything been smooth, man. This was my birthday a couple days ago. Just turned 22.
Also, you was getting that gawk, huh?
Shit, I'll be in more than got. But yeah, shit
Woo-wee.
been smooth. Got a little hotel. You feel me? Just stayed at the hotel for a whole day. When I go eat, got some nice steak. And yeah, the kids just got home right now, man. Just hit touchdown.
Damn.
How you been, bro, with your girl?
Man, I had to leave, man. She wouldn't put it down enough, man.
For real, what happened, man?
I need to be a freak because you gotta think about you gotta think, Grinch. Whenever you young, you know what I mean. You gonna be something like at least 5, 6 days a week. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't giving 5, 6 days a week, I can't rock with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
So what?
mean? I
So
can't be
what?
going dry day after day. Hell no. Huh?
So she just didn't give you any for a long time, is what you're saying?
She was working a lot. Like she worked full time as like I told you that she was a dental hygienist. So
Mm-hmm.
she was working like full time, and I was only getting some like one day out of the week. That's not good enough.
Oh no,
If,
that's
if I was
blunt.
old, if I was old, it wouldn't really matter. I wouldn't care. But when you're young, you know what I'm saying, your testosterone through the roof.
I'm
You know what
sorry,
I
but
mean?
that shit blunt, bro. I can't one time a week, bro. Like I'm a grown ass nigga, bro. I need multiple. I
It's
need
not about being
I need through
but
sessions.
no, but Grinch, it's not about being a man. It's you gotta look at the age factor. I'm only 29. It's like Grinch. When you're in your 20s and your 30s, you're gonna want
Mm-hmm.
it quite a bit, right? But I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying if I was old, let's say I was in my 50s or 60s, would it matter?
Not
Hell
really.
no, because I ain't gonna have the testosterone, the energy to go like that. But I'm saying, Grinch, when you're in your 20s and your 30s, you know what I'm saying, me and you in our 20s, so we need that shit
Oh,
at least 4, 5 days a week. If you ain't
shit.
doing that, you tripping.
Forget that, bro. I need it multiple times a day.
Exactly. I was trying to be nice with it, but yeah, we need at least 3, 4 times a day, probably 5, 6 days a week. Shit, 7 days a week.
Shit. Shit, my girl does it so much with me, bro. We do it at least like 6, 7 times a day.
I agree. When you're young, hell yeah, you want it like that. I'm just saying, my girl wasn't doing all that, man.
Damn, bro.
She was frustrating.
But I'm just saying, bro. I don't know how you just dropping her like now. Like you should have just realized it off the gate. You should have been with this girl.
I was trying my best because
Uh huh.
because she got like the personality and the character and all that she could. But if you ain't putting it down, that's a red flag.
You ain't putting it down. I ain't getting down.
Exactly. So it was
What you
time to
do?
go, man.
What you do for your birthday though, man? I know your birthday was last week or something
Shit,
like that.
I did virtually nothing that day. I don't think I did anything on that day.
How you
I
ain't
just
did nothing?
ate.
You got all that bread.
Shit, hell no, I ain't had no bread. I ain't had no bread to really go do
Man, you ain't,
nothing.
you ain't. You have mad bread, man. Stop it.
No, I don't.
You lying as hell. You got mad bread. How you work at Walmart but you ain't got no bread? Make it make sense.
Wait,
Well, for one,
why he saying you got bread though,
um,
Mike?
I don't know what he's talking about.
And you over here lying, talking about you ain't got no bread. You got bread, nigga. You just lying.
Ain't nobody lying, bro.
I mean, you a capping ass nigga. You got bread. You work at Walmart. How the fuck you ain't got no bread?
Damn.
like I was saying to you, Grinch, bro. The only way you could do something for real, you gotta have serious money to do that. I don't have that.
Yes, you do. You got
Going
mad
through
bread. Stop lying, nigga.
going through I feel like going to the club, if you can't get no drinks, no food, you can't throw no ones or whatever you throwing. It's not exciting. So that's like I said, bro. Like as a man, if you have a birthday, if you can't go all out, you're not gonna do nothing. For me, if I can't go all out, I ain't about to just go to McDonald's, eat a cheeseburger and fries, and call it a birthday. Hell no. On my birthday, I definitely ate well. That I did do. I did eat quite a bit. But outside of
I
that, I
mean,
ain't do shit.
for my
Well,
birthday, bro.
you probably smoked a joint, nigga. Stop lying.
All right, go ahead, bro.
I wish. I wish, buddy.
I spent no more than $300, bro, on my birthday, and I got a hotel and I got me a nice steak.
And you had a hotel with a girl, right?
Yup.
See, I couldn't do that because my girl was like, I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work. See, I need me a motherfucking freak. I need somebody that as soon as I text your phone, you ready to go. That's what I need.
Oh, you need
I need
you, you
something
need
like that.
Why you ain't stay with that Spanish bro?
I
Why you
ain't,
broke up with her?
but I wasn't with no Spanish girl. I was with a Pakistani girl. A
No, you wasn't with a
Pakistani girl.
Spanish girl. Stop it. That was your ex.
No,
we
she
need you to
no.
go where
I was
I'm
with a
at. We need you to
I was
go
with a
where.
Pakistan for once again. I was with a Pakistani girl, and she worked full time. She literally worked full time, so she ain't had no time like that. Her time was limited. But I feel like just like Grinch said a couple streams back, if a chick really mess with you, she gonna make time.
Mm-hmm.
She gonna find that gap, and she ain't make no time. So I was like, you know what? You ain't making no time. You ain't putting it down for my. I gotta dip, and that's what I did. Dipped.
So you ain't gonna put time. I ain't gonna put mine.
Exactly. It was kind of like I was putting more time into her. She's putting into me. Like, you know, it's time for me to bounce.
Yeah. So I ain't gonna lie, bro. If I see a girl like that, if I see a girl like that and she not getting it to me out the gate, I'm fucking with her. She going to the curb,
I need a girl like Grinch's girl. She don't care what the circumstance is. You want some right now? I got you.
bro. But we just. So have you heard of the store called Ross? Go Mike.
Have you heard of a store called Ross?
Ross or like Burlington or like Northstorm.
Oh yeah. Everybody's heard of those stores. Those stores are very
So like
popular.
those. So I bring it up for my point is, bro. We'll really do it in the fitting room, bro. We'll get it done in the fitting room when we have to.
Oh yeah, why not?
Oh, my mama.
Yeah, damn right, man. Shit. But every girl not built like that though. Is some girl, you gotta have a freak do all that. That's what you call a freak.
Yeah, you need a straight up freak for that, bro. You gotta do a little bit of scouting. You feel me? Open up your scouting report, see what you find.
I need a freak with big milkers.
Nigga said big milkers. I'm sweet.
Hell yeah. And a big backside. I need you to have both.
So your Pakistani girl, she ain't had no milkers.
No. She had everything. She had everything that
You
a man
basically saying
wants. Like,
the Pakistani girl ain't got no ass. That's what you basically saying.
bro, if you let me finish, she had all that. You know what the
Oh,
problem
but she
was?
basically saying she ain't got no ass.
Grinch. He's not even listening to what we talking about. The bitch had all that. You know what I'm saying, Grinch? She had all that. But
She
you know
had
what the
all the
problem
badges.
was? She had all the badges, but the problem was she wasn't giving it. She was working too much and wasn't giving none. A bitch can have the baddest body in the world, Grinch.
So
Just like your
you're
girl.
basically saying she wasn't giving up the coochie. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, she wasn't giving it. I'm like, if you ain't gonna give it, then I can't rock with you. If I was old, I wouldn't care. But when you in your prime, you young, bro, you want that shit every day, damn near.
You want that shit the second you open your mouth and tell her.
Shit, the second I wake up,
Shit, I don't even gotta be waking up. I could be sleeping. You can fuck me off.
shit,
Yeah,
damn right. Yeah,
that's why. That's why
she,
Grinch ain't. That's why Grinch ain't been on the panel, man. He's been getting occupied.
yeah. I need me a freak like Grinch. I need me a girl like how Grinch got. That's what I need.
And what we've been recording, bro. We've been having like our little catalog building up. Ah,
Yeah, that's the kind of girl you want, a freak, man. That's what
you
you
gotta find you
want,
one.
man.
You gotta find you one, man.
And those hard to find.
Shit, if you put yourself out there, you'll find one.
Gotta start going to the club on.
Nah, I didn't meet her at the club.
So
Go
what you
for
was doing?
sure.
You just walking down the street and y'all just met up or what?
Nah, I met her at work, bro. Crazy thing. Met her at work. But if you looking for something, bro, I mean, shit, I don't know, bro. Cause I'm not your age, but around my age, bro, I would just go to a college campus, Starbucks,
All the
club.
baddies be at college campus,
Man,
especially the white girls.
you know what I'm
But the white
saying?
girl, I'm kind of scared of the white girls like me. They be on
Here,
bullshit.
and here come DJ trying to join this conversation, but isn't this nigga a DJ cuffed up? Last time I checked, this nigga cuffed up.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Salute, man.
You
Yeah, but for me, man, I need me somebody that's gonna go 6, 7 days a week, bro. Whenever I get off work, before work, at work, man, I need some play, man. If you ain't doing that as a female, bro, I can't rock with you. Not consistently. And then you got so many men that say they can have girls as friends. No, you can't. I don't have any, like for me, I can't have no girl that's a friend because it's gonna get to a point, especially if she got the goods, man.
Yo, bro.
I ain't gonna see her as a
Damn,
friend.
all my audio go out. Damn. Hold on.
Man,
the
let's salute the DJ
ooh,
23, man.
what the
Does a DJ 23 have a basketball team?
damn? I've been saying it for the past years, ever since I've been on here. The Mavericks.
Oh man. Should be a Rockets fan, man.
Hell no.
They about to hit the game 7 tomorrow. Big
I'm
H.
good.
Big
I'm
Houston.
good.
Big H. Am I capping though, Mike? That nigga should be a Houston fan. Big H in this motherfucker.
Man, if Houston can finally beat the Warriors, then I am going to give them their credit. But until then, I'm not giving them their credit. They have not been these niggas in the playoffs.
Man, you better come out here, man. If the Warriors end up losing, bro.
Like I said,
All I know
I
is,
better
bro,
hope
if
it.
they mess around and lose game 7 tomorrow, you better come with that same energy, dog. That's all I'm gonna say.
Right.
I'm just saying, they better beat the Rockets. Better beat the Warriors because they have not beat them. So I'm just hoping because there's been too many falls in next year. So the Rockets better beat them. They have a chance. They have a chance. So I hope they don't blow it.
If they playing at Houston, I'm taking Houston. I'm sorry. That nigga, what's his name? Amen Thompson. That nigga gonna lock up Curry. I'm gonna tell you now. And then Jimmy Butler been inconsistent ever since he been smashing what's her name, Rachel Nicole. That nigga been inconsistent ever since. Where that nigga go? Mike go, bro.
Yeah. Oh damn.
Damn, everybody stop talking, man. Where everybody go?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
What's up with you, man?
Nigga chilling. Shit.
So I'm assuming you a Cowboys fan,
Oh hell no.
but you a Dallas Mavericks fan.
Yeah. I gave the Cowboys the Cowgirls ever since
You gave
I
them a
don't know,
boot.
2017? Yeah, 2017. I ain't been a fan since.
So who's your team now? Texans.
Nah. I'm just a fan of the players, pretty much.
Damn. Come on, bro. You can't give up on your bro. Do you know, bro? Do you know what it is to? Do you know what it's like to be a Chargers fan? A franchise that's never won anything. I'm still loyal to the soil. You feel me? At least you guys got championship, bro. Us, bro, we don't even have a ring. Think about it.
Yeah,
We only been a
yeah, I
one
can.
Super Bowl, and I believe that was in what 1990, 1980, and we haven't done jack shit since.
Yep, it's been that long.
And we and we trade and we traded a nigga like Drew Brees for fucking Phillip Rivers. That lets you know.
Yeah, that lets you know.
But I'm excited for this season,
Shit.
man. I think my team can win 2 playoff games this year. You know, some high end weapons offensively this year. We gonna make some noise.
Y'all fucking better.
Shit. I'll definitely put money that we win at least 11 games. I know that for a fact. We're gonna win at least 11 games.
At least
At
11.
least. I'm telling you right now, DJ, we're winning at least 11 games.
All right.
Think about think about the Broncos. We swept the Broncos last year, bro. That shit wasn't even close. We beat the Broncos twice last year. We beat the Raiders twice. The Chiefs
Yeah,
we went 0-2 again, but you know how the rest be. So I'm not.
right.
I see the Raiders got Ashton Genty, but like I said, they got no O line, man. So I'm not worried about it, man. And we got our running back, our sub. What was his name? Amarion Hampton, the second best running back in the whole
Uh-huh.
draft class. Built like a fucking Derrick Henry, 230. And we got
Mm-hmm.
a Najee Harris. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, our running ain't gonna be deadly, DJ. You got Najee Harris and Hampton, that shit gonna be deadly. And then we got our receiver, what's his name? Lamb McConkey. He broke the rookie reception records for a receiver for our franchise. We got that nigga. Then we tried to what's that nigga name? Trey Smith. Like, we gonna be good, bro.
Mm-hmm. Mm. That best both. Oh, yeah. Bro, what is this? What is that?
You guys have watched Mentality for like over a decade, right? Am I the other one? Like, I don't want to be blazing, but like, this dude was actually a YouTube legend.
dude.
I know she was. So, well, yeah. So really, but now on Kick, but like, you really pioneered a lot of the stuff on YouTube back in the day. It's insane. And now we're here. But I want to ask you, if you want to this, I think you bring up a good question.
Oh shit.
You were saying that, like, oh, take me out first. It's like the question I have. Like, what does it take? A couple dinners, 3 days. Does it take a connection, an emotional marriage? What does it take to have sex? If anyone want to know what to do with the sauce, yeah.
It definitely takes a real connection, and it does take dates. It takes consistency and dependability.
Wait, dates with S? Why happen? It takes baby oil.
I don't use baby oil.
Vaseline.
You don't use Vaseline.
If a girl likes a guy, right? How long should you wait, you think, when a girl has sex? How many dates in?
If a girl likes a guy,
Yeah.
how long should he wait?
Yeah. Or how long will she make him wait if she really likes a guy?
I would say a month. At least a month. Like
I agree.
a month. A month is fair. A month.
Month.
A month.
God damn.
See, the problem is we're in Miami. We're in Miami, so everything is expected to move so
So you get
fast.
good in a month?
So. No, not one night. It has to be a connection.
So you've never. We all have one, two. Come on, man, that's me online. That's me on fucking line. And she's so you Fresno girls over there. You know what I'm saying? You call it Freedom Fresno for a reason, man. Come on, man. All right. Okay, how about this? Maybe not a one night stand. We still with the guy the first time you met him, and then maybe you guys got in a relationship after that.
No. I have.
Okay, so you been a real. All right.
Yeah.
So what? About half the panels either half the panels either.
So I decided like a little while ago that I just don't want to have sex unless I'm in a relationship.
So after having one night stand, then you decided.
No, I've never had a one night
What did you do to decide? She goes to you one.
stand. Yeah, I do remember.
That's hard to believe.
I just started 2 weeks ago, but it's true. I was studying abroad for my first semester.
As a freshman?
Yeah.
Did you study abroad as a freshman?
Yeah.
What the fuck? No, normally it's like you have to live on campus and you can't do. Okay.
Like my last one, I maybe 3 months, and I put it on God. But it's just like I don't know. For me, I
You
guess
still broke up with that nigga. Okay.
I get attached really easily, and I just don't want like to be attached to one person. And I just feel like I just
What's your types?
Hispanic and European.
Okay. You like Russians? Let's say shit.
Oh yeah, European.
I know. Huh?
European.
Okay. So it doesn't matter what it's no black guys, I guess.
I don't care.
Sorry.
Like what race?
Hey man.
I don't like.
Single black. All right, let's see. How long you making me wait, bro? what? Oh. On the show, but you always bring a girl that, wait, what's it? What's up, man? Wait, what the fuck? From where? From, back in the day. Oh, this is What are you talking about? I'm saying I know, right? That's not how to know a female. How'd you guys meet? Through TikTok Live. Oh, yeah. Wait, what's hold on. In person or only online? TikTok Live is it's on the internet. I know, but have you met a person before or no? Before today? Yeah. Oh, so you smashed. That's a weird assumption. That's a crazy assumption. Look at everyone trying to get me. Absolutely not. No. He smashed? Y'all both got amazing eyes, though, I'll tell you that. Both y'all look like cousins. She's not even Mexican. She's like, you're Mexican. Yeah, Mexican and white, yeah. So, how do you... Okay, brief. How long you meant to wait for this? How long you meant to wait? Okay, not me specifically, but how long would you make it? How long is just in one of the bathrooms together? Stop the battalion. Health right.
Dating.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think someone's girl.
And I'm white. I'm serious. No, but okay. Average guy then. Not single.
Average guy.
Yeah.
Same answer.
What? Okay. Cool with that single? Sounds fair, yeah. All right. What about you? I think the marriage. How long you gotta wait, guy?
I have to wait till I'm with them. We're only with each other, and then when I'm basically dating is when I would.
Where'd you get this girl, Myron? Where'd you get it?
Ask Chris. No, man. I just find them on the internet. Okay, but how long would you make Vitaly wait?
On my nose.
Next question.
Damn. Well, you don't like white guys?
I don't have a preference.
You want her my feelings, you can say.
No, I don't have a preference.
You like white guys?
If we vibe, we vibe.
I'm the black
So what the
guy
vibe's
down.
She's from California, so yeah. The vibe. What about you? How long you gotta wait?
Maybe not officially dating, but I would want to make sure that they want to be with me. If that makes
Are
sense.
they serious?
Yeah, serious. And committed, I don't know, exclusive.
So short effort, play the game, and then.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really do I've tried to do hookup stuff, but
This is fucking crazy. You
I don't
guys
know.
all better go out and to the club.
It's a church.
I feel like I've kind of really I've only done it twice. I've just had
Oh, they got you, man.
experiences, so I'm it's not worth it.
Okay.
Do you still live in Lancaster still, or are you just visiting?
Yeah, so I come here for work. My agency's based here, so I come here for content days and stuff.
Okay. Is it hard to find a guy out there in the middle of nowhere? Because Lancaster County, there's nothing out there.
Yeah, there's nothing.
It's like Amish people.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's not I honestly, the last 2.5 years, I haven't really been dating much anyway, so. I'm
Not the cap.
But,
So those two guys that they weren't dating, where were they? In Miami?
Tampa and one in college, years ago.
You said only two guys?
Yeah.
Can I be the gynecologist and check?
Yo! Okay.
I like it.
Hey, Riz.
No.
No filter. Okay, I like this. All right, what about you?
So is it a sneaky link or
Oh shit, she got a categories.
if I like them for real?
Yeah, sneaky link. How long are you making that single wait?
If I like them, I would say a week. If I like them,
What are you doing in that week?
text and
Okay.
flirt. Just play around.
But if you like him, why is he a sneaky link and not a boyfriend?
Because it's only categories to that. You know who's gonna be your sneaky link, and then you know who's gonna be your boyfriend. So
What's the
if my
difference?
boyfriend, you're gonna wait a month. When you really, really like a motherfucker.
Wait, you're gonna give pussy quicker to somebody that you're not gonna take serious?
No, it's not even just that. Every girl be having an itch. So
Not
it's
just that.
if it happens, it happens.
Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. If you like your boyfriend's somebody that you're committed to and you love, right?
Yeah.
Why are you making him wait longer than some random guy?
It's special.
It's special, exactly. Like
Right.
if I see myself with you for years, then I'm gonna make you wait.
Right.
But if I really got an itch and
Why are you giving privileges to guys that you're not taking seriously?
it's not even all the time. It's not all the time. Because I'm abstinent right now, but back then I'm just being like
Nicholas, stop the couch.
sneaky links happen. Everybody got sneaky links.
Yeah, at least she's being real about it because she's a lot of girls do that. They see potential, they make you wait more. Versus, like, oh, this guy's like a bad boy. He's hot as hell. I could do this right now, but he ain't never gonna.
Yeah, how do you think your boyfriend would feel about that? That he had to wait, but a random dude didn't.
You understand that because we're trying to take it to the next level. But the next dude will be like ready to go ahead and do it right there on the spot. So I think my man will understand where we're gonna stand.
Are you guys friends?
Yes.
Okay. I see you like not long.
But you agree?
Yes, I agree.
So make a random dick wait.
So basically, like, okay, I know you're gonna say that we can't reverse it. A girl that you see no potential with, you'll be quick to smash her and let her go. So girl logic is seeing a dude like, okay, is he boyfriend material? Okay, it makes sense to make him wait because maybe this is gonna be long term. But a dude, like you said, a hot guy, it's like he has so many girls coming at him. I mean, if you like him in the moment, sometimes you live in the moment. And then you just, if it goes past it, not what you seen in the beginning, it will. But if it doesn't, it just doesn't.
Right.
You didn't expect it anyway.
Don't you think your boyfriend would think that's ridiculous?
I would think some of the things he does is ridiculous too.
That's not the question though. I'm saying like the guy that you want to take seriously, why would he ever take you seriously if you're just giving it up in a week to a random guy? And then this guy that you think is a loyal, good man, he has to wait longer. He's not going to find that as an issue.
He might does think it's ridiculous, but it's girl math. Like it's just girl math. Just like
I like that they're being like a lot of girls think that way.
Yeah.
What do you
With the audience, you guys can learn.
What do you mean by girl math?
Basically,
A retardation?
just like dudes have a fun girl and a wife.
Yeah.
Just like girls have a fun dude and a husband. Different.
What if you met a guy, and became your boyfriend, he said to you, you know what? You gotta wait 3 months before I pay the bills. How'd you feel?
Say that again. Say one over
You
my
meet a guy, right? That becomes your boyfriend.
Mhm.
He tells you, you gotta wait 3 months before I pay the bills. But girl, I just met. I'll pay the bills right away. How'd you feel?
I would feel shitty.
So imagine a guy, we tell him, you know what, nigga? You're my boyfriend, but you gotta wait to have sex. But the guy, enjoy it on the street, go fuck the same night. How do you feel? Shitty.
If he sees a vision, then he's gonna wait.
The vision?
Well, I think that if you have a potential, like that's gonna be a partner. So if you just want pleasure, you're just gonna have a one night stand. So for a partner, you want to get to know the person and see like what the person's about.
But you can do that for
That's
sex as
like-
well.
No, because then once that pleasure is done, like that's I believe it's called post nut clarity. I don't know. I just heard about this recently.
My question for the Shaniqua is, do you think that Vitaly... Sorry. Do you think that... Sister, do you think that Vitaly is a sneaky link or a long-term relationship?
It could be possibly long term. It could be possibly long term.
I was chicken possibly. Okay, Serena Williams?
Chicken wing.
Chicken wing.
Chicken wing.
That's why
Question. Yeah.
Do you think Vitaly is a 1 week guy or a 1 month guy?
For me?
Yes, sister.
I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer that.
She only fucks with black guys.
That's not true. I never said that. I don't know how to answer the question. Like, I can't look at him. Based on how he talks, I would say a weak guy because how he a weak guy.
What? You're gonna be sitting
He said,
outside
are
King
you-
Vitaly after I'm done with you.
I never said not weak.
So not like duration time.
Yes, duration.
What is duration?
Time period.
So you only have to wait a week and your boyfriend has to wait a month.
No, oh my gosh, I don't mean it like that.
Oh.
I thought you meant like, is he the type of guy that is like for a week or a month? Not for me, but I feel like someone you can't take serious, like basically.
Okay.
based on how he talks.
All right.
But you was so fucking right.
So you want to consider boyfriend material?
No,
No, you didn't.
maybe.
He's honest.
I want to ask you, would you make Vitaly wait a week or a month?
Why not a day?
Yeah, why not like
Why a week or a month?
That was her criteria. So it was a week and boyfriend's a month.
I mean he's handsome. So
Appreciate
like
you.
a week.
I would love to melt the chocolate off of you.
Pause. Hey, you laugh, bro. So you gotta go people laugh. Laugh, man. Okay, what about you? How long you gotta wait?
Me? Honestly, I think that women complicate things too much. I think back in middle school, high school, we made them wait 3 months, 4 months, but I just think if you have a connection and you're vibing, it can be 3 days, a week, 2 weeks. It's just so fucking complicated.
That makes sense.
Big facts. Wait, what about you?
I would say a month or so. I need to get to know the guy. I'm serious. Like, I'm not the one night stand. I don't get turned on.
Come on, be one.
Hey, this is for me. It's aesthetics, but
Your titties are for you.
yeah.
Just like why I stand.
You know, I feel like I don't do one night stands
So if
because
you really good, you're not gonna come back tomorrow.
I mean that would be great, but I feel like I get turned on by personality. Like I'm like a sapiosexual, so like or sapio, whatever.
Why are you trans or is that?
No, that's like when you're like turned on by like the person's mind. You know, so
Is that
I need to like get to know.
Is that every girl?
Well, I feel like guys are more into like looks. Like they're like, oh wow, she's hot. I'm with her.
That is true.
But I feel like for me, it's like I have to get to know.
Did you get work done on your boobs?
No, these are real.
Those are natural?
Yeah.
For real?
Shout out to my mom.
Can you show us?
You have to subscribe. So you're trying to get free cookies every year, free dates.
I got it for it.
Nah, baby, it's more than that.
Actually, what is the price?
For your OnlyFans.
Let's go. Let's move. Let's find out.
Do you fuck on OnlyFans?
No, I'm not a porn star.
She has more
All
balls.
videos.
I feel like you do though. You do porn.
No. No. But
I feel like you have a porny vibe.
porn is not. Tell us over. Don't worry, you're gonna be normal.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Lovely. Okay, you start to the show. Anything else, Nico, that you wanted? Or Vitaly, you got a question? Anything else?
I just wanted to break guys with that question. I was
All right,
kidding.
good chat. All right, chat real quick.
Girls have any questions?
Oh, actually, yeah. Any of you guys have a question or disagreement on anything?
I have a
Yes,
question.
right. Sure, go ahead. Good.
So I want to know, for men, does it really make a difference? Like if you are intimate with a female on a day or two or four, does that change your perspective on the female?
Very good question.
Is it a good question?
Vitaly, you go first.
What?
So do you think that as a man's perspective, because I want to understand, does it really change how you feel about the female if you're intimate with her after a week or two?
No.
No,
not really.
it doesn't. So you don't complicate things like women do.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Nico?
Yeah, completely.
How many days?
It's better when she actually wants to be committed. You know, a girl giving it up automatically, you can be like, okay, she probably did this before.
What's automatically?
By in a day, in an hour.
That's
Some girls give it up 30 minutes. It's stupid out here. Yeah. You guys all saying a month in here. You guys always got to divide by 3, whatever time you said. But yeah, I can't take that because you remember that the first impression is the most important interaction that somebody has in a relationship. And if you get pussy off like in an hour, like how am I ever gonna? I've assumed that you've done that and you're gonna do it again. How you meet somebody is how you break up. So
Okay. Fresh. I think if the girls actually likes the guy, it wouldn't matter. But for the guy, he may assume that like you said before, you've done it previously with somebody else. But ultimately, man, like if the vibe is there and you connect, I mean, things are gonna happen. So let's see what goes from there. I look at women from like a legal perspective. Like, I look at them from a totality of the circumstances. So like if I have sex with a girl quickly, then obviously I'm gonna put every girl through a vetting phase, 6 months to a year, and I'll watch her behaviors. If her other behaviors have red flags, then obviously then you know there's a problem, right? Because time exposes everything. But because I'm very well aware that women break rules for guys that they really like, so I'm not going to penalize a girl for breaking a rule for me. If anything, I'm going to reward that and give her the chance and see like, okay, let me see how this girl behaves. I'm going to do my snooping, see how she moves on social media, see who her friends are, see how she behaves, see how she deals with masculine authority, all these different things, and go from there. But yeah, obviously, right, having sex with a girl quickly, you might be like, oh, well, is she a whore? But obviously, time will let you tell because once you do your investigation, you figure it out, then you'll be able to look at it from a holistic standpoint. Sure. So, yeah. Any more questions before we start? Perfect. Alright,
Join us.
okay, so we got here, ladies, looks or confidence, and why? Okay,
What do you look for in a guy? What's our confidence?
looks or confidence is more important. Which one?
Confidence,
Confidence?
the way they walk, the way they speak,
Okay,
their body language.
alright, what about you?
Definitely confidence. I hate insecure men. They're just no.
Okay, what about you?
Looks matter, but confidence.
More important?
Yeah, confidence.
Confidence, but I feel like a lot of guys confuse that with like ego. You know what I mean?
That part.
What do you think the difference is?
Like I don't know if you're kind of like you come off like a dickhead. You
That's
know, like I feel like there's a difference between having like riz and being a dick. You know, just like a little too much, I guess.
What about you?
I personally confidence, just because I feel like you just look better when you're confident, and how you appear to others and yourself, it just attracts better.
What about you?
Confidence and energies everything.
Okay, what about you?
I need to be attracted to God, but confidence definitely. I love
Interesting.
confidence.
What about you?
Confidence because when
And y'all all full of shit, man.
but let me listen.
But
Confidence because when you know who you are, can't nobody fuck with you.
there's plenty of confident ugly dudes that can't get girls.
Confidence. Do they have money?
Lamos.
And that's gonna get a girl. Confidence
this.
and money will get you any girl you want. Ugly, not ugly. We seen it happen before.
I want to say any girl, but it'll definitely open doors for you.
Most girls.
It'll open doors for you. Because I would say looks, a lot of girls will disqualify you off looks, let's be honest.
But
If you're
looks-
confident but you're ugly, it don't matter. Because like she ain't gonna wanna, you're not gonna even get the chance to display your confidence.
Right, but looks don't pay bills.
What's confidence for looks?
Confidence and money pays bills.
So you're a gold digger?
But money makes
Stop
the
the
world
cap.
go around. Honestly, we can't do anything without it. We need it.
Do you work?
I work.
What do you do?
I'm a medical assistant.
Not a nurse.
Maybe. Maybe.
On OS.
No, not on
Yeah. Yo, for the guys, look for confidence.
And a girl?
Yeah. Oh, looks, 100%. Fuck it, I'll take it. Well said, man. Well said, bro.
Alright. Okay, so, and then from this point forward, guys, let's go 50 up. Yeah, looks, bro. I mean, we don't give a fuck about women's confidence.
Yeah.
Ladies, think about this. Several guys that have approached you and you rejected. What's a common thing you notice turns you off instantly, man? Okay,
That's a good one.
what is the automatic thing that will make you reject a guy? We can start here. What's automatic rejection when a guy does that?
The cat calling, like oye oye.
Oye, mami. Ven aquí.
All right, what about you?
Sorry, what was the question?
What's something that will make you automatically reject a man? It's auto reject.
I guess they're way too cocky. Like like if they're too cocky or disrespectful, like they have to have manners. Like if they don't have manners, that's like a complete turn off. Like I'm just like,
please.
Okay. What about you?
Honestly, if they don't have like a future planned out for themselves as well, then I'm not really gonna feel you.
They have no ambition.
No ambition.
All right, what about you?
probably the ego thing. It's like if they come off like they come up to girls a lot. Like if they like you can tell that they just go up to like everyone. You know?
Okay, I thought she was gonna say they use electricity. I'm joking. Okay, so you said being okay, ego?
Yeah.
Okay, what about you?
Just the same thing. Like if a guy comes up to me thinking like I'm gonna automatically get with him, then I won't even talk to him.
So if they assume attraction?
Yeah, if they just come cocky, like super cocky energy, like like I know that type of energy, then that.
It's really interesting shit.
Yeah.
They all like confidence, but then they're drawing the line and saying, oh, we don't want cocky.
There's a line between that, but in reality speaking, we know what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the reality?
I'll explain it here in a second. What about you? What is an automatic turn off for you?
Height.
Oh, okay, someone keeping it real. What is the height that will make you say automatically I'm good?
Anyone shorter than me.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Oh,
Okay, shorter than me. I have to be able to wear heels around here.
Right.
So they gotta be 6 foot.
I didn't say that.
I mean, you're saying be able
I'm
to,
5'9".
if you want to be able to wear heels, that pretty much means they gotta be damn near 6 foot.
Okay.
Because then you're wearing probably at least what, 6 inch heels?
No.
3 inch? 3 inch?
6 inches is crazy.
What kind of heels are you wearing?
6 inches, just like It's really
Okay, so what, 5, 3, 4. I don't know.
yeah.
What about you?
I think he gets around a lot. If like he's just always with girls, always like out and like I don't know. I can just hear him getting like I'll hear about his reputation and it's just like he's always getting different girls. Cause I
Was
don't
your ex like that?
know.
But why'd you? So he didn't get around. Why'd you leave him then?
He
He left you. Oh shit! Why'd you?
What'd you do?
said he didn't want to be in a relationship anymore. That he was
You went to you started going to college.
no.
What did you start doing? There must have been a big change in his life.
He started hanging around and getting a bunch of girls, going after all of his friends. And stuff like that.
And you weren't okay with him. You wanted him to be monogamous.
Oh, yeah, like if I'm talking to someone and like we're serious, I just want them to be getting with me.
So he just wanted other girls.
I mean, he said he didn't want to be in a relationship anymore. I don't know if that's what his reason was, but
He started.
afterwards.
He was done. Okay.
What about you?
Being emotionally unavailable, like acting like he doesn't have feelings. It's a turn off.
I sit there and open up to you.
At some point, like, yes. Yes.
You think it's
Not
good
off
for men to open up to women?
Not off that, but eventually, don't act detached. Don't act like you don't have any feelings. That's a turn off for me. Being emotionally unavailable. Like, no.
I'd argue it's good to be emotionally unavailable to men because girls use their emotions against you a lot of times.
You have to show some type of.
It's why you cry, nigga. It's like you want the ammo to like kill me later.
Yeah.
Like that's what it really is.
Yeah, we say all the time we don't think men should open up to women because women don't have empathy. I mean, that might be a controversial stance, but I genuinely don't think women have empathy to the male experience.
But you guys do the
You
same.
might have sympathy, but sympathy and empathy are two different things. Somebody was trying to say something? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay. What's next?
Next one?
Next one? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Sure.
How are you ever gonna find love if you can't open up? If you can't be vulnerable? Like I feel like that's just not ever gonna happen. You can't put yourself.
Tell him.
And when I want to hit that, what you said?
Like how are you ever gonna find love if you can never be vulnerable or like be
Open up.
open to someone? Like I just feel like that doesn't work. Like you want to find it if you can't put yourself in that place.
I don't know, but tell me. You want me to open up right now? What do you mean? Like, I wish you just started talking about my ability.
Like Myron just said that guys shouldn't open up to girls.
Yeah. I mean, Vitaly might not agree with me, but I don't think so because there's a multitude of reasons why. Yeah.
What do you mean never? How are you gonna find a girl?
So, well, here's the thing. What I mean by that is you can open up emotionally, but you don't want to open up from a vulnerable standpoint, if that makes sense. Like you can open up and be like, oh, I went through this, but I overcame it.
Oh, yeah.
But to open up from a vulnerable standpoint where you need her help or something like that, I think that you shouldn't do that. Because girls will use it against you. And the other thing too is that women don't really understand the masculine experience. Women don't understand the importance of being competent and accomplishing things from a male perspective. So you're never going to be able to understand my struggles as a man. Because I mean, with all due respect, women live on easy mode in 2024, and men have a much harder existence and a much harder life. So for me to tell you my problems doesn't really make sense, and it just makes you feel like, damn, this guy take care of me. What the fuck? He doesn't have a job. He's broke. He's crying. Like I don't know if I can rely on this guy. So it doesn't benefit me to open up to you and cry to you with my vulnerabilities.
What about if you're with the girl for like long term, like marriage or?
Even more so, you can't do it because if a girl's like with you in a serious relationship, she depends on you for security. You have to be even more strong and stoic and steadfast in your mission. That's where it really comes to play where you want to hide that vulnerability from.
May I say something?
Yeah, sure.
Is it fair to say that maybe there are some women that appreciate that? Like,
well, okay. So even though there are some women that will appreciate it, the staggering majority don't. Okay. So would it make sense for me to roll the dice and get with a girl and open up and cry when she might punish me for that? I don't think
it's like gambling because your tolerance might be higher than her tolerance, but we don't know that. So also needs to make it last longer. Just keep it stoic. most of the actual.
I just think it's not fair for men to not open up because then they bottle up inside to get depressed and they don't
Well,
want
that's why you have guys with brothers, the friends, the guys.
or maybe it's the city that you're in. Miami's not a good example. Maybe in other cities girls are more like, approachable, they're
Maybe
more
like
giving.
Midwest, maybe, but I mean, still, you never know. It's a gamble.
It's not worth it. Like, I mean, it's just too risky.
I would argue if it's your wife, then obviously thinking time has passed, you probably better her in a certain way. But other than that, it's kind of like tricky. So,
anybody else have anything?
Actually, I have a good question I want to bring up now. Because there was a viral clip of Vitaly getting spit on by a girl who's extremely upset. Oh, actually, this is so funny. I have a question. Yeah, but I want to ask, like, now that I'm thinking about it, because I think when you do show a woman too much vulnerability, you open up too much, then you show her your weaknesses, and she's able to latch onto it automatically. Like, whenever you show a woman as a weakness, they're gonna remember it forever, like an elephant. So I want to ask, like, what's the most angry emotion that you ever showed a man? Some ladies they key cars, some they spit on guys' faces, get assault charges. What's the angriest
You're
thing?
asking me?
Actually, we'll start here.
Okay.
We'll start here. Yeah. Have you keyed a car? Have you burnt some Jordans? You're smiling right now. I know you lit some Timberwoods on fire.
Actually, I'm not crazy. Like, I've never keyed a car.
Have you ever spit on a guy?
No, because I'm scared of the consequences. Like, I'm scared. I don't know how he's gonna react. So I try not to be crazy first. Like, if you do something to me, I will do something to you. Retaliate, yes. But I don't initiate it. Like, I let it go.
What about you? What did you do when your boyfriend started fucking your best friends?
I don't know.
We did something.
Look back.
But like,
How did you get your revenge? I'll be honest. It's okay.
You fucked his friends?
this is like really bad though, and I don't know if I should
Say
say that.
Say it. It's a rebel. You can say whatever.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
honest.
well, I'm really sorry if you're listening. I might have called ICE on his ex-girlfriend.
What the fuck?
It was a long story. I was friends with her for like 5+ years. She fucked my boyfriend. She fucked my first. She like tried to get with my cousin. She tried to like just do everything in her like house.
Where are you from?
It was bad. It wasn't a good moment. And
How old are you?
18.
What? 18? And you built a wall over a girl?
I'm so sorry. I probably should not have said that.
No. That's great. Your next boyfriend's not gonna fuck around.
Well, yeah.
You can't mess around.
It wasn't a good moment. I'm gonna admit it. Like, I shouldn't have done it. But I was young, and
No, hold on. That wasn't a moment. That was a plan. That was a series of decisions.
it was
You didn't just spontaneously call ICE.
Oh, yeah. I knew she was like.
Did she get caught?
No, thank God, honestly. But
Don't call your conscience.
yeah, I would have been. And,
Call them again. Send her out.
I just like because we have been friends for years. She had been like fucking with me for like years.
You were friends with her too?
Wow.
You
I mean,
called ICE
Chad
on your
said,
friend?
W, man.
Yeah, she got with
Chad said W.
my boyfriend.
Yeah.
Started dating him. She got with my So I had like my first, like he was almost my boyfriend, and then she went behind my back for months and was fucking him too.
Yo, Mars,
And then like she got with another guy that I was talking to for like 2 years. She was just like constantly doing stuff, and I'm not saying it was a good moment for me either, but it was
friends.
Yeah, no, we were not actual friends, but
Yeah, girls don't really have
I
that.
got in I was in the car and I heard they were together. I was like, fuck this shit. I remember having like a bottle of water with me and I just heard the ice and I was like,
Yeah. So you called ICE.
it was bad.
Wow. She called the tip line. I've actually got some of those calls. Back in the day. Yeah, back in the day.
I've never even thought about doing that. Vitaly, would you rather get spit on or deported?
Spit on her because I can use it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, guys. So guys, all the people watching over on Kick, come on over to rumble.com/freshfit, man. We're gonna kill the Kick stream now. We've been for a little over an hour. So come on over, guys, rumble.com/freshfit. And also, guys, please check out Vitaly on Kick. He's over there. That's where he's live right now. You're not posting on YouTube like that anymore, right? No, just the VODs. Kick it, yeah. So he's on Kick, guys. So if you want, they're out here catching medals, doing crazy shit, man. So all y'all watching Rumble, we got 32,000 y'all watching Rumble. I think another 5 or 7K. We're going to the border next stream. There you go. Hot chip challenge. Oh shit! Hot chip challenge. Oh damn! Yeah, I see your friend.
I'm an immigrant, by the way.
No.
Yeah.
Clearly you do.
I'm gonna go for like Somalians and stuff. Not your type.
Myron's people.
Oh my god. Cities, but okay. Yeah, guys, come on over to rumble.com/freshfitman. We're gonna kill the fixture. We're just gonna be on Rumble now. We're gonna kill Twitch and everything else. Come on over, guys, please. Okay. And again, guys, check out Battalion Kick. We'll put his links below as well for you.
I want to see if we can top that story. Okay, so she called like, what's the worst thing you ever did to a guy? Or when, like after a relationship, you get back.
I cannot top that, but I've never done anything crazy. I've been cheated on, I just moved on.
You just took it?
Yeah. Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know.
Did you get back with a guy after you cheated?
We
Yeah,
tried to make
you
it
get another
work.
chance.
Yes, you did.
within-
You cheated again?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, wait, no, he only cheated once.
Oh.
How do you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably.
Okay, what about you?
I haven't done anything crazy. Like I've told off a guy, but like,
What'd you say? What'd you tell him?
Listen, nigga.
like no, like if he was arguing with me, like I'd argue back with him. But like I never did anything crazy. But like I've got friends who have kid cars and have chased them around. So funny list too, but I haven't done anything crazy.
Stop the cap.
Not yet.
You're Mexican, bro. Come on. Man.
Do you remember what you said? You told somebody off. Like, what was your female brain thinking? Did you go immediately to the weaknesses? Because you're saying, "Oh, cry, be emotionally available." What did you say?
Okay.
Wait, did you curse him out in Spanish or in English? That's important too.
Calling you.
Oh. I'm just kidding. I'm not that good at my Spanish is not that good, but
Yeah, she's learning the fake Mexicans. Okay.
Spanglish. But yeah, okay, kinda. I kinda did go for the weaknesses, but like it was like a mutual thing. It was like back and forth. But like back on the weaknesses thing, I feel like guys should be okay with telling girls their weaknesses because like if they really like you, they'll care about it. So if they don't,
Right.
that's your sign to like stop talking to the girl.
But what'd you say when you were really mad?
It's private information.
Coño.
I don't even remember to be honest.
You call him a brokey? Come on.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
They hit you where it hurts every single time.
And guess what? When you open up, what are they gonna do? That's ammo.
Yep.
Back at you.
Yep. That's why you cried when your grandma died, you pussy. Like, you know what I mean? They're gonna say shit like
You
that.
came home after a 10-hour shift. Oh, I hate my job and everything. That's why your bosses don't respect you.
Yeah. So anyway, what about you?
I've never done anything like to a guy that I was dating.
What about a girl? You ever call ice on a girl?
No, I can't say that I have.
Did every person actually come and get her? I was talking to them, sorry, in the back. Did they come get her?
No, nothing happened. Literally nothing happened. I just like filed a complaint.
Do they investigate or no?
I don't think so.
Right away?
I really.
Well, when did you do it? How long ago?
This was like when I was like 16.
2 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, Biden was in office. Normally, when it's a Democrat in office, they don't really pursue immigration.
Dude, that's evil, bro. God damn.
Well, shit, if you need to call again when Trump's in, they're gonna go get her. If you need to wait a year.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I never like keyed a car or anything. I spray painted some girl's driveway. It's like,
Would you write more?
yeah, I did actually. I went a little hard.
What did she do that made you do that?
It was like an ex of like the guy that I was dating for a couple years, and she just kind of was trying to start shit for like a while. Like it was a couple years, and
Like she would kind of like keep interfering
like,
in your relationship?
instigating it, and like
What would she do?
she was just kind of like indirectly like posting shit about me, and like it was just like it went on for like 2 years, and then we ran into her somewhere, and she was like calling me a whore and shit.
No way.
Yeah, so that was, and then I just like I asked my boyfriend at the time like for her address or whatever, so I just went and like spray painted her driveway.
Spray painted more. It's I knew that was the word you used. It's very funny because girls will encourage hot girl summer and whole phase, and then immediately when you're angry, what's the first thing you do? Is use an insult.
I don't know.
Listen, you got a dagger or a sword on your arm. You didn't stab her.
No, I didn't. I'm not trying to catch a charge. It was really not worth it anyway. So.
Is that you?
Is it yourself? Okay.
All right, you got the dagger on it. I know Icy knows.
That's got stab now.
You got shut up. I'm gonna shut you. Okay. What about you?
Top one production quality.
Be honest, you spit on a guy before. You spit on his face.
When I was in a relationship, the best thing I've ever done was the worst thing that I've ever done was tell my parents to not tell them that I'm around, because I ran away from the relationship and then I ended up in my house and I said, don't tell them I'm here, and they didn't tell them. So I just went missing, MIA. Silence is the best revenge. So that's how I went by.
Was he mad?
Yeah. Yeah, that made him appreciate me more. You know what I mean?
Where is he now? You're single.
Somewhere. I'm single.
Bruh.
Somewhere.
Yeah,
That
he's
ended. Yeah. He cheated. So.
Have you ever hit a guy?
Yeah.
What was the situation where you punched and spit on the guy?
He didn't touch me because I was in control. So
What, guns?
like I was in control of the relationship. I punched him, I hit him, I dragged him.
Why did you think silence was worse than that? Wait, why did you do that?
Because it was like a treatment. Like silence is a best revenge. Don't go, showing your moves. The next move.
No. Why did you punch and hit and drag the guy around?
Because he cheated or something. So it got me mad.
Was it in public?
Yeah, it happened in public too. Like
You don't play.
No.
Wait, was he like smaller than you? Or like,
Bigger, like.
so he could have whooped your ass if you fought back.
But he didn't. Like, why would you hit me?
So wow, because you hit him.
No, that's domestic violence then.
So what is it when you do it?
It's
Girl power.
treatment. Yeah.
It's girl power.
So reaction.
Girl
Yeah.
power.
I want to hear your story. Why do you think that was the right thing to do?
I don't film all the time, but when I did, he was more serious.
Cause and effect.
Do you think that was justified to hit
But
somebody in
then-
public?
Well, in public, it was happening. Out of nowhere when we get into arguments. So
Do you regret doing that at all?
It plays in my head. So
Yeah. Okay.
what happened?
Hold on. Your next boyfriend. Are you gonna hit him too? If he cheats on you? Yeah.
Maybe drag him.
So it's only domestic violence if he hits you.
No. It's domestic violence in general, but
Okay,
It's
so if
different
you
when
hit
it
him, it's
happens
domestic
to you.
violence. And so if you hit him, it's domestic violence too.
a little bit.
So you're an abuser.
It don't hurt him. If a guy hits a girl,
Okay,
it's
if
gonna hurt
he
more.
hits you, is it domestic violence a little bit too?
Yes, 100%.
So both of it's a little bit. Right. So if you hit him, a little bit of domestic violence. If he hits you, a little bit of domestic violence.
It just depends on the actions. If you deserve the hit.
Imagine I said that right now. Imagine if I said like, "Yo, I'll hit a girl if she deserves to get hit."
Yeah. Oh.
You hear that sound insane? That sounds. You guys are like listening to it right now, like, "Oh yeah, why don't you go and drag this guy in public?" You're like, Imagine if I just said that, like, "I'll hit a woman if she deserves to get hit."
Wow. Yes.
It's a different feeling in the room, right?
It depends.
Right. Natalia, would you date a black girl?
No. He likes chocolate.
Yeah.
We suck the best dick.
Hey.
He's not lying.
Only white kid in class. I moved from Russia. Everybody was from Korea. Nobody Korea. I'm the only one kid in class. Yeah. So
Wow.
I grew up in black. I'm black.
Okay.
This nigga, bro.
You into the community.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Get accepted to the
I love your community. That's how I.
Come to the cookouts.
Yeah, cookout.
I was like black people.
So
All
we
fucking
friends?
black people.
Yeah.
Black people did it wrong. Black people fucking went to the and that's why black people can express themselves. White people are uncomfortable.
Niggas ran so hard, bro. Some shot back. It was so
That's crazy.
it's only Frank.
Oh,
What do you think the difference? What's the difference in dating white girls and black girls in your experience?
I never dated a black girl, so it's just
Oh, okay. Yeah. So wait, you said you would though.
I would.
He was smashed.
Why do you think you haven't?
I don't know where to find them.
Right here.
Magic City Mondays. Yeah. That's actually true. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. What's up? I just never came across one. I don't know.
I have a question.
What?
Would make a white man approach a black girl? Like, do we have to take our wig off and run it over 3 times and then put it back on? Like, cricket, they say basically what's going around
I do have
right
to
now.
take wigs off. That's what I got.
I got so mad at you for that. I remember that. Yeah.
Oh shit.
They're saying like,
You have the leaf blower, right?
Huh?
You have the
The
leaf
leaf
blower.
blower and the vacuum.
Yeah.
So basically, what they're saying is hard wig, soft light. So we have to like run our wig over, put it in the trunk, and then put it on our head. Like cricket,
shirts messed up.
So you're the juice.
Okay.
Would you ever date a white guy? Be honest.
Yes. I don't have a preference. I feel like I do want to step out of the Black community. Like the treatment may be different.
Talk to them, sis. Tell
Yeah,
them,
it may be
queen.
different.
Tell them what's up.
What do you
Explain,
What am I
detail.
telling them?
Why niggas ain't shit? Tell them.
I would never say that. I'm just saying. I just feel like Black people does have a lot of hurt, not only from our own people, but from years back of bondage. So
I get excited when I see a black girl with a white girl. Thank God, man. I gotta go.
Take her, nigga. Yeah, take her, nigga. Take her, bro. Take her.
I'm listening for it. They just get so. I make jokes out of it when they get pissed off. But yeah, I see a white girl, black. I'm like, yes.
No, we love our queens. The thing is, we know bad treatment. We know good treatment.
Yeah.
They're better off over there.
That opens up a white door for me. Thank you.
I don't think I've never heard about an Asian girl hitting a guy in public and dragging him around. That's his only one race.
Black and white.
It's not always a black girl though.
Black and white.
Yeah.
Or Latino. It doesn't have any.
They got the
It's funny, like when you imagine the white girl doing that, you think of like a Wool Vicky, like ghetto white girl. You know, it's like a black white girl.
It's not true. I don't.
You think Taylor Swift would drag a guy by the dreads in public?
That's just one girl.
I think she's been vaccinated. Absolutely.
Where are you in the city?
I'm Blasian.
Oh,
You have a black parent, basically.
Yeah, my dad's half black, half white.
okay.
It's black people.
So you like
Yeah, Asian.
that makes sense.
Yes, sir. Okay, what about you?
You've never heard that before? I'm telling you, Blasian.
I'm gonna use that.
Worst thing you did to a guy you're dating?
So I actually
Fuck his best friend.
Yeah.
I have done that.
Spot on.
Wait, you have done that?
Yeah, of course.
Once
You
I had to. I mean, he was such an asshole. So I literally like
How'd you? Well, how did that? Hold on. How'd that
That's
happen?
another one, but okay.
What's the other one? What's the other one?
Okay, I was gonna say the first one was I basically like threw Eggs Benedict all over his car. Like it was a brand new car, it wasn't even his, and I broke like the mirror logo. So I was really angry.
That was cute.
Yeah, very romantic. Very romantic. Yeah, so like the whole car was like filled with Eggs Benedict. But yeah, the second one was so he was an asshole and he dropped me off.
Is this the guy that you mentioned before that was toxic?
No, this was like my boyfriend before that one, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
That's the other one.
Yeah,
So
I
toxic
think
number one.
because he's like a
Toxic
local
one.
rapper, so if he watches this, probably
In Miami?
Oh, should I just say it? Okay, he's gonna. Well, he's an asshole, anyways.
Was it Lil Pump?
I'm not gonna say his name, but it was like 5 years ago.
Oh.
He's like Latino. But anyways,
Local Miami.
I don't want to say his name. You guys,
Rapper Miami? Rapper Miami?
Yeah, I'm not. No, you're gonna get me in trouble. I'm gonna record this, but basically,
You say what was it?
I'm not gonna say who it is.
Yo, chat,
I'm not
man.
gonna get that.
Chat's gonna find out. Honestly, you got two options. Tell us, because let me tell you what's gonna happen.
I'm not going
We
to.
have 35,000 to watch. I promise you. One person to investigate. Someone's gonna find out and pull up a picture of you and him together. So you can either see it or the chat's gonna find out.
I'm not gonna give him a shout out. I'm not gonna give him a shout out. But I will say that
This is how you fuck his best friend.
So I guess because he was an asshole, and it's just funny to me because like men are so easy. Like you can just literally like just like hi, and like the best friend just like they're so easy. So yeah, so he dropped me off, and then I Ubered to his friend's house, and then yeah, that happened. But I only did that one time.
So
I would never do it again. That was like the one.
So what did you like record it or something? Like how'd you? Okay, so
It
like,
felt really nice.
well,
I was like,
damn. Okay, so you want to get back at him for being an asshole, but like, did you like record it? Did you like document it so you
I
can
mean, it
use
was
it
a
against
really
it?
amazing, session. And the size was
Did you
way
tell him
better
about it?
too.
Did you tell him
The
about it?
size was like way better. So I was like, wow,
How'd you get your get
it's like
back?
an upgrade.
Hold on. Oh my god. So how'd you get like okay, you did this, but like, did you tell him about it? Did you?
No, he has no idea. So after this, he's probably. I mean, I have him blocked because he's a jerk. So.
Chestnut. What's the chest say?
Wait, what's his name again?
Me?
No, his name.
It's Lil Pump.
I'm not gonna. say
It's
he's not big at all. He's a small local rapper.
Yeah.
You guys,
Don't worry, just
Well, Chris,
That's
that's
it.
it.
I said, just give the chat some time, man.
Yeah, they're gonna find out.
No.
They're gonna find out.
They're gonna DM me within the next 15 minutes.
Within the next 15 minutes, I'll see.
Question: in doing that act of revenge,
Yeah.
you think it hurt him more or you more?
I mean, it did feel like really nice. Like it was a sweet revenge moment, but then I was like, fuck, I felt like dirty after. I was like, you know, yeah, no. But I never went back out with him. Like that was like the last time that I ever like I broke everything off. Like right after, I could never see his face again after I fucked his friend, basically. So.
Did you fuck him again?
Who?
The friend.
No, because actually no, I did one time. But then he was a psycho, so I was like, damn, all right, no more rappers for me. I'm good.
Wow. Interesting.
Wow, like didn't earlier you said that you would make a guy wait a month, and now you're just fucking best friends for revenge?
Well, that was like 5 years ago, though. So that was a long time ago. But I mean, I don't do that every time. Like that's not. You know.
I'll say this. Thank you for being honest, because that is reality. Yeah. This is happening. So thanks for being honest.
Thanks, Liz. I don't know. What do you think that guy will think that you eventually want to settle down with the guy that you're gonna make wait a month?
Yeah.
Now he knows this, that you fucked the best friend out of revenge in one night, and then again just because you felt like it.
Well,
how do you think he's gonna feel like he's waiting a month to commit when you just fucked the best friend?
I mean, I would never do it again, though. Like that's like I
Just
learned
like
that
a
it was like the revenge was like not worth it. Like I feel like it was.
But it's not really the question. Like,
whoever I date, like I feel it has to like know me for who I am and not judge me for my past.
Bro. Yes. Bro. Don't judge her at all. Bro. I agree. Speak up.
Wait, you would want to be with the guy that's not going to judge you for your past?
Absolutely.
Bro.
I mean, I was crazy back in the days. So.
What changed?
I got older. I, you know, got healthier. I changed my life completely. Like I was a party girl, like crazy.
You sober?
Promoter.
You sober?
I don't drink anymore as much. I used to drink.
She's doing coke.
No, I used to do Adderall in college, but
read between the lines.
Okay. I don't do drugs. Drugs are bad.
Nice. You're sober, right, Natalia?
Yeah.
How many days now?
Over 2 years, 800.
It's almost 3 years. Okay, man. Just from alcohol or sober, like no nose candy?
Everything.
Actually, just so you guys know, we're gonna actually bring Vitaly back. We're gonna do a one-on-one. We're gonna do a one-on-one interview with Vitaly. We're gonna talk about that. How we appreciate that. So we're probably in the next 2 weeks or so. We're gonna bring Vitaly back. He's gonna go to LA do some work. He's gonna come back. We're gonna do a one-on-one interview.
Bring some more of you.
Yeah, there you go. Do what you gotta do.
I'm gonna keep them no. Before I ask you the last question, I just want to ask them, what made you decide to go sober?
Everything. Obviously, you know what happened in 2020, 60 grams of mushrooms, ended up in TNT, and I always want to stop drinking because I was just going 5-6 day benders. Yeah.
What was there like a major breaking point?
Probably 60 grams of mushrooms. Woke up in jail.
I didn't. Was that a mugshot? When you were?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you look like that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's a really funny mugshot that John would always post. Him like smiling like this.
That's wild. But I wasn't addicted to drinking or drugs, but obviously you're addicted. You go on Friday and I come on Tuesday and go sleep. Yeah.
Do you ever have urges? Like, how do you suppress that? You know, I'm in Miami, I'm sober. It's it's all around you all the time. Just how
God gave me a second chance. If they want to fuck that up, hell, bro, I'm on top of my game right now. I wish I never drink. Imagine I started my career never drinking. Where I would be right now. So I just never had money. Became a millionaire at 18. What are you gonna do? Hookers, strippers, travel the world and do it for everybody. That's exactly what I did. And look, when you need the people the most, there's nobody around you. So if you get in fucked up shit, just your parents will be there for you.
And you found God in jail. When did you? It's like I was in jail. Yeah.
I found Jerome in jail. But
Jerome.
Yeah. After. Yeah.
So, bro, being sober, right? Obviously, thinking you're better shit now. You're more confident. You feel like free. Would you box anybody?
Box?
Yeah, box anybody.
Yeah, let's go, my run.
Oh shit.
Oh,
That's smart.
Let's find his cards.
Yeah.
Okay. That'd be a big setup.
I mean, we can square for fun. I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
Any of the YouTubers, streamers, you want to box?
I'm too heavy, bro.
What do you weigh?
What do you weigh?
They're all twinks. I don't know, 220.
What else? M to the K.
M to the K.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, he's good.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, we can square. That's a boy friendly square. Yeah, for sure.
But give me somebody with a name, bro.
So you go.
I don't know. We're different weight class. But you know what? Ain't in trouble about boxing.
I would do it.
Me?
No, you don't. You have like 80 pounds on me.
All right, I'll just take a level out of all the skinny again.
We're doing the same weight class. Yeah, I mean,
that's crazy. How much you weigh?
160.
Oh my god.
I want to see it, bro. I want to see it.
160, bro. Yeah, I was at looking for about 60 pounds.
I have no idea.
Fuck.
I have no idea. You look like 2012.
That'd be lit.
Yeah. Okay. I'm like 195 right now. So
Wait,
Yeah.
how tall are you?
6'3".
Yeah. Is that fair?
There's not height classes though.
Yeah, but yeah, for weight, yeah. But no, man. I mean, no, I'm totally down.
You were supposed to fight Bryce Hall. What happened with that?
I'm not gonna fight on fucking Indian Twins fucking card. Yeah, I hate it, bro.
Come on, that's my boy Neon, man.
That's your boy?
Yeah,
That's your boy?
Fuck Neon.
How are you fucking Neon, bro?
That's my muscle brother.
Muslims, fake Muslims.
I mean, I want the best for him. I want the best for him.
Yeah,
Yeah, bro.
Gonna get out of that same fucking situation?
I mean, eventually he's probably gonna lose wrestling.
Yeah.
Do you think so? What do you think?
I think that's his downfall when she breaks up. He lost his virginity, right?
I didn't ask him.
That's probably like throwing a hot dog in the hole.
Was that real? You showed up with your pictures?
I showed her on my OnlyFans picture, yeah. She spit on me.
W Vitale, what
Yeah.
the fuck?
It's crazy.
That's actually funny as fuck.
That's
I saw that
She
shit.
made
I
it. I didn't expect this reaction. I thought it was gonna be this easy troll. That was nothing.
You said, say sorry to Vitale.
Yeah, that was actually hilarious.
Yeah,
That was actually really funny.
Wow.
That shit was blurred out, man.
Yeah,
It had to be.
yeah. Like you pulled pictures from all the internet.
No, I don't want anything.
Oh, wow.
I was disappointed that you folded though. You had the opportunity. I was like, why would you? Why would you change
The
your
whole
mind?
internet once are gone, so we don't like her out.
Yeah. But do you think Neon deserves? Well, do you think he would ever get a second chance? You're saying that that's going to be his downfall. Do you think that he can have a comeback? I want him to.
Sure, but I don't know what he's known for. He's just screaming at everybody.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
I could only imagine Neon's reaction seeing those photos. He must be like, okay, autograph? Like, what the?
I think he thought it was funny, and then I think
His face changed.
I
She went crazy.
Yeah,
I think she got
really
really
a tough guy.
That's crazy. Okay,
All right.
how about you?
Craziest thing he did.
Yeah.
To be frank with you, I haven't really done anything crazy. I'm very inquisitive, so I just want to know why. Because I understand, I guess, biology, human sexuality. So I was just curious. I'm like, okay, why? That's it. I don't let it affect me.
Usually a person that's so quiet and
Yeah.
calm, when they get upset, they go crazy.
I'm very calm and collective, and I know myself, and I know how to like, emotionally regulate myself and self-soothe. So I don't let people, places, or things affect me. There's things you could control, and there's things you can't. So I choose to only stress about things I could control.
So if you choose on you, you're cool with it.
Not that I'm cool with it, but I would want to understand why. And then,
Yeah, he was horny.
warning, I guess. I mean, it's happened to me twice. I mean, I've been in a relationship where I've been cheated on. It was hard for me to understand. But then I just try to understand from the male's perspective, and watching Fresh and Fit, to be honest with you, I learned a lot watching this podcast.
Oh, wow.
To understand that men and women are not the same doesn't mean that they don't love you. It's just they're more not animalistic. It's just a different mindset. You know, we're not hardwired the same.
Yeah. Does anyone here agree with that sentiment?
Actually, I have a question, like, for the guys. Like, what is a guy's perspective on what makes a guy cheat? Like, what does a guy think from the other point of view on cheating? Like, what makes
Let's change the word from cheating to exercise options. What do you think, Steve?
About cheating?
Yeah.
I think cheating's wrong. I think if you want to have multiple women, you should be upfront and honest about that. Lying to anybody is not right.
Tell me.
I used to hate cheaters, and I became one of them. So I cheated once. Well, I only had 2 girlfriends, but yeah, I fucked up, and I still live with that pain 5 years later, and I would never do it again. But I should have talked because she was cool to have with other girls. But when a girl texts you, "I want you to rail the shit out of me," exact words. Yeah, I fucked up. So I'll never do it again.
You think that you were influenced by?
Because I don't like liars. I fucking hate liars, and I became one of them. I had to live with it for a month until she found out, and I fucked up, and I paid the price, and I chose money over love, which was my regret.
Damn.
So, yeah.
You think you would have done that if you were sober?
No, that was definitely Adderall. I was taking 300-400 milligrams of Adderall a day.
Every day?
Every day.
300-400?
4 bangs, 400. Yeah, I was living.
Bang energy too?
Yeah, fucking 3 coffees. I don't know. Yeah.
How are you alive?
I don't know. I had 180 pills in 30 days of Adderall, 30 milligrams.
What the?
I would have to call drug dealer after that. Nothing to be proud of, but it's crazy.
Did you sleep?
Yeah, I could say it's the level. Yeah.
Every day.
Every day. Like, I'm telling you, 300, 250, 300.
And completely clean. Like you didn't have a
In my bank account, no. My bank account went up. And then when you take it for so long, you just become, I don't know, I should take a Shakespeare and say you become lonely and you're always just afraid of people. I wouldn't go outside. I'll be re-editing the same video for a week, making it perfect. Yeah.
Like analyzing the brightness or something like stupid shit.
One time I was editing an off video and girl came over and I was like, can you help me color correct my pop? That's good.
Okay. That is different.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's your question regarding men and women. I think for most men, if they love a girl, they can still fuck other girls and still love their main girl. If you're a girl yourself, liking a guy, you don't want to fuck other guys, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of different how men think and women think. And ultimately speaking, we both want a love for each other, but we just love differently. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, because like I was always like, do you even feel bad like while you do it? Because like hearing what you said, like you regretted it. So like I'm assuming like most guys they feel like the shame or regret, but like during the act, like do you ever just like think in the moment like you feel bad for her?
I think we feel bad for the girl, but it's like taking an action, like taking a piss. It's not that serious to us.
Yeah.
So that's why.
So it's like a disconnect. You don't see sex
But
the
do you
same way.
think, ladies, do you think you're gonna have a guy for the rest of your life that's not gonna cheat on you? You think you're gonna be done?
No. Yeah, being realistic. We're all human here.
Would you be in an open relationship?
That's a tricky one because I've never been in that situation. Maybe let's say you're with a person for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
And he makes a mistake or he does it. You have to be realistic and you can't just have unrealistic expectations on a man.
Yeah.
But I believe that the people that could do that are in open relations and they understand each other. No one has to understand the relation with them. But it's a hard one. I haven't been in that.
It's 2024, yeah. It's not 1700s anymore.
I'm gonna be honest, you're never gonna find that.
Yeah.
Find one.
Like after yeah, absolutely not. You're never gonna ever have
I think she cares.
I really don't actually.
Well,
get
if we date, I'll let you fuck other guys. That's fine.
kids.
No.
Quick announcement, guys, by the way. Guys, the Crypto Mindset course is live right now, guys. Go ahead and get in there, man. You're going to get 15 calls live. It's going to be over 3 weeks, 5 pre-recorded calls. It's from February 9th to February 23rd. The course closes this Tuesday, and got some special for y'all. You can get a 15% discount. Email Charlie@cultivatecrypto.com. Again, email him at Charlie@cultivatecrypto.com. Type in Friendship Fit discount, pay in crypto, either Ethereum or Bitcoin. You get 15% off. So, you get a little bit of a coin off. So, guys, get in there, man. You want to make some money. Crypto's up right now. If you guys have listened to us back in September, you'll be doubled your money. So don't miss out between now. Guys, get in there. You're going to basically hold your hand throughout the process. Zoom calls, live, answering questions, looking at charts. If you guys watched the show that we did earlier, these guys really know what the fuck they're doing. Made multiple millionaires. It's only $1,000, and trust me, you'll make that money back within a few days.
And again, this was last show to buy crypto. And some of you guys said it was a scam, whatever. If you had bought crypto, you'd have been way up on money.
If you bought Ethereum or Bitcoin, y'all would have been way up, double your money. So go ahead and get in there, guys. Link is in the chat. And top of the description, go ahead and get in there. And for all the brokies that are calling it a scam, whatever. All right. Because y'all niggas said that dumb shit last time, and then look at Ethereum and Bitcoin now.
It's all the way up.
It's literally almost doubled. So, because we told you to buy when Ethereum was 1,400, now it's 23. Cool. So back to the show.
Yeah.
Chats, or did anyone else have a question or anything?
Can I ask a question?
Please, go ahead.
This is like a backtrack, but what made you want to take 60 grams of mushrooms, and how was that experience?
Oh, that was COVID. I was thinking at a time when I mentioned probably more. On the water in Miami, I had everything, and it was COVID. Everybody was scared to come over my house. So I started taking 10 grams of mushrooms, going on my jet ski, listening to Skrillex, pretty fun time. And waves, thunderstorms, and then my friends from LA flew in for production, and they're like, "Oh, looks like you've been having so much fun. Let's take some mushrooms." I was like, "Okay, then get my dosage," and I took 60 grams. And yeah, I probably wouldn't wish that feeling upon my worst enemy. That was one of the worst trips. If I had a gun, I would have shot myself for sure. I was looking around to hurt myself. Yeah, it was fucking nuts.
That's crazy.
Is it like everything just distorted? Like,
oh no, I saw people helicopters above my house, pointing guns at me.
Please don't do it. You seem kind of interested. Don't do it.
No, I would never do like 60 grams of mushrooms.
Don't do 10. Do the 20. Don't do any. What the fuck? Just don't do it.
That was crazy.
All right. Anyone else have anything, or I'll go back to the chat. We got here sick first stream loading screen. Who are all the ladies featured in the loading screen?
It's random.
What else we got here? Not in Burger. I was 1 minute into the pod. All I heard was color black. Okay. Jeff goes, no, Yomar, it sounds like you have officially Frank House, the man himself, Batman out of your soul. Glad your voice is back in action. Don Marco, question for the ladies. Have you ever rejected friend zoned a guy and then regretted it later? If so, why? Not a bad question, actually. Have you ever friend zoned a guy or rejected him and then regretted it later?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Not counting that. You can think of one guy that you're like, damn, you want to be.
I friend zoned a guy who was like, I was like, I'm sorry. I like friend zoned a guy that I was like friends with, and I don't regret like friend zoning him. It was just kind of like you're losing like a good friend, like when you do. But like obviously he didn't see it that way, but like
So not sexual, just like platonic, just friends.
yeah, like in that way.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused. So you friend zoned him
Yeah,
and then he stopped fucking with you?
yeah. She just stopped talking to me.
Okay, wait, so you guys had something intimate before?
No, like we were just like friends, and then like he told me he liked me, and then I was just like I liked him as a friend.
Okay.
So you weren't friends. You wanted more.
Yeah,
But you made it friends.
How long had you guys known each other until you guys had that conversation?
I think 3 years, but like
Okay.
I always saw like in a friend way.
Okay, so he finally came out 3 years later.
Yeah.
And then once you told him I don't see you that way, he stopped talking to you.
Yeah.
You think he made a mistake by doing that?
He did or me?
Him.
No, because he was protecting his own feelings. So like I guess like
I think he was protecting his own time.
yeah, basically.
Isn't that crazy? 3 years, bro. Waiting for a chance.
Why should never, yeah.
Wow.
Guys are stupid. They put themselves in a friend zone. Would you ever let a girl, like a guy friend zone you? Well, actually, you know what? Let me make it better. Let's say you had a guy, right, and he only called you for sex. It's a video. Never took you out, never wanted to be out in public with you, etc. Would you keep talking with him?
No, I would not talk to him.
That's exactly how men feel in friend zone.
But like see that's
Hold on. Like that's the same exact concept. Like that. See how you immediately said, "Fuck no, I'm not stupid."
Yeah.
Again, but guys are dumb enough to give away free attention. Girls are not dumb enough to give away free sex. Girls always get something in return, typically, or want something in return.
Yeah.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
She doesn't care at all.
Yeah, she doesn't care.
Get it back to
See, that right there proves why. Remember how I said women lack empathy? Yeah, no. But you guys just saw it to the No, you have sympathy.
No, I'm
like, oh,
empathy.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Faggot. Poor guy. Fuck them niggas. Yeah, bitch. I see in my crowd. What about you? Have you ever regretted friend zoning a guy or rejecting him?
Kind of. I don't know. I mean, I had like a friend group in high school where I was like dating one guy, and then there was like 2 other guys that I was like really close friends with, and I didn't know that the one guy like had feelings for me, but he was really close with the guy that I was dating, and then we ended up breaking up, and you know he gave me the whole "I love you" speech thing, and I was like a little taken back by it or whatever, and he. But I just felt bad because like we were really close friends. So ultimately, like I wish that like we could have just stayed friends, but.
So same thing as her almost.
Kind of.
He confessed his love for you, and he left after.
Well, yeah, it was just kind of like I didn't want to break the friendship thing, and then I don't know. We were really young too, so it was like complicated. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing anyway. Not that like
if you saw him right now, would you give him a chance?
No. But I mean, I wish that we could have that friendship back, you know?
Friendship.
But yeah, the question is, regretted. It was a lot.
I regret it because it ruined our friendship. That's what I mean.
It wasn't a friendship, bro. It wasn't a friendship.
Well, on his part, it wasn't, but I didn't know that for a couple of years.
And it's funny that like girls, you like to live in delusion. You like to live in that lie. It wasn't a friendship.
I guess. I mean,
It doesn't even matter that
it was on my part. It was.
I guess
On his part, I don't think it was.
that's the point. Like you're okay living a lie.
No, I mean, I wouldn't want him to like. I know, like, because I've been in that situation where like I had feelings for somebody and they didn't like me, and like you don't want to like live in that cycle of like. I don't know, it's painful. Like when you have a crush on somebody and they don't like you, you don't want to live in that. So I get it. But, like,
I have a question. Vitaly, what is it like? You've been in the content game for a long time. Do you think it's possible to date another content creator?
It depends.
On what?
That's a good question.
Because it's very complicated. Like most of it's all publicized. You know, you have like people are invested in your relationship. You hear points of view and comments all the time. Do you think it's possible to have a relationship where that's that public? Does it work at all? Or could you only date a girl that's completely private and barely like just a private Instagram?
I would like private. Yeah, I would like private, but like my ex, like she streaked the game for me, remember?
She did, yeah.
She got
Yeah.
400 followers on Instagram.
Yeah.
And then TikTok came out saying like there's only one star in the show, and that was me. So I get chills.
So she got mad.
Yeah. So
Did that change after she went viral?
I don't know. That's when the spiral went down. I don't know.
Was that the blonde girl?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I would prefer a girlfriend that has no Instagram.
Same. You understand?
100%, bro.
Same way.
I don't think girls like get it, like, bro, like, we don't give a fuck about a woman having clout. Like, I controversial take. I don't think guys should date streamers or girls. No offense, content creators, any of that shit. Like any type of profession where the girl has to put herself out there to network or build herself up is not in your benefit as a man at all, because it puts her in compromising situations and it compromises the relationship.
Sorry, what about guys that do OnlyFans and do all of that? What about us for the girls? Like
Men acquiring status is not the same as women acquiring status.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. You were with a Brokey rapper, weren't you?
Oh, good. Oh, shots fired.
So women respond favorably to status. We don't need status to be with a girl. This girl's a hostess. Nobody, no offense. But her and Sneaker had talked, right? Like, men don't give a shit about a woman's status at all. And I'm using examples at the table just to really draw it home that a woman with status only hurts you as a man. But a man with status only propels you as a woman.
I feel like that would be like more for like an insecure man.
Really?
Insecure. Here we go.
I
mean, you're 31 and so.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Who's more insecure? The man that tells you the truth and says what it is, or the man that's scared to tell you the truth because he'll leave? Who's more secure?
No, I mean, I feel like if the man knows that he has his girl, like, then that's, you know what I mean? Like, content creation is not really like real. Like, most of it is like, you know, mostly like OnlyFans is so fake. It's just a show. You know, it's like modeling. So if he understands that that's like a fake world, it's like a little
You didn't answer the
persona.
question. Who's more secure? The person who's honest to tell his woman what it really is, or the man that's scared of her response?
You got this. Come on, Carl.
She knows the answer. She doesn't want to answer it.
Yeah, she.
I don't
It's
know.
not put her in a precarious
I don't
situation.
think she understands the question. Let me ask you, do you think it's insecure if I'm dating you and I told you to cover up your titties? Does that make me insecure? I'm
Well, it
insecure.
makes you controlling.
Oh,
Okay.
Because now you want to control the situation and how I look and what.
Right. Is that rooted in insecurity?
Yeah. I feel like that's like wherever you come from, you know, like your perspective of the
Well, let's
world.
say I don't feel good about it and I don't tell you anything at all. That's holding inside. Like insecurity?
I mean, I feel like there's confident men that know that like if a woman is making her money online, like that's, you know, like there's two kind of men. So there's like a man that's okay with a woman making more than him, and then there's one that's like insecure about it.
But I'm hiding my emotions to make you feel better. Just telling you the truth.
Oh, I mean, yeah, if you don't like it, then yeah, that's fine. You know, you should say something, but
Okay, in a relationship, what do you think is supposed to be, the man or the woman?
I think both.
How does that?
But more the guy, I feel like the men is like more to lead like the way. Like we want a masculine energy.
Okay.
Like I hate men
Would
that
it
are like
be fair to say that?
tomboy.
Okay, so you want a male masculine energy. Would you agree that a masculine man protects his woman?
Well, yeah, I hope so.
Okay.
If not,
Would it
then
be fair to say that it's his job to protect the woman?
yeah. I mean, I feel like my ex actually was a little bit more on the feminine side.
Okay, so wouldn't
So
a
I
part of
was the one that was taking care.
wouldn't a part of protecting a woman be protecting herself sometimes? Protecting her from herself?
Wait, can you say that again?
Okay, wouldn't a part of a man protecting a woman be protecting her from herself at times?
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that women have natural proclivities that hurt the relationship at times and you have to protect that innocence?
I mean, yes, I feel like as a partner, like you want the other person to grow, so you have to be honest. But like, you know,
There's a saying, a woman without instruction is headed for destruction. And I think a bunch of different religions and societies have always put men in the leadership role because women inherently do stupid shit when they don't have male leadership. And I think a man telling the girl, hey, don't dress provocatively, etc., just protects her from certain elements. when you dress a certain way or you put yourself out in a certain light, people don't respect you.
Well, I feel like nowadays,
You
like
feel or you think?
okay, I think that nowadays, like women are educated more and like we know what's up, like so we can actually provide for ourselves and like we know more. Like back in the days, it's like women didn't know.
So if you know more, men are gonna objectify you when you dress a certain way. Why would you?
Level 9 Clippers up. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Bro Debates. Shout out to RPC. Shout out to Deion Reed. Good D by the Clippers. In the half court, Kawhi Leonard. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Uh, 13-11. Denver up in a timeout right now.
She tells me like, hey, you have to get off the flight. And I
In the half court, Powell bringing the ball to the court. Powell, Batum. So hard. Looking around. Tie game. Kawhi Leonard with the finish. Great finish by Kawhi. It's tie game. 13 up. 15-13. Denver up. Nice cut by Porter. Harden has not taken a shot in the first quarter. Batum to Zubac. Zubac back to Powell. Powell to Zubac. Kawhi gets fouled. It's tie game. 15 all. Harden is not taking one shot in the half court. Murray. Harden with the ball in his hands. Great help by Kawhi. And back-to-back missed threes by the Nuggets. Kawhi Leonard to Batum. Batum's cash. 18-15. 18-17. Bad D by the Clippers. Nineteen 18. 19-18. No D by the Clippers. Clippers down one. Kawhi is fouled. Harden with a bad pass. Bogdanovich saves him, stops, pops, and throws it in. 2019 game. And the Clippers are up by 1. 2019 ball game in the half court. Jamal Murray. 1-on-1 Murray off the screen. Dunn plays great D, hangs with him. Gives up the switch. Harden breaks it up the pass. Harden throws it ahead. Dunn. Pump fake. Stops, pops, and misses. And the Clippers can't catch a break. And the Watson back to Russ. Jokic with the miss. Dunn with the rebound. Back to Harden. And the Clippers up by 1. 2019 ball game. Harden is yet to shoot. Harden draws a foul. And Harden will get 2 free throws. LA 24, that's cap. LA 24, that's cap. Lucas staying in LA. Harden makes both free throws. 22-19 ball game. Clippers up by 3 in the half court. Murray looks around, throws it back to Joker. Dunn almost forced a turnover. Zubac missed it, got it back, throws it back. Dunn. Batum fakes the pass back to Harden. Harden got it. Harden is looking around. And Harden's taking 1 shot in this first quarter. Harden dribbling. Harden step back. To Jokic. Jokic for 3. Bad shot by Joker. Zubac to Harden. Harden's taking 1 shot. 2 shots. 2 shots. Harden back to Bogdanovich. Stops, pops, and is good. 24-19. Murray to Jokic. 24-21. Bad Dito getting that cut. Harden to Bogdanovich. Zubac, 26-21. Good layup. Russ. Up the court. Russ. And Batum blocks Russ. Why would he stay in LA? Why would he stay? If he does, he better request to fire it. Ready to get rid of LeBron. LeBron might stay another year. Redick gotta go though. I think Redick should be gone. Redick should be gone for sure. Luka's gotta go hire a real coach. Luka, I think if you throw enough money at him, he'll stay. I think Luka will stay, bro. Luka only left the Mavericks because they traded him away. Luka was traded from the Mavericks. I think he'll stay in LA. As long as LA wants him, he'll stay. Luka does bring a lot of money to LA, brings fans, ticket sales. I think they're going to pay him whatever he wants, and I believe firmly he'll stay in Los Angeles Lakers. As long as they don't trade him away, I don't see Luka just like, oh, I'm going over here. I just don't see it. Luka don't care where he play. As long as he getting paid, you know what I'm saying, making his money, he happy. I don't see him going nowhere. The man said he was out of shape, but he only got left because when the man said he was out of shape, he only left because he was traded. I don't see Luka going nowhere. I see him a Laker long term, especially if they pay him like they supposed to. I'm a Lakers fan. LA tickets will always sell. LeBron or no Bron, Luka or no Luka. No, you're missing the point. It's easier to raise the tickets up when you have at least one or two superstars. It's better when you have two superstars. LeBron James is going to bring tickets by himself. Yes, we understand that. But at the same time, Luka adds a different dimension. Because Luka brings the foreign people around. There's a lot of people that folk Luka. Just like LeBron got fans, so does Luka. Just having Luka and LeBron, you attract so much shit to your house. And on top of that, I also said this in my earlier stream. I said, look, LeBron's getting old. When LeBron retires, Luka Doncic is going to be the guy to carry the franchise when LeBron's gone. So, like I said, man, you know what I mean? Luka gonna be on the Lakers, bro. Luka is the future of the Lakers, and I can see us paying him some hefty money. LeBron brings plenty. There's a lot of people that come to watch LeBron. That's cap. This is how I know you're not a Lakers fan. Look at how you talking. You are not a Lakers fan. This is how I know you. This is how I know you're not a Lakers fan. This is how I know you don't watch basketball. I thought you watched basketball, but I guess not. Tell LeBron don't bring nobody. That's a retarded statement. Just stop typing. In the half court, Russ. Batum locking up on Murray. Batum, great D. Done rebound. Gordon, offensive foul. Should have called it. Twenty-six, 21. Clippers up. In the half court, Gordon. 26, 23. 26, 25. Clippers up one. Murray. Murray dribbling. And Russ hits a three. Harden with the ball. Harden with a lazy pass. 28-23. And that was a lazy pass by Harden. Lazy. Harden once again. Bogdanovic shoots it uncharacteristically. Misses badly. Russ to Murray. Kawhi not. Oh, Murray saves it. Tie game 28 all. Kawhi 2 free throws. Tie game. Russ in the half court. Russ draws a foul. And Russ for 2 free throws. Makes the first. Butter. Russ 1 for 2. Denver up by 1. 29-28. In the half court. Harden. Dribbling. Harden to Powell. Powell to Kawhi. Kawhi back to Zubac. And Zubac with a terrible turnover. $31-28. That pass by Harden looked deflected. And then Russ came and stole it. But I feel like Harden's not aggressive enough. I've only seen him take maybe 2-3 shots. Not enough shots from James Harden in his first half. Like I told people, James Harden disappears when it matters most. This is what James Harden does. And this is why I say the Clippers are going to get eliminated. Because Kawhi going to be Kawhi. But who else outside of Kawhi and Powell, who going to show up? Is Norman Powell gonna step up? Is Bogdanovich? Because the Harden not gonna show up. The Clippers are not winning this game. I'm telling you, they do this shit all the fucking time, bro. Game 7 is not their day, bro. Too many ill-advised turnovers, bad shot selection, not enough aggressiveness to the hole, the unwillingness to play defense and be consistent about it is a problem. Not rebounding enough. You let Gordon just do what he want. Like, come on, man. You gotta want that shit, man. It's gotta be in your chest. You gotta want to play hard. You gotta want it, man. You got done going up for weak ass layups, getting blocked by Gordon, hard weak ass turnover. And if you're done, you're supposed to go up and dunk that motherfucker. Try to. You going up for weak ass layup on Gordon? No, if I see Gordon at the basket, Gordon is a high flyer. Gordon is a high flying dude. So I ain't about to go up for no layup. I'm going up for the dunk. I'm going up. I'm looking to dunk on his ass. So now if he jump, he gotta foul me. Period. You going up for weak ass layup? Your shit swatted up out of there. Harden, he driving to the paint. He looking scared. Throwing it all. Pass. Zubac. You too big to be making all those damn moves at the basket. You had small niggas checking you. You trying to do a fucking spin move and get the ball stripped. No, get that motherfucker go straight up. If I got the height advantage, no need to do all that fucking dribble. No need for that. No need for the extracurricular. Get it, go up strong. Let him foul you. You get the ball, you want to take extra steps, extra moves. Like, bruh, there's a time to make a move and there's a time to go straight up. Zubac got to understand when to go up and when to make the extra move. Just doing too much. Salute to Paul Gasol. Zubac cuts the lead to 1. Zubac, terrible defense. 34-30. And the Nuggets are going to challenge. Oh! Clippers down by 7. Denver up 7, 37-30. In the half court, Batum, Kawhi for 3. It's cash. 37-33. I got the Nuggets. I got the Nuggets winning this game. Zubac's rebound. I got the Nuggets winning. $39-33. Clippers easy ball. They going home tonight. Harden to Kawhi. $39-35. Kawhi hits the free throw. 39-36. Harden. 42-36. $42-38. Jokic missed the free throw. 44-38. Denver up. And Harden with another careless pass. And Powell foul. Kawhi with the ball in his hands. Harden cash. 46-41. The ref bows out the Nuggets. Harden looking around. Harden dribbling to a turnover. Powell saves him. Powell goes up, knocks it down. 46-43. Forty-eight, 43. 48-43. Denver up. And Harden's playing for fouls to the buckets. Fifty 43. Club Denver up. And the referees call another soft foul. And that's two soft fouls they called on Kawhi. That's two of them. Denver up by 10, 53-43. Fifty-three 45. 53-45. Brown travels. Ref doesn't call it. Denver back up by 10, 55-45. Harden and Zubas with a weak attempt. $57-45. Denver up. $57-47. Right, Mrs. One. Oh.
Hello? Hello? Yes, come on. Up you go, little princess. Is that everything? As far as I can tell. Good. Is this boat is leaving the dock in 2 minutes?
Olivia, honey, please don't jump on the bed. This camper is old. I don't want to break Grandpa's new toy. This isn't new. Well, it's new to Grandpa.
Steve, where's your brother? We gotta get on the road.
Honey, please don't start. You promised.
You promised. Really, Jay? This is a real piece of shit, Dad. How are you? Nothing. Come here. Nothing. Come on. Sorry. About the shit on my lawn. Sorry about that. No worries. Nice RV. Have a good day, Carl.
Hey, excuse me. I'm looking for my son. He's 13, brown hair. He was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt, riding his bike. He just couldn't come home last night. Did you see him?
Gosh, no, I haven't. I'll keep an eye out.
Okay, thank you.
Come on, Daddy, get here. God, you sound like you're she's just looking for her son. I guess she didn't come home last night.
She finds him.
Yeah.
So should I whip these horses to get this coach rolling?
I don't know, Pop doesn't start. Jay, come on.
This whole mare has a few years left in her.
Yeah, but doesn't start.
It's a fair question.
Thanks for doing this. Well, I love this for us. Yeah. As you would have.
Honey, can you please turn the air conditioner on?
It's on, check them in.
Yeah, it's just blowing hot air.
It's not cold up here either. I know you guys are too young to remember this, but back in my day, we used to open the window to get fresh air. Well, it's strange it won't open. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I'm curious. Next Tuesday after your road trip on Moses to Jesus to the Grand Canyon. How'd you get fresh air if you couldn't get the windows open? Hey, check the ones back there.
This one won't budge. Can you try that one?
Seems like blue shot. I doubt it's been open in years. What?
Put them likes up, y'all. Hit the subscribe button, man.
Honey, keep your fanny on the seat. No better. Honey, keep your fanny on that seat.
What happened?
Okay, honey, you just gotta be more careful next time, okay?
Ketchup?
Hey, how about we go to the room and watch a little TV?
I'm sorry, man. The TV's broken.
You should keep your fingers inside of you a little bit.
You know what? You wanna go see a ballet store? I think Bentley wants to play. Yeah, and then I'll finish your lunch. Right. I'll see you Bentley.
All right, everybody, we're about 30 minutes away from our first stop. What's that? Cave paintings. Some going back to our prehistoric times. Amazing, can't wait. I thought it might be nice to see some of our history. Sorry if it's not cool enough for you, Jake.
Sounds pretty cool to me.
Yeah, I think we all like to see that. Hey, Jake, can you give me a hand with something? Yeah, why not?
Make sure you finish your carrots, okay? That's it.
Hey, Olivia, guess what?
What?
Inside the cave, they found some animal bones belonging to a Shasta ground sloth.
What's that?
It's like a big, white, fluffy bear that has a long neck and a tail and it smiles all the time. I don't care, Jake. Do that in the comments. What comments? Huh? Look, I didn't want to be here. We can pretend to try not to some intent. But maybe you can do a better job. Forget. What the fuck did you do for us?
Guys,
Look, Jay. We've all been through a lot this last year. I know you're hurt. I miss you too. I can't help but think this is Dad's way of trying to put the three of us back together. I can't do it for Dad. Do it for me.
Guys, sorry to interrupt, but we can't stop it.
Stop it. Dad, why are you stopping? There's a car up ahead that's pulled up on the side of the road. Looks like they might need some help. I want to see if they need anything, all right? Who's they? There's no one around. Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Hey, fellas, if it was us, I'd really appreciate if somebody stopped me out, huh? Come on. Whatever. Like yourself. I don't know what the hell he thinks he's gonna do. Dad doesn't know shit about cars.
Steve does.
Since when? There's no one around, Dad. Maybe somebody came by and picked him up already. Well, I still think we should have a look, Steve. Come on. Steve, come here.
Oh my god.
Take it easy. We just stopped to help. Hey, you okay?
Yeah.
Hey, I apologize. We just saw your truck on the side of the road. Thought maybe we could lend a hand.
Well, then thank you, I guess.
My name's Charlie. This is my son, Steve.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry. I'm Mark. It's my sister's name. So what seems to be the problem? Oh, dude, you look like the wrong guy. Sam's a mechanic in the family. I just have to do looks.
I think we blew a head gasket, but I'm not gonna notice when I get into a shop.
Yeah, we tried calling the tow truck earlier, but we can't get a signal out here. You're honestly the first people we've seen in the last few hours. Didn't help that. Well, look, if you don't mind, I mean, grab what you need and lock it up, leave it here. We'll be happy to drop you off next town. You can find a service station or mechanic that can help you. As long as you don't mind making a little bit of a side trip, we're on our way to see some cave paintings as part of our family trip. Yeah.
You sure your family doesn't mind?
This time can't be far. Stop off and get what we need to go, okay? Come on. Nice to meet you.
You guys doing okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
Everybody hold on, this is our turn. Should be a map in the glove box. Is that it? Yeah. Should this right turn off? We've been driving 5 hours now. You know how much? Does that say 6N27? No, 6NL27. It does. Bingo. That's the one, baby. That's what we've been looking for. We're only 10 or 15 minutes away. Everybody ready? Let's do it. Here we go.
You know, I just want to say I really appreciate you guys doing this.
Well, you're welcome.
Actually, really looking forward to seeing you skate next.
Here too. Hey, Dad, you said 15 minutes, 30 minutes ago. I know. It should be right up ahead. We're way behind us by now.
Since it's 5 miles from the highway, Dad.
Yeah, but listen, I've only been driving 10 or 15 miles an hour with all these bumps and rocks.
Yeah, it's over 30 minutes. Do the math. You passed them.
He's right. Need to turn around. Dad, why are you speeding up? I don't know. I'm not doing it.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You don't just give an extra hand. You give your whole heart because it feels.
Not gonna get reception, we're too far out.
What are we supposed to do? There's a dead man and we're stuck in the middle of nowhere. Shit. Mommy. I'm sorry, baby.
Try turning the engine on. Something blew just before the crash.
Mommy. Hold on.
We're gonna be out here for days or weeks before anyone comes by. This place is exactly a tourist trap.
Mommy. What? Honey, I am sorry. What's wrong? He's gone.
I think Bentley just went out for a little walk. We should be back by soon.
Promise.
Oh, I promise. Yeah.
Closest town is 45 miles out.
Nobody can make that walk in this heat deck.
Oh.
What about the highway? Am I the only one thinking about the dead guy?
I told him something was wrong. I told him. Don't touch me. You killed him. You did this. You and your goddamn kid. Grab a water.
Grab a couple. You okay? Hey.
Olivia, can you please go see what Grandpa's doing?
You okay? Look at me. What's wrong?
Get us out of here because I want to go home.
What happened?
What happened? Are you joking? We crashed. We're stranded in the middle of nowhere. Not to mention the man just died in front of our daughter. Look at these.
What are these?
Your daughter just threw them. I'm telling you, there's something going on in there.
You think I let her back and watch me, Larry? I wish to God she had, but I can't change that. I'm not a mechanic. I don't know shit about him. Just if they would tell me what the hell you want me to do.
Be here now. It's your time to keep the family safe.
You don't think I know that?
I don't know. I know you don't have all the answers, but I trust that you'll figure this out.
Yeah, I do. Need you to pop them.
What do you think?
I don't know. I can't tell. See if it'll start.
Don't do it. Oh fuck! Don't turn that car on. Don't do it.
You think you can fix it?
I don't know. I'll hold to it for 2 seconds. Why don't you give me some room?
Sorry, I'm just trying to help.
So far, you're helpful.
Come on, Dad. Step up. Fuck.
You pump the gas and try again.
The dad is useless in this movie. Fuck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get out the way, Dad. Get out the way. Ooh. Boy, this is getting spooky. He might not come out there alive. And the dad's gonna stand right there. What the fuck? Move your fucking hand. Oh my god. The dad is stupid. Oh my fucking god. Get your hand out of there. Oh my god. The dad is stupid. Move your fucking hand. Oh my god. Dumbass.
Get the engine. Oh my gosh, I'll get some towels.
Your fucking arm is gone. Straight dumbass. Oh my god. Ooh, his hand is bleeding.
You hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Alright.
Damn, why you put your hand in there like that?
What you
Oh
watching?
my god. Ooh. Why he didn't move his fucking hand? Bro, these people these oh, just so stupid.
You watching Final Destination?
Oh, you way off. You
Uh,
nowhere near.
Texas
You way
Chainsaw
off.
Massacre?
No.
Uh,
You way off. You might not guess it at all.
fucking Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers.
Oh, you getting farther away.
What
Oh,
the fuck
you
you
get
watching there, nigga?
you just get farther away. Woo, woo. And the way he put his hand in there and got that shit chopped. Oof. Damn.
Stop saying that. Who's getting upset? Who's getting the engine like me?
And this movie got me spooked. So basically, for people who don't know what Goat Mike is watching, this movie is super ancient. This movie is actually before my time. Been on for a long time. So basically, they bought this van. His family bought this van. This van is haunted. Now, how the van got haunted? there was a serial killer that owned the van. A boy drove by the van. The door popped open. The boy got curious. The boy got killed in the van. Now the boy ended up like the boy and the serial killer basically killed each other in the van. They vanished in thin air. So the van went up for sale. The family bought the van. The van was haunted, so they drove out in the desert. They out in the desert in this van. The van starts to do random shit like the window closing by itself, certain shit opening and closing by itself. They think, oh, it's no big deal. So the van, they were trying to they were driving at a pretty good pace. The van just out of nowhere just speeds up. And so the dad's trying to hit the gas. He's trying to slow it down. But the van won't slow down because the people that died in the van, their spirit is running the van. But nobody knows.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yes, so it keeps going on. So they ended up coming to a stop. So the dad was like, okay, let me pop the hood. Dad pops the hood. He's got his hand inside the thing trying to fix the one of the wires inside the van. Right? So the ghost turns the van on. When I say chopped his hand, he didn't chop his arm off, but it got cut pretty bad. Really bad. Like deep cuts all through his arm. So he bleeding. So this is just the beginning of it. This is not even like there's still a lot more of the movie to watch. I feel like now based off of the comments that I read in this movie, I think everybody ends up dying one by one. But the ghost of this van is gonna kill them all one by one. So it just slowly getting into it right now. Matter of fact, I'm wrong. The ghost already killed one person. They made so the dude was sitting down and he was holding on to the van trying to stay still while it was rocking fast. And so the ghost made his head hit one of the knives and the knife stabbed him and killed him. So the ghost really already killed one of them. But everybody thinks, oh, the accident caused him to die. No. The ghost made his head go a certain direction and hit that knife because the knife was inside of a drawer. And this drawer the drawer that I saw is a drawer that has a lock to it. So the drawer was locked. Shit. The ghost turned the lock on the drawer, opened the drawer, knife hit the man and killed him. So there's only one dude down. The dad, he just got his shit chopped up. Now, in this movie, everybody dies. Based off the comments, they say everybody dies in this movie. Now, I haven't watched all of it. I'm just in the first 20 minutes or so of it. But everybody dies in this movie, based on what everybody's saying. I think everybody is gonna die one by one. But it's a ghost that's doing the killing. So when you fight against a ghost, you really can't beat a ghost because you can't, like, you can swing, you can do this, do that. You can't see it. It's there, but you can't see it. You can, and this ghost. The sad part about it is, this ghost shows its face, but as soon as you swing at it, it disappears, and it ends up behind you, or on the side of you, all kind of shit. It's crazy. So the two ghosts kill us. I don't even know. I just know it's old because of the way it looks. It's like it's got that gray blackish look. It's a horror movie, but it's a gray blackish. It looks old. Like, if you look, it looks old, like ancient old.
Like 40s, 50s.
This looks like it's probably mid to early 50s. Might be 40s because it's old, like black and gray. It's super old, if you know what I mean. So it's definitely before a lot of people's time. Especially this, like, if this generation, you ask them to watch this shit, they be looking at you like you fucking crazy. It's a really good movie, but it's black and gray and it's old.
I like old shit. Like a lot of shit that people call cringe. Like, I'll be looking at it. Like music.
Yeah, it's old school, but it's entertaining.
Well, it's classic.
Is it, yeah, it's a classic movie. All the classics to me are the best. You know what I mean? Compared to today's stuff, it's good to go back in time, see some classic shit, man. For real. All this new stuff, I mean, it's good and all, but yeah, but you want to see some classics too. You want to go back in time and see some shit. This movie's a classic. It's super old. Now, this movie, I know the name of it, but I want to see if somebody can guess it. I don't think anybody can guess this movie. It's got 3.7 million views. It's been around for a very long time. Yep. Most movies that I know of, when you got an old van, people driving in the desert on camp vacation. More times than not, that's an old movie. And I say that because of it's the coloring is not super. So our old school coloring. All the characters is old. Now they do have like one kid, I believe, in this movie. There's one kid, but even the kid look old. The dog escaped. The dog said, "Fuck this shit. I'm getting out of here." Dog ramp out the van. Fuck that. The ghost scared the dog up out of there. The dog said, "Nah." Now everybody that's riding this van is at danger.
It's
They
crazy
all gonna
because
go.
it's crazy because some of the like if you look at older movies, it looks like the special effects be better than nowadays. Because nowadays everything is done through a computer, but like that take away the quality. Like back then they used fucking like actual film,
Yeah.
and it looked better. Like if you look at the movies from the '90s, they look better.
Yep. All the effects and how things are played out, it's just totally different, man. I mean, you like Michael Myers and Jason. When you mention those two, right? Michael Myers is scary, but this movie I'm watching, I'll say it's more scarier because it's two ghosts that lives inside the van that's doing the killing.
Yeah, I mean Jason and them, they never really scared me for real.
I mean, Jason only come when you sleep. And Michael Myers, you can see Michael Myers, but if you're fighting a ghost killer, I feel like a ghost killer is the most lethal because you can't make even if you want to fight back, you can't. Like with Michael Myers, you could hit him. With Jason, just don't go to sleep. But when you're fighting a ghost, right, a killer ghost, you can't win that because you can swing all day. You ain't hitting nothing. But then all you gotta do is make one motion, and you fucking grabbing your arm. You're on the ground bleeding out and shit, all kind of shit. Like this shit is crazy.
Hey, you know the shit that
And they
fucked
gonna
me up
teach
when I
you,
was a little kid.
huh?
So you know the shit that fucked me up when I was a little kid.
What's that?
That Don't Look Under the Bed on Disney Channel. That shit.
Well,
That scared the shit out of me. I'm not even gonna lie.
hell, you look on you. I mean, if I found if I found a person underneath my bed, man,
You know
I got a
what I'm
bunch of.
talking about? That black dude.
There's a movie called Under the Bed.
Yeah, Don't Look Under the Bed. It used to be on Disney
Yeah,
Channel.
those some scary movies. Yeah, those some scary movies. Those scary movies got someone underneath the bed. You know what I mean? Under your bed or in your closet. You know what I mean? Because they could be under your bed. You know what I mean? And as soon as you try to get them, it might get you.
And then you seen it? Not the original one, but the
Oh yeah. It's a real scary movie, man. Them clowns, boy, them killer clowns. It's some dangerous motherfuckers. Because the sad part about them, all the movies, is that the person will say, "What do you want from me?" And the clowns make one motion, they just start bleeding out and shit. It should be crazy, bro. You didn't even have a shot against them niggas. I seen some clowns they could disappear in dust and shit. So you really can't win against them. I mean clowns. I mean, I've seen some clown movies too where this one girl she kept hitting this clown over and over and over, right? And the clown just lay on the ground, and she thought she killed the clown. Well, the
how they
clown got
beat
up
it?
and beat the shit out of this lady. I'm like, damn, huh?
Well, it how they beat him was they stopped being scared of him, and that's how they beat him. And he ran away. Yeah.
I mean, I ain't seen no clowns like that where you could just scare them off. But I have seen a lot of clowns where if you beat them and beat them, and you think they dead, they fucking get up and smack shit out your ass. Have you bleeding out and every fucking thing. That's how Michael Myers is. You get hit him, and he gonna be the one getting you. And then top of that, he teleport. Scream. I feel like Scream's the least scariest movie that I've seen. Because all you gotta do is just stay in your house.
Saw.
Now, oh yeah, Saul's crazy. Ain't no escaping that. Ain't no escaping that. Yeah, Saul's yeah, you're not escaping. Only way to escape Saul, you have to not get seen by him. But if you out in the open and he catch you and he wants you, shit. Yep, that too. I would say Freddy's pretty scary too because you can't sleep. But like I said, I'd rather not be able to sleep and have a chance than fight a nigga that's a fucking ghost and I just can't win. I don't got a shot at all. I want to at least have a shot. If I have to go down, let me go down with at least having a chance. A lot of these movies, you don't even have a shot. As soon as you swing, you miss. They swing, you gone. How you like? Fuck.
You watching on Netflix?
I don't watch anything on Netflix to be honest. Netflix has never been intriguing to me. I watch everything off of websites and shit like Deadpool and shit like that. I watch most of my shit off Deadpool. I don't mess with Netflix, but Deadpool, oh yeah. Hey, the base got on the pound. The base, get your ass in here. It's my first day back at work tomorrow, man. I hope my ass is ready. Gotta come in and bring the guys some energy, man. First day back. I've been off the last 7 days. First day back in the building. Hey, hop your ass on here. Get your ass on here, debates. Get your ass on here. I demand we get debates on the panel. Well, yeah, this movie I'm watching, it's pretty spooky. I'm like a ghost killer. Damn. The base said rolling up, coming in 10. And I expect you on here in 10 minutes. I'm about to hit LaFonso. I'm surprised he ain't want to hop on the day. I don't know. Let's see what he talking about. Maybe he sleep. Oh, Celtic fans, he gonna be on a little bit later. He doing a project. Where is Infamous when you need him? I told people the Clippers was going home. I said that. I told people, I said Clippers going home. They didn't believe me, man. I said this shit, bro. January 7, I said it. Kawhi getting old, yeah. But yeah, DJ, man. I feel like as a man, it's tough, man. It's tough on a man, bro. You know what it is, bro. It's tough on a man, man.
Is that why you want to transform into a woman? I mean, that's what you said yesterday.
I didn't say I was gonna do a Bruce Jenner. I didn't say that.
Nah, nigga. We heard you.
I didn't say. You see, DJ, that's what you got to stop doing. I'm not saying that I'm gonna turn to Bruce Jenner. I'm saying if I can go back in the womb and start all over again, I will be the opposite.
You said he's gonna get you some pills. You said
No, hell no.
Get you some surgery.
Hell no. Never.
Like,
that ain't never happened.
We was all here. We heard you.
I would never get surgery. I don't like getting surgery. DJ. Me, I'm not a fan of surgery. I don't like needles. I don't like. Matter of fact, I don't. DJ, you know how you go to some doctor visits and they say, hey, can you lift it? Some doctors have told me, can you lift your shirt up? You know what I mean? Like get a checkup. And then I had one doctor I went to. You know, I don't know if you know this called. You know, doctor where they hook all the things to you, the stickers to you, and they check like your heart rate, all your stuff, and you gotta take your shirt off. But I don't like doing that. I don't like doing that. I don't like taking my shirt off. So you think I want people like I don't like being touched by a doctor. I don't like that. So if I don't like being touched by doctors, I sure don't want to have surgery. The fuck?
I don't like when their hands be cold.
It's not even just that. I don't like doctors touching me. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I just don't. It's discomfort for me. I don't like having to take my shirt off. I got this one thing I had to do, DJ. It's just called scoloscopy, where you skip the tube up your, you know what, to see your insides. I've had to do that shit. You think I want to do that shit too? No. I don't like doing anything where I have to reveal something.
But if Mike, if you was a woman, like they got to get all kind of stuff.
I wouldn't mind doing it then. If I was a woman, I wouldn't care. It'd be total opposite. If I was a woman, I'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna get this shit done. I'm gonna get my $1,000. I'm gonna get it bang.
What?
Yeah, bang. And I ain't gonna complain.
So you think you're just gonna make $1,000 because you're a woman?
Hell yeah. I'll be making thousands. Easy money. She'll fall in my lap. I'm telling you. If I was a woman, man, shit would be way different, boy. I go get, you know what? If I was a woman, I go get surgery then. I ain't even fucking playing. I'm gonna go get a BBL. I'm gonna get a chest done. But I ain't. I see. Look, if I was a woman DJ, see, as a man, I don't like surgery. As a man, as a woman, but I'll do that. I'll do. I'm telling you, I'll be a whole nother person entirely. You wouldn't even recognize me. I'm telling you, if I was a woman, bro, I'd be seeing shit way different, bro. I go get surgery, all kind of shit.
Still gonna have them
I'm gonna have my
cramps.
lipstick on. I'm gonna have my hair done. Man, I ain't gonna be playing around.
You
I'm gonna have
still
my
gonna have them.
nails done at least
You
twice a
still,
week. Huh?
you still gonna have them cramps.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take that shit.
Man, let's slide to a different topic. So, of all the bizarre shit that you done brought up to talk about, this shit right here.
I'm just being real.
Like you just like Lamont be saying, you a shock jock. You just be saying anything to get your views up.
I'm not just saying anything. I'm being totally factual. I'm not. Look, from DJ, you think I'm joking, but I'm not, bro. I'm not even joking. I'm being totally real, bro.
Shit, I'm glad I'm not a woman. I am not.
That's you.
I am not carrying no shit for 9 months.
Everybody's not
And
supposed
then
to. Everybody's not supposed to feel the same way. And I would
and
never get
then
pregnant. If I was a woman, I would never get pregnant.
What's going on,
and
guys? Welcome back to
ask them how painful that is.
I would never get pregnant.
See, you saying all this stuff, and then
I'm being factual.
without even knowing what you're talking about, because you ain't asked no female
I
to
would
make
never. I would never have no baby. If I was a woman, I ain't carrying no babies. Nope. I'm gonna take a plan B, all kind of shit. I ain't fucking playing.
Plus,
I would never have a kid.
I found out that their mood like changes. It fluctuates weekly, depending on like they hormones.
Weekly is wrong. More like hourly. More like it.
Nah,
More like DJ. Here's why I disagree with you. I've been around a lot of women. They mood could change in a blink of an eye. They can go from being happy
you're
to
right. You're
mad to
saying,
sad, just like that.
but I'm saying
Just
like
as
their
fast.
temperament, it changes like weekly, like
No, hell
based
no.
on
Hell
whatever's
no.
happening in
I
their body.
disagree with that. I disagree with
I agree
that.
with what you're saying. Like they can fly off and like at the blink of an eye, but it depends on whatever state they're in. Like if
Man, it don't matter what state they in. That's the problem I have. Like for me, bro, I don't know what women you've been around, but all the ones I've been around, but they can have 4 to 5 different mood swings in the span of 10 minutes. That shit be crazy. I'd be like, damn,
no, you're right though.
just like that. I'm not even joking. All the ones I've been around, whether it's at home with my sisters, whether it's at work, no matter where it is, bro. Everyone I've been around, everyone I've seen, I've talked to, they mood can shift in so many ways quickly. I'd be like, damn, you was just laughing 1 minute and you mad like
Right.
that shit flipped a
Like what
script.
I say, like Damn.
Shit changed fast as fuck. This is why, like I got 6 sisters. I got my granny and all that, bro. Like I love my friends and family, but bro, I stay in my room as much as I can. But the mood swing too fast. That shit can be good 1 minute, bad the next. All it takes is one thing to shift a woman's mood. A man, I feel like with a man, some drastic has to happen. I mean, you know what I'm saying? For him to just shift. I ain't gonna just shift over no small shit.
You just gotta be
He
careful.
gotta be significant.
You gotta watch how you talk around them because you can't see. We can't talk to a female like if a female was on the panel. I can't talk to her like how I talk to you. Cause she'll like
Even you can apply that to real life. Even in real life, if you talk to a woman a certain kind of way in real life, if you really, if you just raise your voice, you the problem automatically. And the sad part about it is, even in my job, BJ, if you raise your voice at a woman, all she gotta do is cry. You know what I'm saying? Or fake cry, and everybody gonna say, "Oh, you're the bully. You're this. You're that. And you're the problem." At that point, that's why I say for me, when it comes to females, period, I just let them run because if I say what I want to say, then I'll be the problem, which is why I try to get away from that. Even at home, I try to get away from that. If my granny sees something I don't like, I try to not go into a. If I know I can't control myself, because some arguments are good, right? Some arguments is peaceful. But if I know I can't control myself with the topic, what happens? Some topics you can have, right, and it's cordial, right? But if I know it's not gonna be cordial, I say, you know what? Let me just remove myself. And that's what you have to do sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta get away from certain things. Now there are some women. There's some women that I've argued with, and it was peaceful. But if I know it's gonna go left, I'm gonna go right. I don't keep myself in the middle of it because she can lie. She can go home and tell her brother, "Oh, you know this guy works at Walmart. Said this that about me." Then I gotta fight the brother for no damn reason. A woman can have you killed, beat up, all kind of shit, jump. This is why I try to stay away from shit, man. And when involving a woman, I try to get away. A woman can say anything about you and get you fucked. So that's why for me, bro, when it comes to, I try to not argue with any women, even if it's good. I try. So sometimes it doesn't work, but I do try to high regard because it's not worth it, bro. She can lie and say you hit her, say you threaten her, all kind of shit. Now you in a bad predicament for no damn reason.
I mean, they not raised how we raised. We raised because when we little kids, like we be throwing shit and be having tantrums and stuff, and then somebody come in and sit us down, sit us the fuck down. You know what I'm saying? But they not raised like that. Like, don't nobody come in,
Yeah.
you know.
The boys is raised different from the girls. Like the boys is raised more tougher. The girls are like, okay, it's all right, it's all good, okay, it's all right. Like growing up, if I got hurt or something happened and I cried about it, shut your bitch ass up, nigga, get up, nigga. But if my sister, something happened to her, it's like, oh, it's gonna be all. So it's just a total different treatment as a whole. It's just totally different. Like it's way different.
I mean,
A male is way different.
they think everything they feel is valid. Like, no, that ain't how life works. Just because you feel something don't mean it's valid. Like,
Yeah.
apply how you feel into reality.
But when a woman gets mad, when a woman gets pissed, reality goes out the door. At that point in time, when you say something that a woman doesn't agree with, you're automatically the bully. What I mean by is you're the bully is that she's gonna start attacking you, hitting you with shit that makes no fucking. Like for example, if me and you, DJ, let's say one of us was one was a man, right? If we're having an argument and it's making sense, right? But I've noticed that when a woman argues, she doesn't make any sense. Like she'll throw things out there that have none, like doesn't make any sense. Like if a woman says, "Go, Mike, you don't brush your teeth," I don't have to go and say, "Oh, you're a bitch." You know what I mean? I can hit you with plain facts, like, "Okay, you say I don't brush my teeth, but my breath smell good." That's a good argument. But you got people that get out of character. They start calling out your name, saying things that's not true at all. You know what I mean? I don't have to lose my character. I can cook you as a female and keep it, respectable. I ain't gotta do all that. I ain't gotta bark and yell and act all crazy. I'm hitting with straight facts. But a woman not gonna do that. When she get mad and she hears something she don't like, well, it's gonna go left field. Fuck it, my way or the highway. And that's why I say, as a man, you gotta conduct yourself a certain kind of way. Because if you don't,
You do.
shit, you gotta know how to conduct yourself. You gotta know how to talk without getting out of control and all that other stuff, which is not easy to do. It's hard to do, especially consistently. This is why I say, DJ, Walmart's a hard job, bro, because there's a lot of females that I gotta deal with, bro. And females be doing shit on purpose too. I'll be working, and you have a female just standing in my way on purpose. And I can't yell and be like, bitch, get out the way. I gotta wait till she move, all kind of shit. There'd be a lot going on. When it comes to females, bro, you gotta conduct like it's hard, bro. It's super difficult. I gotta do females that work there, and I gotta deal with them as customers. And if I say too much, then I'm the bad guy. Automatically, I might be totally right. That's crazy. But yeah, DJ man, as man, you gotta conduct yourself a certain kind of. This is why I say, bro, like working a job like DJ. I don't care where niggas work at. No job is easy. No job is easy. There's a lot you have to deal with, bro. You gotta be like a DJ. You gotta think about it. You gotta be able to deal with customers. You gotta be able to deal with managers. You gotta be able to deal with bum niggas next to you that might not be doing their job. You gotta deal with this. You gotta deal with that. You know what I mean? Working a job is never. I think he just fell out. But yeah, man, working a job. I don't care what you do. A job is never easy. Man, debates. You supposed to be in the panel debates. You late to class debates. What did the debate say? You coming in 5? Okay. Not on all levels, mentally or physically. Yeah, go Mike on a whole nother level, man. Gotta have it in your chest, man. So life's about, man. You gotta have it in your chest. You gotta just have it in your chest. You gotta know what's best. You gotta just have it in your chest. You gotta know what's best. You gotta know what to do. Know what the flu is. Your boy Glue. That's your boy Moo. Salute to the hoes. What's cracking? Not much. So salute. I mean, hey, debates. Hold it down for just a second. I'll be right back. Right. Salute. It's looking ugly for Kawhi, man. He down. He down. He down right now. See what the score is. I was looking at the game. I had a lot of bullshit in the background. I didn't want to come on and get his channel taken down. So hold on, let me look at the score real quick. Still down by 17. They still down by 17. Yeah. Kawhi Leonard, the legend killer. This is who they say is like Michael and like Kobe, the closest thing we had to him. Why they keep trying to jump from nigga to nigga. They said it was Kawhi. Now it's Ant-Man. Then as soon as Ant-Man don't fit the bill, they're going to jump to the next nigga that's 6'6" and can jump and dunk or do the fadeaway. It's just some bullshit, man. Y'all dudes just, y'all make me want to throw up. I ain't going to lie.
Make you want to throw up debates? Hey, debate. I called this yesterday. I said the Clippers going to go home.
Yeah, it's looking ugly. It's looking ugly. Curry might go home tomorrow. I hope his ass do go home. Seen so much hate for LeBron and the Lakers. I mean, at the end of the day, the trade was what the trade was. Everybody got hype and made certain expectations and certain things got said because, I mean, what you wanted, like I said, at the end of the day, what you wanted somebody to say we was going to lose? We wasn't going to go to the finals? Anybody make a big trade, they expected to win and be better. And for a moment, it seemed like we was, but that's because we had a new scheme and everybody didn't catch on to it. Once the teams that had at least 2 or 3 bigs caught on to that, yeah, I started to see some deficiencies, but I thought we could fight through those deficiencies just with an offensive output. But that offense ain't all the way together yet. Too much ISO. Other guys can't get their own shots. They ain't hitting shots. It's a few things JJ Redick, LeBron, and Luka got to fix, man. I think LeBron, he gonna do what he gonna do. He gonna be in shape. He gonna be ready to go. Everybody else need to follow suit. And I think Luka need to be in just as good a shape as LeBron or better to set the tone. We should see, not just from his play, but we should see that he is in better shape. You will clearly see a difference, and I think he'll be better on the defensive end because I think it's a thing, dude. Like Carmelo Anthony, he used to be in shape, but he was kind of pudgy. I believe he was in better shape, man. He'll have more energy. Just a little, you feel like you got a little bit more oomph to give more effort on that end. I feel like it's a mindset too, but you do need energy though. Like you gotta have the stamina to be that nigga on both ends now. You can't just be that nigga on both ends because you want to be. You gotta be built like that too.
You gotta have that dog in your chest. It's not about look, you can be a little out of shape, but if you get that dog in you, that shit ain't gonna matter. You're gonna do that shit.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is when you're going against elite players, if you say you elite, you gotta be elite on both ends and you gotta be in elite shape. When you're going against the elite of the elite, you gotta be in elite shape. You cannot be in kind of good shape going against somebody that's in elite shape, think you're gonna win. Because fourth quarter, you ain't gonna have no win.
What if you're in elite shape but you don't get that dog in you?
Well, then that's a problem. That's a problem.
Well, that's what we're talking about with Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic, he don't got that dog in him. It's one thing to be out of shape, but when you don't got that dog in your chest, I mean, he could have been in shape and still got his ass fucked up because he don't get that dog in him.
I think he got that dog in him. He got that dog in him.
No, he don't.
I think
dogs don't come out of shape. Dogs don't come out of shape.
Though, Mike, this season right here is gonna prove whether he got that dog in him or not. Because
He's
I'm
been
not
in
saying
this
last
18
season is a
years,
wash.
Debates.
I
You
know,
don't
but
want it.
he was playing in Dallas and he only went to the finals one time and didn't win. Now, now go Mike. He's playing next to a real fucking player that's really accomplished, not a dude that rode the bus when the bus went all the way to the title and Kyrie Irving. He playing against the nigga that put the gas in the bus, drove the bus, had the motherfucking road map and told everybody where to go on the bus. And you playing for the Lakers. So I really think he know the level of scrutiny that the Lakers and LeBron is getting, and all of that's gonna be on him too. He gotta embrace this shit, man, and take his game to the next level. You gotta take your game to the next level. He probably thought that he was at that level, but he is not at that level. Just because he went to the finals don't mean that. Because that team you went against in the finals is not that. It's not that, in my opinion, man. It's not that. I don't think the Celtics is that. They finna break up, man. Somebody else finna take this. Somebody else finna take this. If the Celtics win this year, they ain't gonna win next year. I bet you that. And I bet anybody 100 on that one. Any fucking body. They take it this year, they ain't taking it next year because they got to break it up. And they just getting too old.
You don't believe that, Debates.
Hell yeah. And I bet 100 to anybody, excluding Door's ass, about it. Think they're going to get 3 if you want to. You're going to lose 100.
Debates. You really don't believe Luka got that dog in him. He don't got that dog in him, man.
Yeah, he got it.
You
got it.
know that.
Yeah, I believe he got it. He got to get in better
Oh,
shape. He got to listen, he got to get in better shape and he got to understand the seriousness of this situation, man. This shit is on a higher level, way more serious and way more important than Dallas. This is not Dallas, man. This is a whole different situation. You got the
Debates, you
whole
don't
world
believe
eyes on you. The Lakers franchise is in your hands, and LeBron legacy is partially in your hands because he's trying to get a few chips with you. And if you ain't right, he ain't gonna be able to get over the hump. So it's this season coming up, man. If they don't win this shit, the window for LeBron definitely closed. And I don't think Luka gonna win the title as a Laker. If they don't win this year, I don't see him winning no future titles as a Laker because he not
He
understanding.
got that dog in him, man. He's soft. He butterscotch.
Even if he wasn't, they wasn't gonna win though. Even if he wasn't, even if he was a dog, they was not gonna win. They weren't coming out that series because they didn't have no big.
But Debates, Luka Doncic has been in the league for 8 to 10 years. He has not been in shape at all. He don't got that dog in him. He don't want it, bro.
Okay, but he ain't been around no real dogs either, though. What real dogs he been around to hold him accountable? He been doing the fuck he been want. He been doing what he want to do over there.
And he gonna do the same thing with LeBron. That's the part you fail to realize.
Okay, go Mike. But guess what? If he do, he gonna pay a way higher price than Dallas. He gonna fuck his whole legacy up real fast.
Luka don't care about legacy. He smoke hookah.
Man, Luka,
he got hookah to smoke. He don't care about legacy.
Well, if that's the way he rolling, he gonna have a fucked up career. Because the Lakers is not the place to go and play shit ball on purpose.
Luka don't care about none of that. I'm telling you, you don't care, bro. You don't got it in his chest. You don't want it. You don't want it, bro. I bought X-Men.
I don't like the way JJ Redick, he hopped up out that press conference when they asked him, do he think that he should go to his assistant coaches and all that with his lineups and all that. He got mad, man. You gotta sit there and be a professional and take that shit head on and know that those hard questions are gonna come when you lose. Yeah, you have the right to be emotional and be mad, but you got to learn how to be a professional, man. And I don't know, man. I don't like the way we performed. I don't like JJ Redick right now. I'm just not liking none of this shit right now, man. And then I think that MCL, that's a good thing for LeBron. Just chill, recover, ease back into basketball. Don't go fucking hardcore, man. Just fall back in love with the game. Get in great shape. Get first recover from the injury. Get in great shape. Go on vacation with your wife and kids. Forget about that shit. It's over with. And focus on next season because that's all you can do. That's all the fuck he can do. He can't worry about what I think, Goat Mike think, or what any fucking body think. All he can do is get ready for next fucking season because that's what the fuck he get paid to do. Regardless of what any of us think shoulda or woulda coulda happened, we know what the fuck happened, and now we got to deal with what we got to deal with, which is everybody got to get individually healthy. Everybody got to get individually better, and then a few motherfuckers got to go, and some new motherfuckers got to come in this bitch, and we got to get this coaching right. He got to listen to other guys when they saying things that need to be done in the game, because other people on the coaching staff have experience too. And also, he need to just really focus on making the right calls at the right time and being accountable. He ain't accountable. He do a lot of hollering, screaming, and theatrics and all that shit, bro. End of the day, it didn't add up to nothing. We got gentlemen swept the fuck out the first round. You bitched up and acted like a bitch when they asked you a tough question, but you sat there sipping wine, talking to LeBron in front of everybody on the podcast, but you can't handle a couple hard questions. No, that ain't gonna go. And then you don't want to bench the white boys when they keep playing trash defense and bricking. But then the white boy that actually, don't play that good defense, but he do spark a lot of scoring. Dalton Connect, he could really come off them picks and really be letting that bitch go. You wasn't playing him enough. You put Maxi you bring Maxi Kleber in there. You still didn't play Jackson Hayes. Like, this shit out of hand, man. I don't know. I was rocking with JJ, but his coaching down the stretch was atrocious. You see, I tried to say all of this shit, but niggas didn't want me to talk. Niggas was talking about some other shit. So I was like, fuck it, let me get on up off here.
Yeah, once he came on the live stream, LaFonso was all over the place, going left to right. A couple of the dudes was just here, there. One thing I started doing debates when guys debates, I started copying your method. When guys ain't letting you talk, and guys is on here saying things that's not basketball or not, or they're going away from the topic, because like it's okay to get upset, right? But if we're arguing about basketball and a dude says, "Oh, you should put on lipstick," or "Oh, you should this or that," like from now on, I'm not even entertaining it because it always goes left. Because dudes can dish things out, and then when you say it back to them, they don't like it. So I actually peeped that from you, and that's why I said I started taking your notes. When guys do stuff like that, I just go on mute, wait till we get back to basketball, whatever, get to real conversation, and get back to that. But what Eddie said about Kawhi is facts, but the base, what you said about Luka, I disagree. You've been in the league for 18 years. The dude don't care, bro. You can't be playing 18 years of basketball, and I'm supposed to be convinced that you care about being in shape. You don't care.
Okay. So what? Okay, let me ask you this question: do you think if we retool, get a big, switch a few of these wings out, and he really get in shape, do you think we got a chance? If you see him in shape and he playing like that on both ends, you think we got a chance?
He's not going to do that, bro. Bro, he's been in the league, the base. He was drafted in when? He was drafted in 2018?
I know that. Go, Mike. The thing about it is, look at it this way.
It's been 7 years.
The thing about it is, Go, Mike, whether he chooses to accept it or not, he's not in good enough shape. And JJ Redick done called him out. The former owner and coach called him out. Players done called him out and everything. At the end of the day, I think Luka is gonna do what he got to do. He's gonna do what he got to do, not to satisfy everybody or get in shape. He's gonna do what he got to do so he can take his game to the next level. Because it's not there. It's not there. He got to take it to the next level.
Go trade him away, bro. I would trade Luka now while he has value. Yes, if I can get Giannis.
For who? Oh hell no! You ain't gonna get.
Yeah,
you ain't gonna get him for Giannis. You won't get him for Giannis.
I'll trade you Reeves. You can have Reeves too. I'll give you Luka and Reeves in a deal for Giannis.
Here you go.
I'm not even thinking. You can just look the base. I'll do this. I'll give you Reeves, Gabe Vincent, and Luka, and Jackson Hayes. All I ask for the Bucks, give me Brook Lopez. Give me one other Lopez. Just give me one of the other Lopez. Give me Giannis and give me Bobby Portis. You do that, you can have these niggas.
Okay, so where's
I'm
your
just
point
being
guard?
real.
Where's your point guard? Who your point guard is on this Lakers new Laker
I'm a,
team with?
look. I'm gonna take Hachimura. I'm gonna take Hachi, and I'm gonna take whatever else I can take with, and go get a point guard. There's somebody else that we can
Oh
get.
man. Yeah, we so cap tight
I'm
right now,
getting.
go Mike, because of LeBron and Luca, and we don't got that many trade exceptions. We really we in a bind right now, go Mike. When it
No,
comes to
no,
that,
we
we can't
not.
make moves like that.
No, I'm letting everybody go. If your name's not if your name's not LeBron, DFS, Vanderbilt, to me, those are the only three guys that I would keep. Everybody else can go. I'm not even joking. The rest of y'all niggas can go. Hayes, Hachimura, Gabe Vincent, Reeves, Luca. Y'all can all hit the road, bro. I'm not even joking. They all gotta go. You can't keep running this shit back. Luka Doncic is not gonna help LeBron. He's he's a liability on the
You can't
defensive
just go
end.
get any point guard with Giannis though. You can't just go get any point. You got to get a real point guard, and he got to be one that can play defense because Giannis has showed he can't help back line. He got to do too much on the offensive end to keep being your free safety. So you need a guy like a Drew Holiday to be your point guard.
Okay,
So who you gonna go get?
I'm trading Luka. Okay, I'll take Luka and Reeves in a package deal with Hayes. Trade them all to the Pistons. Give me what's his name? Is it Kincaid?
Look at go right. He going insane.
No, I'm being dead ass. The Pistons will take Luka gladly. What?
Hell no,
Take
they is not gonna take him. They ain't gonna
Yes,
take him
will.
because Cade is a future
Yes, they
star, and
will.
they see that Cade play on both ends and Luca don't. They're not gonna do that.
They're
Stop
gonna
doing that,
take-
go Mike.
They're gonna take him. No, but listen, Luka is a superstar. Regardless of what you think about his defense, he's a superstar. And one thing you know about the NBA, when you have a superstar on your team, you have the ability to do what? To entice other players to come to the team. Like, oh, I got Luka Doncic. Hey, come over here.
All right. The
They
thing about it is,
actually need to.
Luca, he under contract, and I highly doubt though he gonna get traded to Detroit though. They ain't gonna do it. I don't see him
You gotta
going to
trade him.
Detroit.
You got to trade him because I'm telling you, as long as he's on this roster, we're not winning shit with Luka. He don't play no defense. He jack up three. You can't do shit with that, bro. You can't.
Go Mike. Listen, I hear you, and the facts back it up. The most blow-bys by any single defending player in the playoffs track thus far, 9, Luka Doncic. Okay, he makes his team have the worst plus minus in defense effectively than any player when they go on the floor for their team. Luka Doncic. I looked at the stats. Defensively, he horrible, and on tape he is too. But that's what the fuck we got right now. That nigga got to get in better shape and play better defense. Somebody tell this nigga.
He's not though. The base. The sad part about this is you really believe this smoke hookah. It's been leaked for 7 years now. It's gonna just magically change up and start getting in shape. Stop it. I have given up on. I've officially given up on. I have given up on Luka. After year one, I already put on the
Hey, we gave up on him. And you know what, go Mike? The thing about it too that I hate, he ain't really play that defense that we seen last year with Dallas. That was a more of a team thing with LeBron and them, and he played here or there in that one game they won. Like it's crazy to me that he can't do that shit for like 3 games and then give me like half as much effort one game and everybody else chip in to give us 4 games in a series. He couldn't even do that. I'm like,
because he smokes hookah. He's smoking that hookah. What? I mean, what do you expect me to do? Smoke hookah after every game? Debates. We should be real here. Debates. Luka don't want it, bro. He don't want it, man. It's obvious.
And listen, I'm gonna tell you this for real. If he don't significantly play better defense consistently and get in better shape, and we don't see that shit out the gate, He just don't want it. It ain't gonna happen. I feel like this season was a big lesson. You had to give him one season, go, Mike. The roster flawed, and you know it. I'm not making excuses, but the roster is flawed. All this shit got threw on towards the middle of the season. It ain't like we got this at the beginning of the season and we've been trying to work this. I'm not making excuses. I'm just adding context to this shit. Now, next year, everybody healthy. We get a big that he wants. He got a few bigs that he wants out here. They're gonna go get one. Everybody come back healthy and in shape. He do not be in the proper shape to play defense. You gonna hear and see me first one come up here and tell you he don't want it. But I can't do that to him after 1 year and he got through into this in the middle of the year. I can't do that.
Yes, you can, because he's not a rookie. He's not a second or third year player. He's been in the league since 2015, 2017 or something like that. He's been in the league for years.
Yeah.
2018, been since 2018. So the base, I would agree with you if he was a rookie or a second, third year player. Okay, he's to learn his way. But he's been in the league way too fucking long doing the same shit over and over. I've lost faith in this guy. He's been doing this shit since he came in. Look, if you think about it, the only year he was in shape is when he was a rookie. Outside of his rookie year, he has not been in shape. The last 6 years of his 7-year career, he's been out of shape. So what am I supposed to debate? You're gonna make me do this, and I don't want to go there because I'm trying to keep it professional. But the base, you see good in people that you see something in people that they don't see in themselves, and that's the problem. Luka don't. Everything you're saying about Luka, you see something in him, but he don't see it in himself because it's as eating donuts, eating cheeseburgers, smoking hookah after every loss. Come on, debates. Wake up. Wake up, bro. Wake up. Fuck. He's not gonna change, bro. He remind me of a chain smoker. You know how you love. Let's say when you had a friend who was a chain smoker. You said, "Oh, I believe they're gonna change," and they never changed. That's what Luka is. Luka's the guy that everybody believes in, but he's never going to change. He don't want to change like Joker did. He don't want to change like Dirt did. Dirt and Joker, they had time where they was out of shape, but they put that work in and got in shape. Luka ain't built like that. He not, bro. He want to put up stats. He want to jack up these long ass threes for no damn reason. His shot selection, it hurts the Lakers because when you shoot that bullshit, teams are getting those long ass rebounds and getting dunked from in threes. So I'm just saying his shot selection is terrible. He's out of shape. You don't want to play D, but you keep taking up for him like he gonna magically just change up. No,
I
he's
agree
not.
with those things. But at the end of the day, if we don't trade him, we have to hope that he do try to start changing those things. Go, Mike. If we don't trade him, I mean, what you want me to say?
Having hope that Luka's gonna change. Hey, the base. Hey, the base. Having hope that he's gonna change. Hey, the base. Having hope that he's gonna change is like having hope that one day a virgin man can get pussy, and it's been over 30 years.
Oh boy. Oh man, you gave up on my man. I'm gonna start calling you Nico Mike. You ain't Goat Mike, your ass Nico Mike. This is crazy. You gave up on my man Luka, man. My connection might mess up. I'm about to walk in this liquor store. Hold up.
But yeah, man, the base man, like everything you saying is good stuff. But you know he's not gonna like the base. Everything you saying, like bro, that's like a man that never got Konami. You're hoping and praying that one day he gets it. That's what he is, bro. He's not gonna change up. He's not gonna switch up. He's gonna do the same shit that he's been doing, bro. And the base, you gotta be honest about that, bro. He's never going to change who he is. That's who he is. He's a fat boy that smoke hookah. Debates. I used to be 450 pounds, my guy. And I changed up. You know why? Because I got what Luka don't got. And that's heart and balls. Luka don't got it. He don't want it. I was 450 pounds, debates. I was bigger than Luka. I was 450. And I lost fucking weight. How come I can lose weight, but he can't? Because I got harder balls, he don't. That's the only difference. I got what he don't.
Go might be calling these niggas out. Walking on these damn bell bottom pants. Who was that at the bottom?
Man, look, the base. Just think about it for a second. Goat Mike was 450. Right? How come I could lose weight? How come I could lose weight, but Luka can't lose weight? Because I got what he don't got. Hard.
And it's crazy because LeBron was 40 and he wasn't even tired and having his hands on his fucking knees and hips like Luka was at the end of the game. It's just it's crazy to me. And ain't nobody noticed that because I noticed that. Yeah.
I've noticed that. Luka ain't built like that, bro. He don't want to be in shape. He don't eat, smoke hookah.
Luka don't give a fuck about nothing.
Hey, debate.
Huh?
Go back. Hey, debate. When I was 450, I was losing that weight. I had that dog in my chest, man. I wanted that shit, man. Luka don't want it, man. In the base, you keep on lying for this white boy. Why?
I don't know if he can get it in shape over the summer like that either. I feel like it take at least about a couple years.
No, it don't. He's not. He's out of shape, but he's not way out of shape. If you know what I mean. He's out of shape, but he's not like. He's not excessively out of shape. All you got to do is cut down like 20 pounds to be good. Just cut off 20 pounds.
10. About
He doesn't
10.
want to do
He
that.
still got 10. About 10 pounds. I say 7 pounds. 7 pounds. He need to turn more of that fat into muscle and like really get that definition going.
You know, he don't even know what to weight. Have you ever seen Luka? You know how the NBA, whenever the players work out, they show these videos. Have you ever seen Luka in a weight room before? No.
Nope. I don't
Am
even
I
think
wrong?
Luka be showing video. I don't think Luka be showing videos of himself working out. I don't think
You
he
know, because the base, he doesn't work out. That's the point. Only workout he doing is holding his hand to his mouth and he blowing that fucking thing.
Oh man, I need to hang with Luka if he blowing him down like that, man. I know he got all the good weed, man. I need to hang with him. Shit, you want to play basketball? You want to get high, man? Just let me know. Shit. So when I get off work, I'll be hanging with Luka like a motherfucker.
So I need to start hanging. Hey, the way that I'm baking Luka right now. Hey, the way that I'm baking him right now, the baits. If I was Luka, I'll file loss. I'll file loss and get good money because he getting cooked. It's bad.
And who's
He
that?
don't believe me.
That was Fambo. Who was that?
That was Dante in the base. He don't believe in working out. I can bet you debates. I can bet you Luka King spell workout.
So he can't even spell workout, huh?
He can't spell it. He don't even know what that is. He a fat boy.
He said he a fat boy.
Mm-hmm. I used to be full. Reason why I'm pissed off debate because like I said, I used to be 450. I was a big ass nigga. I cut off all that weight. This motherfucker, all you need to cut down is fucking 10, 15 pounds, and you can't even do that.
It really
Like,
ain't
fuck.
seem real losing like that. Like, I expected to get at least 1 or 2 more games. I didn't expect to be losing, get swept like that. It didn't even seem real when it happened. It didn't even seem like it was reality. Like, ain't no fucking way. But once I looked at the game at its entirety after I calmed down and seen how they really probably went back and looked at some things that they could do even better, regardless of whether Anthony Edwards was playing well or not. The other guys around just did what they needed to do, and Rudy Gobert fucking dominated. Like, he just did what he needed to do, and niggas just let that shit get out of hand, man. Like, our defensive coverages, once he really started dominating, we was just cheating so much under the dunker spot. Then we was allowing open drives and all kind of shit. It just opened up floodgates. We couldn't stop the bleed. We couldn't stop it.
Because Luka didn't want to stop it.
Yeah, Luka, him playing better defense and not turning the ball over, not doing air ball threes. Him and LeBron, air ball threes, pivotal turnovers
When the Lakers
in
got
both
there,
games.
Debates. Here's how you know Luka not a dog. Debates. You put LeBron James at age 26, right? Let me take you back in history. Game 3 and Game 4. Those games were tied with 4 minutes left. Both of those games. Age 26 LeBron would have took over. He would have said, give me that goddamn ball, get it away, he'd have gone to work. LeBron would have won you both of those games by himself.
He gonna dribble.
Look at Game 5.
He gonna drive that bitch and dunk that motherfucker down. That was that old LeBron. That's all he did.
That's my exact point. This is not a dog because if you watch those 2 fourth quarters that the Lakers were tied in with 4 minutes left, Luka was not aggressive. The last 4 minutes of the game, you taking bad shots or you turn the ball over. That's why they lost Game 3 and 4. They lost Game 5 because Lakers got the lead by 1. I think it was down the whole game. They finally got the lead when Finney-Smith hit that 3. If Luka was a dog, debates, he would have said, my team up by 1. I'm finna blow this shit open. I'm finna buzz these niggas ass and get my team to fucking dub because that's Kobe. Y'all bash Kobe, but if Kobe Bryant get a 1-point lead, he been down the whole fucking game, he ain't passing shit else. He coming out of the court, he going to fucking work. Same for LeBron, same for MJ. Luka's not a dog, bro.
Yeah, I didn't like it too. He had got like a steal on an open break. Like it was like beginner or middle of the 4th quarter, and the dude didn't dunk it. He did a little Stephen Curry floater layup. I'm like, bro, dunk the fucking ball, nigga. I know you skilled and you ain't the most athletic dude, but dunk the fucking ball if you get a chance, man. Put some energy into the crowd. Put some energy into your team. Like, fuck, bro. He be playing too soft. He don't play aggressive enough. He aggressive when it comes to shooting, but he ain't aggressive like he need to be. Like,
but that's the problem. But that's the problem. The base. Lakers was in Game 3 and 4. If Luka was a dog, he would have closed those games out. Those games was tied with 4 minutes left. Both of those games. Game 5, we had the lead by 1. When Finney hit that 3, if he was a real dog, he would have just took over. LeBron at age 26, he would have won all 3 of those last 3 games because they were all there for the taking. Game 3, 4, and 5 was there for the taking for the Lakers. And look, in Game 4, we were up by 10 at the end of the 3rd. A real killer gonna say, you know what? I'm finna bury you niggas.
Yeah, LeBron in his prime gonna bury you. He gonna take that bitch to the hole,
LeBron,
keep dunking it down.
let me ask you a serious question. In game 4, when LA had a tempo lead at the end of the third, if LeBron's age 26, what is he doing in the fourth quarter?
But once he see that opportunity, he got his foot on your neck, he gonna try to kill you. He ain't gonna let you come back.
What about game 3? In game 3, we had the lead several times in the fourth quarter. What is LeBron doing?
Gambling away.
Age 26 now. Age 26.
Age 26, he gonna do what he need to do.
And what about game 5? The same thing. That's the problem I have with Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic, he plays like he's old. If you think about it, he plays like an old nigga. Him, Kawhi, and AD play like old niggas. You're not playing like you're 26. No, that's Tap. That's Tap, Mondo. He would have got game 3 and game 4. Go back and watch game 3 and 4. In my line debates, game 3 and 4 was butt naked close. LeBron, age 26, would have took over the fucking game. Trust me. He would have shit Randall ass down and Ant-Man by his damn self. And still get you 50. The fuck? LeBron James would have won that game 3, 4, and 5. Age 26. The hell you talking about? Lakers lost that game because LeBron's old and Luka's a bitch. And I hate the fact that y'all been here blaming Jackson Hayes. It's not about Hayes. A real dog would have said, give me the goddamn ball, I'm going to work. I'm going to work. And they would have got buckets. Kobe at age 26 would have buzzed his nigga's ass. Scottie Pippen at age 26 would have buzzed his nigga's ass. Should I keep going debates? There's so many niggas at age 20 would have buzzed his nigga's ass. Mondo, what you're saying makes no sense. Mondo, what you're saying makes no sense. It don't. Lakers would have been up 3-1. If LeBron's age 26, Lakers win game 3 and 4. Lakers would have been up 3-1. Would have been an elimination game. Go watch game 3 and 4. Go watch. No, I'm not hearing that shit, nigga. Mondo, go back and watch game 3 and 4. LeBron at age 26 not losing those 2 games. Put the shit right there in your fucking hands. Fuck out of here. The last 2 losses, bro, because LeBron's too fucking old and Luka Doncic ain't shit. They say he's 26, but he play like he's 56. And the base know I'm baking. The base know I'm fucking cooking. LeBron, age 26, he getting game 3 and 4. And 5, all 3 of them. It would have been Lakers in 5. Might have been a sweep. I'm just keeping it G. LeBron, age 26, was a monster. He gonna defend, he gonna rebound, he gonna block shots. He gonna do it all, man. Luka, age 26, bro, it looks terrible. Luka play like an old ass nigga. Luka play like he 96. And no, Mondo, I'm not hearing you. I'm not, Mondo, I'm not hearing you. I'm just not hearing you, Mondo. What you're saying makes absolutely no sense. I'm definitely not hearing you. Because what you're saying makes no sense at all. Game 3 and 4 would have been wins. We can't just get away from that.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. If you guys are new, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. So a couple of weeks ago, your boy did a prank on his wife where I basically woke up speaking another language. I was just playing dumb. Like I was acting like I didn't know what was going on. She was confused as to why I was speaking another language. You guys really enjoyed that video. So I'm like, you know what? How about I prank my wife again by waking up with a different iPhone? Your boy went ahead, ordered this online. I don't know if y'all can, oh no, y'all can see it. They got new contacts. It would be super funny because my wife comes upstairs and the first time she sees me with a different eye color, and I just act like I don't know what's going on. It's gonna be interesting to try, and hopefully I can successfully put this on. I'm like, Jesus, why are y'all making these so freaking tight? Just chilling in there. Contact solution. Can you put these on backwards? I'm gonna use the mirror right
We're just not on the same page, my brother. Hey, Mondo, man, we just not on the same page, my brother.
I would just put the contact lens out. That would be super bad. We're gonna be vlogging today. Janice upstairs getting ready. You guys already know how it goes. I'm spinning the contact solution for all. She's getting ready upstairs. You guys already know how it goes. I'm always the first one ready. And I can't get this contact lens to get out for the life of me. If I time it right, she shouldn't be ready for like the next 15 minutes. So I figured this ain't enough time to do this. Oh my god, I need a closer mirror. I'm gonna use this one. Oh my god, this feels so weird, yo. People that wear contacts, how do you gotta do this? Like, I don't like this. How? Okay, bro. It was on my pupil and it just came off. Like, alright. Okay, it's on. It's not like, it's like moving around. Or I'm not gonna lie, that's actually kind of vibey. I'm gonna put the other one in, and I'm gonna get back to you, and I'm gonna show you how it is. Alright, y'all. So your boy got the contacts in. I'm not gonna lie, I think they look pretty good. You know what? I always wanted to try the purple ones when I was in middle school, and I never got around to doing it. I don't know how purple ones look. We're gonna wait for Janice to finish getting ready. Come in the car. Like I said, she already knows I'm in here waiting. It's probably gonna be like another 10 minutes or so. But yeah, we're gonna wait for her to come in the car, and we're gonna get her reaction to me having blue eyes, waking up with a different eye color prank on my wife. This is crazy. I can't wait to see your reaction. If you guys are ready for today's video, make sure you guys smash that thumbs up button.
But yeah, go Mike was baking now.
Let's get into it.
Literally just bit me. Because I went outside to try to follow me, and I picked him up and put him back inside. And then he tried to bite me. I wasn't bothering him. He literally was trying to run out here.
You know he runs his house. Why are you trying to tell him what he does? Good?
Internal what?
Yes. Ready?
This is all about how I take
You always take one. You always take one. This is not me. This is what.
Okay, well, you want me to tell them what we're doing today?
So 3, 2, 1. What's going on, guys?
Welcome back to another video.
She finally came to the car.
See, he always, bro. He always does.
What is the issue? I am seeking straight facts.
Okay, I don't think that's
You take that.
no, I don't.
You take that. But tell them what we do.
Okay, so today, first of all, I really had a package from his mom. Okay. What?
It's crazy that my mom buys you stuff and doesn't buy me stuff. Like, make that make sense.
We be bonding.
And then she'll call you. She'll tell me, I'm going somewhere, I'll call her. And then she'll be like, let me call you back in 2 minutes. Never calls me back. Calls Janice in like a half hour. I'm like, okay.
I mean, if I was just we live together, so obviously, like, she's gonna call me, like.
No, she just doesn't want to talk to me. I don't think my mom does.
She does. I'm like, She does. I'm so blessed to have like a mother-in-law that I love so much. I miss her. I do. She got me like some stuff. She went to Marshalls, and y'all know Marshalls be having all the juicy couture purses.
She bought her 8 purses. She hasn't bought me anything since I think my birthday.
Wait, I think I have a picture of it. Actually, I can show them.
That's actually insane.
After that, we're gonna go get something to eat. I've been wanting really badly this place called Cali where house. He always okay, it's a healthy food spot.
Too healthy.
So I like it.
Their pizza isn't even, it's not even pizza.
Yes, it is.
It's
Bro, their
not.
pizza's good. Don't act like you didn't like their pizza last time.
Usually I eat a whole pie by myself. I only ate half. That says a lot.
I feel like you got full.
I'm gonna go ahead and go to the mailbox first.
These are the verses. I can't see it. She was like, oh, that's cute. I said, oh, yeah, that is cute.
Oh, shit.
I said, oh, yeah, so she started grabbing a whole bunch. And then,
And I haven't gotten anything since my birthday. Lisa's gotten pajamas, bags. I think there was something else. I just forgot what it was.
I mean, she gave you a chocolate bunny for Easter, so don't even act like she cares.
Chocolate Bunny Easter, I appreciate it. Don't shut up. I appreciate it and I'm grateful for that. But we're talking about a chocolate bunny and 8 juicy couture bags.
Well, to be fair, I told her I was gonna pay for it, but I feel like no, I didn't. I haven't sent it, but I feel like every time I send her money, she sends it back.
Let's see if your bag is here. I'll be right back.
I hope they are. Boom. What is this advertisement?
You got this, and then we got BS advertisement service.
Boy. What the heck? Babe. Ain't no way.
We got a booger?
No! Bro. Look at me.
Looking
What's
right at
wrong with your eyes?
What's wrong with my eyes?
Are you wearing contacts? You look scary.
I'm not wearing any contacts.
Yes, you
I
are.
don't wear contacts. You know that I've been with you for 10 years. I never had to wear contacts.
Babe.
Oh, finally the base is realized, man. Lucas just don't want it, man. You don't want to be in shape no more. Lucas just want to smoke that hookah.
Your eyes look blue. I look at you literally almost every day.
I'm dead serious. Your eyes change color depending on the age.
No, bro.
Yes, it is because if my eyes are like straight in the sun, they look like a honey. It's because it's cloudy.
Okay, so because the sky is blue, your eyes turn blue.
The sky is cloudy. If the skies were blue, they would be like a nice bright brown. It's cloudy. Look it up. It's a real
I
thing.
heard some good stuff about
It's a real thing. Look it up. Depending on the light outside, your eyes change color.
if you already have blue eyes, boy, you do not have blue eyes.
I never meant to have blue eyes. I'm just saying they're looking blue today because it's cloudy.
No, bro. Your eyes do not look like blue. That's like blue. Like,
It's a blue.
alright, so now you got like
But yeah, man, go. Mike had to cook the baits. You know what I mean? Luka Doncic don't want it no more, man. He want to eat his donuts and Krispy Kreme pies and smoke hookah. Hookah Luka. That's his nickname. Hookah Luka. Hookah Luka. Luka. Hookah. Hookah.
It's cloudy. And if you wanted to bless me with that type of stuff, it's okay.
Whoa, first of all, my eyes are hazel. My eyes are hazel.
She got mud pies for us.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
She's giving me a lot.
Bro, my eyes
because it's not annoying when people really don't like see how nice my eyes are. You're not doing rap. No, you're not.
Show this here.
No, bro.
No,
Like,
put this
you're
to an
getting
end.
mad.
Put this to an end. Because I'm tired of you saying you have hazel eyes. You
I
have hazel
do.
eyes. No, you don't.
I do.
This is bad. Put that to the side, please. You want to hate on me just because I have eyes.
Bro, you literally have contacts on your
I don't have contacts on. The
Yes,
dark
you
side
do.
to you. You want me to squeeze my eyeball? What do you want me to do?
I'm about to rip them out of your eyes.
What are you doing? You're not going to rip anything but pupil.
Ew.
You scratch my cornea, I'm going to be pissed.
Scratch your cornea is crazy.
I'm going to be pissed if you do that.
Does this not look hazel to you?
That is not hazel.
That is not right. It literally has like
Okay.
bleeding around my eye.
Okay. You took that with flash?
Yes.
That's my point. Depending on the lady, your eyes change color.
What?
Hence, why my eyes look a little blue today because it's cloudy. I rest my case.
Boy.
What?
You literally have contacts on.
I don't have contacts.
Yes, you do.
I don't even know how to put contacts.
You know, you probably was struggling in here trying to put some contacts on.
I haven't put contacts on since I was in middle school, and I promised myself I would never go back to that.
And you lied to yourself because look at you back in the era.
I'm not wearing contacts.
Back like it's 2006.
Yo, you are diluted. Like,
I'm not. You don't try to gaslight me, bro.
brown are my eye colors. It says it on my birth certificate. It says it on my license. I don't know where you're getting blue from. Eyes are not blue.
I miss your eyes. Your real ones.
They're right in my head. What do you mean?
No,
I miss
they're
them?
not. Right. Look at the road.
Can you just let me drive? Okay, let me drive. You're worried about your mental right now, and if you're colorblind, because you're over here telling me my eyes are blue. I don't see it. I really don't. They make like a little like dog or like I don't know. It's like a spot. I stand on it.
Are you gonna get me? Like, are we gonna be telling the truth now?
The truth is that girl was like 15 years old. She's starting to sick. That's bad.
Yes.
That's actually good.
Honestly, don't like that's surprising me anymore.
So, what's next on the agenda?
Like I said, I'm gonna have you go to take that out of your eyes. It's real crazy.
Okay, first, why would I look crazy?
Because they're not real and it's obvious.
My eyes are in my head. They are 100% real.
No, they're not. That color is not real.
You're just hating me because my eyes look better than yours today.
Oh, okay.
Such a hate.
How I hear.
Because my eyes look better today than yours, and you're good. Problem.
Oh, just today your eyes are better.
This morning called for sausage.
Oh, she cooking him, bro. I ain't gonna lie. She didn't have to do him like that, man.
We have the same eye.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Just because yours don't turn blue, it's fine.
Oh my gosh. So now you admit your eyes do look blue, huh?
I'm the part right here until the sun used to be because I'm not.
What you mean? What the thing? Your
What
eyes.
do you want me to do to prove to you that I'm not wearing contacts? What do you want me to do?
Put your finger in your eye.
Did I not just do what you asked me? Did I not just do what you asked me?
No, he literally. I still put your finger in your eye and what he said. Everything except what he said to your eye.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Touching the top of your eye. Boy.
I'm having anxiety attack. I don't want them anymore. I gotta take them off.
Hey, they're doing it wrong. They're doing it wrong. Please let me
Stop.
Why is that you to stop?
Okay, I got it.
Bro.
Nervous ones like messing with their contacts. They open them up to them.
Whatever.
No, a majority of people don't try to gaslight me now.
No, who's trying to gaslight
Don't
you?
try to gaslight me.
Gaslight you. It's
Look.
video.
I took them out and they still look the same color. Now you tell me whose eyes are lighter. Come to the camera. I'm shitting.
No, you're not, bro.
No, I think your eyes are.
So when I get to watch
No, no, no. Your eyes are legit. Okay. Yo, can we go back one real quick?
Why?
I want to like wash my eyes.
What's your eyes out?
Bro, they feel like tainted. Like
Bro, I was like, ain't no way. You were literally trying to gaslight me. You shut
I'm
up.
not gaslighting nobody. My eyes were blue. They're still the same color.
Where'd you even get those contacts?
Online. Don't worry about it. When you start getting ideas, next thing you know, you have green eyes next week.
No, I've been wanting to get green contacts
Put your seatbelt on safety first. You ever heard of click it or ticket?
You ever heard of Don't Start Driving so everybody has their seatbelt on in the car because you can tell us off?
Why'd you take your seatbelt off to begin with? You didn't have the context in.
I took them off because you parked and I wanted to see inside your eyes.
No, you never take it off. I was running, you never take it off.
Shut up. I can't.
Alright, y'all, made it back home real quick. The boys gonna go rinse his face out, wash his eyes because I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the feeling that they have right now. I feel like my eyes are teasing. But I hope y'all enjoyed today's video. This was supposed to be like a little like spin-off of like the last video I did a couple weeks ago where I won't speak in a different language. But this time I woke up with it. Hey, I thought it was pretty good. If you guys thought so too, make sure you guys smash that thumbs up button. Comment down below and see my Isaiah all day, every day.
I tell y'all ready to hit the freaking city, bro. We're going to downtown. Dumbass. Hey, stop. What I tell you about the gun? Bro, how y'all doing? Hey, you dropped something. You dropped my heart. You dropped my heart. Your name though? Huh? Valentino. Oh, you very beautiful. Yeah, I just reform my life. That's why I just came up. But you from here? You not? Yeah, take down my number. Alright, now I'm not sure. I just have to stop you real quick. You actually just my type. Yeah, I like what I see. Nah, I don't actually have a type, but I like what I see. Yeah, that's a new thing. Pretty girl. Now I'm using the chat. And I don't have a haircut. Why you ain't have a friend? Well, are you not allowed to? You wanna hop on my back? Actually, that's not a good idea. Hey, yo. I'm trying to tell. Oh, no, no. Get your ass in the state, boy. Stop letting know. Hey, yo. Nah, pause. That was crazy. Nah, that was crazy. That was crazy. How y'all doing? Oh, no, this is like a two-man. This is out there. Nah, not really. How you doing? What's that? What's that? Pizza? Pizza, that's it. See what I can eat. Malik, that man like that. That's my little brother. We got listen, man. Listen. One of these 11 or 12. He's hustling. Nah, I'm not making him. He just wants to. Yo, that's crazy. Why would I ever try to make him work? He's gonna be a businessman. So he's learning early, like the hustle. I'm trying to get some number. Maybe I can take it out. No, we don't. We do not. I love lesbians. We got like great time. I love girls. What are you? What are you? What? I'm actually yeah. All right, right, well, nice to meet you. Meet you. Tiffany. Tiffany. Huh? Are you interested? Oh, damn. Yo. Golly, what the fuck? No. That's crazy. That's Malik. I mean, like that. Nice to meet you. How y'all doing? Good, good. What's your name? How you doing? Amber. I'm Mooch. Nice to meet you. Where you from? Really? Been there. How is it? Not even been to college. Oh, no, I just never got the chance to like go up there. You're very beautiful. You single? Yeah, yes, yes. Single. Really? I like mine. You like what you see? Now, you're very beautiful. And you just my type. I wear it's like kind of a natural thing. I wear I'm a damn creep. A lot of people do that. I just report my daily life. Yeah, I report my daily life. Like. Hey, how did you get my phone? Right, how did you? Oh, okay, that's look, my phone looks the same. I'm like, I thought you had my phone. I ain't in a rush though. Huh? Maybe I can take you out. Oh, what's her name? Amber. Nice to meet you. Nah, you can I get like some cigarette? I swear, no kisses. Let me kiss your hand. Let me kiss your hand. Now you can do the chat. Nice to meet y'all. Nice to meet y'all. Bro, is that a gorilla? That is me. Bro, did we bag that 2-man though? Did you get the number? How you doing? Good, good, good. You very pretty. Where you from? Hold on a little bit. Nah, you're not. Probably it's straight. Now you look good though. Where you from? How long you down here? Nah, that's my little brother. He be selling snacks. He sold out. Nah, I was walking by and I said that. That's why I really. My name Malik though. Say. Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you. I'm gonna take how long you down? Over there. We gotta do something. You know, it's my city. Yeah, in my city. Yeah, I stay here and shit. Hmm? Yeah, I'm just my bad. I'm just wearing my slide. That's why I keep getting around and shit. And I like to see my back and shit. But what you might be into it? Yeah, it's so pretty. You make me a little nervous. Yeah.
Look, I don't want it.
I feel like it's about that mindset. Let me take your information now. We gotta do something though. I gotta show you around before you leave. Yeah. You how long you been here so far? Like for some reason you look weird. Huh? Girl, nah, I just got here. Chad, this is pretty face right here. Oh shit. She gonna be my thumbnail. That's amazing. You think I could like feel like kiss on the cheek and shit? Girl, can I kiss on the cheek? Yeah. You too. Can I grab your number? I don't really be on Instagram like that. Alright, but I'm just take your number and shit. I feel like we back. Yeah. Now eventually you gonna get it. You feel me? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Alright, man. Y'all heard her chat? Keep going. You know, eventually you gonna get it. You know, go for what you want though. You keep shooting, you gonna get it. How you doing? What's your name? You ask me. Victoria, I'm Malik. Nice to meet you. Where you from? Really? How long you been here? Really? Let me take your number out. I met you in real life though. I feel like me and me on social media. Alright, take my Instagram. But how old are you? I gotta like take you out of the day or something, man. You just my type. Why you side eye me like you're not interested? Am I ugly? You gotta do it. What is wrong? Well, why you not interested? Like I genuinely wanna know. Wait, is it my look? Is it because I don't got a haircut? What is it? Nah, dead ass like why you not interested? No. I'm just trying to like make you friends and shit. Yeah. Huh? With my race? I'm like mixed with a lot of things, like everything, you know. One last question, right? Like I'm very curious because I never heard this from a woman before. Like saying what you told me. What would you like, right? You want to say? I'm just out of curiosity, like that. I just want to know. Like I'm just curious. Because when I asked you, like, the way you looked at me, it felt like you wasn't attracted to me. So I was curious. If you was looking for a relationship, would you pursue me? What? Bro, I've never heard that before. Damn, that shit hurt me though. Excuse me. How you doing? What's your name? No. Why is it? No. This is my little brother. No, that's my little brother. No. But I'm trying to talk to you though. You feel me? That's just my. You just with me though. You feel me? Nah, we got different dads. Yeah, like this. What's your name though? And that's how you look good. You know what I'm saying? You know who you look like? My future wife. You like what you see though? What the fuck? It's that one friend, bro. Why she cock block my shit though, bro? What's good, live stream? What's good, YouTube? What's good, everybody? It's your boy, Young Boots.
It started with a list. That's how most of my errands began. Mom hurt her wrist pruning the lilac bushes too early in the season, and suddenly it was on me to grab everything for her spring garden. Potting soil, tomato cages, peat moss, gloves, a new watering wand. The usual suspects when South Carolina decided to skip spring and go straight into summer. I didn't mind. It was Saturday morning, bright but not too hot, and the Walmart down on Greenfield Road was only 10 minutes away. I remember double-checking the list while sitting in the driver's seat, hearing my mom's voice in my head reminding me not to forget the slug pellets. Funny how she always cared more about her dahlias than herself. She had a splint on her left wrist and was still talking about getting the rose trellis painted before next weekend. I parked in a spot halfway down the lot, not too close, but not in the Wild West either. It was decently busy, the kind of morning crowd you expect. Older couples, moms with toddlers, a few high schoolers still in pajamas, probably forced out of bed by their parents. I pushed an empty cart toward the gardening section, already imagining the satisfying crunch of gravel under mulch bags and that weird plasticky smell all the outdoor tools always had. The store was uneventful, boring even. I grabbed everything, even a new pair of clippers my mom hadn't asked for but definitely needed, then stood in line behind a woman arguing over expired coupons. One cashier working. Classic. When I got out to my car, the sun had risen just enough to make you squint without sunglasses. I popped the trunk and started loading everything in. 3 heavy bags of potting mix first, then the smaller items. I remember standing up to stretch my back and hearing footsteps behind me. I didn't think anything of it at first, just another shopper heading to their car. But when I turned, instinctively more than anything, I locked eyes with a man I didn't recognize. He looked like he'd just come from a jog. Late 20s, maybe early 30s, short buzzed hair, tank top, athletic shorts, earbuds in. He was tan and lean, with the kind of expression you see on people in passing. Polite, unreadable. Hey, I said, just being friendly. I didn't think twice. Then I bent down to lift the last bag of compost into the trunk. That's when I heard it. Was it you? I paused, half expecting to see someone else nearby. Maybe he was talking to someone behind me. I turned around again. Sorry? He was closer now, smiling, but not in a warm way. His head was tilted.
Oh, whoa. Think the base doing something. But Logical's here. What's good, Logical? Oh,
Chilling, man. Just saw
What
that.
you got on LeBron James letting up, man?
Yeah, freaking the Clippers lost, but like I kind of expected it, man. Like I'm not gonna lie, like the type of player Harden is, we've seen it not work so many times, and it's become less effective over the years, right? Like that play style, one way, just ball dominant ISO player that scores a lot but doesn't defend, doesn't win anymore. You can't pay that player the amount that Harden, Luca, Beal, all these type of players are paid anymore. You can't you can't win with them. Like it's crazy now. Like you have to have a more balanced player that can guard their position but maybe score 20 points over 30, you know what I mean? Like 20 points in defense means you're plus 10 maybe. And instead of scoring 30 where you're minus 5 because you gave up so many points on the defensive end, right? Like it it's really like we're really seeing the league fine tune how like the salary CBA kind of stuff has really like cemented in that you need to get value for every dollar that you spend. And and we're seeing which teams are fading and which teams are succeeding based on that right now.
Big facts. Yep, that's big facts.
Like two-way player is is the only currency now, I think. In a sense, you have to be switchable on defense and fit offensively. Like obviously, like five guys have to fit into like some kind of offensive system that works, but all five guys have to kind of like defend as well though. Like team defense or individual defense and all these different things, you need to have different pieces. And I think that's what Boston has right now, which people are overrating them maybe a lot. But at the same time, like it's hard to beat because of the way they've built their team with a lot of two-way players that fit offensively and can switch on defense, right?
Right.
And it's hard to get those players. It's not easy. Those players, like, if you're signing them, they cost a lot. If you're drafting them, much less, right? So, like, you have to, like, kind of, like, find and develop your own kind of two-way guys before they, like, become legit and have to get paid. And I think that's the game now, right? And free agency is gonna be quite like, you know what I mean? Like the deals in free agency aren't gonna be as impactful as years before based on the salary cap implications with the new CBA and how the better value is with rookies that maybe went through 4 years of college and are ready to play, and you get them for like 3 years on the cheap, right? So you're getting like 7 years of experience for cheap, like on the like the last year of it, right? So like there's a different like parameters and timelines that maybe GMs are thinking about when they're drafting players, just who's ready. The NL money will keep players in the college ranks for longer and maybe get a more seasoned prospect out of the draft. Like there's a lot of different things going on right now that I think are really interesting.
So we're not gonna mention that Kawhi Leonard played not even 40 minutes. He didn't even try to play the full game. Like, come on, bro. This the dude y'all say better than LeBron. Is you serious right now?
No, yeah, like Kawhi's cooked, bro. I thought he was cooked. Like when I saw him coming back, like the way his knees were bending, you could see that he doesn't have a lot of endurance on that kind of bend where he like dips then shoots. He doesn't have that knee bend anymore as much as he did before, where he could be more bouncy, get lower, like sit in the chair defensively and then hit the shots offensively, right? Like his knees aren't that mobile enough. Like you can't push the Kawhi button in series one. The Raptors pressed it during the Philly series in game four, and then pressed it in game seven, and then pressed it again like in game three against the Bucks, where we went double overtime and he played like 54 minutes. Like we only used him like superstar mode certain games like to spare him, and like the team kind of helped, right? But if you have a Harden-esque character that only gives value on the offensive end, it's harder to make up that value, right?
Yeah, because Toronto had a lot of veteran guys around him, already been deep in the trenches, was ready for that. So he had a ready-made team already. I mean, like y'all see Fred Van Vliet, he was looking like Steph Curry. Steph Curry wasn't looking like Steph Curry because he been there and he done that 2019 champion. So you see what I'm saying? Everybody done forgot that. He a 2019
No,
champion.
I didn't forget that. I knew that, like, yo, Fred Van Vliet played great defense on Curry in those finals. So, like, he knows his tendencies a bit. And this was going to be a more interesting series from my point of view, in a sense of once everything kind of played out, it was going to maybe go seven, right?
Yep, and I feel like because Jalen Green hasn't established himself as that guy, anybody can get hot and take them shots and be that guy. And I feel like Van Vliet has stepped up into that role. Jalen Green is the most talented player on that team, but he is not the best player when it counts. You hear what I'm saying? He ain't
It's
like I'm just
consistency,
saying.
man. Yo, it's about the consistency, right? Like,
Right. You can't
people
be in those
love
conversations
Jokic
if you ain't consistent.
because of his consistency from whatever 20 points. You can count him for like a triple double, basically. You know what I mean? Consistency. That's what matters in the league, I think. Like, it's not even just like these one-time performances, but even in the end game of everything, like you could see Van Vliet has the experience. He's kind of solved the defense of the Golden State, and now they're getting an advantage, right? So like depth
I don't know if
and
that's I don't know if that's
combination
gonna be
difference is
enough
different,
though. Game
right?
7. I feel like game 7 with Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Steve Kerr, they all been there and done that. If Jalen Green don't get his shit together, it's gonna be on him game 7. They're gonna make sure it's
Not
on
gonna
him.
lie, Steven Adams played a lot of game sevens, man. Like a lot of high
He
leverage
did.
game sevens. You know
That's
what
what
I
I'm saying.
mean?
They got Fred Van Vliet, they got Steven Adams, they got some guys over there, man. So the
Caruso's got
Rockets
a
is dangerous in
championship.
this series. I don't think they dangerous
Caruso's
in
got a
this
championship,
playoffs.
so they
I
got
think they
voices.
dangerous
They
though.
got voices, yeah.
They dangerous, man, and that's why they in game 7 for a reason.
But the Nuggets, like, I don't know. I think they won just because like their Clippers roster value isn't high enough. It like over the years you have to build value in picks or players. get to a certain point where you spend those assets accordingly to try to build a championship team, right? But if you're always kind of like spending, you never get to complete the project because you're always kind of like only half doing certain things. Like I don't know, it's really like it definitely is cycles in the NBA. Like there's like cycles where teams go through. Like you see Cleveland, right? You know what I mean? Like they've been through like up, way down, and then now kind of like, you know what I mean, coming back up, right?
They've been through what every team has been through throughout the history of any
Mm-hmm.
team. The thing about it is you got some teams
Mm-hmm.
that are big time teams, so you pay attention to everything. And then some teams that come out of nowhere, again, like Cleveland. We paid attention to
Mm-hmm.
everything when LeBron was there because LeBron was there, whether they won or lost. But it was a different story once he left and they had to dig their way all the way to where they is now. So it's a lot
Mm-hmm.
behind it. It ain't just one man, it's a whole team, it's a whole big thing behind it. So, you know, I'm just listen. At the end of the day, I'm a fan first of the game. Now, of course, like I told y'all, LeBron my favorite player. Wherever he go, that's where I'm gonna go. I'm consistent with that. I don't care what y'all think. Uh, but he ain't playing right now, so I'm just spectating and seeing what it is, man. I still love the
Mm-hmm.
game. I'm just looking.
Yeah, so like after Braun, you'll still watch and have like new favorites, maybe. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I get that. I get that.
But I just feel like the
Like,
Celtics they're gonna have to break it up, and they got a little bit too old. They can probably get away with it this year
mm,
and get a title, but I don't feel like they're gonna be able to do it next year. Somebody else is gonna break through in the East or the West. I'm not sure who it's gonna be,
no,
but I don't
like
think
they
they're gonna do it
aren't
next year.
foolproof. Yeah, like the Celtics aren't like it's based on like shooting basically. They've set up their like everything based on the three ball, which is kind of iffy, and you want more inside pressure, but I guess they'll do what they're gonna do, you know what I mean, right? You want both,
Well,
right?
see, it's
You want
similar.
three
It's
ball
similar to Golden
pressure, but
State.
you want inside pressure though too, right? You know what I
Right.
mean? You want
Yeah.
guys that are gonna fucking yam that shit, right?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, the way they looking right now, it's looking like the Celtics is gonna be the champs. In my opinion, Celtics or
Mm.
it's OKC. It's Celtics or the OKC, man, because you ain't stopping Shea Gildress, and I feel like ain't nobody stopping Jason Tatum. I really don't feel like
Rams of
anybody's stopping
Denver.
him. Yeah,
Denver
nah,
makes the miracle run here.
nope, they ain't got enough. They ain't got enough scoring, man, to deal with the Celtics to deal with OKC. Like I said, Jamal Murray, he'd get toe up against SGA, and they ain't got the wings to deal with Boston. And Jokic is gonna be running up and down the floor like a dog, and they gonna be tearing him apart, man. Boston got way too many wings. They just got too much going on,
What do
man.
you
For
think
certain
of
teams,
Cleveland versus Nuggets though? What happens then?
you said who?
Cleveland final.
That your mic went out.
Oh shoot. Cleveland versus
Say that
Nuggets
again.
finals. Cleveland versus Nuggets.
Hello.
No, like my
Hello.
mic's fucking up right now.
All right, you clear now. You clear now.
Okay. You can hear it now,
Yep,
yeah.
you good. Yep, you good.
Okay, yeah, Cleveland versus the Nuggets. So what do you think about that series?
Oh man, if that was the finals, I'm gonna
Yeah.
probably I'm gonna probably take Cleveland because they got the bigs to contend with Jokic, and then I don't think they got anybody that can stop Donovan Mitchell and all of these wings that they got. They just really good at coming
You think
down, hitting
experience
threes.
plays it? You think
Yep,
experience plays into
but
any of it? Because like
it
none of the
does. But
Cleveland
Donovan
players
Mitchell
have been to the finals, right? None
don't
of those
matter.
players have
Donovan
been to the
Mitchell,
finals.
it don't matter. Their leader is Donovan Mitchell. He the best player on their team. He haven't been to the finals, but he been deep enough in the water, and they good enough. Or if they hungry, they can take it. The Nuggets is not the same team, and everybody know it.
Mm.
So hey, if you hungry enough, you can take it.
See,
I'm not
like
doubting anybody
that's the
against
only
them.
thing I'm like iffy on, like the Cleveland, their experience and like their leaders' experience. Because Mitchell, I think I don't even think I think maybe he went to a conference once, and all the other
I think he
times,
might have.
like it didn't really work out. Even when they were number one seed, remember that?
Yeah, but they
When
ain't
him
had no
and
team like
Gobert
this.
were one seed and they got
Yeah,
rocked the hell out.
yeah. This is a different thing though because I feel like he a better scorer. Feel like he a little bit better of a defender. He definitely is a
Yeah,
leader.
more defensive
He
help, yeah. And he's
he,
better
he get-
defending. Yeah, yeah. I can
yeah.
admit that. Yeah, he's gotten
It's a
better
different
as a
situation.
defender, yeah.
It's a different situation. You know, he had Gobert and the rest of them guys over there. This is a different situation right here.
Mm.
So I'm just being real
Bogdan.
about it, man. You
Bogdan
got them
just
double
lost.
bigs. Jared, Jared Allen and Mobley,
Mm.
man. That's serious business, man. Serious business.
Mm.
And I feel like a guy like Jokic, he gonna pay a price. You ain't fouling out both of them guys, and both of them can defend him.
Mm.
So they got some guys. And the thing about it is, once Jokic
No,
foul out, who you going?
Gordon's something to tangle with though too. Like, you know what I mean? He can box out
He
on
is, but
rebounds and like
he's
and
gonna foul out
do
against.
his job, right? You know what I mean?
He can, but the thing about it is, if you get
Mm.
Jokic in foul trouble and Gordon is your main rim protector, he's gonna end up fouling out. He's gonna have to foul when you got Mobley coming
Yeah.
downhill and you got Allen coming downhill. If
Double,
you keep
yeah,
them
the
two,
double
the thing
double
about what make them
pressure,
deadly
yeah.
is they can hit you with the bench, and if they keep them double bigs in, you're gonna be in big trouble. You're gonna be in big trouble, bro. You got to get one of them bigs out. That any team. I don't
Mm.
care who you is, what the matchup is. My main thing is to get one of them bigs out right away. That'll make their whole offense and defense look different. Get one of them bigs out. They very comfortable having Mobley
Well,
and Allen in there.
Gordon
You got to
could
get one of them bigs
staple
out.
out a big if Jokic could kind of like get position and just be in front and just plant. Maybe he could get in front of another big on like kind of rebounding sets and different things like that. I don't know.
It's tough, man. It's tough with them two dudes. I mean, you got
Yeah,
to come up
no,
with a real good
they're
game
tough.
plan.
They have like 2 7s, 2 7-footers, right? Like,
The thing about it is, Jokic, he can battle for rebounds, but you don't want him just battling with both of them dudes down there. He really needs some help. You don't
mm-hmm,
want him to get in early foul trouble. That's hard to manage. He got to go out there and play. He ain't the
mm-hmm,
greatest defensive player. Mobley is gonna pick on him because Mobley can shoot it from 3 point, mid range, and he can give it to you in the post, and he can drive it, and he's faster than Jokic. So I can see him dunking on Jokic, getting easy lays, getting past him. I
mm.
mean, it could be ugly. It could be ugly for Jokic. It could get real ugly for him. So I think Cleveland got a good chance of making the finals. Um, but I just don't see them getting past a team like Boston right now. I don't see nobody getting past Boston. I think Boston got enough left
Mm.
that they're gonna take it all this year too. If it ain't them, it's OKC. Them two teams just stick out more than anybody else. OKC don't got the experience, but they just so overpowered and they hungry. Um, and then Boston, they got the all the experience that they need, and they got all the firepower too. So it'll be them two teams in the end. That's what
Mm.
it's looking like to me, but I could be wrong.
No, it seems right. Like two-way wise, like they have the players that can play both sides. So like they're going to be effective and gain plus points. Each player is going to be plus points in a sense of if they can hold their own, right? So like I think that's where the parity's gotten, where you need each player to kind of just be just even like plus 10 points or something, and then that's how you win the game.
Another thing you can look at too, the three teams with the best record, Cleveland, Boston, and OKC, they got one similarity. They got a bunch of two-way guys, and they starting five and good guys coming off the bench too. They got two-way guys coming off the bench. Deadly. So
Yeah.
like I said, it's a toss-up
Yeah.
with all of those teams. Any one of those teams could be
Yeah.
the champion. Honestly, any one of those teams could be the champion.
Yeah. Do you think Indy is any chance of a dark horse here? They're interesting a little bit, I think. I don't know.
I think they're a dark horse to go back to the East Finals, make a deep run, game 6, game 7.
Maybe
I think
yeah.
Miles Turner is just too soft going against Jokic, going against Mobley and Allen, going against
yeah, not to like
going against Hardenstein and going against who's the other
yeah.
guy, Holmgren. I just don't think he can keep up with them guys, and I don't think that they got the wings either to keep up. So I don't think it's gonna happen.
I
You
think
just really gotta have those
can
wings,
blend
man.
Gordon, but
They ain't got a deep enough bench, man. You really gotta have that bench. Like your starting five struggle in any kind of way, you gotta be able to make a run with that bench or be able to sustain whatever you got going on with that bench. And I just don't think they can do it. Those elite teams that I
so what
named to
is
you,
it?
they can do that.
Yeah. So it's New York versus Celtics and Cleveland versus Indy.
I think New York is another dark horse too, to go to the East Finals. Yeah, but it is it's hold on one second.
Yeah, Knicks versus Celtics, and then Cleveland versus Indy, I think. It's OKC
Yeah,
versus
Cleveland,
Nuggets.
Yeah, it's Cleveland,
And then
Cleveland and
yeah.
Pacers. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a good series. I think
Yeah.
Halliburton, man, I think he ain't done proving himself. I think I'm interested to see what he gonna do. I mean, you feel me? He did his thing against
Yo,
Giannis. Let's
voted
see if he
most
can
overrated
do it
player
next.
gives you fuel, yo. That gives you fuel. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if your peers think you're most overrated, wouldn't that give you fuel?
Yeah, I think
I
this
think that's
series
giving
with
his
the
dad fuel, obviously. Yeah.
this series with the Pacers and the Cavaliers could tell you two things. It could tell you that the Cavaliers is overrated if they lose, and it could tell you that the Pacers is right back where we thought they was gonna be, which is the East Finals, and that we should have been talking about them and paying attention to them more if they beat the Cavs. It could tell you those two things in this series. This series I'm paying attention to every game in this series. It's gonna be high level. You got a lot of young dudes.
Yeah.
They all trying to get attention because the Celtics and the Knicks and other teams getting attention.
No,
So
yeah,
these
the
teams
Knicks
they gonna
Celtics
show
is
out.
interesting. If the
This
Knicks
series,
surprise the Celtics, woo!
the Knicks and Celtics gonna be
It's gonna be
good
going
because it's the Knicks and
crazy,
Celtics.
bro. It's gonna be going crazy. Not gonna lie. Like
It's gonna be a good
NY is gonna
series.
be. Yo, if they win the series, they're gonna be going nuts.
I think honestly though that the Cavaliers and the Pacers is gonna be a way better series to watch because those teams
Like
get up and down the floor way more. It's gonna be up and down, high pace, slam dunking, shooting threes. I just like that series more as far as watching. But yeah, it's gonna be a real
yeah,
crazy
for sure.
series for the Celtics because the Knicks is something different, man. Jalen Brunson is a superstar. I was on the fence about
Oh
it.
yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry.
it's gonna be good. It's
He's
gonna
a
be good,
superstar.
bro.
That boy is a
This
super
is gonna be a
duper
good
star.
series.
He went and stepped that motherfucker back
Either
on the
way,
sword
I'm gonna make
and showed him what
fun
it
of it, so
was.
it's I like
Listen,
that part.
I don't care if he don't win a title or
Mm.
whatever the case may be. That when he did that to Assur and closed that series, that's gonna be in Knicks history, bro. That's gonna be in basketball history. That was a great play. That was a great play he did on him, bro. That
Yeah,
step back three
of
was
course, of course.
crazy, bro. That was crazy, bro. Like I've been watching that every day. I ain't stopped watching that every day since it happened.
It was interesting, like yeah, like the Raptors just had the 30th anniversary year, and we went through like each of our like playoffs and all these like different seasons and different eras of the team and stuff. And like each little bit mattered. Like when we beat New York and when we had Charles Oakley and like we finally won a series was against New York Knicks with Oakley, and then we went on to play Allen Iverson in that, like, you know what I mean, that 201 series.
Yep.
Epic, like 50 ball like thingy. Like yeah, like all that stuff kind of like really matters in a sense of like if people remember, right? Like it's a continuous thing, right? Give these people moments and then they'll come back, right? Like in a sense of like being attached. Cuz I was so attached. When he missed that shot and like the whole the graduation fiasco where he went to like North Carolina to get his degree before game 7 in that series, like I swear like all of Canada was attached to that, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of different things that like happen that aren't like league wide, but they are team wide in the sense of like people that watch the team remember those moments, right?
Man, y'all baking on a whole nother level of basketball. Man, the level of cooking on this stove is real. But the Pacers are not
No, that
beating the Cavs.
mhm.
The Pacers aren't beating the Cavs. I think the Cavs have too much size in the middle. Turner can only do
No,
so
that's
much.
interesting though. That's an interesting front court duo though. Like, you know what I mean? Like Allen and Mobley versus Turner and Siakam. And
Yeah.
Siakam's played a bunch of center too, like, you know what I mean? So like they're switchable in a sense. So like it's dual switchables. Switchables in the power forward and center position where they can kind of like this could be a really interesting series, not gonna lie.
Cavs in 6.
Probably, yeah.
I
Probably.
mean, Pacers could win the series too. But if the Cavs, I'll say
I
two
don't think
things.
their defense, yeah, their defense isn't there, right?
Or the Pacers or the Cavs.
Yeah.
Pacers got more
They're not.
experience. They just went to the East
No.
Finals. They got more
Yeah, the
experience.
Pacers. No, the Pacers' defense isn't as strong as Cleveland, but the Indies' offense could get hotter. So it's like, I don't know. It's so. I don't know. I
If
don't
they
know
keep
who
if they
I
keep
want to
them
pick
in
in
half,
this series, to be honest.
if the Pacers can keep the Cavaliers in the half court, then that gives them their best chance to guard them. But if they allow Mitchell and the Cavs to push the tempo, and you got Mitchell, Garland, you got Mitchell on the left running the fast break, Garland on the right, you got Allen sprinting down the middle of the court.
Yeah.
Then that can be a problem because of the size factor. But if you can limit your turnovers and keep the kick clock, because Cleveland, they can play in the half court, but they prefer to run because when that team when they pushing and running, you got Allen and Mobley sprint down the court, and Mitchell can just lob it to one of them or go all the way. That's a problem for the Pacers. But the Pacers can keep them in the half court and make them have to run a bunch of sets. That's their best chance to win. Keep them niggas in the half. Don't let them run and gun, get easy lives, dunks, threes, layups. Make them play half court the entire game. That's what you're going to have to do to beat them. Keep them in the half court. Don't let them get out of run.
Yeah, so Halliburton's gonna have to limit his turnovers quite a bit, right?
It's the whole team.
Like, cause like in in the half court, I understand what you're saying because like Siakam, Turner kind of matches up well against their two kind of 7-footers if they want to go into the half court kind of switchability kind of stuff where they want to run pick and roll and different things like that where they can have a bunch of quicker forwards, right? Like all those guys are kind of quick. They're not like slow, right? You don't think of them as slow kind of forwards. Siakam's very fast. Turner's quite fast, right? Allen is decently fast, and then Mobley's decently fast, right? So like it's gonna be really interesting, man. Like this whole like series is gonna be really interesting, I think.
Yeah, and that's why I said
like Carlisle
Pacers
versus Atkins. Yo, Carlisle versus Atkins. This is gonna be like maybe it comes down to coaching, man. Seriously, maybe it comes down to coaching. I don't know. I like how they match up though. Indy, yeah.
I only like Indy matching up if they're playing half court defense. If you let this big team create turnovers and they're spreading the floor, Pascal and Turner, yes, they're both switchable, but if you're in a transition possession, what's the name? If Turner takes Mobley or Allen, then the other guy's got a free dunk because yes, Siakam could play fine, but Siakam's not as tall as Mobley or Allen. They could just jump over him and try to dunk it home.
If they catch the quick mismatch, yeah.
Or not even just that. Just by Allen and Mobley going down the court full head of steam, all Mitchell got to do in transition is run behind them, use them as blockers, and get a free layup. Him and Garland, that's easy layups. Drive right behind them, and that's going to create a lot of issues because now you're liable to the lob threat, you're liable to the layup and the 3-point shot. With the Pacers, if they're in transition, they can do the same thing.
Pacers
but
have a couple like PG players, right? Like they have a couple guards that are decent. Nembhard, Halliburton, and then they have their like trusted old school what's his face Mick.
They got Opie Toppin too, don't they?
Yeah. No, they have a couple. I don't know. It's.
But if you're the Pacers,
Pascal,
it's gonna be a good
Mathern, they got Halliburton, they got Turner.
Opie Toppin, is Opie Toppin on that team?
They got some guys, man. They've been to the East Finals, man. They're not nothing to be played with.
No, I'm just thinking about guards because I've watched a lot of Andrew.
But that's why I said
and he's legit on both sides. He's legit on both sides. So like,
He's not gonna be legit if we turn the ball over. If the Patriots turn the ball over and you allow this team to get out and run, then Nehart's gonna have to foul. Gonna put him in a position to have to foul. But like I said, if you keep the Cavaliers in the half court, you limit your chances of picking up fouls, because if you put them in the open court, Mitchell fast as dirt locks. Mitchell and Garland and Mobley, all these guys sprint down the court.
No,
You're gonna end up trying to foul. That's why I said keep them in the half court and take away those opportunities. Make them beat you in the half. Don't let them just run down the court and get easy buckets. Make them earn these buckets. Anytime a team is big, because the Cavaliers are the bigger team, so you want to put them in the half court. You don't want them gunning nothing. You want to make Allen have to. You want to make Allen have to set a screen and try to get a dunk that way. But you don't want it to where Allen and Mobley is sprinting down the court, and you got Mitchell behind them and Garland on the other side. Because at that point, he got too many options. He can lob it to this guy, that guy. He can pull to the corners.
The tough thing about it though, Mike, is Cleveland is the better half court team, because once you go into a situation where it's 7 seconds are left, I'm trusting the ball in Donovan Mitchell's hand over everybody on both teams. So right there, that'll tell you what that is. So it's gonna be a run and gun game, and it's gonna get slowed down in moments. And I think Cleveland is gonna be better in offensively slowing things down and defensively doing whatever they want to do, because they got Mobley and Allen and everybody else committed to defense, and they got a deep bench. Wade, they got some dudes that's lengthy, man, and they shooting.
No, but that's what you want the Cavs to do. That's that. But
if they make like Garland the guy though, like the Garland the shot maker, that could be really interesting because I think Indy has the personnel. Halliburton on Garland, and then Nembhard on Mitchell, and then Siakam and Turner and all that stuff in the half court. That might be really interesting if they try to kind of like lock down the four others where Garland can't pass anyone and he has to kind of score all the points. Maybe that's a strategy. I think they could play that, to be honest.
No, because the screens,
big enough.
You're not taking into account the screens. You're not looking at the screen factor. If they try to get physical with Mitchell and Garland, they could just have Mobley and Allen set a screen, and that's going to create a problem, because if you get Turner away from the basket,
they could switch and recover though.
No, but I'm not allowing you to recover. I'm setting the screen. If I'm Mobley, you set that screen tough, and you make that nigga get stuck on that fucking screen. That's the problem with today's NBA. They setting these soft ass screens and allowing niggas to just fucking fight over the top of the screen. No, if I set a screen, I'm pinning your ass on the fucking screen.
Start with okay. So Garland has the ball. You have Hallie on him. And he switches onto a
screen. Whoever's guarding Garland, I'm setting up hard ass screen.
Yeah.
No. That's what I want. I want to get Nembhard off of Garland. If I'm Garland and Mitchell, you want to get the weakest defender, don't you?
Nembhard are all switching that out, right?
They're not all good at switching.
We have the weakest defender.
Okay, so who's their best two defenders?
Weakest defender, and make him score. If he wants to like pick and roll and do all that shit, okay, he's gonna get a stronger defender. He has to go ISO. Make Garland ISO.
Listen, I'm gonna just tell y'all. The Indiana Pacers is gonna struggle
to make Garland ISO.
This first game, if they win, it's gonna be by a hair, because Cleveland is gonna come out striking. Why? Because they ain't used to nothing like Cleveland yet. They ain't dealt with Cleveland yet in the playoffs, man. They're a different monster. They playing on that same level, if not better, man.
I mean,
So I
what
think
happened
that
to
they're gonna
Giannis
be
and
able to deal with
Lopez,
them.
Debates? What happened to Giannis and Lopez?
Milwaukee did not have nobody in the backcourt like they got Mitchell and Garland in Cleveland. They're gonna struggle against this team the first game. They're probably gonna lose it. Might lose it real bad.
Who did
Second
Indy
game,
pump
I
and
give them
dump
some help.
last year, though? Who did they pump and dump last year? Wasn't it one of the contenders this year? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're not that weak. I don't know. Like, everyone's underestimating them because they're a smaller market, maybe, and they don't have that kind of hype or talk behind
They
them.
didn't
But
have Halliburton last year. They got
I
him
wouldn't
now, and he got a
underestimate
chip
them,
on his
man. I
shoulder.
wouldn't underestimate them.
Indiana is the real deal, but I just don't feel like defensively they're gonna be ready for this game, and they're gonna have to really struggle to win this one out the gate. I ain't saying they can't win the series, but I just got a feeling because they ain't dealt with the same type of thing. They played a certain amount of games and they ain't dealt with this in the playoffs yet. So they got to get used to it this first game. I don't know if it's gonna click right away
Not
fast
gonna
enough for
lie,
them to. I don't know what's gonna happen, man. It's gonna be ugly for them. I
has
got a
no
feeling it's gonna be ugly.
champions, though. Cleveland has no champions. Indy has champions and some guys that have been to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yep, they got Siakam. He's a champion, 2019 champion.
I mean,
So right now, based on what Logical saying, you got the Pages winning. Based on how you talking,
I think it's going to be a great series either way. Like,
I got Cleveland in 7.
how it's going to end up this year.
not 3-6.
I like the matchup, though. I like the matchup because it's not like Indy's going to be a pushover for Cleveland. I think with the kind of unique attributes that they have with the 2 7-footers, I think Indy has some neutralization, and then have some kind of counterpoints to Cleveland, which could be interesting, in my opinion. And Carlo is a good coach, man.
They're gonna have to get bigger.
Good coach.
Listen, Indiana gonna have to get bigger at the
He's
4.
solid. Never the
because
best players, but he's won.
who Indiana has is the 4.
Pascal at the 4, Turner at the 5.
Pascal's gonna get 8 alive against Mobley, bro. They gonna have to figure that out because as soon as Mobley realized that, and I think yes, bro, he can't fuck with Mobley down low. I'm not saying he ain't a good defender, but bro, he ain't gonna fuck with Mobley down low. You got to be a fool to think so. He's not
Mobley has
stronger
a
than
size
him.
difference.
He's not stronger than
Mobley
him.
has a
He just
size
know.
difference. He's stronger. He's taller. He can jump higher.
All
All
that
kinds of
shit,
shit.
bro. I'm
More
telling you.
though.
Man,
Who's
listen.
gonna do more
all right.
down low? Though Pascal's gonna rip up the down core. He's
I don't
more of
know,
a
man.
shooting kind of finessey
I hope it don't get
kind
ugly
of like
down low
big.
for
He's a
for
Raptors
Peyton.
fan. Debates.
Then
Debates.
Siakam
What
and
debates? He's a Raptors.
Siakam's more like
He's a Raptors.
Kale.
He's a Raptors fan. So he believes in Pascal because he played for the Raptors. So that's why he's kept him for him. That's what it is, bro.
I believe in Pascal
Well, like
too. He's a
what
good
are we
player,
talking
but
about here though, really, right?
Mobley is a different
Mobley's too
beast
big
this
for
year.
him.
Mobley a
Mobley's
little
too big
different
for
this year, man.
Pascal.
Mobley doesn't have like the floater game and all that like mid-range game. Pascal has that mid-range game, and he has the post moves and all that kind of stuff.
That's all he needs
can
against
really
Pascal.
do damage inside. No, he can do damage inside. But Mobley, I think, wasn't he shooting more this year? Like he's shooting more threes and trying to be
Not
more
against
like
Pascal. He not. He not gonna shoot much against Pascal though. Against Pascal, he need to be going to the paint attacking him.
Mobley is shooting more threes and he's making them and he's driving more, dunking that motherfucker down. And I'm telling you that Pascal Siakam finna have a problem.
A real problem.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, maybe he.
All you gotta do is get past.
No. Maybe he will.
Pascal's too small for Mobley. If you're Evan Mobley, I ain't shooting shit against Pascal. I'm taking his ass in the post and I'm dunking on his ass all fucking series. I'm gonna catch this motherfucker, turn around, and just sledgehammer. You know what I'm saying? Debates.
If Pascal Siakam step up, man, and have a good matchup against Mobley, offensively, defensively, I'll be the first one to come up here and say I was wrong. But I just feel like, you know, he been through what he been through and all that. That don't got nothing to do with Mobley, young, strong.
Well, last year
he got enough experience.
He was the guy last year.
Listen, Pascal Siakam is really a 3. He's a 3 stretch 4. He ain't a 4 for real. Mobley is a 4 who can play a 5. He gonna have a problem, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna troll since I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about.
It's gonna be interesting.
Y'all can continue.
Man, Pascal don't want that work, man. Let's be real, man. Pascal don't want no part of that, man. Evan Mobley a beast, bro. I'm telling you, Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley got the size advantage. Debates. He was a champion, but look, you saying he's a champion, right? Was he a third or fourth option on the Raptors? Kawhi was the first option. Who was the second option?
He was 2B.
The third or fourth option on that team? Come on, man.
The second option was Freddie VanVleet.
Second or third?
No.
He was the third option. Wait.
Second. No, he averaged the second highest points through the.
It's Fred VanVleet and Kyle Lowry. Fred VanVleet and Kyle Lowry was the second, third option. Don't do that.
Okay, dude. The combination of
Kyle Lowry was like the second, third option.
Okay, no. Listen to this. Kawhi and Siakam's points in 2019 tied the highest that Jordan and Pippen got. There's one more.
Logical. Don't be getting baked now.
Did I get cut out?
No, you're not baked up.
Did I get cut out?
Yeah, your mic was messing up, bro.
Hell yeah, because he capping.
Man. Capping.
That's why your mic messing up. Because he's straight capping. Fred VanVleet and Kyle Lowry.
Can you hear me now? Okay, here we go.
We can finally hear you. Your mic finally just saying that
Get rid of all
no.
pages in the background. Get rid of all pages in the background.
Fucking my thing keeps like going to sleep. My phone. I'm on my thing, my bob, right? Whatever, yo, fucking either way. 2019, Siakam and Kawhi scored the second most points in the playoffs by a duo.
Points don't tell you who the third, second option is.
No. Ty. So like, who's the second option if they're using him as the record kind of guy in a sense, right?
Kyle Lowry was
No. He was the second leading scorer in that.
No, I'm not talking about scoring. What made Kyle Lowry the second option to me because it wasn't just because of his scoring. It was playmaking, his leadership, his toughness, drawing charges. Like he did everything. Van Fleet, same thing. Van Fleet and Kyle Lowry did a little bit of everything. Am I lying, debates? They did every fucking thing.
Yeah,
Drove
Van Vliet,
charges, set the
Lowry was.
Even Mark Gasol was doing a lot of
That's
shit.
why I said that.
Even Mark Gasol was doing a lot of shit out there. What? Danny Green.
Role player.
All those role players was cooking
There's
in 2019. It was baking fried chicken and baked beans. Like what? Y'all had at least 6, 7 guys in double figures like almost every night. Outside of one game that I saw. Danny Green was on that team winning debates. Danny Green.
Yep, Danny Green.
Danny Green was playing tremendous defense. He wasn't hitting the most shots, but he was playing D, baby. He locking up. Danny Green got
Danny Green,
Danny Green got 3 chips on 3 separate teams. That's how you know he's valuable. Even when he was playing.
That's back when I used to actually watch basketball.
No doubt. He's a winning piece. Yeah, he's a winning piece.
He's a winning piece, man.
No, I'm
Him,
just
Patty Mills.
saying, like, if you want to put like scoring load and whatnot, right? Like that's why I said Siakam's maybe 2A or 2B, which Lowry is 2A or 2B. You know what I mean? Like it Lowry and
Lowry's
Siakam
2A or
would be
2B.
interchangeable.
Oh my lord! I can't believe I just heard that.
In effect, no, it is though. It is true.
Oh
The
my
way
lord!
that the games were played out, scoring wise, because Lowry was a lot of the organizer of
No, Kyle Lowry was the organizer.
Baca and all that stuff. Yeah, no, he was the leader in all that stuff, and like he commanded a lot of different things. But like Siakam was like we play like 5 out and have Gasol top of the key with the ball.
And what did Paul got?
Siakam would
And
just
what did Gasol do?
Yeah, no,
He got 3, baby.
Siakam would outcut whoever, and just like there was a lot of plays like that where Siakam would just finish a lot of great plays. Like he was the finisher. Like he was finishing off passes from 3 different point guards: Fred VanVleet, Lowry, and then Gasol was the 3rd point guard, like they said, right?
I'll call him like a point. He played like a point center. I'll call him a point center.
Hey, who's this? Is that
He's a
50
center. He's a center that played point guard.
Yeah.
Who's that?
He could pass
And
the
then
shit off the fucking
Siakam
ball.
would finish. Yeah, Siakam would cut like crazy. He would just keep cutting and cutting and cutting, and then the passes would hit him. So like he would score more, right? That makes sense,
Yep.
right? In a sense of
Got that
you know what I mean?
motherfucker.
Yeah, like he'd outspeed his man and like
And
you know
slam it in
beat
the
him
hoop
on the
every
football
time.
field. You know what I mean? Yo, football field, like you know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like a man gets open and the quarterback finds him. Like you make a good cut, make a shift step. You know what I mean? Like rock your guy, like rock the baby. You know what I mean?
That's how so in other words, that's how they're gonna beat that's how the Pacers gonna beat the Cavaliers. They're gonna have a whole bunch of backdoor cuts and shit like that.
It depends.
Because
Like
that's how
if
that's
Hallie, yeah, you know, if Hallie can hit those cuts, yeah, maybe. Like there's a. That's what I'm thinking. Like it's really interesting that the
you don't have the
Indiana
players.
has
That's the crazy part.
No, both their like forwards shoot 3-pointers. Allen doesn't shoot 3-pointers like that, right? Not like Siakam and Turner. So like they might have a more offensive advantage doing 5 out and then having like Siakam cut, Hallie hit him with like a pass or something, and they might be able to revive that kind of some of the plays that Toronto used to do with the 5 out.
Yeah, but I would implement backdoor cutting if I'm Indiana. I would implement backdoor cutting and slashing to the cup. I would implement a lot of plays to get easy buckets, not a lot of ISO. Teams that play ISO ball is teams that go home. Like the Lakers, ISO ball went home. Clippers, ISO ball, you went home. Like all the teams that play a whole lot of ISO, if you notice, all those teams are at home. You know what I mean? So Indiana, they do have a lot of offense they run, but I want to see a little bit more cutting from that team. I want to see cutting, moving, slashing, screen sitting, moving, pin downs, elevators, run plays. A lot of teams can run plays, but they don't do it enough. Indiana could take it to another level. If they run plays at an elite level, they can beat the Cavaliers because Mitchell and Garland ain't the best defenders. So if you run a lot of plays against them, you gonna catch them slipping. You can catch Mitchell sleeping.
Yeah.
You can catch Garland sleeping. But you got to be decisive. You got to have plays ran because if you let Mitchell and Garland just press up on you, it's going to be a long night. But if you run plays against them and wear them out and wear those legs out, if you can wear down Mitchell and Garland and make them have to play defense, by the time they get the offense, they were like shit. And that's what Indiana can do. Indiana's one of the fast-paced teams in Indiana.
You want to do some high pick and roll.
And backdoor cutting, not just to the hole, backdoor cuts. Guys, 10 to the hole. I mean, you keep the hole.
If you have fast forwards, they can recover, right? They can like hit the pick and then run straight down right after and still kind of like be rim protection, right? So like man, like this is gonna be a good series, I think. Carlisle understands defense. He's gonna play, I think. He's gonna play well.
Who y'all see winning the championship? Who y'all got?
Cleveland. I got it's either Cleveland or OKC. One of those two teams.
Ooh, I gotta see the matchups, man. Like it's all about matchups. So like, it depends who gets through the next round. Once the conference are set, you can pretty much tell who can win the chip. But right now, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. It depends.
Brother Bates, what you got? Brother Bates ain't there. But for me, I think Cleveland and I think OKC can beat Boston because they have the bigs, they have the wings, they got the outside defense, they have the benches to beat them. Cleveland OKC is going to be in the finals. Is Cleveland OKC going to be in the finals? One of those two teams going to do it. Boston, I got Boston losing this year.
Too unhealthy right now or something?
No, even Boston healthy, I still think Cleveland has the talent to beat them. But if you watch Cleveland, the last two times they played Boston, they were injured. They didn't have Mobley 1 year. You didn't have what's the name? Allen the next year. Then the other year you didn't have fucking Mitchell for 2 games. Shit like that. Cleveland healthy, they could beat Boston. OKC healthy, they could beat Boston. Like I said, both of those two teams have what? They have bigs. Cleveland got 2 bigs, Mobley and Jared Allen. OKC has how many bigs? You got Hartenstein, 7 feet tall. You got Chet Holmgren, 7 feet tall, and he can shoot. Can bring you outside the paint. You look at the wing position. You got Luke Dort, Casey Wallace, and all them niggas. Jalen Williams, Cooper, ballers. You look at Cleveland, Garland, Mitchell, D Wade kid.
Dean Wade. Yep, Dean Wade.
Dean Wade, yeah, him. So I'm just saying Cleveland and OKC is the only two teams left that's built to beat Boston, just off personnel and all that shit. If you think about it,
they're not beating Boston. You know why? They got St. Louis up in there.
Huh?
Jason Tatum, because of Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
That's why. That's what the first thing I think of. All of these teams cannot beat Boston because of one man and one man only, and that's Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown. One of them dudes.
So Derek White, Drew Holiday, and Kristaps Porzingis, and Al Horford. That's 6 point of attack defenders on one team.
And ain't nobody got a big that can shoot like Kristaps Porzingis. That dude is a god for me.
Boston stack for real, for real.
Didn't they get
I
beat up
called the host is speaking. Hold on. I called time. The host is speaking. The base. I'm gonna ask this question. The first time that Cleveland faced Boston, was they healthy? Yes or no?
No, they were not.
Okay. The second time they faced Cleveland, all the niggas stop cutting me off. They was not healthy. As a matter of fact, your ass can go on Google right now and research what I'm telling you right now. Go and research those last 2 playoff series Cleveland had against Boston. 1 year, Jared Allen was not healthy. The very next year,
Boston didn't have Kristaps Porzingis. So what's your point?
We're not talking about Boston. We're talking about Cleveland going against Boston. So stop sliding what I'm talking about. Stop doing that. We're talking about Cleveland against Boston, not Boston against Cleveland. I'm talking about Cleveland against Boston. That's what I'm talking about. When Cleveland plays Boston, once again, bro, stop cutting me off. You got one last time to cut me off, bro. Real shit. Stop cutting off the host. Real shit. Y'all gotta stop doing that, bro. Y'all ain't paying for my shit, bro. Like I was saying before, bro. When Cleveland faced Boston the first time, they didn't have Jared Allen. The second time, they didn't have Mitchell for 2 games. So stop that shit. We've yet to see Boston face a healthy Cleveland Cavaliers team. And last year, when Boston got to the finals, who they faced that was healthy? Can you please tell me? Name me the team they faced that was healthy that they played all playoffs. Nobody. You faced the injured Pacers team with nobody Hill, no Halliburton. You faced who else? They faced the Bates. You faced the Cavaliers without fucking Allen and fucking Mitchell. Like who did play for real? Now I understand Boston play who was in front of them, but Boston has had a habit of playing against teams that's injured to go to finals and win. If they face a healthy Cavalier team, I'll bet anybody on this panel they whooping that fucking ass. And if they face against OKC, get nigga Shea gonna whoop that ass.
How much you trying to bet? Right now. How much you trying to put up?
I gotta wait till it get there first.
Shit.
I gotta see. I gotta see if OKC gets there, and I gotta see if Cleveland somehow does it. But both of those teams can beat them niggas. Y'all got to twist it, and guys saying that Porzingis shoot better than fucking Mobley. Mobley can shoot just as good as Porzingis from the 3-point line. Don't get it twisted.
Hey, don't put your house on it, nigga.
Chet Holmgren is a lethal shooter. Y'all love disrespecting Chet Holmgren. Chet Holmgren a monster. He gonna block your shit and he gonna knock it down your face. Y'all niggas smoking. Holmgren is no walkover at all. Al Horford better hope and pray Holmgren not playing in the finals. Lock his shit up real quick. All that shooting he be doing everybody else, that shit getting blocked. Holmgren blocking that shit. Right up at her. He blocking Porzingis too. And if you go against the Cavs, and don't let Allen be healthy. Don't let Mitchell be healthy. They're gonna bust your ass too. Boston is not as good as y'all say they are, bro. They beat up a bunch of bad teams.
How they not good to the second seed in the East? Make it make sense.
They're the reigning champions, nigga.
They're the defending NBA champions, nigga. The fuck is you talking about?
It's easy to win in the East.
What?
It is. It is.
LeBron went to
Okay,
fucking
so
10.
why Magic Johnson had an easy path to the finals
LeBron
in the
went to,
'80s? Then
LeBron been to how many? Okay, so look, how many finals has LeBron been to in the West?
and how many finals Magic Johnson been in in the
I'm
East in the West? What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about Magic Johnson. I'm asking how many finals has LeBron been to in the West? Y'all don't want to answer that question because y'all
And
know
10
I'm
finals in
right.
the fucking Eastern Conference. The fuck?
I'm not talking about the Eastern. You see, there you go again. LeBron James has played 22 years of basketball. He went in the West. He went to one finals. LeBron been in the West since 2019. So in LeBron's 6 years in the West, he's been to one finals. In LeBron's years in the East, he's been to 10 finals. So that just tells you what the East is weak. It
The
is,
East been
bro.
weak in '99. The
If you
fuck?
put, if you put Kobe Bean Bryant in the East, I guarantee
Any
he would
player
have
in the
had 6
Eastern
rings.
Conference can make the finals 10
If
times. The
you put
fuck?
Kobe Bryant in the East, I'm gonna say it again. If you put Kobe Bryant in the motherfucking East, he would have had 6, 7 rings. The fuck? He would have had 6, 7 of them
Shit, put
bitches.
Vince Carter in the fucking watered down Eastern Conference. He has 8 rings. The fuck?
Yep. I'm not arguing with you. The East is trash.
It's been ass cheeks since '99. Like what? You ain't saying nothing new, nigga.
I'm just saying, bro. The East is bad, bro. That's why I'm saying. If you put LeBron back in the East, he's going back to the finals again.
No, you're not. He can't even make
Yes,
out the
he
first
is.
round. He can't even
Man,
make out the
bro, he
first
hasn't
round.
in the West. In the West, he hasn't made it. See, DJ. Here's where you got it twisted. When LeBron's play in the East,
Well, hold on. Let me ask you one thing.
he's made the finals. You're not listening. When LeBron's play in the East, he's made the finals damn near every fucking season. Damn near. Damn near. Compared to the West,
And
the
he's
East
4
is
and 6.
garbage.
Well, he made it
He's
to the
for
finals that many times.
even
And
though
he's still not
even
losing
though he
record.
is. I'm not talking about. See, there you go, slide the goalpost again. I'm not talking about him being 4 and 6. I'm talking about when LeBron's play in the East, he's gotten to the finals more times than not. Since LeBron been in the West since 2019, he's made one finals appearance. So that tells me the East is garbage. You put LeBron in the East, he's going back to the finals. The East
Okay,
is
okay.
fucking trash.
Hold on, let me ask one
It's
thing. So
garbage.
you tell me this East, right, in
It's
this day and
trash.
age is the same East that LeBron been playing for
There's
most of
only
his
one good. There's only one good team in the. There's only 2 good teams in the East. That's Boston and the Cavaliers. Everybody else is fucking there.
and this West is the same that LeBron been playing his whole
This
career.
West is tougher. This West is tougher than the East. The last 6 seasons, yes. Nobody's taking the Knicks over anybody in the West. Nobody's taking the Pistons, the Magic. Bro, stop. Bro, just stop, bro. Nobody's taking the Bucks. The Bucks is not what they used to be. The only 2 good teams in the East is the Cavaliers and the Boston. Everybody else is just there. The West is way better than the East. You can name more. You can name more good teams in the West with your eyes closed over the fucking East. We gotta stop this shit, bro.
Every fucking excuse for LeBron. That's cool.
Bro, the fucking Knicks is garbage. Fuck out of here. If you put the Knicks
I
against the
mean, nobody
Grizzlies,
said the Knicks was gonna be championship contenders. The fuck?
the Knicks is
Who said the
trash,
New
bro.
York Knicks was gonna be championship contenders? Who?
They
Seriously?
can't beat the Grizzlies. That's for
Who
sure.
in their right mind thought that the New York Knicks was gonna win the championship this year? Who?
The Knicks is trash. They
I mean, the
garbage.
Knicks is fucking fraudulent all fucking season long, bro. The only reason why they have a 3rd seed in the East is because the fucking Eastern Conference is fucking weak. Put them in the fucking Western Conference, they be a fucking playing team. That's how trash the Eastern Conference is, bro. Fuck out of here.
Even the Magic, the fucking Magic wouldn't be in no fucking playoff spot. The Miami Heat wouldn't have made the playoffs with that record in the West. The Miami Heat was garbage this year, but they made the playoff because of the conference they playing in. The Miami Heat did. Who else did? The Magic shouldn't have been no playoff. They didn't deserve to be no playoffs. The Knicks, they just making it because they're in the East. Who else over there?
There's quite a few teams over there only making the playoff because of their conference. LeBron James, how many times did LeBron win 30 games in the East to make the playoffs? I'm just saying, LeBron's had a few years where you had 30 some wins and he still made the playoffs. In the East. The East is garbage. You can win 30 some games, make the playoffs over there. The East is boo-boo can. I can't take the East seriously. And play-by-play JJ, you sound crazy as fuck. The goddamn Knicks will get swept by Grizzlies. Swept. That idiot gonna lock up on fucking Towns, and Brunson gonna get locked up too.
Hey, King, hop on.
Man, you already know King ain't gonna hop on. He don't want no smoke. King don't want this work, man. He been afraid of this work, man. He don't want the smoke. Don't want the smoke, man. He should be happy to hop on because this team won Game 6. You would think he would hop on, but no. Logical said his phone died. Crappy ass phone. But DJ and Dante, while the base is on mute right now, if you put Kobe Bryant in the Eastern Conference, how many rings he got?
It's like 8 rings. Oh, put anybody in the goddamn Eastern Conference. They win eight championships easily. That's how sorry the Eastern Conference is. No competition.
It depends on the era.
No. We're talking about LeBron's era. LeBron's era of the East. You put LeBron's era of the East, you put Kobe over there in
Shit,
his
put any
prime.
player in the goddamn Eastern Conference. They win 8 championships easily. That's how sorry the Eastern Conference is.
You put Michael Jordan in LeBron's Eastern Conference. He probably win eight rings
Put
too.
Russell and this up in Martin in the Eastern Conference. You win 8 rings easy.
Bro, LeBron's version of the East is trash. The Hawks and all these lame ass teams, trash. Like
Heat
garbage.
ass. Hawks is ass. Magic's ass. Hornets
Philadelphia
is ass.
ass.
Wizards is ass. All part of these teams. This is sorry, bro. All sorry ass teams.
Easily, man. Especially that Hawks team. Overrated ass team won 60 games. You got swept. Straight garbage.
They have multiple All Stars on that team. They still couldn't get 1 game. Fraudulent ass team. Worst number 1 seed ever.
Terrible. Fucking Indiana. No offense, all defense. Terrible. And DJ know we ain't lying, Dante. That's why he know. Kobe Bryant in the East would have dominated. Look at 8.
Shit. Well, Kobe would have dominated everybody. I don't even watch basketball.
I understand that, DJ, but I'm just saying, just think about it. If Kobe got 5 rings in the West, what is he gonna do in the weak ass East?
Yeah.
Think about it. He definitely ain't going 4 and 6. LeBron been in the West the last 6 years and got 1 chip. That's all you gotta know. If LeBron played in the West his whole career, will LeBron have 4 rings? Hell no. He's not getting 4 in the West. He can get in the East, but he's not getting in the West.
But you still got 6 losses though.
He would have had more, but the point you're missing is he would have had more. If he had to come through the West, let's be real. Do you think LeBron gets to the finals if he has to play Golden State before the finals? DJ, be real, DJ. Golden State whooped his ass 3 times. If LeBron had to face Golden State before the finals, let's say LeBron played in the West, and he had to go against Golden State before the finals, is he getting past them? No. Is he getting past San Antonio? No. Is he getting past the Grizzlies? No. Should I keep going? He would have got his ass whooped before the damn finals. What's up, FYL? LeBron only got to the final because he played in the East. If you play in the West, he gets his ass beat before. You don't get there. LeBron, lucky he played in the fucking East. If he play in the West, it'd be different. Instead, he had say a DJ and Dante, instead of him being 4 and 6 in the finals, it'd be more like 4 and 6 in the Western Conference Finals. Not even the finals. Western Conference Finals. He don't even make the finals. He don't even make the finals in the times.
Well, LeBron still wouldn't be shit without Kyrie Irving and Ray Allen, nigga. So let's be real on that. Without them,
But
he'll be
LeBron
2
don't
and
need
2.
the niggas.
Or 2 and 8.
LeBron don't need Kyrie and all them guys. He's LeBron James. He do it by himself. Whenever LeBron wins, they give him all the credit. They don't get no credit to the team. It's all LeBron. Just like now, Lakers lost in 5. Who they blame? They blame Luka. Am I wrong, DJ and Dante? Oh, they said, "Oh, Luka's fat. He's out of shape."
Oh, I remember Laker fans telling me before the series started that the Minnesota was going to be an easy matchup and the Lakers were going to win the series in 5. Now they got swept. It's Minnesota got too much size and too much name. Yeah. What was that same energy before the series started? Now all of a sudden y'all want to switch up and say, "Oh, Minnesota's too big. They got too much size. They got too much name." But what happened to all that shit y'all was talking about JJ Redick being the second coming of Pat Riley? What happened to that?
What
Y'all calling that
happened to
motherfucker the greatest thing since sliced bread. Now all of a sudden, y'all got gentlemen swept. Now you making all these fucking lame ass excuses. Man, fuck out of here with that bullshit. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Y'all got a top 5, top 7 player in the fucking league. Y'all still can't get past the fucking Timberwolves. Man, fuck out of here, bro. Y'all couldn't get more than one game with the likes of Dante DiVincenzo, Nas Reed, Julius Randle, Anthony Edwards, Nikhil Alexander Walter, and y'all made Rudy Gobert look like the second coming of fucking Will Chamberlain, dropping 23 points and 27 rebounds. And he was regarded as the worst perimeter player in the fucking league. Man, stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Yep. Julius Randle play like Shaq. Ant-Man was looking like Kobe. Second coming. Well, Lakers just got abused in so many ways. But that was the hardest series I ever watched.
Cause LeBron makes
Just the
everybody
abuse.
LeBron
Huh?
makes everybody who plays with him worse. He made Luca worse. Everybody that played with LeBron
But I was told by these Ku Klux Klan members that LeBron makes everybody better. So why the fuck he couldn't make Austin Reeves better if that's the case?
right.
Yep. If you think about it, Luka actually looked better playing for the Mavericks than he did for the Lakers.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
That just shows you when you're playing with LeBron, you know what I mean? Your whole game is tilt.
Same with AD.
Yep. When 80 the Pelicans, he was dominating. Coming to the Lakers, man, dude forgot how to play. You just can't play with LeBron, man. Playing with LeBron, you got to answer a whole bunch of LeBron questions. Y'all saw Luca's face whenever they kept asking him LeBron questions. Just say he was like, "What the fuck?" Hey, Luca, what do you think about LeBron James dunk? Hey, Luca, what do you think about LeBron James balls? Hey, Luca, what do you think about LeBron James this or that? But I couldn't play on LeBron team. I ain't about to answer 1,000 questions about LeBron. What the hell? I couldn't do it. That's too much.
Plus, it's a
Especially for
distraction.
a whole damn, huh?
It's a distraction when your team leader, when your star player is rolling around the court because somebody bumped them, acting all dramatic and shit like a little girl. It's distracting.
It's also distracting when your leader does makes a movie and you got R. Kelly in it and he got a wig on his head. That's also a distraction. Think about it. This man had a whole wig on. What'd you get a wig on for? Shit is crazy. This man had a whole wig on his head. Trying to be MJ. You got R. Kelly in your music and shit. Come on, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I believe every now and then. Like, what the fuck? And that Space Jam LeBron made, that ain't shit compared to Jordan's.
No, it
It
ain't.
ain't close.
Everybody forgot about it. The original Space Jam, the classic.
Hell yeah, it's a damn classic. I could watch that over and over. But the one LeBron made, but I don't even watch this shit. That shit crazy. I'd rather watch Airbud. If I could choose the one LeBron made or Airbud, I'm taking Airbud.
Yeah.
That shit LeBron made, it's crazy.
I'll take Girls Trip over Space Jam too.
Man, I'll take Barney and Friends and Tubby Tubby.
I'll take Bubble Guppies over that shit.
And I'll take Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder, yes we can.
I'll take Sesame Street.
And I'll take Wyatt.
Shit, I'll take Dora the Explorer.
Man, what are you gonna take, Dante? I'll take SpongeBob.
Shit, I'll take Thomas the Train over that shit.
And I'll take Caillou.
Shit, I'll take Arthur.
I'm taking Barney and Friends. No, I already said Barney and Friends. I'll take the Bernstein Bears.
I'll take the Rugrats.
I'm taking Cat and Dog.
Shit. Well, this one's actually good, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I'll take Invader Zim.
I'm taking Jimmy Neutron.
I knew he was gonna say that. I'll take
Everybody watch that. Come on now.
Shit, I'll take Avatar: Last Airbender.
What you got? I'll take Scooby Doo. Scooby Doo, where are you?
Shit. I'll take Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
I'm taking Hannah Montana.
Shit, I'll take That's So Raven, nigga.
I'll take Power Rangers.
Shit. I'll take Super Robot Monkey Team, nigga.
I'm taking Care Bears.
Let's see what else. Shit, I'll take Robot Chicken, nigga.
I'm taking Ninja Turtles cartoon version.
Shit, I'll take Naruto, nigga.
I'm taking Mickey Mouse.
Shit, I'll take Billy and Mandy, nigga.
I'm taking Bill.
You take what?
I'm taking Bill. The cartoon Bill.
You talking about Lil Bill?
Little Bill, there we go.
Yeah. I'll take Oswald, nigga. Fucking Blue Octopus. Shit. I'll take Lazy Town, nigga.
What's good, Doris? You see, I work tomorrow. Sunday I work. Sunday I gotta go back to work. So who sent Go Mike some somebody sent Go Mike a cash app.
I'm good. I just finished a project. I sent you that Cash App request for 50.
Okay, yeah, I definitely owe you that. Starting. See, I ain't gonna give an exact date because I'll be fucking up with that. But starting this week, I'm gonna start knocking you and Infamous down this week. Cause no. I'm gonna do you first, then Infamous. Infamous, I owe him 100. So Infamous, I'm gonna do you next week. This week I'm gonna do Doors. So sometime during the week I'm gonna hit Doors, and then next week I'm gonna hit Infamous. Infamous got to wait because his is more.
Hello? What'd you say?
Yeah, we here.
My mic cut out, so you said you're gonna start on it this week.
I'm gonna hit you, and then I'm gonna hit you first, and then I'm gonna hit Infamous after. Cause Infamous, I owe him 100. I owe you 50. So this week, I'm gonna take care of you this week, and then next week I'm gonna take care of what's the name, Infamous. I go back to work to Sunday. It'll be my first day back in the week, man. I got a lot of nervousness going on though. I ain't been working a week, so I don't know how I'm gonna look. We'll find out. But Doris, man, who do you have winning out of Boston or You got Boston going all the way, huh? Let me just guess with that.
Who do I have winning what?
I already know you got Boston going all the way. Doris, let's have this conversation, Doris.
What was the question though?
I mean,
Who do
I was
have
gonna
winning
ask
what?
you. I was gonna ask you a question I already know. I was gonna ask you who you had winning the finals, but that's a question I already know.
Celtics. Celtics in 2.
Yeah. See, I already knew that. So
We're
that's
gonna
why I
win in
turned
2
back.
games because they're gonna forfeit. Who do I have winning? Too soon. It's too with the series with the Knicks. I can only take it a series at a time. With the series with the Knicks, the Celtics 100%, and then we'll go from there. I can't say we're gonna win the title. I can't say that. I need to see how they do against the Knicks. If they play other teams how they played the Magic, then they're not going to win the series. They played really bad. So many turnovers. So many turnovers, dude. We need Holiday to win against the big boys. We can win against scrubs with him, without him, but we need his defense and his ball facilitation. And I like it better when he's point and White shooting guard rather than White being the point guard. Because then they put Jalen on shooting guard, and then they start Tatum as small forward, and then Horford as power forward, and then Porzingis as center. But I like the lineup better when 1 is Holiday, 2 is White, 3 is Brown, 4 is Tatum, 5 is Porzingis. That's the lineup I want to be playing starting games consistently for these series. So, 100%. And I don't know how much we can trust our bench to put up points. Like some of these games, our entire bench only put up like 6, 10, 12 points. Our starting 5 put up like 9 out of 10 points. So, that's a cause for concern. But if you start those 5 and then you have Horford and Pritchard and maybe Hauser, even mix it up with Shireman, Kada, some of these other guys, Torrey Craig, whatever his name is, they can get you a few points, but I don't want to have Horford starting. I want him coming in, and then they start mixing it up with, Hauser and Cornette with the small and the, the center and bouncing around. But we need that depth against these big boys. I don't want to depend on Horford starting and playing for 38 minutes or 34 minutes or whatever. He's been doing fantastic, but I don't want to depend on that. I want to get at least 28 minutes out of Porzingis. Some of these times he's only played like 22 minutes, 23, 24. And he had a really, really underwhelming series against the Magic. So, when we go up against, if we go up against the Cavs, or if we go up against the Thunder, I want him starting and putting in good minutes and performing well, especially against that ugly freak. What's that fucking freak's name that plays for the Thunder? He looks like someone I would just want to hit in the face. Huh?
Well, Chet Holmgren?
That fucking little faggot. I just want to choke him. Yeah. He just looks like someone I want to fucking hit. I don't like him. But anyways, That ugly fuck. But he's problematic. So Porzingis would have to really match up well against him, and he'd have to start. So we're a decent starting five, but like I have serious concerns with Holiday and Porzingis. I'm not worried about Jalen. I'm not worried about his knee. I'm not worried about Tatum and his wrist. I'm worried about Holiday and the hamstring. Hamstrings can be really weird with how they heal and if they're acting up or not. As someone who's dealt with hamstring issues myself, they can get really weird, and it's like a posterior thing. You know, you can go to turn and step back, and you can feel this. It's just like hamstrings are like a really important part of like athletic mobility and dynamic stuff. So, especially in basketball. So, it's not like he's an offensive tackle. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of pivoting and a lot of explosive dynamic stuff. So, yeah, but I think this could be, I've said it before, this could be the postseason that Tatum gets a postseason MVP, finals MVP. He's really doing some fantastic stuff, but it comes down to, you know, the rest of our players. So I'm not at all worried about the Knicks, but whoever we faced out of the West, I'm worried about, and obviously I'm definitely respect to the Cavs, especially with how we've played against them this season as well as the Thunder. We were basically head to head with both of those teams, and we split with both of them, but I think we went 2-2 with the Cavs and then 1-1 with the Thunder, if I'm correct. But or was it? Did we play the Cavs 4 times since they're in our division or conference, whatever? I think it was. We split with both of them either way, but what I didn't like was we should have more than split with them. We should have won 3/4 of those games, and there was both games. I think one of them, matter of fact, I bet with you and lost 200, but it was a game where we were ahead 20 points against the Thunder, I believe, and we went back and blew that lead, and we lost the game, and I lost a big bet to you. So the fact that these teams can be down against us and come back so convincingly, and then I definitely don't like us playing from behind. So I definitely have respect and kudos to Cavs, Thunder. I don't know how we fared against the Nuggets this season. I definitely have respect and awe for them, because of obviously one guy who makes that team what they are, and how they match up against us. So I think even the Wolves could potentially be problematic. I think we might have beat them both times. We smoked the Wolves this year, but I'm not. Yeah, so I'm not worried about the Wolves. I'm not worried about who else is left. It's the Clippers are gone, so it's the Nuggets about to play the Thunder, and then it's going to be the Warriors or the Rockets versus who? Who are they playing? I already forgot. Who are the Rockets or the Warriors going to play if they win?
At the Warriors Rockets when they play against the T-Wolves.
Oh, jeez. I'm not worried about the Rockets or the Warriors. I'm not worried about. I think the Rockets could be potentially problematic against us, but I'm not worried about the Wolves. I'm not worried about the Warriors. No way, no fucking way. Not this season. I would love to play the Warriors in the finals. That would be so nice. And I don't even think that'll go 6. I think that would go 5. We would just fucking smoke them. Yeah, good luck, because we can be explosive against them every fucking night, and we just double up, Curry and then try and make the other guy have to do something. And Butler's bound to have an off night. So I like our chances against the Warriors, the Wolves, 100%. The Rockets, the Nugget, but Rockets a little more difficult. But I'd say the worst for us would be to face the Thunder or the Nuggets. But the only team that I really think of any of those that would really realistically beat us in a 7-game series is the Thunder, which is why they're the odds betting favorite. Even being in the West in a tougher conference, they're still the odds on betting favorite, even now. By the Celtics, by I think they're 140, we're like 160 or 190 or something, and then the third team is like 500. So it's a huge disparity, but and then the Pacers are like 6,000 or something. But I like us against any team other than the Cavs or the Thunder, and I think the Cavs or the Thunder is a coin toss. It's literally a coin toss. It's, you know, who's starting and healthy. It's how well do guys play. It's our baskets falling, our balls falling that game. You know, it's you could say it's coaching and tempo and dynamic stuff like that, but I think they're just two high octane teams that can match up for us well. But hopefully, with us, our veteran leadership in those minutes, whatever that is, since we've been there and done that, and have coaches that have just been there and done that, hopefully that will show up. And hopefully, like with if we were to face the Nuggets, the fact that they just got a new head coach and all their inconsistencies with anyone that isn't Jokic, like, I'm not worried about them. The Thunder, I don't know who's their coach, Thibodeau. I don't really follow other teams, but honestly, I can't wait, dude. I cannot wait for that Cleveland series to start. I don't want to be too cocky, though. We still have to face the Knicks, but considering how much the Knicks struggled against the Pistons, I think a lot of people say the Knicks are a better matchup for us than the Pistons. So thanks, Knicks. But yeah, I want to beat the Knicks. I want to beat them bad. They knocked us out. I think the last time we met them, it was in 2013, and they knocked us out in the first round. And then the last time we met before that was in the last time we went in the second round or later, and before that was in like the 80s. And we have, if you look at our history with them, we had a bunch of history in the 80s and the 70s. And a couple of times they went to win the finals in the 70s. They knocked us out, and vice versa. I think we only won one title in the 70s, maybe. But I think in the 80s, I think they may have gotten the better of us in a few of those playoffs in the 70s. But a lot of people say the rivalry's back. It's going to be interesting, the close proximity of Boston and New York, if anyone knows, and there's no love lost between those two teams. You got the Yankees and the Red Sox, and although it's a lot different with basketball, we won 18 titles. The entire state of New York has only won, crazy enough, it's only won 3 NBA titles, 2 with the Knicks. I'm not going to count the ABA ones with the Nets. So it's only 2 with the Knicks, and then 1 with the what the fuck were they called? The Rochester Royals or the Rochester Seagrams back when the Kings were back in Rochester or wherever they were, somewhere in northern New York. ChatGPT got that wrong. I couldn't believe that. I asked ChatGPT, I did a query, and I said, tell me all the teams that are presently based in New York or formerly present based in New York or defunct that have won an NBA title. And they didn't list the Rochester Royals. I couldn't fucking believe it. And then I corrected ChatGPT, and then I said, oh, okay, thank you. But if anyone does a query for that, I'd be curious to see if they get it right this time, because I told it to input its data or to update its data logs, but
what are the logs you found?
ChatGPT didn't know that the Rochester Royals, currently the Kings, won an interest in history and stats. So I like looking at teams and looking where they used to be, and like for example, if you look at the Atlanta Braves, they used to be in Boston and they won a title while in Boston. And if you look at the Atlanta Braves old logo, the Boston Braves logo, it's one of my favorite sports logos. It's very similar to the Chicago Blackhawks logo, but slightly different. But I found an old throwback snapback that was like black and white. Really slick looking hat, but I've had a Boston Braves logo. But some of the old logos just look fucking cringe. Like the Seagrams or the Royals or stuff. It's like but anyways, I like our chances to win. We better fucking win. But we gotta take it one series at a time.
What if the Knicks eliminate y'all?
That'd be bad. That'd be pretty bad. But not unheard of. I mean, year before last, the Nuggets won. And then last year, I don't even think they made it past the second round. Did they get knocked out in the second or third?
See, I don't know.
They got knocked out by the Wolves, and they got knocked out in the second round. That's right. Because the third round,
and they was up 3-1, wasn't they?
were they?
Yeah, I think so. I guess one, it was up 3-1. Because remember, they was up 3-1, and everybody said the series was over, and the T-Wolves came all the way back.
No. They were down 0-2, and then they went on a 3-game win streak and went to 3-2. And then they lost game 5, and then they lost game 6 and game 7. So they lost the first 2 games, they won 3, and then they lost the last 2. So they were up 3-2, but they weren't up 3-1.
But there was blowouts though. Wasn't Denver up big in the last 2 games? Wasn't those 20-point when the Nuggets up 20 in those 2 games? Because
couldn't tell you.
Because ESPN showed it earlier. Denver was up by 20 points the last 2 games, and the T-Wolves just came all the way back. It came storming back and controlled that series.
Jack, but I mean, it's the fucking Nuggets. Who wants to really look? I mean, it doesn't matter. They're not going to win the finals. Like, they're not a threat.
Who are the Nuggets playing against?
The Thunder.
Oh yeah,
But
that's just,
even if they
that's
beat
just
the Thunder, and even if they beat the Warriors or the Rockets, they're not going to beat whoever's in the East in the final, the Cavs or the Celtics.
they're
So
not being they're actually not beating the Thunder. The Thunder, they actually got what the Clippers don't got. They got two legitimate bigs in Hartenstein and Holmgren. Holmgren can shoot outside the paint, so Joker can't just. You know how Joker can stay by the basket on Zubac? You can't do it with Holmgren. He's gonna have to lead the paint, come guard. They got dogs all over that defense. And Shea is better than Kawhi at this point in his career. Like OKC, they're gonna dog walk the Nuggets. I'm telling you. And the Clippers only had one big, right? Zubac. See, OKC got two guys they can throw at Joker. They can put Hartenstein on Joker. They can put Holmgren on Joker. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
They got two guys they can throw in here. And then on top of that, OKC got what? They got wings that do what, Doors? They fly around. So he's not going to be able to do that shit like he did against the Clippers.
look at how bad they struggled against the Clippers, dude. Like,
that's what I'm talking about. They struggled against the Clippers. What you going to do with OKC?
they don't have the depth you like. You have to depend on Aaron Gordon or Jamal Murray having a good night in addition to Joker. There's just too much that has to happen.
Yeah, and do you think Gordon's going to have a good night against Chet Holmgren and Hartenstein? Hell no.
Not every night. Not 4 times.
That's my point. Because if you watch the Clippers game, every time Zubac came to help, what happened? They had nobody big enough to hold off Gordon. That's different with OKC. OKC got guys that if they have to help, they trust their, you know what I mean? They have other guys that can help on the Gordon. So if Holmgren steps up, you're gonna have a guy like Casey Wallace come in, and you know what I mean? OKC plays great team defense, team and man defense. So I don't know how Jamal Murray's gonna get held down in this series. All you gotta do is stop Murray. You stop Murray. You hold down Gordon. You make it a Joker series. Make Joker gotta do all the work. I ain't let Murray do shit. I ain't letting Gordon do shit. You put Luke Dort on Murray, right? Luke Dort gonna check Murray. That's gonna be a problem. And then you got Caruso, who can also check Murray. Remember, Caruso's the same guy that shut Murray down in the bubble. Remember that? He's giving Murray hell. Caruso. They got dogs. They got so many guys that can guard Murray. It's not even funny. They got a bunch of guys that can guard Murray. They got a bunch of guys that can guard Joker. They got a bunch of guys that can guard Gordon. And Russell Westbrook gonna get shit. Russell Westbrook's gonna have to win this series. They're gonna leave him wide open all game. They're gonna scare his ass.
Who the fuck's worried about Russell Westbrook? Who's worried about Russell Westbrook?
That's my point. They're gonna leave his asses wide open. Westbrook gonna have to average 35 because they ain't gonna guard him. They gonna face guard. They gonna stop Murray. They gonna hold down Joker. They gonna control Gordon.
There ain't a single person worried about that team with half a brain.
And Murray don't like. You know Jamal Murray don't like contact. OKC plays physical, so he's not gonna like that shit. And it's more than one guy. OKC is a unit. They all play physical. They all play hard nose. All of them as a collective.
If you're out there betting your money, your hard-earned money, to have the Nuggets or the Warriors or the Rockets win or the Wolves win a final, you're just throwing your fucking money away.
Yeah, there's only two teams that could beat the Celtics. My eye, the Cavaliers and OKC. They're the only two teams that got the talent to beat Boston.
And
Everybody
if
else,
and if we do lose to the Knicks aren't going to beat the Cavs and beat the Thunder. So there's only two teams that are going to win a title, or three teams. You know what I mean? Do you think the Knicks are going to win a title if they beat the Celtics? Of course not. So
because the Knicks rely on too much. They basically treat Brunson like, you know how Allen Iverson played for the Sixers? How they just gave him the ball. He's went ISO for 4 quarters. That's what Brunson is. Brunson's today's Allen Iverson. Am I wrong? A lot of dribbling, a lot of shooting. Huh?
You're not wrong.
He's today's Allen Iverson. You're not gonna win. You're not gonna win a title with that kind of play style. Just give the ball to Brunson, everybody go. That's not gonna work. That's not even basketball. That's why the Lakers went home, because they play. Yes, we didn't have no center, but we played too much ISO ball. When you play ISO ball, you lose like that. The Clippers and the Lakers play ISO ball. Where they at doors? At home. The New York Knicks. I'm just saying, when you play ISO ball, you can't win like that. The Knicks are playing the same ball as the Lakers and the Clippers. Guess where they finna be at home. The Cavaliers, the Celtics, and OKC. One of those three teams are going to win the title this year.
Mm-hmm. And if you're betting on any other team, you're just going to waste your money.
You're wasting money. If you've been on anybody else, you've been on the Pacers, the Knicks, the T-Wolves, you're just blind. The Rockets, the Warriors. If you're doing that, you need an eye check. Go to the eye doctor to get your ass checked.
Oh, if you're betting on the Pacers, then you're mentally fucking ill, and you need to be in an insane asylum. These Warriors fans, they're getting all cocky. Oh my gosh!
Get in here, Slim Bates.
These Warriors fans are fucking delusional, especially when they're like, "Oh my gosh, we beat your ass 3 years ago. We're gonna do it again." I'm like, 3 years ago, the Warriors were a different team, dude, and the Celtics were like still kind of young and inexperienced. Now, not a chance in hell.
Well, that Warriors team they had back then was better than what they have now. Like, Steph Curry's not playing. Like, Golden State beat y'all in what, 2022, right?
Yep. 3 years ago.
If you look at Steph Curry was playing better in that year than he is this year. And look, who's the guy that they have on that team as well? Jordan Poole.
They had Clay.
Yeah, Klay Thompson. Yeah, Jordan Poole. Wiggins. Fucking Porter. You had a guy named Porter. Yeah, GP2. You got GP2 now. So you don't have the same formula that you had that year. Wiggins is the one who shut down Tatum and helped you win that finals. You don't have Tatum. You don't have Porter. You don't have Poole. You don't have Clay. This ain't the same Draymond Green.
And it's not the same. He's still really great, amazing, but he's 3 years older and he's facing guys that are literally in their prime. Most of our starting five is in their prime. Derek White's in his prime. Tatum and Brown are in their prime. Porzingis is still okay. Drew Holiday is still pretty good. So Horford is playing phenomenal for his age, but they're not in their prime, dude. They're an old team. Jimmy Butler and Steph are old.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you this.
Some Warriors in the finals. Oh my God! Oh Lord, please.
Doors. Let me ask you this: did y'all have Drew Holiday in 2022?
No, sir. We have fucking scrubby Marcus Smart, dude. Like
Okay, so when the
FYF said
when
this
the Warriors
before. He
said,
said,
when the Warriors said they beat y'all, when the Warriors said they could beat y'all this year, do Warriors fans forget that y'all didn't have Holiday, y'all
we didn't
didn't
have Derek
have
White. Derek White. We didn't have
you
Derek
didn't have
White.
Derek White.
And Tatum
Pritchard
played a
wasn't playing
horrible.
like this.
Tatum had a horrible series.
Tatum was playing bad. Brown wasn't playing like this either. So they're not taking that into account. Like Brown's gotten better from then to now. Tatum's playing better from then to now. Like
And he's
come
gotten
on,
more.
man.
And he's gotten more aggressive with contact and getting to the bucket for posting up. So he's bigger too. He's stronger. I think he's bigger. He looks bigger. I don't know if he just looks older, but he looks bigger.
Doris, Warriors fans is the last one to talk because they finna choke not one, but 2 3-1 leads.
I mean, I would love to see the Warriors knock out the Rockets because the Rockets is one more capable team. Well, no, let the Rockets go and give the Wolves a better series. But neither of those teams are going to do anything. Like it's whoever wins the Nuggets and the Lakers. Sorry, the Nuggets and the Thunder that all I care about. But then again, the Wolves or the Rockets or the Warriors could theoretically very well knock out the Nuggets. So if they were to, best case scenario for me as a Celtics fan is if the Pacers upset the Cavs and then the Warriors, the Rockets, or the Nuggets upset the Thunder, and then we face like the Nuggets or the Wolves in the finals or the Warriors, and we don't have to play the Cavs in the East. That would be like, I'll take that. I think the Pacers could very well upset the Cavs. I think it's definitely possible. Anyone that says it's not possible, I think you're full of shit. I think it's unlikely, but I definitely think it's possible. The Cavaliers are not this unbeatable team. None of the teams are unbeatable, but the Cavaliers are definitely not an unbeatable team. We've seen them lose games. We've seen them lose 4 games in a row. I don't know if they were starting all their starters, but we saw them lose 3 or 4 in a row. So they're definitely a team that can lose games and can blow leads and can. They're still really young, so I wouldn't say the Cavs are a lock to win that series. As much as the Celtics are a lock to beat the Knicks. We have the Knicks number. The Knicks can't do anything against us. It's not even going to be a competitive series. Anyone who thinks otherwise, put your money on the table against the Knicks versus the Celtics. Do it. I'd much rather put my money on the Celtics versus the Knicks than I would the Cavs over the Pacers. Let's just say that. I think you're going to get better odds of coming out with more money in your pocket. But if you what do you think about the Wolves versus the Rockets or Wolves versus the Warriors? Who do you got going on with that?
If the Wolves play the Warriors, they got too much size. They could just bully them in the paint. If they play the Rockets are the better matchup. You know why I say that? They're so much bigger.
Okay. The one thing FYF said, which I thought was really observant, he said we had Marcus Smart back in 2022 also, and he intelligently said that Marcus Smart's offense wasn't good enough to make up his defense. Wasn't his defensive abilities weren't enough to make up for his offensive problems. And that was very apparent in the series against the Warriors, how he was really bad. And it was ironic because that was the year that he won the Defensive Player of the Year, I believe. And then he got totally exposed against the Warriors, and then Tatum had a bad series. But with our starting 5, we would blow out the Warriors. I would love to face the Warriors. I would love it if somehow the West just collapses and they pass through when we play them. Any Warriors fan that thinks the Warriors are going to beat the Celtics, you're fucking high. Porzingis could go down and we could still beat you. 100%. Porzingis and Holiday could go down and I think we could still beat you. I'm not at all worried about you, like, because we have Derek White now. You're not going to beat White, Brown, and Tatum. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Like, you're not. Derek White alone changes this team, like, because he can play point guard. Not having Marcus Smart in the starting five is what I want. There's a reason he's gone. Has anyone heard his name since he left us? No. There's a reason for that.
I ain't heard of Marcus Smart.
So, I mean, no.
I forgot. A matter of fact, here's how bad it is. I forgot he was in the NBA.
Yeah, most people did. Most people did. I mean, I can't believe how much of a contract Terry Rozier got. I can't remember who he's with now, but I looked at his contract and I was like, "Holy fuck!" Was it with the Grizzlies? Who does Terry Rozier play for?
See. I also forgot about him. I forgot he played in the league too.
Yeah. So it's anyways, we're a totally different team. I don't think we had Rozier in 22. We didn't, but we had him in 18 and some of those other series that we lost. And you know, I haven't followed him, but I'm not about, like, people are gonna focus on what happened 3 years ago with the Warriors and the Celtics, but and then they're not gonna acknowledge that how different things are now. Go ahead, I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. It's just funny though. Warriors fans are literally delusional if they think they're gonna win the finals. They're just wasting their hopes. And if anybody says different, then hop on here and make a bet.
Yeah, Boston should get a pick right now, man.
Was Slim Bates in the chat?
He's gonna give him 5 games.
Was Slim Bates in the chat?
Yeah, he was.
I wonder if that's the real Slim Bates.
It is.
I don't think it is. I think it's an imposter.
We need Slim Bates back in the building.
Yeah, I definitely think Slim Bates should come back. I mean, who gives a shit about Texas? Texas never hops on, so fuck him for that bad he didn't play. Like, who cares? Now that Texas doesn't come on, I think it's funny that he didn't pay him, so. Like, fuck Texas. That guy was always talking down to people anyways. Like, he was better than everyone, and everyone's stupid, and he's superior to everyone.
But everybody on the panel talked down to somebody. Everybody's done it. It ain't just Texas.
Texas would literally talk down to everyone every given night. And then because you're all brothers, everyone would defend him. No, Texas didn't say nothing. I'd ask LaFonso or whoever, did Texas say this? Or Infamous, he'd say, no, he didn't. Texas never does that. He's gotten so much better. The old Texas would have done XYZ, and I'm like, whatever. Y'all are going to ignore the fact that literally every time he comes on is just but then I guess that was good for the channel because he's kind of like a Stephen A. Smith persona, and he stirs stuff up. So I think I can do that too. I stir shit up too and start stuff. So I think that is good for views, like some of those controversial stuff about Kamala Harris or about race or about different conversations. If you look at the viewer count, I'm sure on your channel and the engagement, it's going to be a lot higher because of that controversial stuff, especially if it's like a compelling argument by both people. I'm not saying I'm always compelling with my arguments, but if there is a situation where two people are compelling and they're opposing, it creates a good debate or conversation. Real Debates is great for that, not only because he's a good debater, but because he often takes opposing viewpoints, particularly opposing viewpoints for African Americans. Like, he was a proponent of Donald Trump and stuff, and he was against Kamala Harris. So having his perspective as an African American or a black male saying that, it's going to come across totally different to me as a white male. So, and a lot of people don't break statistics or party lines. You know, most African Americans are going to be Democrat. So I like it when people think outside of the box. I don't consider myself Democrat or Republican, but obviously there's no one else I can vote for that's going to make an impact. So I think that was a good thing about Texas too, because Texas really thought for himself. I was just teasing when I was giving him shit, but Texas was a man that wasn't really afraid to say what he thought for himself, had his own viewpoints, articulated stuff really well. In fact, I think Texas liked to get into conversations where he would stir things up and have to go up against 5 or 6 people. I think that's what he thrives on. I think Texas thrives on that, similar to me, to when there's a whole pack of people after you, a whole gang, and you stir it up, and then no one has your back in that. It's basically you versus the world in that particular room or conversation. And I don't like it when there's an echo chamber and everyone's agreeing with me. But then again, if you're just having stupid topics that you're hopping on that are not just controversial, but not only maybe stupid or controversial, stupid, and maybe you're just plain wrong or ignorant. I mean, you want to at least know that you're not being ignorant or tone deaf, that you actually, because there's times in here I've had comments or I've had debates and my viewpoint or my debate or my words were ignorant, and I'll be the first to admit that. And I'm not proud of that. I'd like to think I've learned and grown, although the other night I was saying kind of some ignorant stuff too, but or just stuff and viewpoints that doesn't have a place on this channel or doesn't have a place on YouTube, that it's just not, you're just not gonna, it's just not the place. And it comes across, maybe even if it's a right thing to say or it's a just point, it comes across as ignorant because you're not saying it with the level of temperament or grace or whatever that the topic deserves. So, but yeah, I would say Texas is definitely an incredible debater. But I think one of the things that he does, which allows him to be a great debater, is he'll be very aggressive with taking up mic space and not allowing you to speak or have a rebuttal or a counterpoint at a specifically important time in the debate. And when someone is able to do that, and he's probably the best I've ever seen at that, about being able to basically shut you up and not allow you to speak, he's so quick and has such a flow to it that it's difficult to deal with that. You would have to learn how to work with that without making yourself look stupid or weak, because when you're trying to speak and give a rebuttal or make a point and someone's interrupting you and you're allowing them to continue to do it and you're continuing to try and talk, you look really weak and stupid. So there has to be a point where when you're having a debate, if someone won't let you speak, you either just stop and leave, or you demonstrate from a position of strength still that, hey, I'm trying to talk, man, and you're kind of being a punk here. Whereas if you just let them totally walk all over you and you continue to be interrupted or whatever, you just look weak, you look incompetent, it weakens your point. Even if your point is valid, if you can't talk and you're still trying to, that's a great way for someone to basically nullify or mollify, or whatever fucking word you want to use, that cuck your point basically, and you can't really articulate what you want to say. So I think Texas is very, I have a lot of respect for him, but I think he's very, I don't know where he gets it from, if it's from if he grew up with pastors in the family or who he grew up around or who he modeled it after, but he's very, his speech is very, it's very difficult to work around that unless you learn how to. And I think just naturally you're not going to learn that. You're going to have to actually kind of role play and practice how when someone who's super forceful and interruptive and strong voice and has a strong, deep, commanding voice, how you still get your point across in a conversation. Because he's super quick on the wit. He's got a deep, strong voice. He's he's eloquent. So it's just, I think if you can learn how to talk to people, you can become a millionaire. If you can learn to because if you can talk to people and you can carry a conversation publicly in important spaces, you just get so much more respect. Even if your product is inferior or your service is inferior, or you're inferior in some way, if you're able to orate in a commanding way, it's very convincing to people. And it's just a remarkable skill to have. Not having gaps in between when you speak, unless it's a nice gap that it creates strength and value and presence. Not using words like or yeah, but yeah, all those types of things. Pausing with strength and purpose, transitioning well. I think those are things I'll, as a matter of fact, myself work on, especially in the sales space. You want to transition well, have a really good flow, and you also don't want to repeat the same thing 10 times or misrepresent something. So, yeah, I think communication and speech is one of the strongest tools that human beings have and possess, and you can really get people to follow you and see your value if you can represent yourself well. So, look at the guy from WeWork, Adam Newman or whatever his name is. He scammed people out of like $50 billion. The Israeli guy for the WeWork startup, a total bullshit startup. But because if you watch Adam Newman and watch him in interviews and watch him give talks and stuff, he's such a slick talking Israeli, and he's just able to rebuttal or push aside controversial stuff he's done or questions people have in such a charming, smooth little reptilian snake way, serpentine way, that it's just very, he's probably the best I've ever seen at doing that. It's truly incredible. I should watch some more of his stuff, but it's how you're able to spin like a really bad situation into a really great one and not be awkward or super defensive or aggressive, or you don't want to scare people, you don't want to be a cuck. Like it's you can't, especially today, like you got to be strong and get a point across. But with all this stuff with human resources and race and gender and sex and harassment and stuff, you have to be really careful how you word stuff and how you talk to a team and interact with a team to promote strength, but also to not be a bully or inappropriate or stuff like that, especially in a time where everything is going to be recorded in software, sales software, whatever, CRM software, Salesforce, whatever it is. It's gonna record, your conversations for people to see forever. So you got to be not only careful about what you say, but you gotta, be intelligent about how you say it, because the slightest thing could come across as, anything these days. If you have a female colleague or someone on your team that is whatever, transgender, gay, whatever, if it's not just what you say, but if you got to interact with them in such a fucking delicate manner. But if you're really like a little spider about it, you can spin these webs where it's impenetrable. And you're not really going to be able to, be attacked for what you said, because you got your point across, but you did it in such a fucking suave way that you're, kind of bulletproof. So I think that's what a lot of people, myself more than anyone, needs to work on is how we say things these days, how we talk to people, keeping comments to yourself, whether you're messaging someone on your team at work, on Slack, or whatever medium it is. We got to be super careful as men, particularly, to be careful how we interact with people, female coworkers, whatever, gay coworkers, whatever. I can't. So because you're gonna have coworkers that are gay, you're gonna have coworkers that are women, you're gonna have coworkers that come from different cultures, from India or China or whatever, and if you're saying crazy shit, that could cost you a lot of stuff, and that's just the reality of things. We're a bunch of different people, and we all gotta play together in the sandbox. And for me, I'm the first to admit I have some homophobic tendencies, but and viewpoints, but I don't need to make those a part of my public persona. Like I can have those viewpoints in my home, but I don't need to bring them to the workplace. And I think that's one thing to remember, whether it's sports or workplace or whatever, the court, whatever, like, keep a lot of your stuff personal and private, and people don't need to know about it. You don't need to talk about it. Like,
Right.
Like sometimes you have a female coworker and you want to tell her that she's an ugly cunt and you want to smack her in the face, but you can't do that. You can't say that. You can't convey that vibe. Like you gotta, like you mentioned some of your coworkers and stuff. I've mentioned stuff we all have, and it's just like you gotta learn to keep some of that to yourself and not bring that out into the world, not speak it. Because no one knows what's going on in our head. We can be thinking anything in our head. But if if you're cerebral about that and you're, whatever you want to call it, cold-blooded or reptilian or just really intelligent about it, people will never know that you fucking despise them and think they're a horrible coworker or a shitty person, street leader. You're just, you're playing in the sandbox well with everyone. And that's what sucks, Mike. You see it yourself. Unfortunately, a lot of the people that get in management roles fucking suck in them. And you wonder, how did this person get in management? They're horrible at leading people. They're horrible at coaching people or managing situations. But nevertheless, they're in that management role. And you have to learn to excel at your job, but also work under them well. You know what I mean? And it's a skill to learn to work under someone in management who's incompetent or talks down to you, or, and I'm sure you've dealt with that, where you have people in management that are totally incompetent and they talk down to you. They talk to you so low, and you're thinking to yourself, what the fuck did they just say? But you got to just, there's a part of you that you got to just take it. You got to take shit until you can kick shit, and then you kick the shit out of it. So, you just got to take shit for a minute sometimes when you're building your way up. That's what I'm doing. But then when you get to a certain level, you don't have to be that guy anymore. It doesn't mean you walk all over people and you're disrespectful, but it means you don't have to be someone's bitch that's incompetent. Because when you're more powerful, you're not answering to people that are typically stupid. And you have more freedom and autonomy as a decision maker. My dad always says, sometimes you gotta eat humble pie. You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. A little bit of humble pie. So I wouldn't be worried about going back to work. I would just be you, man. I wouldn't be worried about or anxious about going back to work. I'd be excited. I'd put your chest up, your shoulders down, whatever the word is, just fucking go in there like you're Mike and you're ready to kick ass. But at the same time, I'd encourage you to get what's yours and go take your value. And I think you can do it a lot better than what you're doing now whenever you decide to. Because you're a very intelligent, capable man.
Yeah.
And I think it's time pretty soon here. I think it's time here for Mike to move to new pastures and to challenge yourself in new ways. Because I think you have a lot more abilities than what you're doing right now. You're living under your abilities, Mike. I'm going to be honest with you.
Hell yeah. Everybody got ability. But at the same time, you gotta find something that you want to do. That's why I had to move. I gotta figure out what I want to do because all the jobs, like I've had a lot of people offer me jobs, but I don't want to do those jobs, bro.
Mm. Yeah, like
I
that
want to do a
moving
job
job.
that's easier, huh?
That moving job or that warehouse job.
Yeah. I can get paid the same money as a warehouse. Like how I look at it is, if a job is just as hard as what I'm already doing, I'm not gonna switch. If it's just as hard as what I'm already doing. If I switch job, I want it to be easier, not just as hard. Money's not everything, you know what I'm saying? You can make all the money in the world, but if you don't like what you're doing, it's not gonna work. That's why I said I gotta get a job that I'm comfortable doing, and I know I can do it consistently. That's why I haven't just jumped. I don't believe in just jumping jobs. Now, if I had kids, I wouldn't have a choice. I gotta take whatever's given to me. But when you don't have kids, you're not married, you could just kind of wait until you ready to wait until you find something you like, and you make that decision.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I'm definitely excited about my first day back, man. I'm excited. I'm pumped up. I'm fired up, and I'm juiced up. I'm ready to go.
Can you tell? I love hearing that. Can you tell Slim Bates that he doesn't need to wait to pay Texas before hopping on? I mean, as long as he says he's going to pay him and make it an effort, like that's not up to any of us to get involved in. I'm just reading what he said in the chat that he's waiting to pay him to come on, but that's none of our business, Slim. Brandon, like what? That's between you and him, and no one should be coming up on the panel harassing someone to like. We need people on right now. Why the fuck is it still me and you, dude? It's 10:30. People are out doing shit. I get it. It's a Saturday, but let's talk fucking sports. Hop the fuck on, guys.
Yeah, everybody been ghosting. I mean, this whole stream, it's only been 4 guys to pop on. You, Raptors fan, and Debates, Dante, DJ.
I know Infamous is lurking.
No. When I say Raptors fan, I'm not talking. It's a guy named Logical Raptors fan. He's a white dude, but he's a white guy that he's a Raptors fan. This is a white dude I'm talking about. He's a Raptors fan. If you go on YouTube and type in Logical Raptors fan channel, he's the guy that hopped on my panel. He's not Infamous. He's a Raptors fan, but he's not Infamous. He's a white dude.
All right. I wasn't even talking about him, though. What I was saying was I know Infamous is lurking, and he needs to hop on and talk sports. Fambo's lurking. He needs to hop on. King can't talk. He's at work, but I know some of these other guys are lurking. HC is definitely lurking. He's probably just brushed his dog's teeth, gave her some anti-flea and tick medication and a treat before he brushed her teeth. He probably brushed her coat. He's ready to come on and talk. So his rockets. He's waiting until to see what happens with his rockets before he comes on, I think. I guarantee if Slim Bates hopped on, within 5 minutes there'd be 8 people on here.
Yeah, but Slim Bates is worried about. To be honest, Chase ain't been on here in so long. I don't think he cares no more.
That's between them, though. That's their bet. It's no one else's business. No one has the right to come on your panel and harass him.
But at the same time, though, even though you said that, guys are messy on here. Guys will be questioning him, man, why didn't he pay taxes? And not saying you are because you weren't here when it happened, but other guys gonna question him.
I was here, but it ain't up to me. I've learned that you kind of got to mind your own business.
You can't speak for everybody though. You might not question him, but the other guys are gonna question him. The Dante's, the other people, other guys, LaFranza might question him. Fambo, like you ain't think about that. The base might hit him. Who knows? So he's in fear.
No.
Me personally, I wouldn't kill him.
If he hops on the channel, he's gonna have 10 guys hop on all saying where. He's gonna have 10 guys all hopping on saying, "Bro, where you been? How you doing? How's the family? How are your teams? Congrats on the Eagles." Blah blah blah. Yeah, they are. I got you.
The only thing they gonna say, Doris, is how come you ain't pay Texas? I'm telling you.
No. He was beloved in here. He still is. He's got a bunch of friends in here wanting to talk to him. No one cares.
Yeah, but Doris, that's cap. Everybody cares.
Time heals all wounds.
Everybody cares. Why do you think you won't hop on till you pay Texas?
He already said he's intending to pay him and he's back. What's the point? He said what needed to be said and it's done and over with.
Has he hopped on?
He should, because what's done is done. He has said he's got a job and he's going to make arrangements to make payments. That's the biggest point. He's communicating.
At the same time, he's not going to hop on until he pays the full amount. That's what he's talking about.
That's fucking stupid.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying what he's saying.
And I'm saying that's stupid, and he's an asset to your channel. People like what he has to say. He's interesting to listen to. Same thing with TJ Leaf. Let dead whatever the expression is. Let dead whatever leaves lie. I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm horrible with idioms or maxims or whatever, but get the fuck over it. All these guys were great for your channel. TJ Leaf, Slim Bates. They're great people.
Yeah, but TJ's not coming back. TJ says he's not coming back. We already said that. TJ's not coming back. Texas not coming back. TJ says he's not coming back because of the same reason. Because he betted that money. You know he can't pay. So TJ's not coming back. Texas said he's not coming back. TJ, Texas, and Brandon's all not coming back.
In TJ's position, TJ should just say it was a joke and get it over with, because he bet $500 and he had nothing to gain. He was only going to lose money because there was no money to vote if he was wrong.
He bet it $1,700. $1,700. He bet it HC. He bet HC 15, and he bet me $200.
Oh, he bet you too?
He bet me and HC combined for $1,700.
But if he lost, were you gonna have to pay him, or was it only him owing you money? Was it a two-way bet or a one-way bet?
If me or HC Picks lost, we would have just paid him $25 a day until this shit get paid.
No, with HC's bet, you can ask him. HC didn't have to pay him. It was just only if TJ Leaf lost did he have to pay. It was a one-way bet. I vividly recall that because it was one of the stupidest things I ever heard.
That part, for me, I really can't touch on it. I don't know that deep of it. I just know he betted it.
I'm telling you, how HC come on, dude. He's probably finished brushing his dog and giving her the medications by now. She's been out, been clean, been fed, teeth cleaned. Hop on, HC. He takes such good care of that dog. That dog lives like little Lord Fauntleroy. Fuck, H.G. Pick's dog has a better life than 99.9% of humans. Fucking spoiled little mutt. HC probably be like, she's not a mutt, she's purebred, AKC registered. I have the papers. She's got such a beautiful fur coat, I feed her an egg once a month for her coat. I put an egg yolk on her coat so it's not too dry. I only feed her organic, farm raised, free range food. No GMOs. I give her water that I use with Sarah water, whatever, filter. I want to make sure that she doesn't get any chlorine, because that'll hurt her bones. I have her vision check twice a year. He's probably got contact lenses for her, so that when she's looking out the window at all the
Man, dog, you crazy.
Where's FYF? We need FYF on here. Tell him to kiss the beautiful wife goodnight. Pop in for a minute. Talk basketball. Educate us.
Well, I've got a white chick, so you know what that means. Pink Punani.
Hey, I ain't gonna talk about his wife in that way, but I'm just saying, give her a hug and a kiss, and come talk sports in the man den.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie to you. If I find a white chick and she got pink punani, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, I don't know if I would be on here.
Jesus Christ, dude. You like it pink?
Hell yeah. I love them white females, bro. They got that pink punani, bro. That shit different. And then when they give you top and shit, their face get all red and shit. What? What? Man.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go get you one. They're plentiful.
Maybe it's no banger. I ain't rushing though, because a lot of them crazy too.
Or you can find yourself a submissive little Asian and pound her tiny little pussy.
Asian girls can't take a lot. I've noticed that Asian girls, they can't take a lot.
You could just absolutely annihilate her with your fucking massive cock. She can tell all her friends about it. Oh my god, Goat Mike. He fucked me long time. He's so big and long. So thick. I need to see my gynecologist. It hurt. My pussy hurt.
Bro, she ain't walking for a week.
I was fucking this one Asian girl. I wanted to fuck her again, and she's like, my pussy's sore. I was like, oh my god. My pussy's sore. Then another time when she was on her period, she's like, my pussy bleed. I was like, that's an interesting way to put it. Although Filipinos call their pussy peck peck or pecky or bilot. Peck peck.
Yeah, the Asian
It's
girls
funny.
don't lie for me. They
It's
wouldn't
funny
lie
in
for me.
Filipino, vagina is at literally peck peck in Tagalog, and penis is TT. Peck peck and TT. And then if you want to call them a whore, it's just puck puck. Puck puck. Puck puck. Puck puck. TT. Yeah, TT, it means dick. Peck peck. Sounds like something a fucking hen would say. Oh, that's just Tagalog. God help me.
Asian
But when I hear that,
girls, bro, Asian girls, you can dominate them with ease.
when I hear them start yapping in Vietnamese or Tagalog or any of these, they're called tonal languages. Tonal. When I hear them start yapping in that language, I just can't wait for it to stop. It is just such an unmelodic, unattractive language. Golly. I mean, there's some languages I can kind of tolerate. Hindi, it's harsh language, but I can tolerate it. Urdu, pretty enough. Portuguese, it's nice, maybe not as nice as Spanish, but you dig it. But some people that speak Portuguese, it sounds better than others, depending on where they're from and their accent. But when people speak fucking Tagalog, Mandarin, Vietnamese, Thai, oh Lord, I'm just like, please make it end, Lord, please. There are these one guys once. I to this day I don't know the language they were speaking, but it was these two Asian-looking men on a bus one day or a train, and they were speaking this high-pitched language to each other, and they're almost chirping at each other. And I really wanted to know what it was, but it was like so high-pitched, like I can't even go that high, and it was like. To this day, I need to know the language. I don't know if they invented their own language and they learned it on a fucking farm or something, but I was like, what the fuck? Like, I felt like I was a part of something really intense. They're probably talking about the new level of nuclear fission they fucking stole from fucking the U.S. government. Which I don't understand because the biggest people that do cyber terrorism to the U.S. is China and North Korea and Russia. And I don't know why the U.S. government doesn't just say, okay, next time you guys infiltrate one of our college networks or government networks or one of our corporations and take it down, hold it hostage, we're going to consider that an act of war. You know how quick those attacks would stop? Like they just hacked the University of New Mexico, one of their campuses, got everything, socials, birth information, credit card information for all the staff, everything. And it was traced back to North Korea. I'd be like, motherfuckers, you make this right in no time, or you're going to have hell to pay. Oh, Lord. We'd take over North Korea in a weekend. And China wouldn't do shit about it. They're in no position to take us on right now. I would love nothing more than if we went to war with China, but I'd have to get all my stocks out of the stock market first. But I would love to go to war with China. If there's a time to do it, it's now.
If a Chinese girl is taking a lot, I wonder what she's gonna be saying. No more, no more, no more.
The one thing they will say is they'll say, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" And you'll have to tolerate it and not laugh.
They're gonna say, "Oh my god," the whole time.
No, but they will say it, and you're gonna have to try not to laugh. You're absolutely obliterating their tiny little pussy. I have never once fucked an Asian girl that didn't have a small pussy.
Yeah, Chinese girl wouldn't make it with me, man. They wouldn't make it.
Their pussy's just. There was actually a black dude I was talking to, and he says, he said my name, and he's like, Asian pussy hits different. I said, well, but that shit hit different.
You gotta know how to hit it though. A lot of men when they hit shit, they don't put it down right. You gotta put it down right, bro.
What was that story Eric Kwan talked about? That he went to drop his pants and a woman rejected his
He
boss.
did that in Charlotte, and she left.
After she saw his cock, she left.
Yeah.
Wow.
She would have saw. She would have saw my shit. Well, she would have easy. Should have been like, "Oh my god." She definitely went a little earlier.
She'd be like, "That's why they call you. That's why they call you the goat daddy."
Now, I don't want her to call me daddy, man. I just want her to, you know what I mean? For me, I want a chick that's gonna bounce. Some chicks just want to sit there like, hell no. You know what? Missionary, to me, either she's on top or I'm on top. Missionary is deadly. If you can hit that shit right, man, you can dominate with that.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Latina pussy, so full Latinas in general, they're amazing women. So I gotten used to be called daddy by them, except they say poppy. But
if you're looking at that daddy shit, all I'm looking at is how to smash you. I'm trying to figure out how to dominate. You do all this shit.
You don't want a hot Latina calling you daddy?
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about one thing. How can I put it down right? Because you want to put it down, Doris. You want her to come back to you, Doris. You want to put it down so good. Well, she'll be calling your phone like, "Hey, you free today?" But if you don't put it down right, it's gonna be a one-time thing. You want her to come back, especially if she's bad. You want her to keep coming. Am I wrong?
I mean,
you want her to want more.
If you get a girl to come too much, sometimes it can interrupt your nut. Because they'll start shaking and vibrating, and they'll like do all these crazy things for sometimes up to like 30 seconds, sometimes up to a minute. Plus they'll get even wetter. Typically they do get even wetter, and then it's harder to last when they're doing all that. They're like getting crazy on you, and they're making all these noises and rubbing themselves up against your belly button and stuff, or however you're hitting them, trying to get that extra sensation on their clit or whatever on their G spot as they're orgasming. But if you haven't,
the Doors, if you get a girl doing that, you've done your job.
Yeah, but it'll tire them out. because they can only handle so many orgasms because it's really
Man, I don't
it
give a
takes a
damn how
lot
much you
out of them.
can handle. If that's the problem, though, I don't care how much you can handle. I'm gonna keep going. We're gonna take a 5 minute break. We're gonna get back after it again. We're gonna do it again and again and again.
Yeah, but if a girl's orgasmed a couple of times in your session, she's probably not going to want to do it again because she's already got her little itch scratched. So you don't want to give her too many orgasms the first time you fuck her in that session.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Unless you're just
I'm,
like
I'm
waking it up and pleasing your bitch.
Huh?
Unless you just get off so much to pleasing your bitch. Unless you get off,
No,
unless some guys get off more by knowing she's getting off than that gets them off.
I want
Some
to
guys would
dominate to
rather
the
eat
point,
pussy than get their cock sucked.
Boris. I want to dominate to the point where I can say, "Well, I lasted longer than you." Yeah. You, you know how many men doors can't get a chick to do that shit you're talking about? So I'm just saying.
Oh,
So you
I
get her
don't really
that
want to
point,
talk
you doing a pretty good job.
This is not a topic I want to talk about just yet. Where the fuck are the guys?
Everybody sleep.
Shit's gonna go end if they keep fucking around like this. I got shit I gotta do. Where the hell is Quan?
I don't know.
Eric Josiah Quan. Did you know Eric's middle name is Josiah?
I don't know.
No, I'm just kidding. What time you work tomorrow?
Not sure yet. You know what I mean? To be honest, when it comes to my job, I just be coming in when I want to. Whenever I feel like walking in. So it's gonna depend. It's gonna
Where is
depend when I want to
Increment?
see them. But one thing about me is, Doris, whenever I go to work, you can see that the production is totally different. So my bosses, they don't care. Like for me, all they care about is I show up.
Production.
But
Results.
I think I might go in sometime in the morning. I don't know yet. I might go in the afternoon. Might go in the morning. But either way, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna do what I do, man. I do got some nerves, you know what I'm saying? Because I ain't worked in a minute, you know. I ain't been around the guys and stuff like that. But once I get to going, and I can shake off the nerves, and it can be all good. All the MVP chants gonna drop.
Well,
Infamous in the building.
I knew it was gonna be him. That's awesome. What's up, Chief?
What's poppin', Playboy?
I was hoping you were gonna hop on. What took you so long?
Hey man, I went to hey man, I got a life, you know. I
I know,
got a
man. I know
woman.
you're a busy
I
man.
got a woman. My woman took me to see the movie Sinners. She wanted to go see the movie Sinners.
Bro, how was it?
Infamous was out
Um,
here giving folks and shit. That's what he was doing.
I'll be honest. I'll be okay. I liked it, but I think I think it's a bit overhyped.
Okay. Why you say
Yeah.
that? Just overall, or
I just think the hype is a little bit overblown. It's a good movie. The cinematography is good. The music is good. The acting is good, but it's a little bit overblown. Like the way people are talking about it, I think it's a little bit. Okay, come on, man. It's not the greatest thing since sliced bread. So I just gotta
yeah,
pass.
that's how people have been talking about it.
Oh, you've heard the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, I was going in it expecting like a cinematic masterpiece or some shit. But it's good. It's nothing to take away from it. It's good, but I just thought there's a lot of hidden. I picked up on the hidden messages, and I think that's what does it for me because I'm a guy that picks up on that kind of stuff. The hidden messages are really good. A lot of people won't pick up on the hidden messages, but overall, it's all right. It's all right. Would I
What do
go
you give
see
it,
it
like a
again?
7 out of 10? Yeah. Yeah, would you?
Would I go see it again? No.
Okay.
I would give it on a scale of 1 to 10. Yeah, I'd probably give it a 7.5, 8. Yeah, 7.5, 8. I think. Yeah, I think that's it.
You know what's like a movie that's close to a 10?
What?
Hey, I'm not trying to say anything inappropriate. I'm not being disrespectful. But have you seen the movie 12 Years a Slave? I recently saw that again. That's a
Oh,
masterpiece right there.
that movie
It's
bugged the shit
dark.
out of me. Yeah, but the
It's
problem with
dark.
that movie is, first of all, they deviated from the book, and number two, they had to insert a white savior in that movie. That's what pissed me off.
Who's the white savior? Brad Pitt?
Yeah,
The Canadian guy?
that character didn't even exist in the original.
I thought there was
They
really
inserted it.
I thought there was a Canadian carpenter in the book that came down and helped write a letter for him to his family in New York and make them aware of it.
I don't think
Brad,
so. If they really want to do a good movie about slavery, a good movie about slavery would be a movie about John Brown. I know you know
The
who that is, Doris.
abolitionist, the white dude, the abolitionist dude, John Brown, and the family,
Abolitionist. Yes,
Harper's
John
Ferry.
Brown. Yep, John Brown would be a great movie to do.
Wait, I think there was a movie coming out about him I saw, or a miniseries.
Oh, really? Okay, I'll check it.
Yeah.
See, that's a movie. No, but they need to do a movie about him. They'll never do a movie about him. But the best slave movie so far, slave movie so far is Django, hands down. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
Django Unchained is the best slave. I don't care what anybody says. I would watch that. That's the only slave movie that I would watch more than once. The only one. Django is the best slave movie. If you're a black person, I can't shame you for watching Django. The other ones are garbage, but Django, nope. I give Django its props. Django Unchained. I'm not a fan of those kind of movies, but Django Unchained, I'll give it a pass.
It's the slavery version of his version of Inglourious Basterds, which is basically shaming Nazis about World War II. That's the same version of his for antebellum era slavery. But I think it's just kind of, it talks about a very serious issue in kind of a dark comedy kind of way.
Yeah.
And I understand that that's a vehicle or a tool of expression, to get the point across and stuff, but some of it was just a little outrageous how it was done. Like, I
Yeah,
get
but there
that.
was a lot of truth in it though. Call it what you want. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this. I know what Hollywood has a trick. If it has a way to get it, they don't want you to come out. A lot of times they don't want you to come out blatantly with a message, about something. But if they put
Yeah.
it in, if they disguise it and wrap it in a candy wrapper and put sprinkle a little sugar on it, and then give it to the audience is more pliable to accept it than if it's just come out blatant. The only movies that you're allowed to come out with blatantly and talk about the subject directly is narratives about the Holocaust. Those are the only ones. Other ones you kind of have to wrap it in sugar and sprinkle a little sugar powder on it and kind of disguise your message. But those movies are the only ones you're allowed to come out straight blunt with it.
But what about 12 Years a Slave, where it basically depicted how horrific it was, and it showed the fact that he was the R word to that woman Patsy. I think that was such a great way to show how monstrous it was and disgusting.
I do agree. I do agree, but this.
I have to slightly disagree. I think
Go ahead.
they only don't put it in subtlety if the movie is specifically about social commentary. If it's not about social commentary, then they'll make it subtle because then they don't want to distract from whatever else they're trying to write. Usually, if that makes sense.
I mean, I get your point. I get your point in regards to that.
Modern movies, they try to put things out in the open in the middle of something like a Marvel movie, and it confuses people because they're confused because they thought they just came to watch a Marvel movie. And they're like, wait, what?
And they're getting a woke thing about like Trump or whatever.
Right, because of social
Civil
commentary,
rights.
then people will be more accepting of it because they'll know exactly what they're getting into. They just don't want to be. But if you bombard them with something,
You don't want to hit over your head with messages all the. Here's the thing. Marvel has done this deliberately because I've actually read articles and I've watched videos about it. Marvel is deliberately gender swapping a lot of their roles. They said that going forward, that's their agenda. So if you're seeing a lot of Marvel movies with lead characters as women, and they're like taking out the male character that was in the comic book and then gender swapping them, that is done deliberately. They're doing that deliberately. They've already said that that's what they're doing. So that's turning a lot of people off because like that movie, like what's up, Miss Marvel? That Miss Marvel movie did horrible. Like people are not, the spider, the one with the female spider. What was that called again? Madam Web. Thank you. Madam Web was a horrible movie. It did horrible at the box office. People are sick and tired of those gender social issue movies, man. We just want to go and see action movies with men beating up shit. I don't want to see a woman who's 120 pounds beating up a 300-pound man. Like it's just not realistic, and we're not falling for it anymore.
Well, I should point out the reasoning of it is if you don't notice, it's not just Marvel movies. They do this in video games and everything as well. The reasons that men are not allowed to have men have separate spaces and they're enjoying themselves without the company of women, society gets disturbed by it. They want men to be borderline obsessed with women and have women on their mind 24/7. To the point that men can't think independently of women. Because it's easy to control men. It's easy to control men.
That's a good point. I never thought of it that way. That's a good
You see a
point.
bunch of men doing stuff by themselves, hobbies, and so of course naturally women have to invade it. That's why you see these female referees and these female commentators come to the NBA all of a sudden.
Yeah, we can't have anything. Why can't we have something for ourselves, man? Like I don't get it. I'm an old school guy, man. I just want to go. Listen, you can put a female character in a movie and not have it. I don't know. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. One of my favorite movies is Aliens. The main character in the movie is Sigourney Weaver. She's a female, but she doesn't distract from. There's no agenda pushing in it. You know what I mean? Like she's just kicking ass.
That should be in a drama or it should be in a thriller. You can have romance arcs and stuff, but why have a romance story arc in an action movie? It needs to be fucking action. Or a war movie.
I don't know.
We want to see action.
I want to see action. Thank you. I want to see action. I don't want I don't know.
I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion, and no one's gonna agree with me. But I find the John Wick movies, they're so outrageous. Of like this one dude killing 500 people and no one can touch him. They're so outrageous to me that it's like almost boring. John Wick, it reminds me of like G.I. Joe's as a kid, where you're like, okay, I know the bad guys are going to lose. I know he's going to win. Or James Bond, like, I know he's going to miraculously win and no one can touch him. He's not going to die. Like, you already know the end before you've seen it. It's just, to me, like, those John Wick movies are fucking outrageous. Like, they're boring.
I believe that kind of
Go ahead.
answers your original question about you saying that there was like a lot of romance and action. The reason they do stuff like romance and stuff is because they're trying to get you to care about the characters. If you don't care about the characters, why would you care if they live or die? Like like when you get like action is entertaining, but after a while, like if you don't care about these characters at all, it's like whether they live or die, there's almost no tension. Like who gives a fuck if they die? You know what I'm saying? They want you to invest.
But don't you want a movie like John Wick where it's almost kind of plausible, like it could actually happen? Like it's
No,
not,
because
like, that may as well be a sci-fi fantasy film, huh?
Yeah, but here's the thing: you gotta understand this too, Doris. It's a movie, right? Again, it's not supposed to be realistic, right? You're supposed to. There's movies that you go to and you turn off your brain, and then there's movies you go to and you turn on your brain. It's more thinking. The movie like John Wick, you know what you're getting into. They know their audience, so they're not going. You're not going in thinking like, oh, I gotta figure out what John Wick is gonna think about next. So you're trying to solve something, and like it's straight up action, kick ass, blah blah blah. Like those classic Hong Kong movies, like those old Chinese movies. That's what you're going.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting into. People like that. I like that. That's one of my favorite kind of movies. I don't need a storyline.
Where one guy can single-handedly take down 50 guys and get hit with a
It's like the old
concrete
video
and
games,
wood
like
and he's
Street
fine.
Fighter. Right. You work your way up to the big boss. Like you remember those classic video games like what was one? It not Contra. Contra was like that. Double Dragon. Some of my old school cats will remember a game called Double Dragon. Street Fighter is kind of like that to a certain degree. You fight your way up from the small bosses, and you work your way up to the big boss. It's classic scrolling sideways video games from the old school days, like the Nintendo and the those old systems.
It kind of reminds me of Friday.
Well, I think I'm more of a thriller guy where I like it where like it could actually happen in real life. Like you're not indestructible.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, you like that, and that's why there's movies for everybody. I just don't like what Marvel is doing because they think that's what the audience. There's a difference between doing a movie just for this. This is my because movies art, right? You're putting your art out there and you're hoping somebody likes it, right? I don't
And
like
what
when
is
you
Marvel
deliberately. Go ahead, sir. What?
What is Marvel doing? They're putting women in there, or they're making it.
No, I'm
social
saying that
commentary?
Marvel is intentionally gender swapping a lot of their roles, right? In order to
To
put
put women in men's roles.
Right, they're doing it deliberately. They've already said that's what they're doing. Going forward, they're gonna make more female movies, more movies with female leads, more movies where they're swapping out male characters for female characters. They deliberately have already came out and said that's one of their agendas moving forward. So that is my issue with Marvel is when you deliberately, instead of just writing a good movie, instead of just putting out a good movie with good action, minus whatever, whether it's a male movie or the male is a lead or the female lead, but when you're intentionally pushing out there that the lead has to be a woman or this has to be like, I don't like that. Just make a good story. That's all people care about. We don't care about the man-woman thing. We just want it to be a good story. I'm just saying, me personally, I just want it to be a good story.
Yeah, but they don't care whether they're putting out a good product or not. As the whole point, their point was based off of the first thing their point was based off of they're trying to get what I call virtue signaling. They're trying to get points. They're trying to get brownie points. That's what.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Like I said, they also just like I said, they just also don't like this idea of men. It's a male hobby, and they don't like the idea of men just enjoying themselves without women. Like they can't stand that part. Right?
You're so right about that. No, you're right about that.
You're a
There's always going to be shaming.
They always have to be shaming. Your society say that men are too obsessed with women, men need to leave women alone. But then when men are leaving the women alone and just enjoying themselves, they're like, why are there
Yeah,
no?
then it's a problem. Thank you. Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, they say like leave us. Yeah, men are too obsessed with women, and then when we do stuff minus women, we get in trouble for. You're right about that, man. I can't deny
So,
that.
so
That's
when
facts.
when you said the John Wick audience wants to see that unrealistic shit, who is the John Wick audience then?
John Wick audience is basically if you watch a lot of like Japanese anime. Yeah, John Wick is basically a caricature of a lot of those Japanese anime kind of TV shows and movies, where you have that one character that has all the martial arts skills and whatever, and he's fighting his way. Some of the Korean movies are like that too. I love Korean movies. Korean movies are one of my favorite genre of movies. Period. They know if you ever want to know how to do movies well, depending on whatever genre you want to put it in, whether it be action, thriller, comedy, horror, Koreans do it the best, in my opinion.
Koreans.
Yeah, Koreans do it the best.
They're the ones that did that movie all at once and incredibly close. Whatever it's called, Everything All at Once.
Yeah, I think that's a Korean movie or a Chinese movie. I'm not sure.
Everything, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, that weird movie. They did. There's a movie called A Bittersweet Life, which is one of my favorite Korean movies. There's tons of them, man. You just have to go scrolling. Just look up Korean movies. I think Train to Busan, I think, is a Korean movie. I want to say, which is one of the best zombie horror movies ever made, in my opinion. I think it's top 5, hands down. There's just tons of them out there. There's a one called My Sasa is one of my favorite comedies. It's called My Seisa Girl. I think it's called My Seisa Girl. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing it, but that's a great movie as well. I mean, there's tons of them. They do horror and thriller the best, in my opinion. Like for example, you remember the movie The Ring? That was actually stolen from a Korean movie. Yeah.
That's very interesting.
And, by the way, I didn't see the game tonight. I missed the game. How was the game? How was the game tonight? Did anybody watch it?
Which one? You mean the Nuggets
Yeah.
versus the Clippers? Yeah,
Yeah, the Nuggets versus the Clippers,
Jokic
yeah.
did not play well. But the Nuggets blew out the Clippers, so that was
Oh, they blew them out.
Yeah,
Was it a blowout from
I
the
had a
start?
feeling. Go ahead.
So
Was it a blowout from the start next time?
no, the at first the game was going like was because Jokic was struggling. Aaron Gordon was basically carrying at the beginning, and Jokic and Murray were struggling at the beginning, but Murray started getting better. So the game was like really like close, but like within single digits. But then the second half started. Once that second half started in the third quarter, know that they put Russ inside it, and the Russ and they start extending minutes of Peyton Watson and Russ, and the defense was a lot better on the Clippers, and they started locking the Clippers down like they went on a giant run, and Russ started hitting a bunch of shots, and then Murray and MPJ started hitting a bunch of shots, just like that. It went from them being like close digits to being like up 20, going on to 30, going up 30. So
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh shit.
So even with Jokic struggling, the Nuggets just like the Nuggets defense just.
This is a huge failure. You know this is a huge failure, right?
Yeah.
Because
For the Clippers? Yeah.
No, yeah, for the Clippers. Here's why. The Clippers were if you listen to a lot of the media pundits and the prognosticators at the beginning of the season, the Clippers were picked as one of the top teams to, right? Am I right or wrong?
You're right. I actually picked the Clippers to win a series.
Right, and a lot of people even picked the Clippers to win the series. Now, here's a strange thing: the Nuggets went to they fired their head coach and got rid of, if I'm not mistaken, they fired their head coach and got rid of the general manager, right?
Yeah. 3 days before the playoffs.
3 days before the playoffs. Now, think about this for a second. That is supposed to send a team into disarray and basically have them fall off. They weren't expected to win this series.
Yeah.
So this is a huge surprise.
Yeah. So the point, and this is the point I was making about the Nuggets. I would advise people to watch. Is that me? The background noise? Is that
Somebody has a real bad background noise.
I think
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry. So the Nuggets. The problem with the Nuggets, and I know people we're looking for a scapegoat because the Nuggets were struggling a lot this season. The problem with the
Mhm.
Nuggets was that mostly that the Nuggets players are just fucking lazy. Like that's the main issue. That's like the main issue. The Nuggets players do like I don't know. Like I think like I said, I think after they won that chip in 2023, they had a lot to prove in 2023. But they won that chip in 2023, and they just got kind of like their mentality
Yeah.
changed. They're like, we don't got anything else to prove, so they come out and they'll play sluggish, put themselves into deficit, then they have to play out of the deficit. You know, all season long they were struggling, but they were unstopped. They were undefeated in back-to-back game in back-to-backs. So whenever they had a back-to-back game, if they would lose one game, they refuse to lose the next one. So it's like they have to wait till they're motivated or wait till their pride is on the verge of getting hurt, and then be like, oh, now I gotta play. Now I gotta really play.
Right. And go ahead.
That's literally what happened in this series. They were struggling. Jokic and Murray and them, they were struggling a lot throughout the series up until once game 3 happened and they got blown off the court in game 3 and they thought everybody was counting them out thinking the series was over. Then suddenly Jokic turned up in game 4. Suddenly Murray turned
And
up.
I'm wondering how much Jokic's heart is in it, because everyone talks about him in Europe and horse racing and how that's all he wants to do, and it's like, is he really trying to play to the best of his ability, or is he just so freakishly talented at it for his size that he can only play half-ass and still, be pretty good, but not good enough to win a finals?
I was listening to an interview with Aaron Gordon, just to answer your question, Doris. I was listening to an interview with Aaron Gordon, and he said that, and I think it was him and another player on the team, and they said that's a huge misconception. They said there's nobody that watches more basketball than Jokic. Jokic watches film. He watches other teams. He'll literally call up other players and say, "Hey, are you watching the Wizards game of such and such? The Wizards play such and such. Did you see that?" Da, 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 da. They said he watches other games more than anybody. He watches more film more than anybody. He studies the game more than anybody. So there's this misconception out there that he doesn't like ball and he doesn't take ball seriously. He said that his teammates say that's not true. There's nobody that watches more ball than him.
For Jokic,
and
the
studies
issue
more
for
film.
Jokic is not that he doesn't take balls seriously. I know his issue is mostly
Yeah.
because he's so.
You can't be that good and not take it. You see what I'm saying? I know people say that, oh, he just cares about horses. No, you can't be that good. You can't be that good and not take what you do seriously. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's impossible.
So the
Go ahead.
issue with Jokic mostly is that it's not him caring or not. It's more so because of his size and his frame. He's not really that great at that defense. He's not that great at defense, and he often has to be hitting on defense. I think the main issue is that, like I said, collectively as a team, the rest of the players, they kind of just feel like they have the talent because they won a chip together at one point. So they know they have the talent to win just about every game. So they come in with this like lazy mindset because they know if everything goes wrong, they can just turn up when need be and use their core championship level talent to carry them to victory. That's a very bad mindset to have, by the way. But that's the mindset that's the kind of mindset the players on the team often have for whatever specific reason. And it's so weird because I don't know if you saw this game before because it happened around March. It was one of the best, games in my opinion, one of the best games of the season. And because the Nuggets had just lost a previous game and like 2 previous games that they could have easily won. And I think Jokic said he was you remember, did you see that when it was March 17th then when the Nuggets went against the Warriors?
No, I don't think
you should probably look at the
Oh
highlights.
yeah. I think I may have. You got to refresh my memory. I've probably seen it, but I don't
You should
recall
probably
like
look at the
all the
highlights, you'll see it,
specific
but
details.
it was a good memory. So the Nuggets had so basically after the Warriors had got Jimmy Butler, they went on like a big winning streak, won 10-11 games straight.
Yeah, they won a lot of games after they got Butler. You're right.
Yeah. And the Nuggets, meanwhile, they had just lost 2 games like back to back. Not not same days, but like 2-3 days apart. They had lost 2 different games. They were next scheduled to go against the Warriors, but Jokic, their captain Jokic was going through like an injury. They told not an injury, but he wasn't feeling well, so they told him not to play. Murray, their second best player, was out with injury. Christian Braun was out with injury, and even some of their bench players was out with injury. So Malone had to call up players from the G League to get extensive minutes in this game against the Warriors. So they went into this game and people were like, "Oh, this team is about to get blown the fuck out," because the Warriors just had won like 12 straight on a red hot streak. And to everybody's shock, like I said, the Nuggets realized they couldn't depend on their core players, several of their core players. They had to come out with energy, and they did. And everybody shocked they won. Their defense was so fucking great, was so fucking energy and defense was so fucking great that in the first half they completely locked the Warriors down. Like Curry and Brown and Butler couldn't even get in a rhythm the entire first half. They were struggling. And that I wish for you to at least watch the highlights of that game. That's like I said, that's one of my favorite games of the season because you saw Murray. I think they put Aaron Gordon. They had Aaron Gordon play the center position, play Jokic the center position while he was out, and he went off. He went up 38. He had like 38. It was dominant in the paint. They had Russell Westbrook running a point for Jokic. He had a triple-double that game. They had Michael Porter Jr. handling Jokic's rebounding role. He had like a double-double. And then they had like a bunch of G League players made like a bunch of crucial like clutch shots throughout the game. And I was like, this is the Nuggets team that this is the Nuggets team that I want to see. This is a motivated team. It's just sad that they don't have that on a daily basis. But if you ever get a chance, I would prefer you guys to watch that game. You leave the highlights of that game.
I'll check out the highlight. You know what? Also, X-Man. Speaking of Golden State Warriors, they're in trouble.
They are. Yeah.
I think Curry. Not Curry. I see Steve Kerr got. I think Steve Kerr got extra cocky. And what I mean by extra cocky, I'm talking not last game, but the game before that when they were getting blown out by the Rockets, and they were getting blown out from the start, and they cut the lead down to. He basically took out all his starters. Remember? He took out all his starters in the third quarter. He pretty much gave up on the game, and the bench players got the game down to around 11 or 12 points.
Yep.
And he could have put the starters back in, but he chose to stick with the bench. I think that was a huge miscalculation. This is the playoffs. This is not regular season. You got to win the game. And I think he thought that, I'm going to teach my starters a lesson and we'll just pick up the next game. And this was the last game that they played and they lost. So now their back is against the wall. And I think they can lose. I think they can lose the game. So
didn't they have a 3-1 lead at some point?
Yeah.
Because that would mean this would be the second time in the Warriors' career that they lost a 3-1 lead.
I think they can lose. I think they can lose this game. Because let's not mistaken, Houston finished second in the Western Conference for a reason. You know what I mean? They're not just a pushover team, and they found something with Steven Adams. They found something with Steven Adams. Steven Adams plugs a hole in the middle. And he's given them size in the middle that for some reason Kerr does not know how to use a center for some reason. I think when it comes to centers, he's oblivious. And I think that is going to be that's been a huge X factor. And I think going into the next game, going into the game 7, I think they have a huge advantage. They have a chance the Rockets have a chance to really win it. I think they made a crucial mistake not taking the urgency when they cut that game down to 11 points. You throw back in your starters. I don't care because you want to win that game. You don't want to take advantage of any situation because this is the playoffs. You can't play around. And I think Kerr getting cocky and overthinking it or thinking we'll just get the next game may come back to bite him in the ass.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure because I wasn't too in tune 24/7 with the Warriors this season because I was focused a lot more on the Nuggets. So I'm not sure what happened. But when the season first started, it looked like they were trying to use like a handful of bit, and it looked like they were trying to cut Curry's minutes down so that they can keep him, fresh, so they can keep their core players fresh for the playoffs. It looked like everything was going good at the beginning. At some point, I think that at one point they were like blowing their court out. They're blowing their team, the opposition off the court by like 30-some points. And I don't know what happened. It just started going downhill as the season went on. It's like everything was going good at first. And at some point, the team just started kind of going downhill up until they made a little Jimmy Butler trade. It's like I'm not sure if that was
Curry's. You could tell Curry's not 100%. And you could definitely tell because they show. You see these pictures of his hand and his fingers and his thumb. They look like freaking Incredible Hulk's fingers, man. Like they look like some kind of gargoyle. How they look all messed up. So, he's not 100%. He's not going to come out and say it, obviously, but yeah, his hand is extremely messed up. So it's they're in for a fight. I'm just saying they're in for a fight. They're gonna get punched in the mouth. I'm telling you this. I think the Rockets could potentially win. Now you don't want to ever count on Curry or Butler and Draymond Green, but you know we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
Anything can happen.
it's so weird. It's not. I don't know if it's just this. If it's a variety of
Mhm.
external factors that I don't know about. But it seems like there's this weirdness of tendency of even the best NBA teams have like a lot of short-sightedness, like where they be the coaching or the players. Where
Mhm.
it seems like even the smartest basketball
Yeah.
teams of this era are so short-sighted in so many ways, and it's like
It's
where it's
true.
almost head scratching. It's like, why would you do this? It's like when I have to
Right.
start asking, like I said, the Nuggets are such a smart team, but they just have
Mhm.
this short sightedness. Like they have to wait until their backs are against the wall, or they're outmanned, or their ego's about to get hurt
Mhm.
to say, "Now I got to turn up." And it's like, but you do understand that
Well,
this is the
playoff Murray is real. Playoff
yeah,
Murray is real, though, man. I keep telling people, playoff Murray. Murray is the type of player you may look at a regular season game and say, "Wait, this guy sucks. He could never be all. He's not that great." But when the playoffs come, for some reason, he flips the switch.
yeah.
He
I said
turns into a
Murray can do
different
it. I
animal.
said Murray can do it. Murray's fine. I'm not really upset at
Yeah,
Murray.
Murray.
I'm saying
Yeah.
that the team. I'm saying that my point is that like you people do they not understand that like the more games they lose,
Mhm.
the more games you play in the playoffs, the more you're putting wear and tear on your body, and you're burning out your own energy. Like, don't you want to try to
Mhm.
end the situation as
I agree, but let's give also credit to the Clippers. The Clippers are a pretty formidable team, though. Like they were
yeah.
every game in the series was close, except for now. I don't. You said you watched the game, so is it more that the Clippers choked, or is it more that Denver just outplayed them? Because
No, the
Clippers
Clippers
are
didn't choke.
known for
The Clippers
choking,
didn't really. The
especially
Clippers didn't.
Harden.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Well, Harden choked in this game, but the Clippers didn't really choke in this. It was mostly Denver that throughout the series that and like I said, the Clippers have the like. I understand the reason. I'm telling people the reason they're not understanding the situation is because I've been paying attention so much to Denver these past 2 years. The Denver Nuggets,
Mhm.
like if they came out this year playing with the actual energy they played last year, they would have been the top two seed in the league right now. They didn't. They're just lazy as fuck. Like they have the bet. They literally have the smartest even if not the outright most talented, they have some of the smartest fucking players in the league. I mean that, like bar none. Like,
Mhm.
and they are one of the smartest coaches. They're just lazy. That's where this confusion comes from. The reason these games were so close often because of the Nuggets like choking or coming out with lazy energy. Game one,
Mhm.
the Nuggets started the first half really lazy and letting the Clippers keep hitting threes in transition without even trying to guard them. That's why they put themselves in a deficit, like a 15, 17 point deficit that they had to spend the rest of the game clawing out. They had to spend the rest of the game
Okay.
actually playing defense clawing out. And
Mhm.
they had to win in overtime. Game two, it was more of a coaching issue. Like they were actually for some reason, I don't know that the coach didn't explain why, but Westbrook hit 2 game-winning shots. Everything was going good. Westbrook hit 2 clutch shots, and and they took MPJ out to put in Westbrook, and he hit multiple clutch shots. Then for some reason, later on in the game, down the stretch, they took Westbrook out and put MPJ back in, even though MPJ was messing up. And then
Mm.
surprise, surprise, they lost by a little 3 points. And I'm like, well, you probably shouldn't have put MPJ back in. He was messing up in the game. That doesn't make
Yeah,
much
I think they're gonna look to. I think they should look to move him in the
Yeah,
offseason.
in game four, they actually had a 20-point lead at one point, but then they got gassed out
Yeah.
because the coach refused to put Jokic on the bench. Like they played the Jokic.
Yeah, you also got to remember too, like this coach, isn't he like a? Remember, this is a rookie coach too.
Yeah, he was the assistant
So
coach of Malone. Yeah,
yeah. So he's not in the he's used to being the assistant now, but now he's in the driver's seat,
and he
and
also I don't know if
his team,
it's a conspiracy,
yeah, the
but
team
some
just
people
took
say
out the Clippers, man. That's a huge feat.
yeah.
You got to
I
give
don't know if
you
it's
got
a
to
conspiracy, but a lot of
pop your
people say
collar to that.
a lot
Go
of people
ahead.
say he's kind of like what they call him with nepotism. I heard they say his father was a coach at some point. I don't know if that's a part that might be it.
Oh, okay.
He might
I
be a
don't know
Nep.
too much about him, so yeah.
So I mean, he might have been. I think his father's like Rick Adam or something like that, some former coach. So I guess they said he might have been.
Oh, is that Rick Adams' son?
Yeah. So they said he might have been actually
Oh,
assistant coach, and that might be the reason why.
oh,
So
okay.
he's probably not there
It does
for
look like, yeah, it doesn't. That makes sense.
He's probably not there based off
Okay.
pure merit. To be fair, just a possibility.
Yeah, I can see that. No, but it kind of makes sense now a little bit. I can kind of, yeah. I mean, it's in the
Also,
blood, right?
talking about the MPJ, he went to the same fraternity as the owner.
Right.
So there's some conspiracies about why some of these people don't really deserve to be here. They're kind of not here on merit reasons, like a little bit beyond merit.
Could be.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, listen, he has he just added a big line to his resume. He just added a new chapter to his resume. He took down the Clippers, man. Come on, hey, that's a big feat to just get the coaching job 3 days before the playoffs start, and then you went into a series with who's considered one of the top teams in the West. That was considered a team to come out of the West, and you took them out. That's a big feat, man. I gotta pop my collar to that.
I think because I think I'm happy that the Nuggets did not fire Dave because they were planning on doing it. I'm happy they didn't fire him because, like I said, if they would have fired David Adelman, I genuinely believe the whole team would immediately fell apart. I think the reason this team did not fall apart was because David Adelman, he's been the assistant coach for Malone was the head coach for 10 years. Adelman was the assistant coach for 8 years. So he knows the vast majority of the offensive and defensive strategies that Malone runs because he and them they do it together. They strategize it together. So they're running most of the same plays. He just made a few adjustments. I don't think the main.
They're probably running the same. They're probably running the same thing that Malone would have ran anyways. You're right, but you're probably right because they probably. It's too late to change up things so close to the playoffs. They wouldn't have changed up much because it was so close to the playoffs, in my opinion. So he probably maybe put a little tweaks. Maybe he's put a little bit of tweaking to some of the sets, but that's it.
And the first three, those 3 games, those last 3 regular season games that they played, I think somebody did tracked it and did research, and they were running completely identical plays. The only difference is I think was he was making substitutions when the player was messing up quicker. And they took the ball out of Jokic's hands. He had way less possessions. He had way less touches.
And I think you need to do that. I think just to save him, save him for the fourth quarter. So you're giving him less. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it's mostly the same thing, just like a few tweaks, like 1 or 2 tweaks.
Yeah, but man, I tell you, man, Harden can't shake that label, man. I tell you, another choke. Another one again.
I do want to blame Harden, and it's probably right. He probably does deserve the blame, but I don't know. The Nuggets defense, like I said, was really good because, like I said, they put in Peyton Watson a lot more minutes, and Peyton Watson and Russell all throughout the regular season. Whenever Peyton Watson and Westbrook and Christian Brown were on the same floor and AG were on the same floor, the defenses was locked down. So I mean, they did that in Game 7. That was a really good experiment for David Adelman to put those two and give them extensive minutes.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing really good defense. They were struggling. Harden was struggling to get the basketball, and even when he got the basketball, he was getting sent into traps with Westbrook and Watson. And Watson
but you know what? But you know how it is, X-Men. No matter what, it's the narrative that people like to push. Unfortunate. It's just for example, the Lakers series. People are saying, they're going to quickly blame LeBron, even though LeBron was typically the best overall best player through the whole series.
Right.
But that's how people are conditioned, right? So people are conditioned to blame Harden, right? They say Harden. They're not going to blame Kawhi. They're going to blame Harden.
Yeah, I remember just in the series alone, there were people were having narratives about Westbrook. I think they were getting ready to have a narrative. Westbrook.
Oh yeah, the Westbrook narrative. You know that one always. They were waiting. Pops his ugly head.
In Game 6, the entire Nuggets team was struggling to do anything the whole game. Westbrook, he smoked the Nuggets were down by 7. Westbrook smoked a layup that would have put them down 5. And that became the narrative that Westbrook destroyed their momentum. It's y'all shouldn't be down to begin with. Y'all down. He was only getting 10 minutes. You only got 15 minutes in that game. That's not the reason y'all lost.
Exactly. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan. I like Westbrook. I understand because he plays with passion. He gives it 110%. Now, does he make a lot of bonehead plays? Yeah, he does. I mean, it happens though, man. But it's undeniable that this dude, you can't take away his resume.
Yeah. Like I
He's
said,
a Hall of Famer. No matter what you say about, the choking and all that kind of stuff and the way he plays and missing shots and missing layups and all that stuff, say what you want to say. But you can't take away all them triple doubles. You can't take away the MVPs. You can't take away any of that kind of stuff. That's on his resume. So I've always liked him as a player. Does he make some bonehead plays sometimes? Yeah, he does. But, you know, I think he's a good humanitarian as well. He does a lot of stuff off the court as well that people don't talk about. So, hey, and people, teammates generally like him. So, hey,
yeah,
I
these
pop
three
my
seasons,
collar.
these 3 seasons, these past 3 seasons, I've drastically done like a straight a near 180 on Westbrook as a player, where I found myself because I remember like the reason I didn't really like Westbrook specifically when he was in his prime was because he was doing that thing that like Harden was doing and that LeBron, that Luca thing. Currently, I'm not a fan of that, like making the offense dependent on you, and then the offense gets destroyed the moment you go to the bench, and people are like, "Well, the offense is bad. That's why they need to do this." And it's like, well, no, the offense is you're making the offense dependent on you, and so now it can't function if you're on the bench. Like I didn't like that type of leadership style. But I immediately did a 180 when he was on the Lakers because I remember the Lakers were trying so fucking hard to scapegoat him, and I was like, there's a lot of problems with the Lakers. Westbrook is not the core reason.
Can they continue? Then they continue to have those problems.
Like they gave up a
Yeah.
lot of their fucking bench depth to get Westbrook. That's one of their core problems. They had no fucking depth on their fucking bench. Like that was the main reason.
Right.
Westbrook making boneheaded plays was a
Yeah.
problem.
Well, there's always going to be when you play
Yeah, I
for
fully started
LA.
becoming.
There's always going to be a scapegoat. They're the worst. I'm sorry. They're the worst basketball fans in the league, man. I'm sorry.
They're like
Laker fans are the worst fan base. I don't care, man. I'm just telling the truth. I'm just telling the truth. I'm just
reason
here. I can't lie.
The reason I fully started to appreciate Westbrook was like I said because the Nuggets this past year were so fucking lazy and it caught me off guard. It's like, and I feel like Malone. I recall Malone even pointing this out. You know, they got destroyed by the Knicks by 25 some points, and they were asking Malone like, and they were like, well, what do you like? They said, what do you think about like Westbrook's energy that he brought tonight? And he said Westbrook brought a lot of energy. He said that's the problem. Why is Westbrook, who's older than everyone else on the court, on a vet minimum salary, bringing all this energy, and fucking Murray and fucking Michael Porter Jr. are sitting here being fucking lazy on fucking defense?
Right.
Why is it, like he said, why with Westbrook? I remember there were so many games where they asked the West like who was going to guard Victor Wembanyama, who's going to guard like Paul George, who's going to guard like Harden in these regular season games, and Westbrook would agree to like he would agree to be put in the starting lineup to guard the opposing best player, and everyone else would just like Malone would have to force other players to guard these top players because they wouldn't take the initiative. But Westbrook, Peyton Watson would just agree to take the initiative, and it's like, why are these these two players who are on the bench taking the initiative, but my fucking his fucking starter's not, right?
Right.
The core players would both be champions. Why are they not doing? And it's like at that point, it's like, okay, you know what?
I have a question for you, S-Man. A quick question. Who do you think that the Nuggets would have an easier time against? Would the Rockets or Golden State?
I would say Golden State, only because they've beaten. Only because I think they don't really have an answer for their answer in the paint, and I think that's been an issue every time they've beaten the Warriors a lot up until the last time when they finally beat the Warriors. Finally beat them. They beat the Warriors a lot, mostly because they don't really have an answer. The Warriors don't really have an answer to them in the paint like that. They kind of bullies on around the boards. That was the main thing. The Rockets do have like another big, at least to constantly go back and forth with Jokic.
Okay.
So I think that was going to be a little X factor, but it depends. Like I said, if the Warriors are going off, start shooting threes like they did in their prime, then I think they're going to get their ass whipped. Just be straight up, because like I said, the Nuggets, they're lazy as hell in transition. Don't want to guard three and shit. So.
So you say the Warriors? Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
I think they would match up well against. They're kind of with the Rockets. Yeah, they kind of equal with the Rockets. The Rockets and them are kind of similar.
Yeah, they're very
yeah. I will say this. I'm going to say this. So who's the next? So they face the winner between They face the winner between the Golden State, right? Golden State and the Rockets,
The Nuggets?
right? Yeah.
No, I
Who
think
the Nuggets face?
I think they. I think.
Oh no, they face the Wolves, right? The Wolves, right?
I think they faced the Thunder. I think they better get their ass whipped. Just to be honest with you. Just to be honest with you.
Oh, the Nuggets face the Thunder next. You
I
sure?
think, yeah, I've heard. That's what I've heard, and I think they only get like 2 days to like rest. So they better get their ass.
Oh, I didn't know they faced the. Okay, I didn't know the Nuggets faced the Thunder. Okay, let me take that back then.
So,
I thought they
let me
faced.
just tell you, I think they better.
Okay, I'm a little confused. I thought they faced the. They faced the winner between Golden State and
Maybe they
Houston.
do. Maybe
but-
I was mixing it up. I can check the format.
Yeah, because here's the thing: they have a pass.
No,
The Nuggets have a pass.
no. X-Men was right the first time. The Thunder faced Denver. The Thunder faced Denver. And out of the Wolves and the Rockets, they faced the T-Wolves.
Oh, okay.
That is actually correct. It was on ESPN just today.
Okay, so the Nuggets better get their ass.
Okay.
whipped.
Okay. No. Hey, I don't think so. Oh, pump the brakes. I was just about to say, who has the more experience?
The Denver.
I'm telling you right now, Denver has the more experience.
Right.
Now,
I'm taking
the
reason why.
Yeah.
Reason they have OKC demolishing the Denver Nuggets is reason number one. The Denver Nuggets struggled to beat the Clippers. Now, yes, the Clippers were a great shooting team and they improved on defense, but which defense would I take more? OKC's defense or the Clippers? The reason why I take OKC's defense as a way better defense than the Clippers. Reason number one, who's a better defender? Zubac or Hornstein? I'm taking Hornstein. Zubac or Chad Holmgren? I'm taking Holmgren. If you look at OKC top to bottom, they got dogs everywhere. They got dogs at the guard position, the 1 position, the 2 position, 3 position, 4, 5. I mean, even off the bench, they got a starting five off the bench. Yeah, their starting five off the bench is just as physical and as dominant defensively as a starting unit. They got Caruso. They got this guy, that guy. If you watch Denver, all the games they won, X-Men just told you. The games they won, either Murray went off and Gordon gave him a little bit of help, or Gordon went off and Murray gave a little bit of help. So on OKC Thunder, I forgot Westbrook as well. But if you watch OKC, they got guys. They got plenty of guys for Westbrook and Murray. So if you limit those two, which they can do, and like I said, when it comes to Jokic guarding Zubac, X-Men, what can Jokic do against Zubac? He can stand by the basket and rest on defense. You cannot rest on defense against Chet Holmgren because he can knock that shit down and he can get his own shot. So you're not gonna be able to just say stand on the rim and guard a lot, huh?
He couldn't even rest on Zubac this series. They had Zubac playing aggressive against him.
No, but at the same time, Holmgren gonna make him work even more because he gonna get into his bag, left, right, left. He gonna hit you with a fadeaway. He gonna hit you with a 3. He can catch a shoot. Like he gonna make it. Joker's gonna have to work. And then on top of that, you still got Hornstein. If I get Zubac in foul trouble, who's the next guy coming in? A big man. Nobody. If you get Holmgren in foul trouble, you still got Hornstein. If you get Hornstein, I still got Holmgren. And they got dogs all over the court. They could put Caruso on Murray. They could put fucking what's the nigga name? Dort on what's the name? Westbrook. Like, come on, bro. They got dogs all. I don't see Gordon getting off in this series. I don't see Porter getting off in this series. If you're going 7 games with the Clippers, what you gonna do with a Thunder team in infamous? You said this yourself. The OKC ranked first in every category, defensively and offensively, this season. The Denver Nuggets are not even top 10 in defense. You know that, X-Men? The Nuggets are not even in the top 10 defensively.
I thought they would be in the
And
bottom. Yeah, they playing.
they're somewhere towards the bottom. And if you look at their offense is relied upon 4 players. Those guys aren't getting off because OKC. OKC got a plethora of niggas they can throw at these guys. Who's gonna guard Shea and these guys for the Thunder? I'm just saying. You gotta think about it. If I do a pick and roll with Chet Holmgren, you're fucked. If you think Joker's gonna go out to come guard the outside,
So Mike, I'm not like FYF and all these other niggas, man. I like I said, I just keep it simple, man. If you're top 10 offense, top 10 defense, I'm picking your ass. I'm picking you as a team that's potentially going to make it to the final. I don't need those extra analytics. I just need you top 10, at least top 10 in offense and defense, and I got you. And those teams, it always rings out. Those are usually the teams that make it far in the playoffs.
First in blocks. First in block. You mean X-Men? First in blocks. First in deflections. They rank first in every category on defense.
And almost every category, OKC ranks
Here's
first.
here's my thing about the Nuggets. If you see the Nuggets, they like I said, they didn't spend any of this season trying to develop their bench like at all, so that their starter can get rest. So their starters are just like
X-Men, let's ask them that question too. Who are the better bench? OKC.
Even the Clippers had the better bench. They would. Like I said, their bench was only good.
No. Hold on, X-Men. X-Men, let's be real. What bench are you taking? Are you taking OKC's bench or the Clippers bench? Let's be real.
OKC, 100%.
I'm taking OKC all day because OKC's bench. If you watch the Denver bench, those guys are mainly scorers and half-court defenders. OKC's bench, those niggas gonna dog you on defense and they gonna bust your ass. And everybody forgets when you put Caruso and Luke Dort with Kaysen Wallace and all them niggas, Jamal Williams and them niggas. I'm telling you, OKC, the way that the Clippers play defense, who plays with more energy on defense, the Clippers or the OKC Thunder? It's the Thunder. The Thunder play physical one-on-one, and on top of playing physical one-on-one, they also swarm the basketball. So let's say Joker has the ball in his hands. They're going to swarm the fuck out of his ass. If Murray have it, going to be the same shit. They're going to swarm his ass up. Then what you going to do?
Yeah, I told you the thing about the Denver Nuggets is that they're very, like, respectfully, they're very soft. You say they're very soft. If a team like starts getting too physical or aggressive defensively, they're gonna like shut down. Like Jokic is gonna shut down. He's gonna get scared and just like shut down. Team is gonna like get scared. If they're gonna start getting hesitant to take shots and all that, it's just like they're done. Like
the way they play.
Yeah.
And the way the Nuggets play with them screens and shit, bro, you think OKC's gonna let Denver utilize them screens? Hell no. They're gonna fight over the top. And I watched tonight, X-Men. There's one thing you're not bringing up to Infamous. Joker on his screens, he was elbowing the fuck out of niggas, and niggas just accepted it. You think these guys on OKC is gonna let Joker punk them? Hell no. If he throw the same elbow, they'll pull his ass back. The fuck? They ain't gonna accept that shit. They gonna get in Joker's chest. They gonna tell him you ain't shit, nigga. Why could I tell you? They ain't gonna play with him.
Remember, I told you these last three games of the playoffs, Jokic was not playing good at all. These last three, game 5 through 7.
Yeah, but Jokic is doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but X-Men, you're not pointing out the fact that Joker literally, it's not just the play that beat the Clippers. Joker literally bullied these niggas. He's throwing elbows. If you watch the game, he's throwing elbows and that kind of shit. The Clippers are pussies. X-Men, they just let X-Men, you gotta think about it. If me and you playing basketball, right? And I'm just elbowing the fuck out of you, and you accepting that shit, I ain't just beating you on the court. I'm beating you mentally, I'm beating you physically, and I'm beating you basketball wise. Because not only am I just beating you with my skill, but I'm beating you up too. That's what Joker did. He beat niggas up. He was elbowing Zubac and Kawhi, pushing niggas around. You watch Gordon. Gordon drew 2 fouls back to back, just pushing Kawhi. You think OKC gonna let these niggas push them around? Hell fucking no. That elbowing shit Joker doing is not really tolerated in this series. Watch what I tell you. All that elbowing and pushing shit, they got up at Luke Dort and Caruso, they ain't going for that.
And plus, like I said, the offense this year has been way too dependent on Jokic, and it's too predictable. Like it's like teams are gonna.
Yeah, it is. That is true. It's very
Their features,
predictable.
like when you already got Jokic, who's already
Very
the lead.
Jokic dominant.
He's already the number one scorer. He's already running the point, and now your entire offense is just keep feeding in the paint. It's like the teams are gonna be like, oh, okay, well, I just need to stop Jokic. Like, why do I care about anybody else? Like, if I just stop Jokic, then the whole series fall apart. Stop Jokic, make stop Murray, then the whole
Yeah,
series fall apart.
they should win. They should win pretty easy. I'm not gonna say pretty easily because
It's the only
you know,
reason
still,
I'm not
it's out of
fully
respect.
Yeah, out of respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, just out of respect their pattern of
I'm not
behavior.
gonna
But,
jump
yeah,
and say that,
just
but
just logic speak, because like I said, logic speaking, they shouldn't even win this one. But
right.
it's just it really depends on like what the thing about Nuggets. They're so bipolar. It depends on what team am I gonna get. What team am I gonna get? Like it's hard to. That's one reason it's hard to predict what's happening. What team?
I tell you what advantage the Nuggets do have though. That home court that home court cooking is a huge advantage. I don't care what anybody says. That Mile High,
Basketball's a
yeah,
mental.
same, yeah. That's an advantage, man. I don't care what anybody
Caruso
says.
don't care. You gotta understand something. Caruso don't give two fucks about altitude. He gonna go in the motherfucker just like he did in 2020. I'm telling y'all, OKC gonna dog walk these niggas. I got OKC at 5.
Also, like I said, they keep refusing. They keep refusing to start Westbrook. They I don't know why they won't do that. They keep refusing to start Westbrook instead of having him come off the bench. And it seems like he's like.
If they start Westbrook, against OKC, I'm telling you, they're gonna use that aggressive shit because Russ play aggressive. So what OKC gonna do the Russ Westbrook? Whenever he drops, whenever he try to drop to the rim, they're gonna have somebody come over late and slap that shit away. Or if he's trying to shoot, they ain't gonna leave him just open. But I'm telling you, if Westbrook gonna be so damn tired from the physicality, he gonna be like, fuck. He ain't gonna handle the same legs he have. I'm telling y'all, OKC and 5.
OKC and 5. I'll give the Denver some respect. I'm not gonna say OKC and 5. I'll probably say 6 or 7.
I'm giving it's not going past 6. I'm telling you, bro. Jokic is not going to be able to do what he did against the Clippers. You can do that shit against Zubac because Zubac is playing by his damn self defensively because James Harden ain't playing no fucking defense. Who on OKC is a weak link on defense? Nobody. How many weak links is on the Clippers? You at least have 1, maybe 2 on the court. When you play James Harden and you play Bogdanovic together, those 2 guys are liabilities on defense. Big time. On OKC, they a whole fucking team you can guard. Everybody can guard. They play team D, they swarm, they play together, they play hard, they play tough, they play fast, they can play slow. But I'm telling you, Denver ain't got shit for these niggas.
Man, I'll tell you one thing though, man. I'll tell you one thing. This playoff this year has been some of the best basketball I've watched in a long time.
Do you know what happened this year? These past 2 years?
What?
You know the backstory behind it? So basically, the All-Star game had happened, and the scoring was historically high, and most people say it was by far the worst All-Star game that's ever fucking existed last year. It was by far the worst All-Star game they've ever fucking seen. And so it was so bad that the Adam Silver had to come out and swear that come playoff time he's gonna fix it, and that they're gonna fix the defense. So he called up Joe Dumars from the Bad Boy Pistons. And
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I was reading some of that article. Yeah.
So Joe Dumars has been in his ear, giving him like ideas of like how to like let certain physicality go in the playoffs. And so yeah, that's been it's definitely
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
I got a bone to pick with Anthony Eason. The OKC Thunder is better than the Lakers. We're not going to get into on that. Bro,
what's Anthony saying?
He said a bunch of he said something to make no sense.
Oh,
OKC,
just like you had the Lakers in 5. Oh, okay.
Lakers was not built to go anywhere this year. If you watch the Lakers, they were dead last in fucking every category. So we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, the Lakers had too many holes in their starting lineup. Too many holes.
Not
on
even
that
just
team.
the starting lineup. They had holes.
Right.
They had holes everywhere. Holes in the starting lineup. Holes on the bench. holes at coaching,
Yeah.
holes everywhere, holes every fucking where. But let's get back to
Yeah,
OKC
they're,
though.
they're like they're like Swiss cheese.
OKC has the formula to beat Denver in 5 or 6 games max. I'm telling you, Murray and fucking Gordon is the two guys and Russ that've been saving Joker's ass. Russ ain't getting off against the OKC Thunder. I'm telling you, Russ gonna try to do too much because he Russ most of his career he played in OKC, so he's gonna try to do way too much, and they're gonna lose the series because of him. I'm telling you, he's gonna try to do way too much, and he's gonna hurt his team more than help his team. I'm telling you, he's gonna come with all that emotional shit. Instead of you playing basketball, you're gonna be doing too much, trying to shoot threes and trying to dunk on people, getting blocked and shit. I'm telling you. And if you watch OKC play, Denver don't match up well with them, bro. You barely beat the fucking Clippers with the washed up James Harden. What you gonna do with OKC?
Yep. What you gonna do when you're stuck at 22?
It's true.
And Zubac is trying.
Infamous,
I'm sorry.
I can ask you this question. Do you think who do you think the MVP should be the MVP this year?
Well, the thing with MVP, it's a lot about storylines and it's very narrative based. So
Shane.
Shea. I mean, they weren't going to give it to Joker because then you would put Joker in some weird conversations. You know what I mean? Like then you're going to have to start having some strange conversations in regards to Joker. So the narrative this year, I actually think Shea should have won it last year, in my opinion. I think they're making up for the mistake, in my opinion. And I think Shea's definitely going to get it this year. You can't give it to Joker this year because I don't even think he deserved it last year. I think they made a mistake last year.
Yeah,
so it's a made up award. So they're going to give it to him, Shea, this year. I think it's well deserved too.
Yes,
I mean, you're on the best team. You're the best player. You're top in score. You're top in scoring. I mean, come on, man. Like,
and his defense is their defense is great. I said,
yeah.
I'm saying like that's what I'm saying because there's a lot of people, specifically delusional fans. You know, I'm not going to say delusional in Denver, who really think that Joker deserves it way more than SGA, and that SGA doesn't deserve it. Like I was like,
no.
There are people.
How do you not give it to the guy who has a top
Right.
team in the? You know what I mean? Like seriously,
and his teammates were missing injury. Where a lot of his players had injuries during the season, and he still managed to have the best team. Right, and they're young too. It's like it's you have to give him.
Come on, man. Let's cut that shit out. Like really,
yeah, like people are fooled about Jokic's flashy.
He deserves it. Shea
much.
deserves it, man. Hands up.
If you're an an MJ or Kobe fan, you should hands down have Shea as the MVP because he plays both hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might sound just biased, but I'm being real. If you get an MVP, they need to add a criteria to the MVP. If you don't play defense, you can't be in the conversation, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I feel sad because Jokic. It feels like within a few seasons, the Jokic fan base has kind of turned into a certain
toxic. Toxic.
Yeah, it feels like they turned into a certain fan base that they used to criticize and be against.
Oh,
yeah, a fan base of a certain.
Yeah, but they're not. The reason
they're not that bad.
You don't have to worry about them because. Yeah, but here's the thing: Jokic fan base is not big enough to make a dent, though. You know what I mean? Right. Jokic fan base is not that big, so nobody cares about them. Nobody cares what they have to say.
That's true. It's just sad
Nobody
because
cares
I'm
what
a
Jokic fans have to say.
I'm a Nuggets fan, and like I want to be part of the Nuggets.
Yeah, we don't care, man.
Right, but most people don't. Yeah, that's fine. It was just sad because, like I said, the reason the Nuggets were the entire appeal of the Nuggets originally was like just the way they play and the things that they were doing seemed like they were like an antidote to a previous certain fan base. that was part of
right.
the NBA.
Listen, Bronny has a bigger fan base than Jokic fan base.
That's right.
No, if I'm being honest, let's keep it real. I'm not even being facetious. I'm not even joking. I'm serious.
Yeah,
Bronny has a bigger fan base, man.
Yeah, but it was so funny because if you know, just like 2 years ago, when the Nuggets were winning and playing with good team basketball, their argument was like they were arguing against the LeBron fans and like, yeah, but it's like Jokic is a better leader. He uses teammates more and blah blah blah. In 2 years, he has the same championship, most of that same championship starting lineup, and they're struggling now. and they're saying, well, that's because Jokic don't have help. Jokic don't have enough help. And Jokic the team needs to. I'm like, bro, you're talking exactly like the LeBron fans you were criticizing just 2 years ago. Like, bro, what the fuck
Right.
you talking about?
No, LeBron
They
is
were
the
like,
only player that's not allowed to have help. That's
they were
it's the
like, they were
weirdest
like, it's
thing
not
I've
all
ever
about
come
stats.
across in
They were like, it's
sports.
not all about stats. And now they're talking about they constantly cite
Weirdest
Jokic's stats.
thing.
Like, it makes up for the loss. I'm like, bro, y'all not see the irony here? What's going on? Now they're asking for Jokic to join up with Giannis or to join up with Luka. I'm like, do y'all not see the irony of what fuck is going on here right now? Y'all turn into exactly to the LeBron fans y'all used to criticize.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's insane.
Crazy how things flip like that. Yeah.
Only took 2 years of them losing, going from being champions to losing, immediately just shifted the attitude.
You know, for real. Listen, man. Listen, like I said, Laker fans, most toxic fan base in the league, man, in my opinion. Like and man, because because the problem with the Laker fan base is they're divided into three sections. You got the Kobe fans, you got the LeBron fans, and then you got the Laker fans. And no, actually four sections because you got the Laker fans, the fake Laker fans, the Kobe fans, and the LeBron fans. So it's like the pie is sliced four ways, man. So it's like you can't win. And they're like Cowboy fans.
If you put the Lakers fan base with the LeBron fan base, because you're basically asking for trouble at that point. Like you should not have had it.
Yeah, they're I put them in the same category as the Cowboys, man. Cowboy fan base, man. The only difference is they've won more, of course, than the Cowboys, of course. But, yeah. Other than that, I don't know. But I think one of the most dedicated and hardcore fan base, they can be a little bit delusional, but they stick with their team. I like fan bases that stick with their team through thick and thin, no matter what happens. And I think New York fan base is probably the best for that. They ride hard for their team, no matter what. Even if they know their team has no chance against the Celtics, they're still gonna ride hard for their team. So I like the New York fan base. That's why I kind of wish LeBron went to the Knicks instead of the Lakers, man. That's just me personally, man. It would have been such a great thing for him to win a championship for the Knicks. I think it would have been it would have been so nice.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of wish he went to the Knicks instead of Lakers, man. I think the Lakers and he would be, you know what the thing is too? I think he would have been more appreciated.
Well, of course, because if the team hasn't
you
won
get way more appreciated.
you kind of gotta what you have, yeah.
Think about it. If he didn't went to the Knicks, he would have broke the scoring record as a Knick.
Right.
Think about that for a second. He would have broke the scoring record as a Knick. All those achievements would have been Knick achievements. You know what I mean? All those records and accolades that he did would have been Knick as a Knick. So, you know what I mean? It's like they don't think about it that way. And he would have been way more loved. I think he would have been made. Now you got people turning on him, calling. You're like, it's just I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in
I
turning.
get it's Hollywood and all that stuff, but
I generally agree with that. The only issue I have with the situation here for LeBron is that he's going into an environment where they have a history of getting a once in a lifetime player and building teams around them to win championships. And they're like
True.
that's the culture of the
True,
Lakers.
true.
So let LeBron went in there in that culture, that LA culture, knowing that, and instead of him trusting working with the process, he just kind of did what he usually does in Cleveland or in Miami, where he kind of just feels he should call the shots. And that's fine as long as you keep coming back with the results. But if you're not coming back to results after 7 years and you have like one chip in a 7-year span, that doesn't add up with the history of what the Lakers have history of doing, and that's gonna just start reflecting negatively to people.
can I be honest, X-Man? I don't think he has as many. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Plus, LeBron. Plus, there's a lot of other stuff that comes with the territory being with LeBron. There's a lot of narratives. There's a lot of people got to get thrown under the bus for every failure. Got to get scapegoated for every failure. Then there's this whole like media frenzy all the time, and it's a lot of stuff that people just often don't want to deal with on a even more massive scale. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that I don't think I think his power has eroded over the years. I don't think he has as much power with LA as he used to.
Right. No.
I
No.
know
Yeah.
if you
He's getting
listen
old.
to him talk, if you listen to his interviews, I think he's basically they're giving him the basic shut up and dribble narrative because I think the way they talk about the power structure in LA, Genie runs everything. You got Phil Jackson in what's his name's ear of Rob Pelinka. There's a whole bunch of genders going on in LA. It's a different power dynamic in LA where I think and let's be honest, even if this decision had nothing to do with him, he's going to get blamed for it anyways because the
Right.
difficulty with LeBron on your team, right? Here's the
Yeah.
difficulty with LeBron on your team. It's every year you have to be going towards the championship. Every year you're building a championship. You have to be building a championship team because
Right.
it's not like another team where you can kind of coast for a couple of years, go into the draft, go into a rebuild. LeBron's team, you cannot rebuild. You
Right.
have to. He's on his last legs. He's coming down to the end of the career. So every year you have to build a team that's going to compete for a championship. That's the pressure. That's the pressure with playing in LA. That's the pressure
Mhm.
with playing with LeBron. Every team
Right.
is constructed to win a championship. Your team is not constructed just to compete. It's not constructed to just coast for draft picks, and then we acquire picks and then we build and build the next year, blah 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 blah. Just keep building, 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 and trade for pick. No, no, no. You get veterans in. You have to win every single year, and a lot of people can't handle that, and that's why he gets blamed for a lot of things. That even though it's not his fault, because the pressure. LeBron is pressured to win. LeBron is expected to win every year. He's the only player in the league where people expect he's supposed to win every year.
Right.
Think about that for a minute. Oh,
Partially.
yeah, go ahead.
I would say I agree with you, though. I'd argue that some of these things are kind of things that he and his own fan base brought on themselves a little bit, just by how what they what like how they the narrative that they tried to push on LeBron is kind of what made people get this idea. If that makes sense. If I'm not being maybe I'm not being clear enough.
Unpack that for a quick minute. What do you mean by that?
So okay, so what I was saying is that for example, here's a big thing. If you know LeBron James, he plays in what was nicknamed a heliocentric offense, meaning that he's usually the leading
Right.
scorer and he also runs the point. And so because he runs the point, he usually racks up a lot of assists, especially compared to someone like say MJ or Kobe. And that part of his narrative,
Correct.
a part of his legacy was since he racks up a lot of assists and runs the point, therefore he's a better team player. That was the narrative that was kind of being pushed about LeBron throughout his career. And so if he's this great team player, then at some point people are going to start asking, and he's supposedly making players better. I don't know where that's coming from. The only person I've seen that make better was Austin Reeves per se. But if he's supposedly making players better and he's a better team player, then people are going to start asking, and he's the best player in the league bar none, and he's teaming up with one or two other all-stars, established all-stars. They're going to start expecting some results, right? So every year, the narrative is going to every year they're hearing this narrative being pushed about LeBron, and he's coming back losing. They're like, well, that doesn't add up with what you're pushing. If that makes sense.
I would agree with you. Here's the thing. I agree with you, X-Man, if we're talking about a younger LeBron. We're
Right.
not talking about a
I agree with that, yeah.
LeBron. Wait a minute. Here's what I don't understand. Where was the when Jordan was with the Wizards? Where was this expectation? You know what I mean? Where was the same
Yeah.
expectation for Jordan on the Wizards to win a championship, or Jordan on the Wizards to be the best player on his team, or Jordan on the Wizards to at least make it to the second, third round, or make it to the NBA final?
I would
Where
agree
was
with that.
this
I would
expectation?
agree with that expectation.
This is what I'm saying. It's
But
the
MJ
expectation that LeBron has on him, that people put on him, is the most ridiculous expectations I've ever seen. The man is 40 years old.
But I
You
agree.
say
But
it's
that's
Luca.
my
You
point.
say it's Luca's team, but when they lose, it's all his fault. Like, excuse me. So
But that's my
you
point.
brought in Luca to be the guy, But now when they lose, he's not the guy anymore, and it's LeBron is the guy. Make up your mind. Like people just can't make up their mind. They just always. It's just this narrative. Like I'm just kind of sick of it. It's getting so played out. People got to find a new lane. Is to blame LeBron for everything, no matter what happens. The sky is falling. It's LeBron. You know, my coffee is cold at McDonald's. When I go pick up my coffee at McDonald's, it's cold. I blame LeBron. You know, everything is just blame LeBron. Blame, 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 blame. It's just become a narrative that it's just getting tiring. And I'm like, you know, the intelligent basketball fan doesn't fall for it anymore. Like you got to come with something new.
Yeah, like I said, I
Eh,
agree
yeah.
with your point. Like
So
I started being less critical of Bronny because it's these past few years because like I'm just saying he's just old and I don't really expect. I don't have that
the
expectation.
man is old as shit.
I don't have that expectation.
He's
What
not
I
just
would
old. He's old as shit.
what I would say is that the core difference is that LeBron, as I stated, he even at his older stage, he doesn't want to stop playing in that sort of that system, that specific system that he's playing with, and he doesn't really agree to just take a. He did take a backseat this year, I think, mostly to Lucas, sort of.
I was just about to say. I was just about to get you on that
Right,
because
but I'm
that's
saying
not true.
generally
See,
speaking,
that's
even when
another narrative.
I'm saying even when
That
AD
yeah.
when came up to the team, if you actually pay attention to what happened, what people were under the assumption that LeBron was going to let AD be the future team because it kind of sounded like that's what he was implying in interviews. But if you actually pay attention to what was happening, the reason AD was on the team was because AD was at the time was young and he had fresh legs, and LeBron in 2019 had just got a severe injury, his first major injury of the season. So he put AD there to take over the offense and defense, his young, fresher legs to handle the offense and defense that he controlled.
Yeah,
That
and then
LeBron
AD crumbled under the pressure.
to take
AD
over.
couldn't do it.
That's true. That's true. But I was saying that the reason AD
He
was
gave
there,
him the keys and he couldn't handle the
he
keys.
wasn't giving him the keys long term though. He was only giving him the keys short term. He never planned on giving the keys long term.
No, I think he did, honestly,
AD
because he kept saying it's AD's team.
Yeah, but if he gives AD the team the keys long term and they win a championship and AD wins the finals, what do you think's going to happen? What do you think people are going to
No,
say?
I don't think LeBron cared. I didn't think LeBron cared about that because he kept emphasizing
He cares. LeBron, like when he
they
won
couldn't. Here's the
when he
thing.
said, "I want my
Go
damn
go
respect,"
ahead.
he definitely cares about the legacy. When
No,
he
but I'm
won a chip in
saying like
2020, he said, "I want my damn respect." He definitely cares about his legacy. He definitely wanted that finals MVP.
yeah,
Like,
he
that
was
was like,
saying yeah, that was a shot at that was a shot at people keep disrespect. Here's the thing.
yeah, but
You
I'm
don't,
saying
LeBron may act like he doesn't hear. LeBron may act like he doesn't hear the stuff that the media says and what people say about him. He does. He listens. He hears.
of course.
So the respect thing was more. The respect thing was more like, hey, I know the stuff you guys were saying behind my back. I know some of the stuff. Like even this year, he's kind of shot out. He's kind of taking that what's the word I'm looking for? Where he's firing back at the media. He never used to do that. He never used to do that. You remember, Skip Bayless used to get on Undisputed every single morning and talk shit about LeBron. Every single, and you never heard LeBron respond once. He never said one thing to him. Never. People always taking shots at him, and he's always taking the high road, even to the point where I remember what's his name, Charles Barkley, and those guys always were, especially Charles Barkley, always taking shots at him, and he went and smiled in their faces. I know he took one shot back at Barkley because about the whole role model thing that he was parading around when he was a player, but it was like a very small shot. But I think this is the year that he's finally had enough, and he's actually taking shots back at people. He never used to do that. That whole interview with Pat, did you see the interview that he did on the Pat McAfee show?
I saw some of it. I didn't watch it all.
Yeah, I saw highlights and clips of it. That's the first time LeBron has ever done a sit-down interview like that, where he was like basically going at everybody. Everybody can catch the strays.
Of course.
You know, the bullets were bisexual, the way he was hitting everybody. So, you know, he never used to do that. And I think he just had enough. He's just had enough, man. I mean, there's no other. Here's what I don't understand, X-Men. What other player we said in the league that, oh, we need you to retire, we need you to leave, we need you to go away? They never said that about Jordan. They never said that about Tom Brady. At least I don't. It wasn't loud, and it wasn't that loud. They never said it about Wayne Gretzky. They never say it about any of these other superstars. They are elite elite players. They never tell them to,
couldn't say that
oh,
about
you need to
MJ.
retire and go away.
To
Huh?
be fair, they couldn't say that about MJ because he had retired like twice or like twice in the middle of his prime.
No,
So
no, no. I'm
he
talking
wasn't really
when MJ
overexposed.
played on the Wizards. Did you
Yeah.
hear anybody saying that he needs to go away? He needs to retire and go away?
No.
That's my point. See, there's
But my
no
point
other
is that
superstar that we've done that to.
I'm saying that sometimes, and I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but I'm saying sometimes you even see this with actors. You even see this. I know it's a different medium, but I'm saying you even see this with actors. At some point, people feel that they get overexposure and they get tired of saying it. That's saying someone and they start telling them to go away. MJ, because he retired twice, and because MJ is just more of a private person and doesn't really he doesn't really interact much with people. He's not really in the spotlight enough for it. He's in the spotlight because he was the face of the NBA. I'm saying he's not in the spotlight of enough controversies or enough arguments or debates personally with people where he would feel like he's being overexposed to people enough. If that makes sense. And plus, like I say, you retired.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I've never seen
feel like they're tired of hearing about him. LeBron, like I said, is a different person, and that's fine. They're different players. MJ and LeBron are different people. But LeBron is a person where literally, even if he's not in the finals or a deep playoff run, there's usually a lot of controversy related to him. Whether it be him doing it or whether it be someone doing it to him, there's always a lot of controversy and a lot of drama related to him almost every year.
Yeah, but you know what? The drama that LeBron, you're always going to get drama.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Not to say that his fault. I'm just telling you that just from the fans' perspective.
Yeah, but you're always going to get love. Listen,
overexposure. Yeah.
There's a lot of people are going to be unemployed. There's going to be a lot of people in the welfare line when he does retire, because you look at these, especially these YouTube content creators that all they talk about is LeBron. What is going to happen? Because if you notice, their channels and their numbers go down when they don't talk about LeBron.
Of course.
When they talk about LeBron, their numbers skyrocket. So I'm saying to myself, what is going to happen when LeBron retires? These niggas gonna have to start, going down to the government, applying for unemployment, because he's keeping them fed. Because that's what they found a lane. They found that if you criticize, there's a guy, I can't remember his name. He changed his YouTube channel name. What was that?
I think the NBA in general is going to be in trouble around the point LeBron retires, because, like I said, they didn't really prepare. They didn't plan. And they've had more than enough time. I think the NBA will be okay. Like they're going to be bankrupt. They'll be trouble like they're not going to have.
Yeah, no, they got enough stars to keep the
stars.
No, yeah, I think they'll be okay.
The thing is that number one, NBA historically they usually prop the stars up from the beginning. Like they don't wait until they become stars. They usually prop them up from the beginning, constantly promote that person. That way, that person can take over. They like LeBron. While they were in the middle of LeBron's prime, because there was this big thing about the LeBron versus Jordan debate every week, that was coming up every month. And they started overly focused on LeBron, specifically his specific career, based on whatever team he was on, and drama related to that every week, to the point that became the core of their entire NBA identity. And then social media, which was criticizing that, ended up ironically turning into the same mainstream media they was criticizing. became their entire core identity, kind of making content about LeBron.
Right.
So now my point is that the NBA, the person who the NBA fans consider to be a top player, or arguably the top player of the league, is players like or at one point it was Giannis, but he's injury prone. He's not coming out the first round. Jokic, who's in a small market team, and his MVP. I forgot he won MVP in 2021 and 2022. That's how underreported it was. That's how underreported. He won that. Barely even noticed that. Barely even fucking noticed it. He was on the verge of winning his third MVP, but failed, and he was the first seed in the league. And I didn't even fucking notice the Nuggets were the first seed in the league. That's how little was being reported on. Until they won it. By the time they won the chip, it was historically bad ratings, because they didn't prepare for it. Like they didn't try to promote any of this. They didn't try to promote their stars enough until they're noticing these stars. They're noticing them so late, and they're noticing them for the wrong reasons. That it's kind of like it's kind of like, what are we gonna do now?
I feel. I mean, there's going to be issues when LeBron retires, but I think there's enough superstars in the league to. I think here's the thing. Everybody's looking for a face of the league, right? Everybody's saying that there needs to be a face. I don't think there needs to be a face. I think we're in the era now where the fan base is so broadly spread out. Like basketball is huge. I didn't even know because I was just listening to a podcast a couple days ago, and they're talking about how big the market of the Philippines is when it comes to basketball. Philippines basketball in the Philippines is huge. Like regular normal superstars can walk around in the Philippines and be mobbed by people. Like people who I remember there was a player that said he went to the Philippines and he was surprised that people knew who he was and he was being mobbed and he was just like a regular Joe player. He wasn't a superstar in the league or anything like that. So my thing is basketball has become so global now that it's not just you don't need just one guy. One guy doesn't need to carry the league anymore. I think now you can have a conglomerate of different superstars and talent to subsequently carry the league now. You don't need one main guy. You know what I'm saying? That's that narrative. We can get past that now, where we
Yeah,
need
I don't
one
want them to.
main guy to carry
Want them to
carry
have
shit. You don't need
guy
that
per
anymore.
se. I don't want them to have one
Huh?
guy per se. I'm okay with them having multiple guys.
I don't want
I'm
them to
saying
have one guy. I don't want them to have one
that's what
guy.
I'm
You
saying.
know why?
I don't want them either. I'm saying that
Oh, okay.
if you're gonna have multiple guys, you should prepare to market them so that they can be there when LeBron, when it's time for LeBron to
I
go.
think they do. I think they do
barely did.
though.
They barely did though.
I think
They
they do.
barely
I
did.
think the guy. Okay, here's the guys that I think they're pushing are the face of the future. I think Ant-Man for sure, Shea for sure, right? Luca is probably there as well. Tatum for Tatum too, especially if he wins another chip this year. That's going to elevate his status.
That's
It's
the
just
problem.
that
But think about
Tatum
the
is
name.
cool, but he's just not. The thing with being a face of the, I always tell people, being a face of the league doesn't mean that you're the best player in the league. It just means
Right.
face of the league means that you cross off all the avenues like media, you're marketable, all that kind of stuff. You got to be marketable. You gotta have you gotta be media trained. You know, gotta know what to say. You gotta have like a quote unquote to a certain degree a squeaky clean lifestyle.
Right.
And unfortunately, Ant already came on and said, I don't want to be the face of the league. And you can't push him as the face of the league because he has
Right.
too many skeletons in his closet, too many baby
Right.
mama, nonsense going on. And he just doesn't care. So
Right.
you can't really push him as the face of the league. For some reason, they don't like pushing non-American players as the face of the league. And that's another issue that the NBA is going. They'd rather
Right.
push an American star. So who's the next big American star? The only other American star that I can think of is Tatum. And the
Right.
problem with Tatum is that he's not very marketable.
Right. Because
He's
like
not very well spoken. He's not marketable. I mean, he has a
He's
very high
fucking
key
boring.
factor.
I'm a
He's
Celtics fan.
boring as
He's so
yeah,
boring.
he's boring
He's
as
so
shit.
boring.
Thank you.
Oh my
He is
god, he's
so
so boring.
boring.
Right,
He has
and
no
that's
Oh my god,
personality.
none.
that's
Thank
my
you.
and that's my and
And
that's
this
my
is coming
point.
from a Celtics fan. I see.
Right,
He's
that's my
so
point.
painful. He's so painful to listen to in interviews. It's painful.
Yes, he
Oh my
is.
god.
He's horrible. He's horrible in interviews.
But
No
that's my
personality.
So, for example, when you said several people who were up there, one of the people you outside of Ant-Man, one of the people you also named was you named Luca. Both of those people are have a relation to LeBron, the face of the league, as in Luca's currently playing on the Lakers with LeBron, and the Ant-Man just unseated LeBron in the playoffs. So and I'm saying there's a big focus on shifting to those players late, like they're late to the party. Like the NBA, the media is late to the party. Like you should have been focused on Ant-Man. It was only 2023 when he was going against when he was showing out. But we're now in
Yeah.
2025 and they just now unseated the Lakers. And I'm like, oh, Ant-Man could be the face of the league. Well, no shit. Like you showed he could be the top player. No shit. They're saying Jokic was just won back-to-back MVPs in 2021.
Yeah, but Ant-Man, to be fair, Ant-Man just popped on the scene though. He wasn't like Ant-Man was
Right.
there all along. He
Right, so I'm
kind of,
saying Jokic
you know.
was in the league for a while and he had won back-to-back MVPs.
Yeah,
But
Jokic, but
it
he's
wasn't really until 2023 when they swept the Lakers and later on won a chip that people were like, maybe Jokic is like arguably top two best player in the league. And I'm like, but it's like that should have been a no shit thing. That should have already been marketed. They're marketing it now, but you're late to the fucking party. You waited all the
yeah,
way
but
to
you can't
last
push
minute.
Jokic cannot be pushed as the face of the league because he's not.
Not the face. I'm just saying
He's
even
not. He's not
acknowledging that.
American.
Right.
Unfortunately, there's this whole narrative that it's not coming from me because I don't care, right? But
Right.
it's just this. They just because you got to do it for marketing, right? You're
Right.
pushing marketing. You're pushing a certain family value kind of thing. Being a
I'm
face of
not
the league
talking
is
about
just
like
about
even the
being
face
just
of the
being the
league. I'm
best
just talking
player.
about
Yeah.
marketing your next generation stars.
Well, here's the
Altogether.
problem. I listen. I do agree. One of the biggest gripes I have with the NBA is the lack of pushing smaller market teams. For example, during the Christmas Day game, wasn't OKC not in the Christmas Day game and they were one of the best teams? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right.
Was OKC in it? I don't think they were.
I don't think so.
The
No.
Christmas Day schedule where they have all the best games on Christmas Day. I don't think OKC was in it.
Right.
One of the teams wasn't in it. I think the Cavs or somebody was not in it.
And
They
that's
were
a
top
problem.
team at the time.
That's
So
a
what was
big
that?
problem. And that's a big problem.
That's a problem. They don't push the smaller market teams, and they don't push the smaller market players, the
And my
Can I
superstars
ask
on
a
the smaller
question?
market teams.
Can I
my
ask a
problem
question?
is. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Why do you think Tatum is so boring? Because he knows if he's just only slightly entertaining, he could make, not that he's not already filthy rich, but he could make so much more money if he just, plus he's someone that dates like celebrities and stuff, or like artists. I don't know their names, but I'm pretty sure he's dating like high profile women. So wouldn't he, someone who's like obviously somewhat interested in that lifestyle, wouldn't he make an effort to be slightly more engaging?
Maybe he's
Tatum,
not
see,
interested. Maybe he's more like
here's the
maybe he's not as interested in that lifestyle as other people.
yeah.
Maybe I'm
See,
just
here's the problem with Tatum. Here's the problem with Tatum. Tatum has the look of a superstar, but the personality and the IQ just does not match. You know what I'm saying? Like he could be marketable if you know what I think might make him marketable, Doors? This is just my opinion. You know what might work for him? He needs a big controversy.
When you
You know what I
say
mean?
look at a star, you mean because he's like big and strong and good looking and well groomed and stuff?
Yeah, he's well groomed. That's what I'm saying. But he doesn't have his personality. He doesn't have the personality to match that. Like he's very
It's so
boring in
weird though.
interviews.
It's so weird though because he puts so much effort into having perfect hair, perfect facial hair, good skin, all this stuff. But then he like doesn't.
Sometimes
It's
you're too
just
perfect
it's
for your
weird.
own good. Sometimes you're
He
too
just
perfect for your own good.
he just comes off corny. He comes
Sometimes
off
it's
extra
you come
corny.
off as robotic or corny sometimes by being perfect.
Yeah, he comes off extra robotic and corny, just like
Basically.
X-Men says. But here's what I say, Doris, he's got to be more relaxed in interviews. He's got to actually speak his mind instead of trying to try to look for the perfect words to say. And I think here's the thing. I think he needs a controversy. I think he needs like a big controversy. He
But
needs
see,
to say something or do something that kind of gets people like, oh shit, did Tatum say that? Or oh, Tatum did that? Just to get people to talk about him. You know what I mean?
He did have one kind of when he said he's one of the best in the world or something. Didn't he say that and then went on to lose to the Warriors?
Yeah,
That's not really good.
but nobody was paying attention to that shit.
But what
They
I
only
was,
took that seriously.
but I would say like so to go back to what I was saying, like for example, you would think that people would learn. So from the what I said, people should the NBA should have learned from the Spurs history. They should have learned from that because it's not good when teams or players that you don't market become MVPs or win championships. Now, that's a terrible sign.
That's true. That's a good point.
Tim Duncan won 3 MVPs in the 2000s, and he won like 5 chips. So he's been in the finals like 5 or 6 times. And I'm like, they should have learned by now that if like you can't 100% predict what's going to happen team wise, so at least you should at least be a little more open to marketing teams or at least a player from that team a lot more.
No, you're
They
right.
should
You're
have done
right.
that. And yet, like I said,
Yeah.
here we are still having that Denver Nuggets situation and the OKC Thunder situation where they're not even being marketed purely because they're not the big market or the big franchise people.
And see, that's the problem. That's you go back to the problem I keep saying because guess what? The Spurs have pretty much arguably the next generational player in Wemby, and they don't market the Spurs. The Spurs are not really well marketed. So you're right. I that's what I was saying. I agree with you. You made a great
That's my
point
point.
with that.
I'm saying let's
That's
imagine
the
from 3 or 4
NBA's
years
fault,
from now.
though. That's the
let's
NBA's
imagine
fault.
3 or 4 years from now, they continue to market Wembanyama around the same way they're marketing him now, barely talking about him enough, and then he happens to make a deep playoff run and make the finals. What? Now you're fucked. What's gonna happen for your ratings? Because you didn't market the first.
Man,
The whole fucking
you know what's sad about Wemby? You know what's so sad about Wemby? This man missed out potentially on 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards. He should have had 2 under his belt by now.
Yeah.
Because I think he should have won it. The year he came in, I think he should have won the Defensive Player of the Year. And I think because of that injury that set him back, that's the only reason why he lost it this year.
Did he come back from that blood clot and play?
I haven't heard anything about it yet. They just kept it's pretty much under secrecy.
But he hasn't played since that game. He hasn't played since that happened.
Here's the thing, Doors. If he kept playing, he would have won the defensive play. I guarantee it that he would have won Defensive Player of the Year if he kept playing this year. That's the only thing that stopped him from getting it this year. But guess what? That hurts your resume. So when at the end of his career, we're gonna be like, damn it, he should have had 2 extra Defensive Player awards on his resume. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Here's the sad part, X-Men. I'll land with this. We unfortunately the NBA is set up in a way people are going to start talking about, oh, he needs to lead the Spurs to go to a bigger market to get to, you know what I mean? You're going to start hearing that kind of talk soon. Watch. You're going to start hearing that too. That's coming.
And it's sad because
He needs to go to a bigger market.
He has is so great. The mindset he has as a player and a leader is so great. Like even when they're
Very
losing,
intelligent kid, man. Very
even
smart.
I remember when they lost in the game, he had like 6 blocks, he had like 3 steals, he like had a bunch of great box score numbers. And I asked him, "How do you feel about second record?" He said, "I don't feel happy because we didn't win." That's it. Like he didn't give a fuck. Like he was happy he performed well, but he said, "I'm not happy because we didn't win. We win a game." That's all I can say.
He has the right mentality. Yeah.
That's the mentality. He's just coming in. He's just trying to do what he can to get his teammates to win, and it's just so sad. Though, it's because the lack of exposure, the lack of media exposure, and the lack of situation is just like it's kind of under the radar, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really sad because I know what's coming. They're already doing it to Giannis. They're already telling Giannis, oh, Giannis needs to leave. I'm like, why does he need to leave? Like, why does he need to leave the Milwaukee Bucks to go to another market? So, oh, he needs to go to a bigger market. They're always trying to push, and that's the problem. How are you supposed to market small market teams if you take the stars out of the small market teams and tell everybody, oh, they have to go to the bigger markets? See, that doesn't make sense.
You notice something?
You're killing your own league.
You notice
by doing
something
that.
similar pattern between all those players? None of them are American.
Yeah,
you know they all wanted to stay on it. Even Luka, who got traded to the Lakers, he was angry as fuck. He wanted to stay on a team he was drafted to. Think about that.
He wanted to stay with Dallas because they have a different mentality.
They all sit on the same. They're all on that one team, and all the NBA has to do is sit there and market it, and they barely even do that. This is the same thing you see so many people, even the old. I'm gonna criticize old head because even the old heads, you think that people like Barkley, people like Shaq, all these motherfuckers who can play old head, you think they would be big fans, would love to talk about these small markets, these specific players being constantly loyal to their team.
I think that Luka trade had a lot to do with finance money though.
That's
follow
true.
the money.
I had a conspiracy.
I think that was a finance. Yeah, my belief. I could be wrong, but I believe that trade was over money, man. I don't think they wanted to pay him.
That's
the
true.
money
I mean,
that was coming because he lost a lot of money with that trade. So I think it was a money issue.
But that's actually a good point.
Yeah, there is some conspiracy with that trade. I don't care what anybody says. Maybe somebody will figure it out in a couple of years or something like that, and look back at it and do some investigating. But there's a lot of there's a conspiracy with that trade. That trade does not make sense.
I'm just saying that in the back of my mind, it has some relation to the Lakers and the Nuggets. I'm just if that makes a little more sense. But certain things happen, certain narratives happen, and certain things were happening these past 3 years with the Nuggets and Lakers. And I feel like that was a really big part of that conspiracy. But that's just me.
Yeah. like I said, man, we don't know, man. We will never know probably, but there's something funny. There was something funny. I've always said there's something funny about that trade. I don't know what happened behind closed doors because if the league could have stopped that trade if they wanted to, but I think I think they did it deliberately to get Luca to a bigger like get Luca to a bigger market. I think I think they're gonna gentrify the Lakers. I think the Lakers are being gentrified. So I don't know, man. We'll see. You
But
know,
yeah,
they're gentrifying. They're gentrifying these teams, man. I know. I see what you're doing, Adam Silver. I think you're slick. You're
they need
gentrifying teams, man.
they do need more white. I mean,
You're gentrifying.
they did make a segment years ago asking whether or not enough white stars in NBA.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Listen. Wait till Cooper Flag comes in the league. You want to talk about gentrification? Wait till Cooper Flag comes in. They're
Yeah,
gonna
man.
they're gonna push. Listen, they're gonna make him seem like they're gonna do him like Caitlin Clark. Watch. When Cooper Flag comes into the league, he's gonna have Caitlin Clark kind of hype to him. Watch. Even if his game doesn't match. Even if the game does not match, he's gonna have Caitlin Clark type of hype behind him. Watch.
But you
Guaranteed.
know, I honestly, I wanna say that it's a dumb decision, but I gotta say I can't argue it. It does look as working to an extent. It does look like it's working to a small little extent. I've seen a lot of white
No, it
fans.
is working. It's
Just
working.
they start watching NBA a lot more.
Yeah, yeah. Listen. I'm a fan of the WNBA. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not ashamed of it. I watch the WNBA. I like the game. I don't care. I like it. Say what you want. I was one of the ones that was watching the playoffs last year. I thought the playoffs were great last year. The WNBA playoffs. I thought it was great, and I'm glad we're getting a team next year. You know, Toronto's getting a team next year, which I'm proud of. So I'm a fan. I don't care what anybody has to say about it. You can say, "Oh, it's women's sport. The women game sucks." Blah 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 blah. You can say what you want about it, but
I don't know if it
I'm
sucks or
not
not.
gonna shy away from it. I think it's very competitive, especially the regular season because their season is shorter and they play less games. And I think it's highly competitive. I think sometimes their regular season is more competitive than the men because during the regular season, NBA guys don't really compete that well until the playoffs come, closer to the couple weeks leading up to the playoffs. So their All Star game was way better than the men's All Star game, than the NBA All Star game. I watched some of that, and their playoffs was very exciting, all the way down when the Liberty won it. I was cheering for the Aces, but it is what it is. Asia Wilson is my dog, man. I like her. So, like I said, man, it's not for everybody, but I like it. I like it. I like it.
It's
But
not. It's I
Cooper
don't even know.
Flag is going to be pushed, boy. I'm telling you, be
I'm
prepared, boy.
gonna say this because it's not really your fault. It's more related to my own personal activism related issue. Is that I kind of like
Mhm.
I kind of disengage from female stuff altogether. If it's not
Mhm.
related to relationships, just because I just don't like. I feel like women. How do I say it? I'm trying to find a nice, safe way to say it. And I'm trying to find a
I
nice
kind of
way
see.
to say
I kind of know where you're going with it, and I get you. One of the things, one of the things that turned me off from the WNBA was the social political stuff and the agenda pushing of the alternate
It's not
lifestyle. You
that.
know what I mean?
It's just that I get kind of burnt
Go
out
ahead.
because women generally kind of both due to activism and things that they say, and they kind of annoy me if that makes sense. So I just kind of like
Yeah, but here's the
female
thing,
related
though.
stuff altogether and just can focus on male related stuff, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, I hear what you're
And
saying, but
I think
here's what.
MW could be good. I just
Mhm.
hadn't watched it. I could watch it now that I think about it. I don't really think I'm against it.
Yeah,
I just
yeah. I think it's more. I think it's better now. Here's why I think it's better now because you're getting. Okay, I will agree with you. In the last couple of years, they're instead of pushing the actual sport itself, they kept pushing a lot of LGBT stuff, a lot of social political issues, like all that kind of stuff. They were pushing more than they were just ramming it down your throats instead of actually focusing on the talent and the talented women that play the game or the people that play. Now this year, you're getting a lot of women that are actually women. You know what I mean? That they're not trying to be men. There's the lesbian kind of issue is not really prominent. Because Angel Reese, she's dating men. Caitlin Clark is their stars are actually women that like men. You know what I mean? To a certain degree. Not that there's anything wrong with that. You date whoever you want to date. But I'm saying those issues are not being pushed as heavy as they were in the past couple of years, where they were just ramming it down your throat. Pause. This year they're more focusing on the talent. They're just they're just focusing the talent. The talent is more at front. They're putting the talent more ahead of all those other issues. Because I think the reason why they were pushing those issues is because there was no talent. The talent wasn't that great. So now that the talent is there now, where you have marketable superstar, and this is what I talk about, where you have stars that are marketable, that can be faces of the league. You have talent now. You have people and you have more talent that's coming in this year that's even better than the talent last year. And it's making it more competitive. And they just signed a $1 billion deal with Disney. Like they're moving up. They're moving up. So I think it's just gonna make the sport better. You got a new franchise that's coming in. I think the Golden State now has a franchise, and we're gonna have a franchise next season. So it's growing.
I'm happy you brought that. That wasn't what I
Yeah,
was
go ahead.
actually getting at. 'Cause I'm not that type of fan. I don't really care that much about it. I wasn't talking about that. I was just kind of saying my stuff was unrelated to basketball altogether. It wasn't related. It wasn't really anything that they had done.
Oh, you're talking about you personally with
I'm
with
saying
okay.
I have. I
Okay,
was saying
flush it out then. Flush it out.
my ideology has always been like that in general. I just think that it's just gonna be better for society if women learn to sink or swim on their own kind of scenario. And I felt like they're saying that WNBA has like a lot of ratings problems, or certain women's sports have ratings problems. I was kind of saying like, well, that's just let women handle that. Let them kind of figure that out. Like let them kind of figure out when they want. Because women can easily handle that by just watching the sport. It's like if it's a rating problem, then they could just have women watch the sport. So I was kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of always on my own sports. Like I'm not really here to help women women's
Mm.
sports get bigger by
Yeah, but
viewership. That kind of sounds like that's women's.
yeah, but
That kind of a women's problem. If that makes sense.
I,
If
I
that
see
makes
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but I don't. I guess I don't look at it like I'm watching it trying to help them. I just watch it because I like it. You know what I mean? I just watch it because I like the players. I watch it because I like the competitiveness of the games. I just watch it because of that. Now you're right. You're right. I do think more women need to support it, but more women watch male sports. They don't really, I don't know any. You're right though, because two things could be right because I don't know any women that watch the WNBA. I don't. I talk to all my women friends women that I know. I said, "Hey, do you watch the WNBA?" They're like, "Nope, nope, I don't watch it," because they watch the male sports. They'll watch hockey, or because we're in Canada, hockey is pretty popular. They'll watch hockey. They'll watch baseball. They'll watch basketball, but none of them really watch the WNBA. It's not really supported by women, to be honest with you. So I do see your point. But
it's
I'm
kind
saying
of
me
like
personally, I get what you're saying, but me personally, I just watch it because I like the entertainment factor. I don't watch it in support, saying, hey, I'm just supporting the league, I'm trying to, I want to, I'm a supporter. I don't watch it with that kind of intent. I just watch it because I like it. But I get what you're saying. You're right. You're right. I can see your point as well. But
that's a
go
good
ahead.
point. But like I said, it wasn't really anything personally towards the WNBA itself. Like I said, mine was completely like a whole different political, social, political thing altogether. Like I feel like it's a
Mm,
common thing where they kind of like where society is not like women have a problem. I need men to fix this problem for me, and then even though I'm not going to be grateful for the men fixing this problem for me, I still need you to fix it. Like what? Like I need you to.
yeah, I see. Yeah, yeah, I see your
Like,
point.
they're
I
gonna
see
come
your
off as
point. Yeah,
ungrateful, like, but they still demand that you
yeah,
help with all
yeah.
these things that they're ungrateful about. kind of like what?
Yeah,
And so,
yeah,
I guess
yeah.
it's
It's
kind
the
of
attitude like we did it on our own, but you helped us, but we're not going to give you credit. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
yeah, so it's
I
kind of
kind of
it's
see
probably my
some of it.
own fault. It's
Yeah,
my own fault. I'm probably just almost like going too much in an
yeah,
extreme opposite direction. But it's kind of like when I hear
yeah.
things like, "Well, you need to protect a random female strangers getting attacked. You need to protect random female like you need to support female sports. You need to do." So I'm kind of like, nah. I just think that I kind of just say, well, I just want women to sink or swim in their own. I just want them to kind of figure their own problems out.
No,
And then, like,
yeah, but you
talk
know
about
what?
something.
Here's the thing though. They're not going to be able to sink or swim on their own though. They're not. They're not. They can try, but they're not. They're not going to. None of us really do. We all
they
need
fail,
to be.
and then
Go
but
ahead.
I feel like it clears your head. It clears your head of the nonsense. And I feel like the reason women behave the way they do is because in the back of their minds, they have it in the back of their minds that men are going to bail them out when things go wrong. They kind of feel like they have
Or
sort of
there's
an
going to be
entitlement.
no. I get what you're saying because, and also that there's going to be no serious consequences for their
Yeah,
actions.
with the right counsel. Yeah,
I agree because that's what's happening now with these allegations when it comes to the whole sexual assault kind of stuff.
yeah.
This doesn't seem to be any serious consequences if the person is
And
found out to
it seems like
be
you've heard like
lying or yeah. I get what you're saying. I
we
get
hear
it.
certain female politicians talk about war victims, and they said that the mothers, not the mothers, the wives of the soldiers are the real victims of the war, not the soldiers who actually
What?
lost their lives. But the
Are you
reason
serious?
yes, the reason they
Who
feel
said
comfortable,
that? Who said that?
Hillary Clinton, she's other way he's running for president. But the reason female
No,
politicians
no, no,
feel
no, no. Hold on. Wait. What did you? Can you repeat that again?
he said that the
Seriously?
yes, she said that the real victims of wars are the wives of the soldiers because they have to hear about their husband's death and they don't have anybody to help with the kids at that point. They're dealing with grief and all that. I'm like,
That is the most asinine, selfish thing I've ever heard somebody say. What? Are you serious?
yes, and a bunch of women were defended. But my point is that the reason they feel comfortable saying stuff like that is because they don't get
Are
drafted.
you kidding me?
They don't have to sign up selective service, so they feel comfortable saying things like that. And I'm saying that there needs to be a reality where they do understand what it's like to clear their head of these asinine beliefs.
That is the most asinine, selfish thing
They
I've
get
ever
comfortable
heard
saying these
somebody.
things.
Are
Like
you kidding me?
there's no consequence, and they'll never actually have to live their life seeing these things play out. They kind
Right.
of live in their own little
You
delusion.
and here's the thing. We don't put women on the front lines for the
Right.
most part.
Right.
So what are you talking?
And
What's she
notice
talking about?
the women who are on the front lines, not on the front lines, the women who have been in war, they don't say stupid things like that because they understand the actual problems of war.
Right.
Tulsi Gabbard, she doesn't say stupid things like that because she's actually
That is
been
the
in
dumbest thing to
war.
say.
Yeah.
The real victims are what?
But
I can't believe what I just heard, man.
that's women
I'm
for you.
shocked. I'm actually shocked right now.
You have not heard the extent of it when I've heard women say things like chivalry, like things like men opening doors and stuff. That's stuff that men force on themselves and that women don't care about those things. You'll hear women say things like this because they know in the back of their mind that they feel that men are going to keep doing it anyway. So I can be as ungrateful
Yeah,
as I
but
want.
that's what I'm saying. Like, and I want all my men to listen to this, and I've come to this conclusion over my long years of living on this earth, and I wholeheartedly believe this to my core, to the day I die. And nobody can convince me otherwise. If you go into a relationship with a woman, and I'm telling every man out there right now, do not, I repeat, do not go in with the intent to make her happy. You will never, I repeat, you will never make a woman happy, no matter what you do. I will stick with that to the day I die. Don't ever sacrifice your happiness for a woman. You'll never make her happy. You can buy her everything that her heart desires. You can give her everything that she wants. I'll give you an example. I was listening to this I think it's one of Investigation Discovery, one of these shows. And this guy, he inherited a company from his dad. I think it was insurance company. I think it was an insurance company. Made crazy amount of money, right? Um, married this woman, took her on trips, took care of her, everything. Blah blah blah. Bought her everything she needed, took her on trips. She was well, she just had to stay home and work. She did anything she wanted to do. And the woman still ended up cheating on him with some kind of pool dude, like a pool boy that she met at some swimming pool area, right? And then plotted something to kill the dude so that she can get the money from him. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like they will never be satisfied, no matter what you give them. So don't ever go with that. Always have the mindset that, hey, do your thing, but don't ever try to have the mindset that you're trying to make this woman happy. She will never be happy no matter what you give her. No matter what.
And that's why I'm a little critical of the former generations because I think I qualify as Gen Z. I'm like 27, so I think I qualify as like Gen Z or something like that. I'm a little critical of these former generation of these past two generations of men because previously a big part of manhood was courage. Not just in big part of courage is being able to stand up for what you believe in and stand on your principles. But these past two generations of men, they kind of like sat back and sacrificed their principles. They know that what women saying behavior is saying it doesn't really make sense. And instead of standing up and saying like, no, I'm
No, it
not going to
doesn't.
believe this behavior, they kind of sacrificed it because it's a safe option. Being in a relationship, hopefully getting married and having children, that's the safe
Right.
option. And like, as opposed to standing up for your principles and possibly being lonely. And they're trying to revise manhood, basically revising the entire idea of manhood basically as a synonymous with how much pain and torture and toxicity you're willing to put up with. Like if you're not willing to put up with this toxicity, you're not
You
a real man.
know,
Like that's not real manhood though. That's kind of like being a coward. That's kind of not real manhood though.
right. You know how many women are lonely now because they sacrifice what they did is they sacrificed family, a loving, probably a loving husband or a loving partner, all
Yeah.
into pursuit of being an independent, strong woman.
Yeah.
There's a bro, I see it all the time. There's a lot of women out there. Yeah, they take trips with their girlfriends and all that stuff, but they still wishing for a relationship, still wishing. And here's the thing, it's too late. You know why it's too late? Because you're way past your prime.
Yeah.
You're not in your prime anymore, and no man's gonna. I'm not saying no man's gonna want you, but the man you're looking for, he's not looking. He's not checking for you. You're not in. You're not in your prime anymore, and it's because you sacrifice your career. You put your career first. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with having a good stable career, but you were sold a bag of goods, and now that you're trying to cash in on those bag of goods, you realize those bag of goods ain't worth shit, and
It's
that's
not.
what's happening right now
It's not
in
even
our
just that.
society. A lot of lonely women, bro. I'll tell you. I'll give you one more story. There's this woman I was talking to, and she said that she went to one of those dating places where you sit down at a table with across from a man, and you it's like for 15 minutes or no, so like 5 minutes or something, and then you switch tables or something like that.
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
heard
know.
of.
It's like speed dating. Speed dating, I think it's
Uh-huh.
called. I think it's called speed dating. I think, yeah. So basically, you all meet together in one place, and then you sit down across from each other, and you talk with the person, and then you move to another table, and then keep switching and moving tables and stuff like that. You just get to know. It's like a social dating thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she was saying that you they show up to a lot of these events, and there are no men there. Men don't show up at these events anymore. They don't show up. So these women and men, just like you said earlier, and and it stuck with me, and it was a good point. Men men have decided to check out. Men are not putting up with it anymore. They're checking out. They're not falling for the traps anymore. They're not, falling for the social norms that are pushed on them anymore for them to be this or be that, or they have to capitulate or basically put women on pedestals and all stuff like that. Some are still, but a lot of them are not, are deciding to do their own thing, just like you said, and not be bothered. Leave us alone. We're just going to here do our own thing. Leave us alone because you're just putting us in a trap.
And,
You
and
know?
that's my point. Like what you said about the career woman thing, I mostly agree. I think the thing is that it's not just being a career woman over being a family woman. It's the fact that if you read so many studies, women want to live in a gender equal society in areas where they feel that they don't benefit, but they're completely content with living in gender role societies in areas where they think they do benefit. So they're trying to gaslight men into
Facts.
accepting those standards. They're trying to gaslight men into accepting
Right.
standards that they can have make their own money, have their own income, and even have their own career, have their own career driven stuff. But it's still your job as a man to pay for their dates, to setup, to take the initiative to ask them out on a date, to be their provider. Like that, like how does that make sense? If you have the ability to make the whole purpose of the provider was that you couldn't make your own money. That's why I was providing for you. If you have the ability to make your own money and you have your own job and you're getting nearly the same amount at work, why are you asking me to provide for you? It's only you just want me to spoil you, basically. Like you want me
Yeah,
to.
it's a whole narrative where, you know, I want to spend money, but I don't want to spend my own money. I'd rather spend your money. All right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been
They
there,
try to
man. Like,
gaslight men into accepting this
kids,
double
kids,
standard.
kids are. My son was like that. My son was like that when he was young. Kids are like that too, to a certain degree. Where
It's kind of
they always want to spend. It's like, hey, I know I earn money, I know I work, but I'd rather spend. You buy this for me, Dad. Like they don't want to spend. They never want to touch their pockets. It's always your pockets they want to touch.
it's basically
I
like
get
look,
it.
it's like look, we're equals up until points where I don't think that we're equal. Like if I want you, I
No,
want to be able to
I get
commit.
it.
I want to be able to commit physical violence, and you just put up with it, and you're not like give me back because
Yeah, and that's my issue. That's always been my issue with feminism, and I've been very. See,
I
the
blame
great thing
and
about getting.
and I know
Mhm.
I come out as pessimistic, but I blame women more than I blame feminism. That'll be honest with you, because I feel that
I
I feel that
feminism
feminism
is one of the most
it's hard.
destructive things that have been
It
pushed
is.
on women.
It is. But
And men in general, because men
I
fall for it.
yeah.
Because go ahead.
I say that I compare feminism or I compare activist groups to what I call like lawyers, if that makes sense. Do you
Mhm.
know what the thing about lawyers, what people consider lawyers scummy is because even it's one thing to defend people in court, but even when someone is like accused of even the most scummiest shit possible, when it looks like all the evidence is pointed against them, there will always be a bunch of lawyers out there willing to take their case for money, right? That like
Yeah, yeah.
that's the product of being a lawyer. So they're always seen as scummy. So I think the thing about activists is that they're nothing but just like lawyers, they're nothing but representatives of their constituents. So like there is what the activist movement is often just a reflection of what the people they're representing are. So I mean, I don't
Mhm.
believe that feminism is making women think that they want these contradictory beliefs. I feel like women really do want these contradictory beliefs, and feminism is just being outspoken and kind of
Well,
trying to
here's
rationalize.
what I think though. I get what you're saying, but not every woman is a feminist though. So it's hard
Of
to.
course not.
I look at
But if you
feminism
ask
this
women,
way.
most women are
Go
feminists
ahead.
for a variety of reasons, partially because of the perception of feminism is negative because people don't like the term. Like the term feminism is usually negative altogether because of
Well, the feminism is in. Well, there's two types of feminism in my view. There is the I call it the covert feminists, where they're feminists but they don't really give off the vibes of feminism. The only way that you find out if they're a feminist or not is if you have conversation with them and just ask them questions, and eventually it will come out, right? And then there's the extreme feminists. I call them the extreme feminists, and that's the feminists that are like, men are this. It's not about equality. They claim it's about equality, but it's never about. That's the thing with feminism. It's never about equality. It's always about, as long as I have the upper hand, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? They preach equality, but it's never about equality. It's about me having the upper hand on you as a
it's
man,
like the
and you as a
activism.
man is shit. Just like what you just said. Yeah, you actually said the same thing. So I tend to stay like you can have there's some women that believe in women empowerment, and I believe it to a certain degree. I believe it's okay for women to be
Sure.
empowered and have good role model. But I always use this argument when I talk to a feminist. I said some of the greatest women never claimed to be feminists and
Mm-hmm.
never pushed that ideology. Some of the greatest women that accomplished the greatest things on this planet never, never, never said they were feminists and never pushed that ideology on any women. And that's the argument I use. And then I use the Margaret Sanger argument where the Planned Parenthood ideology, where especially the worst is a black feminist. A black woman should never be a feminist because Margaret Sanger was basically trying to, extinguish black women and black children
Also,
because of Planned
historically,
Parenthood. Like
feminism is a
I
weird
say,
business.
do your history. That's the history of feminism right there, right? So
Right.
I always say, black people, especially women of black people, people of color, should never try to adopt that ideology. It was never for us, right?
Mhm.
So that's how I look at it. But
True.
I don't get along with feminists. So what I will do right off the bat, it's funny when I meet a woman, right off the bat, I'll ask, I go, "What's your idea? When it comes to feminism, what's your belief?" Like, and if I will even tell them straight, I go, "If you're a feminist, I'm not going to get along with you. It's not going to work." And I tell them that straight up, just like I just told you.
Mhm.
That's exactly how I tell to them like that. I said, "Nope, I don't get along with feminists. So if you're a feminist, it's not good." And it's true. I don't get along with them. It never works.
Right.
It never works
So
with me because
I agree.
my ideology always clashes with what they believe. It doesn't. We don't function.
Yeah, I guess, and maybe it's just me. Like I said, maybe I'm just pessimistic. I guess it's just, I have always had this argument struggle of like whether it's that the feminist itself is the one doing it. It's kind of like what I said about politicians.
Mhm.
People say politician. Don't say that the politician believed in this, but the voter base doesn't. Is that true though? Is it that the voter base doesn't believe in it, or is it that the politician is saying what the voter base believes, but is too afraid to say?
Listen, Doris, I was talking about this the other day, and I said this. There's three people I do not trust: politicians, lawyers, and mechanics. And I believe that anytime, how you know they're lying is when their lips are moving. I always tell that you can tell a politician is lying when his lips are moving. Same thing with a lawyer. Same thing with a mechanic. Those are three people I do not trust. I do not trust, and I stand by it. And a police officer too, if you want to throw a police officer in there too, because a police officer can I didn't even know this. A police officer can legally lie to you, legally lie to you and get
Yeah.
away with it. So they can literally legally tell you a lie and get away with it. So that's another thing. So they're trained to lie.
Yeah.
So that's what
Also,
I'm saying.
also, there's no
The
immediate.
politicians. Go ahead.
Also, the thing about police is that there's no direct or clear cut consequences for certain things.
Mhm.
So, like, there's certain states where you do have to show the police off the ID the moment they ask. Some states you don't. But if
Some
in
states
some
you
states
don't.
where
Yeah.
you don't, and they and a driver says I don't want to show you because I haven't committed a crime, and the police officer
Right.
will get angry and attack you anyway. And then you have to, like, a lot of times that person doesn't immediately get like compensation, or like the police officer doesn't get taken to jail. And it's like there's no clear cut consequences of what happens if the police officer themselves is involved in the law. Like there's no clear cut consequence.
There's
There should
never any cons because
definitely
they
should be
have
there
immunity. They
definitely
have
should be
immunity. Yeah.
there should definitely be clear cut consequences if a police officer turns off their
Yeah.
police camera. That because there's no reason
Thank you.
right there. That should be
I've
immediate.
always said that.
Yeah, I don't
Yes.
care what it is. There should be an immediate law that you should immediately go to jail if you turn your
Yeah.
camera off.
If you turn your camera off or mute your body, if you mute your body cam and you turn it off, that it should be immediate consequence. Everything that you've done up to that point should be thrown out.
And the sad
Thrown
thing is
out.
that
And
basically the reason sometimes people ask questions like what it like for your badge number or your PIN number is because there are people who pretend to be officers. There's criminals who pretend to be officers that commit crimes.
exactly.
In there asking, saying, "Officer, could I see your badge number?" Why are you getting upset at me for asking that basic ass question? You feel like I'm talking back? I'm asking you because for
Bro.
safety too. I'm asking you for my safety. I don't even know if you're a real like you could be pretending to be an officer,
You
right?
could pretend, yeah, there's people out there that pretend to be officers. But bro, I saw something that is something that I think everybody should get, especially if you're being harassed by cops. That is the new way to fight against police. And it's one of those apps called Attorney Shield. I think it's called Attorney Shield or something like that. Where if you're pulled over, right? You turn on the app and you're in immediate contact with a lawyer. So the lawyer face pops up on the screen. So when the cop comes to your window, bro, you should see, there's videos of it. Cops are scared. You should see how fast they switch up when that app comes on. So what you do is basically, if you're pulled over by, let's say you're pulled over by a police officer, right? You click on the app. It's called, I think it's called Attorney Shield. They might have different names for it. You pay a fee. I think it's like a monthly fee or a yearly fee that you pay, and it gets you immediate contact, no matter what time of day it is, what time of night, immediate contact with a lawyer, right? And then you know how you have the right to remain silent and have the presence of a lawyer. So as soon as the cop comes to your window, you say, "Oh, I have a lawyer here. You talk to my lawyer." And they get so angry and so pissed because they know they can't do anything because the lawyer's right there. You know what I'm saying? So it forces them to be on the up and up and not try to violate your rights because there's a lawyer there that has the statutes. They look up the statutes immediately for your state. So, for example, if they're asking you to we want your ID, the lawyer can say, hey, the lawyer on the phone say, hey, my client does not have to give you his ID. You know what I'm saying? Like the lawyer's right there. So they hate that. They hate that, and it's especially if you're a person that's harassed a lot or you're in situations where you need a lawyer. It's one of the best things to have. They try to do this to a cop was trying to harass this guy. There's a video out there. I was watching it last night. He was on his bike, and he said the cop the day before tried to get his ID, and he told him no because I haven't committed a crime. So the cop waited the next day. See, this is how these guys have nothing to do. He waited the next day and came at him again, trying to harass him because that's what they do. They always look to retaliate. Once you get them once, they're like little kids. They try to retaliate against you, right? So they try to retaliate against him. He had the Lawyer Shield app up, right? You used to see how the cop quickly switched up. Oh, sir, I apologize. Let me look at, let me look, because the lawyer was saying, wait a minute, that statute does not exist because they were trying to charge him with something regarding his brake light. Like the guy's on a bike, something regarding his backlight or something on a bicycle. Like seriously, on a bicycle. So he's like, let me look that up. I could be wrong. So, and he was only doing that because the lawyer was on the phone.
Yeah.
He was on the guy brought up the app. I think it's called Attorney Shield. Brought up the Attorney Shield app, and the lawyer woman was right there present, and she was telling him as the cop was going back to look for the information. Oh, you don't have to give him ID. There's no law in that state that says that you can't have this. That you have to have certain lights on the back of your bicycle, blah blah blah. So immediately she was looking up all that kind of stuff. He went back and looked it up and found out that it wasn't true. So like that's what I'm saying. That is the thing that everybody should have. That should be looking into getting.
And you know what? You know what's so sad? There was this one video, and it made me so upset because it was so like. I was getting ready to side with the police officer until they messed up. Not side with them, but I was getting ready to defend them until they messed up. So there was a guy, his name, there was a criminal that they were looking for, and he had the exact same first and last name as the other person, but he had a different middle name. So they mixed up the name.
I think I saw that one.
And they got ready to arrest, and they started arresting the person. The person was confused, and they looked it up, and the guy was saying that you must have the wrong guy. And they did look at the ID and saw that that was the wrong person. They're like, oh shit! And I was about to defend him, like, okay, you know what? That was probably was an honest mistake. They didn't physically attack him or anything, but then they started trying to make up alternate charges to arrest him anyway. It's like to justify.
Was that the guy from Walmart?
I don't know if you're from Walmart. I know.
There was a Walmart one like that. There was a Walmart one. I think it was an Asian guy, and they claimed that it was I think it was Asian or Filipino.
I'm talking about was a black guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that happens a lot.
I was gonna say,
it's called phishing.
I was gonna say, if it's literally the first and last name, that's a little different. That it's not like they were intentionally harassing them. But once you're like, you figure out that you fucked up, just apologize. Just take the L. I understand you're gonna.
No, they don't. They never do. Very rarely they do that.
Like I said, if you're really a good person, you made a mistake. Say, oh, it was an honest mistake, and the guy didn't even seem angry at first when you arrest him. He just seemed sad and scared. So just fucking apologize. Say we fucked up and apologize. Don't sit there and get and then try to start making up alternate fucking charges to put him
That's
try
what
to
they
put him
do.
in jail. But yeah, they always get all they
Mhm.
ask. Luckily, got fired because that shit went because it was on body cam and that shit went viral. But it's like if you fuck
Yeah.
up, just make a mistake and you make a mistake. I'm willing to defend you if you just fucking own up to it. Say I fucked up. I'm gonna let you free. I fucked up. Just own up and take the. I'm sure the consequence wouldn't have been that bad. I'm pretty sure they probably would have got like fined or something, suspended or
Yeah.
something like that. But they got
The
themselves
the,
fired because
the
these idiots couldn't accept that they fucked up and just
no,
paused. Right.
they will always try to fish. They will always like if they make a mistake, they're like they got to find something to charge you with. So
Yeah,
you gotta you you know the number one thing that people don't exercise that I don't understand. Watching these videos and like the number one thing that people don't exercise because it's human nature. Part of it is human nature because we feel first of all, don't argue with the cops because they're not the judge and jury anyways. Like they're just they're any conversation with them is considered an investigation of yourself. So you don't the number one thing people need to learn is just to remain silent. There's nothing they can do to you once you evoke that right. They can ask you all the questions they want and say, no, I don't answer questions. Just invoke that because anything you say they're going to use against you, just like they say they're going to use that against you. So it's the best thing to do is just to ask for a name and badge number, and a file number, so that everything is recorded. Make sure you have your phone with you and record everything. Don't trust them to record because their cameras can mess up and they can do all kinds of shit with their stuff. But the remaining silent thing is, I think if a lot of people practice that alone, that's enough to get them out of a lot of shit.
I will do so. I feel more confident that you brought up since you brought up that app. But the reason I didn't feel that confident to do that when I originally interact with police is because there's some police officers who, like I said, if the moment you stop interacting, they feel they decide that you're that's a quote unquote like threat or you're insubordination. And then that's a casual vague word that they say insubordination or like fucking delay an investigation or some shit, and then they use that as an excuse to get physical. And then a bunch of idiots online, they don't want to accept that the police officers are a lot of police officers are assholes. They don't want to accept that, so they get bootlickers coming online talking about something. Well, why didn't he just do
I
this?
hate boot. The boot.
Right, so
Yeah,
that's
why
why
did you just
right. I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
So I get to the point where I just okay. I keep it safe. I keep it safe. I'm not gonna say any random incriminating shit. I'm just gonna keep it safe. How's your day? I'm just gonna be nice and cordial, and I'm just gonna keep it safe.
Yeah, but even that doesn't get you off something. But the thing is, you gotta. The most important
I
thing
know
I
it's
think
fucked up, but
a lot of people lack.
I'm almost
Yeah, go
perfectly
ahead.
clean, and I'm nearly perfectly clean, so they don't really like unless they straight up plant something.
Yeah, you gotta make sure. Yeah.
There's nothing to stop that. But unless they straight up plant, I'm so clean that they literally can't do anything. I don't smoke or drink, so they can't stop me from smoking and drinking. They can't give me.
Hey man, it doesn't stop. You know what's funny, X-Men? It doesn't stop them from still violating your rights. But the number one thing that I think that everybody should know, and this is just everybody should know the basic fundamental rights, your basic rights, especially if you're in a state, wherever state you're in or wherever you're at, know the basic rights that you have. Just the basic. You don't have to know every single rules or regulation or law or whatever like that. Just know your basic rights. And I think that would solve a lot of problems. That would cure a lot of issues because you know what they do? They prey on the ignorance of people who don't know their fundamental rights, like the first, the second, the Fifth Amendment, all those kind of things. They know people don't really know those things, so they will test you to see how far they can get away with it, without you, with people who don't know. Like immediately you get people like, just handing over their rights, like giving up their rights, and they don't realize that, hey, that's why they have to ask permission. Like for example, I watch a lot of these videos, and one of the things that I learned is, and this is coming from cops themselves. This is coming from former cops. This is coming from lawyers. And the one thing they always tell you is never submit to a sobriety test. Never. Don't do it. Because it has an 89% failure rate. It's designed to fail you. It's designed for them to fail you. The sobriety test is a failure mechanism. When they can't get you on something, they'll say, hey, that's why they have to ask your permission. They always have to, hey, do you mind submitting to a test? They never say you have to. They have to ask your permission for the test. You don't have to do it. But a former cop, a former lawyer, everybody that I've listened to have said the same thing when it comes to that. Do not, and repeat, do not submit to a field sobriety test. You will not pass it. It's not designed for you to pass. That's one of the things I've learned, and it stuck with me.
And I try to, the thing about these videos, there's an entire YouTube, there's a handful of YouTube channels that make like post nothing but like a lot of videos. And the thing that'll annoy me, there's some of these videos that just annoy the F out of me, because it's like, it's so blatantly bad that it's like, and it's on camera. There was this one story of this one woman. She was falsely imprisoned, I believe. Not falsely imprisoned. She was falsely put in the back of a police car. But they stopped her next to a train track. They had the police car on the train track.
I saw it. I told you. I've seen so many of it. I saw that one.
That genuinely pissed me off to no fucking end. And the train ran over the car. That pissed like.
Yeah, I saw that. That was oh yeah, I saw that one.
So fucking
Yeah.
Moments
That
like
was ridiculous.
Or there's
That
these
should
moments-
never happen.
And there's moments
never
like
in a
this where
million
a
years.
cop will say, or either it would be one or two cops, and one cop will give them one demand, and another cop will give them another demand. They'll tell them to lay on the
Oh yeah, that's done by design. Yeah, that's done by
Say, come here,
design.
like come here and walk towards me. Like, well, could y'all communicate with each other first before you tell me, give me a demand? Because you're both giving me contradictory demands.
That it, you know what's funny? That they do that deliberately. Actually, sometimes
Yeah,
they do that
I
deliberately.
generally do feel like that they're looking. You're looking like
Yeah, to try to get you. See what they try to do. I notice sometimes they always escalate things, and I think they do that deliberately. They escalate things just to get you, just to throw charges on you, and to escalate the situation so they can do something to you. The thing is not to fall for it, man, but just remain calm. And cops are really shady, man. They do a lot of dirty things. You'll come to realize that there's no such thing as a good cop, because if you are a good cop, you will be ostracized from the police force. They will literally push you out. That's why I don't believe when people say, "Oh, there's just a few bad ones." I go, no, because if there were actually good ones, the good ones don't stay, because it's like a gang. If you're a good cop, more than likely you're going to quit, or they're going to force you out. They're going to force you out.
Just like I said, even if that's not the case, even if it's not a gang, if you're a good cop, you should have no problem acknowledging bad cops exist. Like you have no problem like calling out the bad. Like if you're really this good person,
Right.
like, if you're this good person and you see all this bad shit's happening and you're just letting it happen and you think you can just sit there and be silent, like, well then you're just as, like, to me you're just as bad. Like you're enabling the shit.
Right.
You know. Like I said, at
You know,
least
it's funny.
I give small credit to, at least there are examples of police officers arresting other police officers, including chiefs, and including chief police officers. And
Right. I was just about to say that.
They immediately quit the force right after that because they just engage, just to make sure that they don't get no fucking
Yeah.
backlash. Yeah.
I remember a
Yeah, I'll
guy
give credit to
was
them.
pulling.
I'll give kudos to them for that. But yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's where I was going transitioning to. There was this guy that brought up he was pulled over by a cop, and he said, he made a good point. He said, okay, if there's such good, because he asked the cop, how many bad cops did you arrest, or did you put handcuffs on or charge? And the guy was like, he couldn't even answer that question. So because they always say that they're doing good and stuff, and there's no such thing as bad cops. The guy asked him the questions like, how many bad cops did you arrest, or did you take down? So does that mean that all you guys are good? Like, you know what I mean? Like, these guys, they're criminals, man. I don't trust any of them. Any of them. They're all full of shit. They're all trained to lie, and they're road pirates. They're pretty much road pirates. They work for the city to try to get money out of your pocket. They charge you for, that's one of the other tricks they use. Oh, they pull you over and say, oh, your brake light's not working. Like, the nonsense like that. Like, come on, man. Like really.
And
Because you can't really check your light because you're in the car. Because
And what disturbs me is like how casual, even when police officers are doing good, how casual they acknowledge the badness exists. Like there was a police officer who he called of his police chief was like getting caught drinking and driving, and his job was to arrest him. He went up there to arrest him. He was like, "I need you to step out of the car," and the police officer kept like arguing, like, look, I'm the chief, I'm the commander. You can't do this. And the police officer, the police officer trying to arrest him was like, you know good and well, if this was an ordinary citizen, and I'm telling them that I need you to step out of the car, and you keep
I
saying
think
no,
I saw that one.
then
I
we would
saw
be
that
dragging him. You would be dragging him
Yeah.
out. Like you'd be putting him in handcuffs right now, and dragging him out the car. So, but
Yeah.
it's like the fact that you were able to casually acknowledge that the police officer, like that the double standard, that even when police officers are getting caught, that they're still giving them 20 different occasions to do the basic commit the basic law, while a citizen doesn't even get one, only gets one chance before you retaliate. It's like disturbing how like just how casual that was admitted. It's like
Yeah, I saw it was. I think it was an old guy too, old white guy.
Yeah.
I saw that one. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that one.
Or
I've
like
seen
these
so
two
many of them,
female
man.
police officers were like the woman was caught speeding and they were deciding whether or not they're giving her a ticket. So they went on an app where they did like a flip a coin app. It's like they were flipping a coin to see whether or not they get a ticket. Like, and I'm like, you're on the force. Why are you flipping a coin to see whether you want to give her a ticket or not? And they're just sitting there laughing about this.
Yeah, the
And I'm like,
laws are. Yeah, they protect their own. They
it's
protect
like
their own.
cartoonish.
Yeah.
It's like it's some you would expect to see this in like
Super
a
cartoonish.
movie or a TV show where they're satirizing bad cops or where they're trying to get a point across.
Mhm.
But to see this in real time on just ordinary everyday videos and seeing this weird shit, it's just like what? Like it feels
Because
almost like
know
this shit.
you know what it is. You know the term sovereign citizen, right?
Mhm.
When you really think about it, and a guy broke this down, and he said it eloquently because he's because the cop was trying to make fun of him. He's saying, "Oh, who you think you are? You think you're some kind of sovereign citizen, one of them sovereign citizen dudes?" And he said, "No." He said, "The real sovereign citizens, you guys." And it's true when you think about it, because the sovereign citizens are police officers. They're the sovereign citizens. They're pretty much allowed to do pretty much anything they want without consequences because because of qualified immunity. They don't face any repercussions for what
Yes.
they do. They're immune. They're immune from the law to a certain degree. So they're the real sovereign citizens.
Judges too. I don't hear
Yeah.
people bring this up. Judges are fucked up too.
Oh, don't even talk about judges, Lord. Did you hear the judge? Did you hear the judge that they caught? He was because he had stakes in the prison. He was railroading.
Oh my
He was
goodness.
railroading like people for petty crimes. He was railroading them into the prison system.
I was not aware of
So
that, but that's shocking me.
yeah, they brought him down. They brought him down. There's all kind of cases like that all the time.
You'll see a lot of judges because judges they get to a point where they're at a certain scenario where they almost barely ever get removed. Like you'll have to be almost like
Yeah.
you'd have to get like people politicians to university agree to remove them from their either that or they have to get arrested from violating the law.
Yeah,
But
untouchable. Yeah.
so you'll see like these judges, especially in stuff like criminal court. And here's another thing: if a judge does not like you, they'll come up with like certain things to call for your arrest. They'll say things like they call like saying that you're not showing up for a date, a certain court date, or you're not. I forgot what that law was. Either your failure to show up for a certain date, a certain court date, or something like that. So now they have to call for your arrest, and they'll often do that to people who, for whatever reason, they dislike that person. That person may be talking back. That person may say something. That person, if that person even critiques the judge online for their law, that's considered a violation of the law, and they can put you in jail for that.
Oh yeah, yeah. The cops are
You
very
can't even
mandated.
call the judge out by name or critique the law that they're doing, the ruling, or else they have a right to put you in jail. What kind of nonsense is that?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why it's very important to have legal representative on speed dial, like the attorney shield thing. It's also important to know your rights and exercise your rights because it's just like exercising. You don't exercise, you lose muscle. Same thing with your rights. You got to exercise them. You can't just. Unfortunately we live in a bootleg society where. Why does he just comply? Why does he just listen to what the cop has to say? Because the cops are tyrants. They can't be. They're not trustworthy. People just assume that cops are always good and always going to do the right thing. No, there's many occasions, more occasions that they've done wrong than they've done good. Like I'm serious. So
Yeah.
you got to exercising your right doesn't mean you're anti-police. It just means that you have rights. You
Yeah.
do have rights as a citizen. You don't have to listen. You don't have, again, they work for you. That's how you also got to look at it too. Police officers work for us. They say they serve and protect who? Serve and protect the community, right? Who's the community? You,
Yes.
right? They serve you. So if somebody's a servant to me, that means I have the power, right? They're there
Yes.
to serve me. It's not the other way. Unfortunately, cops have developed this ego where they think it's the other way around, where you're supposed to serve them.
Right.
And no, it's they serve you. So you pay their salary because their salary is from the city and the government, right? And
Right.
your tax money and the money that you pay for your taxes goes towards their salary,
Right.
right? They're not getting salary that's willy-nilly. They're getting salary from the people, from taxes. You're paying you're paying their wages. So that's how you got to look at it. And I think a lot of people don't look at it that way, that we're supposed to serve them. No, they serve us. They work for us.
Facts.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah, man. I gotta run, man. I gotta get to bed. I gotta get up early tomorrow.
yeah,
All right.
hopefully,
It's been nice chatting with you, man. Come on, you
yeah,
need to come on more often.
yeah. Hopefully the Nuggets
Yeah.
don't get it. Hopefully, I'll pray for the Nuggets. You know, hopefully at least to go to 7 again. Hopefully, Nuggets don't get their ass, don't get swept or get their ass whipped. I'm gonna pray for them.
Facts. I think is there any games tonight? Is there any games today? Who's playing today? Anybody playing today?
I don't know. I've only been really keeping up with the Nuggets, the Lakers and Warriors. I haven't really kept up with enough outside of that.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any. I think there's another. Wait a minute. Is there another game 7? Or is that it? I don't know. What game is
They're just the knockout game of the Game 7 Rockets Warriors.
Oh, that's today. Is that today or tomorrow? Doors, is that today?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Just the Warriors.
All right. Oh, there you go.
in
There you
Houston.
go. That should be a good game. That should be a really good game.
Yeah.
Who you hoping? Who you around the table? Who you hoping for that moves on?
Hmm.
I can't even. I don't know. I mean, it's so.
You know who the ref? Who the refs are gonna try to make. You know who the refs are gonna. The ref is gonna be slighted towards. Golden State. Golden State's gonna have the refs in their pocket.
Right.
I think so.
I feel like the only reason I want the Warriors to. I would want the Rockets to win because unlike I just root for people who haven't won before. But I want
underdogs.
I want the Warriors to win. It's because I feel like I'm just gonna have secondhand embarrassment. I'm gonna have if the Warriors blow another 3-1 lead, I'm gonna have secondhand embarrassment for them. Like I'm almost projecting myself into their shoes. I'm like, I can't feel like the amount of trolling and clowning they're gonna get from everybody if they blow another 3-1 lead in their career. I almost can't even imagine it, fathom it.
They had a 3-1. They had a 3-1 lead.
I think they did, yeah. And they had a 3-1 lead. They slipped.
Oh, they had a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, so if they blow another,
man, I didn't know that.
I can't fathom the secondhand embarrassment we're gonna have for them. So I
jeez, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they probably should.
Man.
Just out of safety, it probably should just.
Oh, that's nasty. That is nasty. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Twice, you can do that once your career, but twice, bro.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to.
You think this might cost Curry? You think Curry might retire after this? Curry might say, "You know what? I've had enough. I'm out. I'm good.
I would
I'm good."
They
might kick him out. They might kick him out for this. They might fire his ass if this happens. I didn't know that. Wow. Wow. I think Houston. Well, Houston is the better team. They're, Houston has a better record. Is a better
and like
team.
I said,
But
if they just won naturally, they're going back and forth, and Houston won, that'd been natural. But like another 3-1 lead, that's some secondhand embarrassment. I can't like.
But here's the thing. The problem is Jalen Green. Sorry, he's so bipolar. You don't know what you're gonna get from him. So he's that X factor that you can't depend on. So Oh, it's going to be interesting. Golden State should win, but that's not a guarantee, man. I know. Golden State should win on paper. They should win, but we'll see. We'll see, man.
Yeah.
Well, man, it's been good, man. Chopping up with y'all fellas, man. I gotta run, man.
Take care.
Peace.
Make sure Infamous. Make sure you check out that
Yeah.
game highlight I was telling you about.
Oh, the Nuggets
I
and
think
Golden State.
it was on March 17th.
March 17th. Yeah. I'll check it out. For real. I'll check it out.
Just tell
I'll
me what
check
you
it
think.
out tomorrow. All right, peace.
See ya.
And then there were 3.
Did you ever see that game? I know it was like months ago, but it's fine.
With the one he's talking about with the Nuggets and Warriors.
Yeah, the one I was talking about.
Mm-mm.
That was one of my favorite games of the season, regular season. I would love for people to watch the highlights of that one. That was a really good game. It kind of flew under the radar, and not enough people reacted to it. Not enough YouTube reactors, like big YouTube reactors, reacted to it. That was a really good one. It was like, and it was because did I already tell you the whole story about that? About what I?
Say that again, please.
Were you around when I was telling Infamous the whole story about that war the
I don't.
background behind the game?
I don't think I heard that. Sorry.
Okay, so basically, up to this point, the Warriors, what had happened was that the Warriors had got Jimmy Butler, and they were on like a big winning streak. And meanwhile, the Nuggets were like struggling for a few games, and in this game, the Nuggets were supposed to match up with the Warriors, but the Nuggets didn't have Jokic, their leader Jokic. Their second best player Murray was out with injury, and Christian Braun was also out with injury. So they were missing 3 of their 5 starters. And some of their bench players was out with injury as well. So they had to call up players from the G League to play extensive minutes to go against the red hot Warriors. And a lot of people were expecting the Warriors to destroy them in that game. But to everybody's shock, the Nuggets played great and then they won. And they won the game. And the reason is because the Nuggets, they have talent and they have the basketball IQ to win games. They're just really fucking lazy and don't want to play defense or put energy on defense and offense. So they're back from the corner and they had no choice but to step up because they're missing a lot of their core players. And even though they made a lot of mistakes during that game, they played really good and they managed to beat the Warriors. And the game was so entertaining because it was one of the most entertaining games I saw in the regular season.
I remember that. I remember when they were on that win streak and they looked unstoppable.
Yeah, I would advise people to watch that at least highlights of that game. That was a nice game.
You think we'll have a potential Warriors rematch with the Nuggets?
Probably not because I don't see the Nuggets beating the Thunder because they're going to be matched up with the Thunder in the second round, and I just don't like. I don't think they have not used their bench enough. I feel like the starters they may be burnt out before. Even if they weren't burnt out, like I said, they didn't use their starters enough, and the Thunder has better defense and all that. So I just expect the Thunder just to beat them in the second round a little more easily. Yeah, like I said, I would have had a little more faith in them, but they were playing very like reckless and low energy throughout this against the Clippers, and it extended to 7 games, and that was good because it was entertaining, but it didn't need to be extended to 7 games. Like they could have won this series a lot sooner, but they were just playing very like sluggish and undisciplined throughout the series.
Yeah, I don't think that's well put. I don't think they're going to get past the Thunder. They're going to have such a hard time.
Yeah, the Thunders, they're gonna attack that. Not if they see Jokic isn't can't play too much defense around or to not risk foul trouble around the rim, they're gonna attack that. They see the Nuggets aren't gonna defend well in transition. Aren't gonna try to defend in transition. They're gonna attack that. You know, they see that there's some players. Sometimes some players want to be inconsistent. Sometimes step up. Sometimes choose not to play passive. They're gonna attack that on defense. There's so many flaws that the further you get in the playoffs, the more those flaws are gonna stand out, and I really think it's gonna stand out against the Thunder.
I hope they're a competitive series though. I hope that they're engaging and shit.
Yeah, I mean, if the Nuggets are so bipolar, like I said, when they play sluggish and low energy, you're like, wow, this team is stupid. This team is the team that shouldn't even make the playoffs. When they play with high energy and actually play like they want to play, they look like the best team in the league.
Do you follow hockey at all?
Do I watch hockey? I haven't watched hockey at all. No.
They've had a couple game sevens. I was hoping that the Pistons and Knicks was going to go to 7. That would have been cool to see. But
yeah,
I really would have liked to have seen that go to 7. Seeing what the Knicks could have done. They were so close to winning game 6. They were so close, man. That was... The Pistons had more in the tank, dude. They did. But
I feel like they were kind of screwed out of one of those games, if I recall correctly. So they should have went to 7 games logically. Anyway,
say that again.
I'm not sure which game it was, but I recall that they were screwed out of one of these games, or they were screwed out of a game winner or something like that in one of the games.
Oh, the Pistons?
I think so. Yeah.
Interesting.
So it logically should have went to 7 games had it not been for one of those issues, one of those league not letting them get the right call issues.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised they were screwed out of 7 games. That doesn't surprise me. That's ridiculous. They definitely should have gone to 7. That would have been fun. That would have been really fun. But
If 3 different teams went to game 7 in the first one, that would have been something else. Like that would have been like
yeah, I mean, we had one sweep with the Thunder Grizzlies. We had a 5 games with the Celtics and the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Cavs swept, did they? They went to 5.
I think they swept it. I don't know. Some other team got swept. I'm not sure which one it was.
Oh, they'd sweep. Shit.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think they're not going to sweep the Pacers, in my opinion.
Right. Pacers at least have to get at least 1 game. Yeah.
The Celtics aren't going to sweep the Knicks.
Right.
I don't think there's going to be any sweeps this round.
Yeah.
But it starts getting really fun in the second round. The first round is fun, but it's like there's still quite a bit of scrubby teams.
Yeah, kind of lingering. Yeah.
But now it's like, at this point, it's all pretty solid teams. At least in the next round, it'll definitely be nothing but contenders. The third round.
Yeah.
But in the second round, you still have a couple scrubs like the Pacers, and I wouldn't call the Knicks scrubs, but they're not a contender, a real contender.
Right.
Just yet. Maybe I'm speaking out of place, but I feel like they're missing an ingredient or 2.
Yeah, they gotta do a little better job with their offense. I feel like they've done a better job with their offense this year, but they gotta do a little better job with that overall.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like if anyone thinks that they're gonna seriously win, they're full of shit. Like,
diehard Knicks fans, I guess. Maybe. Just in denial, think they can win every year, probably. Not accepting the pattern, the obvious pattern.
Yeah, they're a team that they're just. I don't know what they're missing. What would you say they're missing?
I don't think they have a star caliber player on the level of a a Jokic or a Bron like caliber player that you can build a championship roster around overall. Like they have good players, just not like that caliber player that you can do that. And also like that their offense needs to be more like efficient. It feels like they're very great at defense. Their offense kind of feels a little too like make it up on a go type feeling. Not enough like strategy there.
Okay. I may get myself a GoPro tomorrow. I'm about to drive from one side of the country to the other.
Why?
I've done some pretty great moving. Yeah, I'm going from West Coast to East Coast. I've done some pretty wild drives. I've driven straight from. I drove from where I'm from in New England. I'm not going to say, but I drove from a state in northern New England, Maine area, all the way to Salt Lake City once. I stopped in Wyoming for like 2 hours. I don't really count that, but it was basically a straight drive. And then I've driven from, that's about like 2,600 miles, like 2.5 days of nonstop driving, which is insane. And I think I did it after I didn't sleep like I literally just hopped in the car Thursday. Well, this is my record. I hopped in the car Thursday one night. No, I hopped in it Wednesday night. On Friday morning, I'm pulling into Las Vegas from the same place, similar, like southern Maine area. So it's like to do that nonstop. Most people would brag if they if they drive like 12 to 16 hours straight. Like if they did like a 800-ish miles, they're like bragging or like, holy shit. But to do like 2,500 miles, whatever that is, straight, like 32 hours of nonstop driving time is like, I'm pretty proud of that. But now I'm 7, 8 years older since I've tried something that ballsy. I'm definitely not going to be doing that because I need to I'm going to have to stop at rest areas, get out, stretch, do some some mobility stretches, do some yoga maybe. The thing is, like I have a cargo basket to my hitch, but I don't have it. As of now, I don't have it. I have a locking pin for the hitch, but there's no locking pin that you can use for the holes are there, but I don't have the actual. I could get one, but I don't know what size it is. It's not the normal whatever the one is. I have one called Rhino something. It's a really good locking pin for my 2-inch receiver for my hitch, but it's like I don't know the measurements off the top of the head. I think it's 5/8, but I need to get one that's going to fit the drill holes for the actual carrier basket. Because what I'm getting at is, if I was to sleep in a motel or hotel room on the way out back east, someone would steal it because there's nothing securing the basket to the basket hitch or to my my receiver is connected to the basket, but there's nothing connecting the basket to the basket hitch. So they could just basically take off my basket with all the shit I have in it, which I mean, I'm not going to put my super valuable stuff will be in the car. You know what I mean? But the my well, I don't want to say in here, but the shit that I can't get jacked, but on my roof rack and then on my
my basket, I'm gonna put like clothing and dude, I threw so much shit away. I threw away stuff I'd normally never throw away, like cooking stuff, like pots and pans, the good reusable glass Tupperware shit. Uh, jack stands, just all, dude. I threw so much shit away because I'm like, bro, like you need to like probably trim like 300, 400, 500 pounds of gear because that's all shit that like my transmission is. It's all stress on my transmission and my chassis, my transmission and my chassis. You know what I mean? It's all weight. It's got to pull and support,
I
and
would
like
I would never be able to pull that off. Like that.
What do you mean throwing shit away like that?
Well, not just that. I mean, like traveling, like across, like driving and traveling like that for like hours. Like I feel like I damn near feel like I get car sick after like 2 hours, a 2 hour drive, 3 hour drive, and I'm having to go.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna be rock hard, like with enthusiasm, like nothing sexual. Like I'm just gonna be like fired up, dude. I fucking love the open road. Like, was seeing this broad, beautiful land. As Charlton Heston said, I'm sure someone maybe said it before him, but I fucking love Charlton Heston. But yeah, like the dude's such a bull. But I get car sick when I'm a passenger. I get car sick when I'm on water. Maybe I could get better with it on water, but like when I'm in just like a regular kayak that's meant for lakes and rivers, and I get in the ocean with it, I've done it multiple times here. I got so sick because of all the rocking that you do. Like it fucking, dude, it's the worst thing when you get fucking death emote like seasick in a kayak, and you're like an hour paddle from the shore and you don't have water and you're like, fuck, like there's nothing but like salt water. That's like one of the worst ever fucking feelings. But when I'm driving, when I'm behind the wheel, baby, dude, I don't get motion sick. But when I'm a passenger, specifically when you have a jerky driver, i.e. most women, and they brake really aggressively and like instantly, that shit'll get me so fucking nauseous. Being in the bus, being in the subway. Your motion sickness sounds more advanced than mine. Maybe not though.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't be it like when it comes down to stuff like being inside of anything underwater, boat related. I don't know if I don't really get sick. I get genuinely scared I'm gonna like the whole thing's gonna fall over. Like that's gonna only go through my head. Like I think in the worst case scenario, what if the whole thing is, what if there's a break? What if there's something broken inside of what if the mechanics are broken? What if you bump into a rock? What if you know? Whenever I get into stuff like cars and stuff like airplanes, those things immediately go through my head. So I just try to avoid those altogether.
Yeah. No, my motion sickness isn't and it's pretty bad. I don't think it's horrible. I don't know, man. Like I'd have to test it. Maybe I could make it better with seasick, but like the worst thing for me, dude, is when I'm a passenger in a car, specifically like if I'm in an Uber or a cab, specifically if I'm in the back seat. It's even worse too when like my head is near the ceiling because I'm a tall dude. I'm 6'3", and so many cars are built so poorly with their ergonomic engineering, and my head sits so high in the car, and it's like so close to the ceiling of the car, or sometimes it's literally hitting it, and I have to tilt my head so that I'm uncomfortable the whole car ride, basically. Are you still there? Oh, I think I was on Wi-Fi. No, I'm not.
I'm still here.
You're still. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm basically. Yeah, basically. Basically. A lot of cars are not built for a guy like me, and a lot of Ubers. I pay top dollar for these fucking Ubers, man. So much money. It's so overpriced, and I pay them. And my head in their little fucking Prius or whatever it is, my head is hitting, even in the Teslas. In the back of a Tesla, they have no fucking room. They're so weirdly designed. I thought Teslas would have more clearance in the cabin for, and then I was also in some other guy's car. And no offense to anyone, but a lot of these Middle Eastern and African, East African in particular, the Somalian and Ethiopian cab drivers, they have a thing for fucking spraying, and Arabs do it too, so much fucking cologne in the car that I get so goddamn motion sickness from all that fucking cologne. Why would you do that, bro? Like, I'm in a tiny closed space and there's so much cologne that you sprayed it's permeated and soaked into all the fabric, everything. So all I can smell is your super strong cologne. My head's hitting the fucking ceiling. You're braking aggressively. It's one of the few times I've ever given a dude a bad rating. The drive from the airport to my place, it was so bad, dude. I was like trying to survive in this guy's car, and he was just. I had to pay him like $65 for the ride. I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck? I'm about to be in Mexico. I'm going to New England. I'm going to visit for the family for a week. Mother's Day with the mom, blah, blah, blah. Play with the pup. And then I got to do some stuff. And then I think I'm going to work on my car too, just so it's in top condition when I come back to it. But I'm going to do I already got the parts, but I'm going to do both rear wheel bearing hub assemblies. I'll replace the bearings. And then I'm going to do the front lower control arms. Actually, there's only one control arm in the front, and then that has 2 ball joints in it, I think. So I don't think I've done a ball joint in this car yet myself, so I'll do the front ball joints. I think each one has 2 in the control arm, one that goes into the knuckle, and then where's the other one go? I think it goes from, I can't remember, but I'll have to look up that job. It shouldn't take me that long, but, and then, I need to do the fog lights have got water that's gone in through the seals. So they're shot. So I'm going to replace those, and then I'll do the low beams too. I want my dad to drive it while I'm gone, and I may be gone for a few months, and he's a former engineer, so he's very obsessive compulsive. So if he wouldn't want to drive the car, there's little issues with it. So there's not any issues, but I went to the Subaru dealership to have him do it, and they pointed out some things. So I'm like, well, fuck, if I'm going to have the old man drive it, I better make sure it's safe for him, even though it probably already is, but I wouldn't want anything to happen. So, and then the only other thing besides that is there's like a super tiny leak in the rear differential. I think it's the pinion seal needs to be replaced. But there's a really good local mechanic, one of the few, if only, that I trust to bring my car to and say, do this. Because I'm kind of obsessive compulsive too, like my dad, so I don't really trust people to work on my car because I think they'll fuck it up. So I taught myself how to do all this stuff, which is nothing to brag about because a lot of it's relatively easy to learn. But and then the only other thing is there's this little tiny bent piece that goes around. It's like a protective piece around your transmission, so that when your transmission, it's basically like this suspension component for your transmission that basically protects it from when it shifts and stuff, from bumps and stuff. I can't remember what it's called, but Subaru basically wrote up the estimate, so all I need to do is bring that to him, and I'll have him replace that. And then, like I said, the little leak in the rear diff, but it's such a low leak, it's maybe I don't know what it would be equivalent to, several drops a week or something. But I mean, it's only a liter of, like 0.8 of a liter of oil that it fits in that whole reservoir. So it probably should get fixed eventually because it doesn't take much to leak to being a problem if it gets faster. But basically, what I'm saying is I'm gonna actually enjoy working on my car. It's gonna be interesting for my dad too, because when I left, I didn't know anything about cars. Like I was basically when I was a kid, he wouldn't let me. He was very particular about his tools. He didn't fuck with touch my dad's tools. And if you touched a tool and it went out of place, or if you touched a tool and it wasn't exactly back in that toolbox or on that bench or shelf or whatever, exactly like he had it, he would know. He would know if you fucking touched one of his tools. He would fucking know. So I was basically, and I never, bought my own tools. So basically, I would encourage anyone, go to Harbor Freight, tool up, and then go on YouTube and go on forums for your vehicle. Every vehicle is going to have a forum. Like for me, it's SubaruOutback.org, or you can go on Reddit. But really, just on YouTube, and it's amazing the DIY videos guys have recorded of all sorts of jobs, and then you can even just you can even download schematics of the assembly for that area from Subaru itself, so that you know all the parts for say like various like your strut assembly system or whatever it would be. But I really encourage people to do that, because I've saved thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, like just to do a front brake and rotor job here would probably cost and it's so simple, but they'd probably charge like $1,200 to replace your brakes and rotors just for your front end. And I can do that for next to nothing. There's so many life hacks I've learned. There's so many things I could share with you to basically have lifetime use of a single pair of brake pads, or all sorts of different things. And if you want to work on a car yourself, all you need to do too is any Firestone, they'll do the lifetime alignment for a vehicle as long as you own it, and it's like $190 or something, or $180. So you can get as many lifetime alignments as you want on the same car. Just an alignment at most places is like 80 to 120. So that's what I do. Like when I do tie rods or bearings or whatever I do, I just bring it there and they align it right up. You know what I mean? Too, also, if I ever needed to earn money too, I could do work on cars. People always need suspension work. They always need brakes, rotors, calipers. Taught myself how to do all that. I don't do anything in the motor besides plug stuff, or maybe replacing a AC belt or a serpentine belt assembly, or a water pump, or a condenser, some of those types of stuff, and some of that assembly. But in terms of anything in the engine itself, or anything to do with timing belts or very specialized stuff like that has to be done exactly perfect. Otherwise you're gonna destroy the thing. I don't fuck with that. This car has a timing chain, but if I had a timing belt or something like that, I would just bring it to the expert, because if you do that just a fraction wrong, you're going to destroy your car. Because it depends if it's an interference or non-interference motor, but the valves would hit the pistons basically and destroy your car. So, and then obviously, I'm not going to do anything with a clutch or transmission. I could teach myself how to do it, but it would just be the time that it would take. I would rather just pay someone. But I don't know if you've ever tooled up and stuff, but once you do your first brake job, once you change your first caliper, and you look and you see how fucking easy that is, and then you always heard people talking about calipers and rotors and all the costs and stuff, and you do it yourself, man. When you do that shit yourself, it is so fucking rewarding to say, holy shit, I didn't even know what a torque wrench was. I didn't even know what a deep impact socket, man, or this. I had no idea. I taught myself this. I didn't know what a M-bit was, or a speed wrench, or all this stuff. And then you tooled up and you learned out about it, learned how to do it, and then you're a guy that's never done a tie rod, and you line that shit up so perfect that when they do the alignment, they're like, it was already spot on. I'm like, motherfucker. One time this guy, Have you ever heard of mobile mechanics? The guys that you hire off like Craigslist or shit, they'll work for you right in your driveway and fix your car. Have you heard of them? Well, you can. I had one of them. I'd use them, and their prices are fucking got pretty steep. But one of them wanted to change like my outer tie rod. It wasn't even the inner one. It was just the outer one. It takes no time at all, and he charged me like $150, and he lined it up so bad. And here it is. He's like a mechanic, and I did my first one myself. Maybe the second time I've done it, and that fucker was spot on. I learned a trick. When you take the old one off, you mark it with like a marking, whatever, like a crayon or some sealant or something. Not sealant, but and then you count how many revolutions you twisted on the thread, and then you just replicate that with the new part, and it gets it fucking perfect. You wouldn't even need an alignment. You should still get one, but yeah. So and I've learned to always do stuff like if you're gonna do both lower control arms or both struts, do one at a time. That way, if you like take before and after photos, but also do one at a time. That way, if like you fuck up and you're like, oh shit, you can look at the other one and be like, okay, that's how it's all set up. That's how it's supposed to look. Or you can some of the ways I learned was making mistakes. Like I didn't do that when I did my brake pads. I just took them off. And I was so retarded I couldn't figure out how to put the pads back in. And the pins, the safety pins, the wear pins, like I couldn't figure it out. And Subaru has it really difficult. Like it's not a quick glance and you know it. It's like very difficult and it has to be in a certain way. Sure enough, I put them in the wrong way. I put the caliper, like the driver caliper, on the passenger side. I did so many things wrong, and I still drove like a 400-mile trip on the car. It was making all sorts of noise and racket, and but it ended up being fine. I figured it out, and I did it. It took me like 3 tries to finally do it right, but now I'll never make that same mistake again because I'll take before photos, and I'll do one side at a time. But that's the stuff you learn. You learn like if you're gonna do like a differential and drain it, we'll make sure you take off the fill before you do the drain, because if you drained it and then you can't get the fill bolt off, well, you're fucked. Stuff like that you learn, but it's amazing how easy a lot of it is. I gotta get a newer computer that'll work with. They have the Bluetooth ones, the OBD2 ones for the codes and stuff, but I think with some of the newer cars, you can't just override some of the codes. It has to, or reset them. You have to actually go to the dealership for even stuff like the TPS sensor on your, not the TPS sensor, but what's the one with the brakes? A lot of the newer cars are a little more problematic. I think you can get around them with the right OBD2 scan tool and stuff, but some of them you wouldn't have access to their proprietary software that you would need that isn't really necessary, but it's like an update or a firmware thing you have to do, or a flash or something to get the part to work right in the system because of how they're engineered with the software layer. But I fucking love my car. I love working on cars. And it's a valuable thing to learn, because if you need to make a couple $1,000s fast and you say you're totally broke, well, you can always make money doing brakes and rotors for people, because are they going to do it at the shop with someone that's going to probably do a shitty job and charge them $2,000 to do their front and rear? Pads and rotors, that's probably what a shop charges. Any of them would charge close to that. Or I could do it for $500 in labor or $400 in labor, and then parts I can get you for less than $300. It's a third of the cost. So and I'm gonna do a really quality job. I'm gonna lube your pins with really what's the type of lubricant I use? It's I think it's this. Is it the ceramic stuff, the white ceramic stuff, whatever it is? It's the really good shit that um, doesn't damage the boots for the pin uh, for the caliper pins. It's the really good brand. I can't remember the type I use, but little stuff like that. When you use someone like me, that if you go to a shop, you think the guy's gonna relube your caliper fucking pins when he does your brake job? Of course not. He's got flag hours. He's just looking to fucking bang a job out. Sometimes they'll charge you for shit and not even replace it. They've done undercover investigations of so many of these shops, and they go after certain people they think they can exploit, and they say you need to flush your brake system or you need to change your radiator, and they have an undercover camera and they never even touched the another mechanic had just literally done the steering fluid, or he had literally just done the radiator and knew the fluid antifreeze was good or the brake fluid was totally good, and they didn't even change it, and they charged him like $500. It was this whole chain that's all around Ontario. They caught this guy. I don't know what happened as a result of it. I think it was probably a slap on the wrist, but the amount of these shops that will either not actually charge, they won't change it at all and charge you for it, or they'll change it and do it wrong. So that's why you want to get probably a new car that's under full service, under full warranty, because when some of these so that way it's fully covered if they do it, and then you trade it in before it's the warranty's expired, so you can get everything covered. But if you don't have that situation, then it's best to take it to someone that you really trust, because if you just go to these random shops and it's all out of pocket, well, good luck on them doing a quality job. Oh, I think I used the pin lubricant I like to use for my caliper pins. I think it's a white silicone, or I think it's silicone based. But yeah. That's one of the craziest trades I think a guy could get into, though, mechanics, because most of them, at least not all that long ago, they're getting paid like 12, 10, 15 bucks an hour, and they're expected to have like $10,000 in tools. And these guys are going and getting Mac tools and stuff like that. And it's like I go to Harbor Freight and I get tools that people would make fun of, and they do the job just fine. Husky at Home Depot, or Rigid, or the ones at Harbor Freight, like Daytona, Pittsburgh, Icon, all those ones, they do the job just fine. And they're like less than a tenth of the cost. So people that do like Mac tools, I can't remember the other one, Mac, whatever the other one is, they're a fucking joke. I would never spend that kind of money on a tool. Unless I'm like an engineer or mechanic that's working on like a fucking airplane or some shit like that. But yeah, if you're a handyman and you can learn to do DIY stuff, you can make a lot of good side money. Because a lot of these people that come and do stuff, they're charging you like $150 an hour, plus they're marking up all the parts 2 or 3 times, and they're not even doing a quality job. So why would you give them your hard-earned dollars? A lot of these so-called licensed plumbers and electricians, man, they're fucking trash. That's what's a scam, dude. Back when my grandfather was starting out, you could become licensed in all those trades and not all that long in all those fields. But now to be licensed in any of those things, it takes like 4,000 hours under the apprentice of a licensed plumber or something, a master plumber or electrician, and you're like a journeyman or whatever it's called, an apprentice. It's a fucking racket, dude. Like, you don't need that many hours to learn how to be an electrician or plumbing. And even if that is true, how come all these so-called electricians and plumbers are out there that are fucking horrible? Should not be out there doing that shit. So why the fuck am I up at 2 a.m., Mike? What's Mike doing? What time you gotta go to work? Host Mike.
He's probably asleep.
I think he's on Pornhub or Shotterbait talking to one of his women. You know how Mike loves the women. Mike's a sucker for the ladies. God knows how many baby mamas Mike's got out there. He's quite the ladies' man. Watch out around him with your girlfriend. He'll take her from you. She'll get a taste of Mike and she'll never come back.
I don't have one baby mama though.
That's what Mike tells me. He says, Doris, you better not let one of your girls get a hold of me. She'll never come back to you.
I ain't having no kids. I don't want to have no kids because for me, I ain't about to be getting up in the middle of the night for that shit, man. Sorry. Anybody change my whole routine? Nope. No.
Well, it's that part of it. Cost.
When you have a kid, that's life changing. I'm good on that.
You have to get used to like baby shit. You have to get used to vomit, piss, changing sheets, constant crying. They're able to act up and be inappropriate and disobedient. You can't discipline them in public or even behind closed doors. Like, look at Adrian Peterson. One of his boys was acting up, and he spanked him with a old school, with a, what do they call it? Switch. Remember that? Adrian Peterson did that, and he got suspended for an entire year. And I think had he played that year, he would have broken some more records. But all he did was take a switch to his kid, and it was like the end of the world. And oh my gosh, you abused your child. But it's like, nah, his child was acting up. You fucking disciplined him.
So,
that's a fucking big deal.
X-Men gave some really good takes on a lot of the teams, but the Rockets match up way better with the T-Wolves.
Do they?
Just off size alone. Because if the T-Wolves are a big team, the Rockets are a big team. That's a perfect matchup. Big for big. The battle of the bigs.
Fuck, I'm hungry. Battle of the bigs. Well,
you gotta both teams have sides. Golden State is the smallest team currently in the playoffs. They're the smallest team. You could just bully them down low. You could out rebound them. They're too little. That small ball shit is dead. Golden State, they keep running back to that small ball shit. That shit dead, bro.
They're not winning a title. They're not even going to get it to the. They're not going to get past the. They'll probably get knocked out today.
Yeah, but though you're talking about this year. I'm talking about if Golden State ever want to compete again, they have to get away from this small ball shit, bro. That shit is dead. All that small ball lineup and shit, that shit gone, bro. You gotta have big men on the floor, bro.
Ever compete again? They're done, dude. Don't you think? Like,
I'm talking about like in the future.
No, but with their current roster, who the fuck are they going to trade, or what are they going to do to get a bigger guy so that they don't have to play small ball?
Oh my God, Doris, you don't listen at all. You just ramble on and on. Like there's no comprehension with you at all. With Golden State, you think, bro, Golden State is not gonna be trash for long. They go get some other guys, and that even when Curry's gone, there gonna be somebody else snoop in there and make room with that team. Baron Davis did that. Nathaniel Thurman, he was big for them. That's not like Steph Curry's the only Hall of Fame warrior. Like there gonna be other guys coming there. They're gonna be a good team. But George, you're not listening to what I'm talking about. If Golden State, everyone wants to be a competitive team in the future, when Curry's out of here, they got to go away from the small ball lineup. The small ball lineup is dead. You have to have a big on the court. I don't care who you are. Having a big on the court is a must. Look at all the teams that are currently still in the playoffs. They all have bigs. Pacers, they have two bigs. The Cavaliers, two bigs. The Knicks, two bigs. The T-Wolves, two bigs. Really, three bigs. The Rockets, three bigs. Think about it. Golden State, even if Golden State wins, they're going home next round. They're too little. They're undersized. You can't play in today's league with the small ball shit, bro. That shit is dead. The shit gone, bro. And that's the Lakers' fucking problem. Lakers try to copy Golden State and went home first round. Having a big matters. I don't know what we talking about sometimes. Like Golden State, if they want to be anything in the NBA, whether you're competing for titles or not, you need a big on the court, bro. That small ball lineup, that shit gone, bro. The sad part about Golden State is they have three bigs on their team. And they don't even play them niggas. That's what kills me. You got three bigs on your roster, don't play none of them.
What's your definition of a big? How tall is a big? 6'10", 6'11", 7 plus?
6'10" or better.
I think Al Horford's only 6'9", so we only have one big technically. That's
No,
any
Al
good.
Horford is not. That's cap. Don't do Al
He's
Horford
only
like that. He ain't no.
I don't think he's 6'10".
Al Horford might be. Al Horford is probably taller. How tall is Al Horford?
Al Horford is 6 feet 9 inches tall.
I mean, Al Horford is 6'9", but for me, I still see him as a big though. I still see him as a big. You can still put him at the 5, and you can still play him as a 5 man. Now he might like 6'9" is kind of little, but he has a big body. Like he's not a little dude. He's a stocky dude. Big shoulder, big front.
Wingspan.
You could put him on Joker. You could put him on Allen. Yes, you can. You could put him on Miles Turner. Yes. Al Horford is considered a big. He might not be big with the height, but he has the body. He could play against other bigs like Julius Randle. Randle wouldn't punk. Al Horford could guard Randle. He has the body to. Might not have the height necessarily, but he got the body to stick with him. You forget Al Horford, a big body. Yeah, he's 6'9", but you see his build? The fuck? You trying to say Al Horford can't play the 5? Boy, you tripping. Al Horford played the 5 his whole damn career. He played the 5 on the Hawks. He played it on Celtics. He played on this team, that team. Everywhere he been, he played the 5.
I
So
know.
at that
I'm just
point,
saying he's 6'9". That's all I'm saying.
yeah, but even at 6'9", he has the build of a 5-man. He has the broad shoulders. He has the big frame. Al Horford not a little dude. Like he's 6'9", but he built stocky. You could put him on any center in the league.
Even Robert Williams III was only 6'9".
Yeah, but Robert Williams, you see them fucking shoulders? You see how high he
but
can jump?
Can he?
Hell, what? Williams is a high flyer. He'll jump block your shit. Got the long ass arm. Not right to block this shit.
Can he block like Wemby or Porzingis?
Yes, he can block. But anybody can be blocked in the NBA. Don't do that. Anybody can be blocked. I don't matter how tall you are. Manute Bol blocked. You know how tall Manute Bol was? Manute Bol was like 7'7" or some shit. 7'6", and he been blocked. Should I keep going? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was fucking 7'1". He been blocked. Shaquille O'Neal, tall as fuck, he been blocked. Anybody can be blocked, bro. Don't do that. Anybody can't be blocked. It don't matter who you are, no matter how tall you are, none of that shit matter. Height don't matter in being blocked. Anybody can be blocked. I've seen the shortest dudes block the tallest dudes. Victor Wembanyama can be blocked. Hell yeah, he can.
Yeah. Porzingis blocked him. There's a clip of it. It's beautiful.
Porzingis can be blocked too. Anybody can get blocked in the NBA. It don't matter how tall you are.
Skinny. Porzingis is skinny and no upper body and no ankles.
That has nothing to do with blocking a shot. I've seen Luka block people, and he can't jump over a parked car. I'm just saying. I've seen Jokers block people. He can't even jump. Doris love disrespecting Al Horford. This shit crazy.
No, he's been playing at an amazing level, and he's basically the leader on the court, everyone says, for the Celtics. He's a huge part of our team.
He's one to tell everybody to stop shooting threes, bitches, and get your ass in that paint. You damn right. If you go watch Al Horford's career, watch his career highlights. Al Horford a monster, bro. He gonna block your shit, and he gonna knock down threes, and he can post up. His post up game back in the day was lethal. Young Al Horford, man, he gonna post your little ass up, turn around, hit the little fade. Man, you better respect Al Horford. Al Horford a problem. Al Horford giving you more than Kristaps Porzingis is. Every time you look up, Porzingis hurt. Every time you look up, he hurt. Every time you look up, Al Horford probably playing more games than him. And he in his late 30s, damn near 40. And you stay disrespecting that man. You be ashamed of yourself.
You think Al Horford will go in the Hall of Fame?
Hell yeah, he should. Hell yeah, he should. I think he should. He's been in multiple All-Star games. He's one of the best rebounders, one of the best three-point shooting bigs. Got an NBA championship. He's played in multiple conference finals. Like, come on, man. He has a lot on his resume. So I'll take Al Horford for you right now. The hell? Give me Al Horford any day of the week. That's the only player. That's the only player I actually like on the Celtics. Everybody else kiss my ass. That's the only player I respect is Al Horford. He bring a lot to
Oh
the table,
shit!
and he don't talk no
That's
shit
the
either.
that's the only player.
Huh?
That's the only player.
Yep, because he's not a cocky. He's not cocky. He humble. He just plays basketball. He keeps it basketball. All the other guys on your team, they a bunch of cocky motherfuckers. From White to Porzingis, from Porzingis to Tatum to Brown.
Whoa! You just called Derek White cocky.
The niggas, fuck them.
You called Derek
Al
White
Horford can
cocky.
get you. Hell yeah. And he get the run in his mouth. Hell yeah. I love Horford because he quiet. He's the game. Al Horford can give you a double. And you hear him talking in the interview, bro, he'll sound like a nigga that had 5. He could have had fucking 10 and 10. And you wouldn't even recognize it.
When the fuck did Derek White run his mouth?
Derek White's a mouth runner. Yeah, mouth runner. I couldn't play against Derek White. I'd smack him in his shit. I had to smack him upside the head. Right side his bald head. But like, say it again now. Him, Holiday, those dudes ain't humble.
I've never heard anyone say anything about White running his mouth. Ever.
Derek White, mouth runner. Tatum, mouth runner. Brown, mouth runner. All them niggas, pretty mouth runner.
Pritchard?
Yeah, what? You get talking crazy. Oh, I had 43 points. Fuck out of here. You ain't gonna be no Hall of Fame? The only role player that should be talking shit is what's his name? Robert Ory. He the only role player that should be talking shit. That man contributed to all 7 of his rings. And he was big time for his team. He was big time. You get 7 rings, you should be talking. And he was a contributor to them 7 rings. That man hit so many big shots in the finals. Big Shot Bob. That's why they call him Big Shot Bob. He hit 7 big shots. How many big shots did Pritchard hit in the finals? We gotta stop this shit. Niggas try to praise Pritchard like Pritchard done something. What have you done that's so substantial? Besides putting up 43 in a regular season game. That's real, bro. Pritchard ain't got enough moments to be talking like that. You probably the 7-8 man off the bench. What the hell? You playing behind a bunch of people talking like that? And Derek White stay running his mouth. Drew Holiday fouling ass. Man. I would have did you Holiday dirty. Hit with mean crossover across his dumb ass up and dunk on him. Easy work. Jalen Brown, man. I guess X-Men stepped off, huh?
Yeah, he bounced. I think X-Men may be asleep. I don't know.
At least he knows how to go on mute. A lot of people be off mute, be snoring and shit. Yep, I was listening to most of y'all's conversations. There was some pretty good stuff I heard. Some bad, some good. But yeah, man, I respect. I respect. Yeah, Celtics, Cleveland, and OKC, the teams to go to the final to win the chip. One of those three. I don't know who, but one of those three gonna do it.
Not
If
the
you bet
Nuggets.
money, hell no. The damn Nuggets barely got past the strippers. How you gonna barely get past the strippers? And I'm supposed to believe? Come on, man. The Nuggets season is gonna end. They done for. They ran into their nightmare. I feel bad for the Nuggets, man. The poor little old Nuggets. About to get their ass bullied, man. Sad. They should have went home when they could. Cause they might get swept. Now I ain't gonna say sweep because it's the NBA. I think it's gonna be 5 or 6, bro. They ain't good like that.
Mike, I think I'm gonna hop off, man. Have a good day back at work tomorrow, man.
Hell yeah, man. It's gonna be exciting, bro.
All right, man. We'll see you tomorrow night, dude.
Hell yeah, man. 100. You already know the deal.
See you, man. Have a good shift. Peace.
Peace out.